My name's Eli, I'm 28, and I'm the oldest of three. Growing up, I was the quiet one, the helper, the one who kept peace at the dinner table, took the blame for broken things I didn't break, and stayed invisible when our parents were too tired to deal with more chaos. My younger sister, Haley, 2 years younger than me, was the opposite. Loud, dramatic, emotionally explosive. If you breathed wrong around her, she'd make a federal case out of it. Our baby brother, Nate, mostly kept to himself and played the peacemaker, but somewhere along the way, he figured out how to vanish entirely when things got tense. Meanwhile, I stayed. I always stayed. So when Haley got engaged, it wasn't a shock that she made the entire thing a spectacle. There were 6 different announcements, one for each social media platform. A surprise proposal with a hired photographer. A countdown on her Instagram story that started 240 days before the wedding. She created a mood board for the color palette and cried when our mom said the florals would cost too much. It was her show, and the rest of us were just expected to clap. Now, I won't lie, Haley and I haven't been close in years. Things got messy after college. She moved back in with our parents briefly and blamed me for escaping while she was still stuck in the nest. I tried to help her job hunt, but every suggestion I made was either too boring or below her. Eventually, she found a marketing job through her fiancé's connections, and suddenly, I was the loser with no style and a weird apartment. Whatever. I let it slide. Again, that's just how she was. People like her don't change. They just find new people to perform for. The invitation came late. Like, suspiciously late. I only found out she had finalized her guest list because my mom asked me what I was planning to wear. I hadn't received anything. When I finally texted Haley, her response was, "Oops. Thought I already sent yours." The invite arrived 2 days later. A generic printout with no RSVP card, just a QR code. My name wasn't even spelled right. I should have known something was off when I noticed I was seated at table 9, aka the leftovers table. You know the one. Random co-workers, great aunts nobody's talked to in years, plus ones of plus ones. Meanwhile, our cousin Danielle, who Haley used to call a discount Kardashian, was seated at the family table, with a nameplate and a personalized wedding favor. But the real kicker came during the reception. You know how most weddings have that one emotional speech, the moment where someone, usually the maid of honor or best man, gives a heartfelt toast? Haley decided to do one herself. She took the mic after dinner, glass in hand, and stood next to her new husband under the fairy lights. "I just want to thank everyone for being here," she started, all choked up. "Some of you traveled so far, and I really feel the love tonight. But I have to be honest," she laughed nervously, glancing at our mom, who was already side-eyeing her with that tight-lipped warning look moms get when they know something bad is coming. "There were a few people I wasn't sure about inviting," she continued, looking directly at me. "But we felt bad, so here we are. Cheers." The room went silent. A few polite chuckles. Someone coughed. And then there was me, frozen in place with a fork halfway to my mouth, while my stomach dropped somewhere below the tablecloth. I didn't say anything. I just nodded, as if to say, "Wow, classy." Then I stood up, walked outside into the crisp evening air, and sat on a stone bench behind the venue, where the music was muffled and the cold could bite my skin a little. 15 minutes passed before I went back inside. I didn't want to make a scene. I just wanted to survive the night. But then I saw the photographer. Some guy named Jonah that Haley hired from out of state. He was packing up his gear near the cake table, looking irritated and muttering to himself. That's when the idea came to me, not fully formed, but like a flicker in the dark. I'd paid for Jonah as a wedding gift. Haley had gone on and on about how the photographer she wanted was too expensive, and since I couldn't think of a good gift and wasn't part of the wedding party, I decided to cover the cost. Quietly. No drama. I Venmo'd him the full amount weeks before the wedding. No one else knew. So I walked up to him and said, "Hey, just wondering, how many good shots did you get tonight?" He looked at me like I'd just handed him a thorn. "Not enough," he said. She micromanaged the entire thing. Told me not to shoot certain angles, demanded I delete any photo where she didn't look like a Disney princess, and even made me crop out her own bridesmaids from some group shots. I'm done. I've never been treated like that in my life. I nodded slowly. "Would you believe me if I told you I paid for this?" He blinked. "Seriously? Seriously. And I think I'd like a refund." He paused, then pulled out his phone, opened the app, and within a minute the money was on its way back to me. I'll be honest, he said. I was going to eat the loss and never deliver the files. This saves me the headache. I just smiled and thanked him. I didn't tell anyone about the refund that night. Not my mom, not Nate, not even Haley. I went home, took off the jacket I'd ironed for an hour, and tried not to stew in the humiliation that kept repeating in my head like an echo. We felt bad, so here we are. The silence after that toast felt heavier than any insult. It wasn't just a jab, it was a statement, a message, that I was a prop in her perfect wedding, an obligation, not family. And maybe, for the first time, I realized I didn't owe her anything anymore. Not kindness, not silence, not peacekeeping. 2 weeks passed. I didn't hear from Haley. No thank you message, no follow-up, nothing. I figured maybe she was too busy honeymooning or being aesthetic somewhere for the gram. Then, out of the blue, she called me. It was one of those calls where the ringtone itself sounds angry. I answered, and her voice came through sharp and breathless. What the heck is wrong with Jonah? What do you mean? He won't send the wedding photos. He said something about a refund and copyright, and that I'm not entitled to the images. I played dumb. That's weird. Did something happen? She was fuming. No. He's being petty. I want the raw files, like now. There are no pictures from the ceremony. None. And the only decent shots anyone got were from Cousin Danielle's iPhone. My whole wedding is basically a blur of bad angles and blurry smiles. I'm gonna sue him. I leaned back in my chair. You might want to read the contract you didn't sign. It was under my name. She paused. What? I paid him. Remember? The photographer. That was my gift. But you, why would you refund it? I shrugged, even though she couldn't see me. I guess I just didn't feel good about the investment. The silence on the other end stretched like a tightrope. You're joking. I'm not. You're doing this to punish me. I didn't respond right away. I let that accusation sit for a moment, then finally said, I'm just taking your advice. I wasn't really invited, so I figured my gift wasn't either. She hung up. 2 hours after that call, I got a text from my mom. Call me when you're free. Your sister is hysterical. I stared at the screen for a minute before setting the phone down and walking to the fridge. I wasn't ready. I needed to brace myself. Because when Haley cried to Mom, the whole family felt it. And by felt it, I mean we were expected to fix it. 10 minutes later, I called her back. Mom didn't even say hello. What is going on between you and Haley? I exhaled through my nose, slow and quiet. Did she tell you about the toast? She said you were being overly sensitive and took something she said out of context. Out of context? She literally said she only invited me because she felt bad. She was nervous. People say things when they're emotional. Mom. She said it into a microphone. During a toast. In front of 100 people. There was a pause. She knew I was right. But my mom's reflex was always to smooth things over, even when smoothing required steamrolling. Well, she said, switching gears, why did you refund the photographer? That was spiteful, Eli. That's not like you. That hit a nerve. It was the tone, disappointed, bordering on scolding. Like I'd set the house on fire because someone forgot my birthday. Spiteful would have been pulling the plug that night, I said. I waited 2 weeks. 2 weeks of silence. Not a thank you. Not even a single photo shared. She used me, Mom. I paid for that guy because she couldn't afford him. Then she turns around and treats me like I'm a seat filler at her show. Mom sighed. Not because she disagreed, but because she was trying to figure out how to keep the peace without admitting who started the war. I just think there's a better way to handle this. Maybe. But she never cared about better ways when it came to me. We sat in that silence for a few seconds before she changed the subject, like she always did when conflict made her uncomfortable. We hung up on a neutral note, but I knew she was going to call Haley the moment we ended the call. And I was right. By the next morning, my phone had exploded. Haley had posted a series of thinly veiled, inspirational quotes to her Instagram story. Stuff like, people will pretend to support you, just so they can feel better tearing you down. Not everyone at your table is on your side. It's okay to cut out the negative energy, even if they share your last name. Followed by a selfie with puffy eyes and a caption that just said, some people really showed their true colors. Lesson learned. Then the group chat started popping off. Cousin Danielle texted, is she talking about you? Nate sent a single eye emoji. Then Mom wrote, please fix this. She's devastated. I ignored it. All of it. Until the next day when I got an email. Subject line, request to resolve outstanding dispute. Wedding photography, it was from her new husband. Jared. I barely knew him. We'd had maybe 3 conversations in the 5 years they'd been together. I opened the email and sat back, reading it twice to make sure I understood. He was asking politely, but with a lawyerly tone, if I would reconsider reversing the refund, citing emotional distress, lost memories, and unintended consequences. He even mentioned that some guests were upset about their group photos not being delivered and that this was a blow to the family morale. I laughed out loud. Actually laughed. Because now it wasn't just about Haley being petty, it was a full PR crisis in her world. She hadn't just lost her wedding photos. She'd lost the narrative. This wasn't just a wedding for her. It was her Super Bowl, her masterpiece, her curated, highly filtered fairy tale. And without those photos, she had no proof. No Pinterest album. No viral TikTok recap with soft piano music and a slow-motion spin in her $2,000 dress. Just memories and bad iPhone lighting. And that's when it really hit me. I had more power than I realized. I didn't respond to the email right away. Instead, I went back to my messages with Jonah, the photographer. We'd exchanged a few texts since the refund, mostly casual stuff. He seemed relieved to be out of the whole thing. I texted him, "Hey, quick question. You still have the photos?" He replied almost immediately, "Yeah, I didn't delete anything. Why? Would you mind sending them to me? Just in case." There was a pause. Then, "You're not going to leak them or anything, right? I don't want drama. No leaks. Promise. Just need them in case she tries to spin this." He sent me a Dropbox link that night. Over 1,200 raw and edited images. I spent hours scrolling through them. There were a few good ones, sure, but Jonah hadn't been lying. The whole thing was awkward. Haley had micromanaged everything to the point of stiffness. In one photo, you could see her snapping at a bridesmaid for having her bouquet too low. In another, she was adjusting her hair with a scowl mid-walk down the aisle. Jared looked half asleep in most of them. The guests looked bored. Honestly, if she'd just let Jonah do his job, she might have had the fairy tale she wanted. But that wasn't my problem anymore. I thought about responding to Jared's email. I thought about sending him a one-line reply that said, "Tell your wife to apologize." But I didn't. I waited. And 3 days later, I got the text that changed everything. It was from Haley. "You went too far." No greeting. No explanation. Just those 4 words. I replied, "You started it." She didn't respond. But 5 minutes later, the group chat blew up again. This time, it wasn't cryptic. It was public. And it was messy. Haley had posted a reel to her Instagram. A wedding recap, pieced together with blurry photos, shaky video clips from other people's phones, and screenshots of people texting her, saying how beautiful the wedding had been. The caption read, "When your photographer betrays you and your own brother sabotages the happiest day of your life, you get creative. Hashtag blessed, hashtag still beautiful." That was it. She'd made it public. The gloves were off. And that's when I decided I wasn't going to just sit in the shadows anymore. If she wanted a show, I was going to give her one. I didn't reply to her post. Not publicly. Not privately. I knew Haley. She wanted to fight. She wanted people to see us fighting, to fuel her narrative that she was the wronged princess and I was the evil, bitter brother out to ruin her happily ever after. What she didn't expect was silence. Calm, intentional silence. And while she scrambled to make a highlight reel out of borrowed footage and blurry smiles, I was busy organizing something else entirely. See, I'm not a social media person. I don't post often. My last Instagram post before all this was a dog I helped foster almost a year ago. But when you work in digital design like I do, you learn how to make things look clean, sharp, and, most importantly, professional. You learn how to tell a story through visuals. And I had just been given over 1,200 untold stories in JPEG form. It started with one photo. A simple, candid shot of our mom and dad dancing together, laughing like they were 20 years younger. It was taken from the side, under the canopy lights, with a perfect warm glow. It wasn't posed. It wasn't stiff. It was real. Jonah had caught it during a lull in the reception while Haley was arguing with the DJ about the playlist. I posted it with a short caption. Sometimes the best moments are the ones no one notices. It got maybe 20 likes. A few hearts from coworkers, a heart from mom. Nothing big. But Haley noticed. She DM'd me immediately. "Where did you get that photo?" I ignored it. A day later, I posted another one. This time of Nate and our cousin Emily reenacting their terrible middle school dance moves from a family reunion a decade ago. Everyone in the background was laughing. Even Jared. It was chaotic and imperfect and so much better than the wedding photos she was trying to cobble together from Snapchats. Another caption, genuine joy is better than forced smiles. Still no public drama. But my phone buzzed nonstop with private messages from her. Seriously, stop. You don't have my permission to post those. You're trying to make me look bad. I didn't reply to any of them. Instead, I emailed Jared back. I'm in possession of all the wedding photos, with full copyright ownership since I was the original client. I'm not deleting them, but I won't release them to Haley unless I receive a public acknowledgement of what actually happened. No need to make it dramatic. Just the truth. 2 days went by. Crickets. Then I got a follow request from a burner account with 0 posts. The name was some random string of letters, but I knew exactly who it was. The first DM said, "Why are you doing this to me?" I didn't respond. Not because I wanted to be cruel. Honestly, I wasn't even angry anymore. I was just done. Done carrying the weight of a relationship where I was never seen as equal. Done playing the quiet sibling who absorbed every jab and fake apology. Done covering for her just to keep the peace while she played victim. This wasn't revenge. It was withdrawal. But the best part? I didn't need to post anything cruel. The photos did all the work. One by one, I kept releasing the real moments. Not to hurt her, but to remind the rest of the family what that day actually looked like. Not the version filtered through Haley's rage spiral, but the one people remembered. Uncle Darren dancing badly in his socks, Grandma tearing up during the vows, Jared's niece dumping an entire piece of cake on her dress while everyone howled with laughter. And slowly, people started resharing them, tagging each other, commenting, "This one's my favorite. Can't believe we almost forgot this happened. That was such a good day." Haley had her wedding, but I had the memories. And that's when things really started to crack. One afternoon, Nate called me out of the blue. He's not the type to insert himself in family drama. He's Switzerland, always neutral. But he sounded weirdly fired up. "Bro, you need to hear this," he said. "I was just at Mom's. Haley came by to talk, and she completely flipped out. Like, screaming, crying, saying you were blackmailing her with the photos." I groaned. "What did Mom say?" She tried to calm her down, but Haley wouldn't stop. Then, get this, she said you sabotaged her entire wedding and told Jonah not to take good pictures. I paused. "That's not even, what does that mean? That I asked him to take bad pictures?" Nate laughed. "I know. It was ridiculous. But the wild part? Jared didn't back her up." "What?" "Yeah. He just sat there. Then he finally said something like, 'Maybe we need to stop blaming everyone else for things not going perfectly.'" I actually had to sit down. That was the first crack in the Haley/Jared facade I'd ever seen. He'd always been quiet, a go-along kind of guy. But now, maybe even he was tired of the drama. Still, I didn't push anything. I stayed quiet. Let things settle. Until the voicemail came. It was about a week later. I missed the call because I was at the grocery store, and I almost deleted it without listening. But I hit play, and there she was. Haley, voice trembling. Not angry this time. Not even dramatic. "Hey," she said. Long pause. "I don't know if you'll ever forgive me, or even talk to me again, but I guess I wanted to say I'm sorry. I know you paid for the photographer. I know I was awful to you. And I guess I just wanted people to think I had everything together. And when I felt it slipping, I panicked. You didn't deserve that toast. Or any of it." Another pause. "I keep thinking about that moment during the vows. When I looked out and saw you. You were the only one not taking a photo. You were just watching. Like, really watching. And that meant something to me. I'm sorry I ruined that." Click. No requests. No demands. Just that. It caught me off guard. For a second, I just sat there in the cereal aisle, holding a box of Raisin Bran and blinking hard. Maybe she meant it. Maybe she didn't. I waited 2 days before I called her back. Not to punish her, but because I needed that time. To think. To feel. And most importantly, to decide if I was calling as a brother or as someone cleaning up someone else's mess again. I wasn't going to play that role anymore. If she wanted a real conversation, it had to be on new terms. Mine. She answered on the first ring. I could hear her breath catch when she realized it was me. "Hey," she said softly. "I got your voicemail," I said. She didn't say anything at first. Just let the silence hang like a weight between us. "Thank you for calling me back," she said. "I didn't expect you to." "I wasn't going to," I said. "But you sounded like someone I used to know." Another pause. "I've been thinking a lot," she said. "About everything. The toast. The photos. You. I. I made the day all about me. And I didn't care who I stepped on to make it happen. That's accurate. She didn't defend herself, didn't argue, just took it. I wish I could go back and do it over, she said. You can't, I replied. But you can stop pretending it was everyone else's fault. I know. I've already apologized to Mom, and Jared, and the bridesmaids. I've got a long list. Well, I'm not going to hand you a gold star for cleaning up your own mess, I said, my tone firm. But I'll give you this. You didn't double down this time. That's progress. She let out a small, almost surprised laugh. I deserve that. You do. Then I added, you know what hurt the most? What? It wasn't the toast. Not really. It was realizing that even after everything, after I paid for the photographer, after showing up for you, you still thought it was okay to humiliate me. Like I was nothing. I know, she whispered. I was trying to make people laugh, to feel clever. But I wasn't thinking about how it would make you feel. I thought I was the center of the universe that day. You always do. I'm trying to change that. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Good. Because here's how this is going to go. I'm not releasing the photos. They're mine. And I'm keeping them. Her breath hitched. Okay. But I'll send you 5. She was quiet. Not the ones you posed for, I continued. Not the ones where you're playing some perfect version of yourself. I'll send you 5 moments that were real. That actually meant something. Because if you're serious about changing, you can start by remembering what really mattered that day. There was a long pause. Thank you, she said finally. And this time, her voice sounded different. Smaller. Less performative. Really? One last thing, I said. This isn't me forgiving and forgetting. This is me putting a boundary in place. I'm not here to be your prop or your punching bag anymore. You want a brother? Be a sister. I could tell she was crying, but I didn't fill the silence for her. When we hung up, I felt, not lighter, exactly, but clearer. Like I had finally stepped out of the role I never auditioned for and walked into my own. That night, I emailed her the 5 photos. One of Mom and Dad dancing. One of Jared helping a flower girl tie her shoe. One of the entire family laughing during the speeches when someone accidentally knocked over a glass and the microphone cut out. One of her hugging Nate, her face genuinely soft for once. And one of me, taken from the side, sitting at my table, not smiling, not laughing, just watching the ceremony, exactly like she said in the voicemail. I didn't caption them. I didn't explain. But she never asked for more. A week later, she posted one of the photos. No filter. No dramatic caption. Just a quiet, thank you for this memory, with a single heart emoji. She never publicly explained the drama. She never tried to fix her image. And maybe that was the point. For once, Haley let go of the performance. As for me, I kept the rest of the photos backed up in a folder labeled proof. Not because I needed to hold it over her, but because sometimes, knowing the truth is enough. My name's Noah, and I'm 27 years old. For most of my life, I've been told I was the responsible one, which is code for, we're going to dump every problem on you and expect silence in return. I'm the eldest of 3, and since I turned 18, it felt like someone handed me a mop, a calculator, and a stack of overdue bills, then disappeared. My mom, Gloria, used to be warm, at least. That's what I tell myself when I look at childhood photos and try to piece together the gap between who she was and who she became. Somewhere along the line, she stopped being a mother and started being a critic with a ledger, counting every ounce of help I gave like it was an unpaid debt she never agreed to. It didn't happen all at once. It was a slow corrosion, like rust bleeding down a pipe. I moved back in after college because Dad had passed away unexpectedly, and the house, the one I grew up in, was on the edge of foreclosure. Mom cried for a month straight. I paid the mortgage. I didn't even question it. I just stepped in, like any decent son would. My younger brother, Ethan, was 21 and working part-time at a car wash he hated. My sister, Lila, had just started her nursing degree. Neither of them was in a place to help. So I did what I thought I was supposed to do. I worked 2 jobs, one full-time in IT support, one freelance fixing home networks on weekends, and funneled money into that house like it was a dying patient on life support. The thing is, when you're always the one showing up, people start assuming it's your job to show up. Eventually, they stop saying thank you. Then they stop asking. Then they start expecting. Mom's grief hardened into bitterness. She got meaner, blunter. She'd mutter things like, "This house used to be peaceful before you brought your stress in," or, "If I'd known I'd have to babysit a grown man, I would have just stopped at 2 kids." Ethan didn't say much. He mostly kept to himself, which I didn't blame him for. but he never defended me either. And Lila, when she came home for breaks, acted like I was some relic taking up too much space. I'd hear her whispering to Mom in the kitchen, something about me being too intense or always acting like a martyr. They thought I didn't hear? I heard everything. I tried to keep the peace. I paid the bills. I fixed the water heater. I cleaned up after my mom's endless trail of half-used teacups and Lila's discarded scrubs. I even covered Ethan's overdue car insurance twice, just so he wouldn't lose his ride to work. But something in me was unraveling, some tight cord I didn't even know had been pulled taut for years. Then came the night everything snapped. It was a Thursday. Nothing special. I got home around 8:30 after helping a client in the next town over who couldn't figure out why his Wi-Fi kept dropping. I hadn't eaten all day. When I walked into the kitchen, there were takeout boxes everywhere, Chinese food, my favorite, but nothing left. Lila and Ethan were on the couch watching something loud. My mom was in her room. I asked, gently, "Hey, did anyone save me anything?" Ethan didn't even look up. Lila shrugged. "We figured you'd eat out like always." I stood there, still holding my keys, my hands sticky with dust from a filthy modem I'd just reset for an old man who insisted his router was possessed. I looked at the empty boxes and felt that quiet, familiar shame settle in my chest like it always did, like I was asking too much just by existing. So I said, "I worked 12 hours today. Would have been nice to feel like I mattered enough for someone to ask." Mom must have heard me, because her door slammed open like a shotgun blast. She stood at the hallway entrance in a robe, hair half pinned up, eyes wild. "Oh, here we go," she snapped. The speech. The guilt trip. "You act like this family owes you something for being miserable all the time." I blinked. "I don't want anything. I just wanted dinner." She walked into the kitchen and opened a cabinet, slamming it shut again like punctuation. "You think this house runs on your little paycheck? You think you're some kind of hero? You're a burden, Noah. Always have been. We'd be better off without you." The room fell completely silent. Even the TV was still. Ethan and Lila didn't move. My ears rang. I didn't cry. I didn't scream back. I just looked at her. For the first time in my life, I saw her for what she really was, not the woman who raised me, but the woman who'd spent years chipping away at my soul because she hated her own reflection. She turned and stomped back to her room, slammed the door like a judge delivering a verdict, and the house felt colder than it had in years. That night, I packed. Quietly. Deliberately. I didn't slam drawers. I didn't make a scene. I didn't even take everything, just what I'd bought with my own money. My laptop, clothes, passport, birth certificate, and the folder with all the financial paperwork I'd been managing for the household. Bank accounts, mortgage statements, utility records. I loaded it all into my car while the house slept. Before I left, I walked into the living room one last time. The takeout boxes were still on the coffee table. A fortune cookie lay unopened, greasy, and forgotten. I picked it up, cracked it open, and read the fortune. It said, "Sometimes, walking away is the bravest thing you can do." I put it in my pocket and closed the door behind me. 3 weeks went by. I moved into a small apartment closer to the city. It was quiet. Clean. Mine. I didn't tell anyone where I went. I changed my number. I rerouted my direct deposit. I even called the mortgage company and removed myself as co-signer. Legally, I wasn't required to keep paying. I had just been doing it out of guilt. Then, on a rainy Tuesday morning, my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. It was Ethan. "Why'd the mortgage payment bounce?" "No, hey. No, how are you?" Just that. I stared at the screen for a long time. Then I typed back. Guess the burden took the bills with them. I hit send. Then I blocked every number that suddenly remembered I existed. And that's when the real chaos started. It started with one voicemail from my mom, just her voice, tight and shaky, saying my name over and over like she was practicing how to sound concerned. Then more came in. My aunt called. So did my cousin Rachel, who hadn't spoken to me since she borrowed money for a business investment that turned out to be a 3-day music festival in Spain. The messages piled up on Signal, on WhatsApp, even an old Telegram account I hadn't used since college. All of them echoed the same sentiment, just in different tones. "We didn't mean it. You're overreacting. Your family needs you." And my favorite, the one that twisted my stomach into something sharp and unfamiliar, "You're punishing everyone just because you got your feelings hurt?" That one came from Lila. I didn't reply. Not to any of them. Not even when Ethan left a voicemail at 2 a.m. that started out sounding angry and ended with him trying not to cry. I let them sit. I let them stew. And I sat in my quiet apartment with a cup of coffee I didn't have to make for anyone else and listened to the rain beat against the windows like applause for the silence. You'd think that would have been enough, a clean break. But when someone loses their safety net, they don't just fall. They flail. They scream. They scramble for whatever piece of rope they can reach. By the end of that week, I started getting calls from the bank. See, what no one in that house ever bothered to learn was how much I'd done behind the scenes. I wasn't just paying the bills. I had consolidated their debt. I'd refinanced the house in my name to lower the interest rate. I'd put utilities under my credit because theirs had been wrecked years ago. And when I left, I ended every thread I'd tied to keep that house from falling apart. The gas bill bounced first, then the water. Then the mortgage entered pre-foreclosure status. And that's when Mom showed up at my door. I didn't know she had my address. Turns out, she'd pulled it from a forwarded piece of mail that mistakenly got routed to the house. I heard the knock and instinctively checked through the peephole. There she was, umbrella in one hand, lips pursed like she was preparing to give a speech in a courtroom drama. I didn't open the door at first, just watched. She knocked again. When I finally did open it, I stood in the doorway. I didn't invite her in. She looked me up and down. "You've lost weight." I said nothing. She huffed. "This has gone on long enough. We're in trouble, Noah." I raised an eyebrow. "We." Her face twitched. "Fine. I'm in trouble. The house. Ethan. Lila. Everyone's scrambling." "You don't say." She shifted her weight, her voice softening in the way it always did when she was about to say something she didn't mean. I said things I shouldn't have. I was grieving. I was scared. But you don't just abandon your family. I looked at her, really looked at her, and for the first time, I didn't feel guilt. I felt something else, something colder, quieter. I said, "You don't get to call someone a burden and then be shocked when they stop carrying your load." Her eyes widened. "I didn't mean it. You said it more than once. You meant it enough." She opened her mouth again, but I cut her off. "I'm not coming back. I'm not fixing this. And I'm not your backup plan." She tried to step inside, but I didn't move. "We're your family," she said, her voice finally cracking. "And I was your son. Your actual, living, breathing son. And you treated me like an ATM with a pulse." That's when her composure cracked. The tears started. Real ones this time. She leaned against the doorframe like she couldn't stand upright anymore. "Noah, please." It would have been so easy to cave. To let her in. To go back to playing the part I'd always played. The fixer. The forgiver. The one who always showed up, no matter how late, how tired, or how broken. But I didn't move. Instead, I said, "You should go. Before the storm gets worse." She didn't argue. She just turned, umbrella snapping open, and walked into the downpour. I closed the door, locked it, and leaned back against it, letting the silence settle again. The room was warm. Safe. Mine. But I knew the fallout wasn't over. 2 days later, I got a letter from the bank. My name was still tied to one account, just one, and someone had tried to access it. There was an alert. A failed login attempt from an IP address tied to the family's home Wi-Fi. And then, hours after that, an email from a lawyer I didn't recognize. That was the moment I realized. They weren't done trying to pull me back in. They were just getting started. The email was short. Too short. "Mr. Lewis, I represent a party with an interest in resolving certain shared financial obligations tied to a prior co-signature. Please contact my office at your earliest convenience." I must have read it 5 times before the implications landed. This wasn't a courtesy message. This was a warning shot. They were escalating. And they were doing it through legal pressure. The account they were referring to, one of the last I hadn't yet closed, was an old joint credit line I'd opened to help Mom refinance the kitchen renovation 5 years ago. It was supposed to be temporary. I had meant to close it after 6 months, but back then, every time I brought it up, Mom would guilt me into leaving it open just in case something came up. And like a fool, I listened. I called the bank directly instead of replying to the lawyer. Turns out, someone had tried to max it out 3 days prior. The transaction had been flagged for fraud because the purchase, furniture, of all things, was being delivered to a different name. Lila's, apparently. Not even subtle. I asked the rep to shut it down permanently. She said I'd need to come into the branch to finalize the closure. Fine. I'd make the trip the next morning. That night, I couldn't sleep. Not because I was scared. I was past fear. I was exhausted, bone-deep tired in a way that even sleep wouldn't fix. I laid there in the dark, staring at the ceiling fan as it hummed and turned. and thought about how long I'd been running this silent marathon. Fixing things, smoothing things over, paying for other people's mistakes, and smiling while I did it. They didn't want me. Not really. They just wanted the version of me that kept them afloat. And now that I was gone, they were drowning. I got to the bank as soon as it opened. Sat across from a woman named Celeste who wore chunky glasses and smelled like lavender lotion. She pulled up my file and shook her head. "You really did a lot for them," she said quietly, not unkindly. "More than most people would." I just nodded. There was nothing left to say. She walked me through the paperwork, and I signed every document she slid across the desk. "That's the last one," she said, clicking her pen shut. "You're free and clear." Free and clear. Funny how those words didn't feel triumphant. They felt hollow, like walking away from a house you built with your bare hands and watching someone else set it on fire. As I stepped out into the parking lot, my phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. This time, I answered. It was Lila. Her voice was tight, frantic. "Noah, what are you doing? You're destroying us." I leaned against my car, letting the spring air wash over me. "You did that yourselves. You're seriously going to let the house fall apart? Mom's crying every night. Ethan can't pay anything. The electricity's about to be shut off." "I know. Then why aren't you doing anything?" I took a deep breath. "Because I already did everything. For years. While all of you stood around watching. You don't get to demand more just because you didn't notice the work when it was being done." She was quiet for a moment. Then her tone shifted, hard, cold. "You're unbelievable. You want us to suffer just so you can feel powerful. You're punishing us." "I'm protecting myself. There's a difference. You used to be better than this." "No," I said, voice low, calm. "I used to be easier to use." She hung up. I didn't even flinch. But later that day, the messages took a turn. Screenshots of angry posts started circulating in the family group chats. Ones I wasn't a part of anymore, but people sent to me anyway. Facebook rants from my mom about a son who turned his back on his own blood. Vague quotes about cutting ties with toxic family. As if she were the victim of some calculated betrayal. The best one came from Ethan, who posted a selfie of himself sitting in the dark with the caption, "Guess not everyone values family." I didn't reply. I didn't correct the narrative. Let them talk. But something in me shifted. That old urge to fix, to explain, to apologize, flickered one last time. And then it died. Instead, I started gathering everything. Every receipt, every wire transfer, every loan document, utility bill, and text message that showed exactly who had been paying what and for how long. I wasn't planning anything specific, at least not yet, but part of me knew something was coming. And when it did, I needed to be ready. That Sunday, I got a call from Aunt Marianne, one of the only relatives who'd ever treated me with any real warmth. I let it go to voicemail. She left a long message. Said she'd just come from dinner at my mom's place. That the house was dark, cold. Everyone was whispering about selling it, maybe moving in with relatives. Then she said something that made my blood freeze. "They're talking about filing a claim against you, Noah. Something about financial neglect. Your mom's been spinning the story. You should get ahead of it." Financial neglect. As if I had done something wrong. I stood there in my kitchen, gripping my phone, heart pounding not from fear, but from clarity. If they were going to weaponize my kindness against me, I needed to stop playing defense. Because I wasn't just going to survive this. I was going to end it. I didn't sleep that night, not out of worry, but out of a quiet, focused intensity that I hadn't felt in years. The kind of focus that creeps in when you realize you've been cornered too many times, and suddenly, for the first time, you're not looking for the exit. You're looking for the switch that floods the whole place with light. By morning, I had a plan. Not a plan for revenge. Not even a plan for vindication. Just truth. The full truth. Unfiltered. Documented. Delivered. Because if they were going to smear my name in family circles and try to paint me as a monster to anyone who'd listen, I wasn't going to sit quietly in the corner and let them burn down everything I'd built, especially not my reputation. So I started writing. Not a rage-filled message. Not a passive-aggressive status. A statement. A record. A digital receipt of everything I had done for that family. Over the course of 6 years, I included every bill I paid. Every emergency loan I made. Every holiday gift I bought on behalf of the whole family because Noah's better with money. I included screenshots of texts from my mom asking for just a little help to get through the month, and Venmo receipts of covering Ethan's car repairs, Lila's exam prep books, even the down payment on a trip my mom had insisted on taking to reclaim her joy. I pulled mortgage statements, tax records, and emails from the bank showing I'd refinanced the house under my name to keep them from losing it. I even included the time I paid off the last of Dad's hospital bills because Mom didn't want the collectors calling the house. Then I wrote the part that hurt the most, a brief but brutally honest reflection of the emotional abuse I'd endured under the roof I helped keep standing. The years of being called ungrateful, moody, just like your father, as if that was an insult. The backhanded comments. The guilt. The way they cheered when I succeeded, but only if it meant they could claim a piece of the reward. I attached every file, every photo, every statement, and uploaded it all into a single Google Drive folder titled, What Being the Burden Actually Looked Like. And then I wrote a single message. I posted it in the old family group chat I had muted months ago, the one they didn't realize I still had access to. It said, "You've been asking why I left, why I stopped paying, why I cut contact. You filled in the blanks with lies, guilt, and pity for yourselves. Here's the truth. No yelling, no insults, just facts. All of it is in the folder. Read it. Don't. I honestly don't care anymore. But from this moment forward, you don't get to rewrite the story. You don't get to play the victim. I was never the burden. I was the foundation. And I finally walked away before you crushed me beneath it. Then I left the chat for good. Within minutes, the notifications started flooding in. My phone lit up like a Christmas tree. Ethan tried calling. Lila sent 3 consecutive voice notes, each more frantic than the last. My mom texted a wall of messages, veering wildly from pleading to accusing, back to pleading again. I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I forwarded the entire folder to Aunt Mary Ann, who'd always been the family's unofficial historian. The keeper of stories. The one with the biggest mouth, but also the biggest heart. She called me that evening. I picked up. "Noah," she said softly. I had no idea. I didn't say anything. She sighed. "They're in shock. I don't think they realized how much you were doing. I don't think they wanted to know," I said. It was easier to pretend I didn't mind. "Well, they know now." She paused. "I'm proud of you, sweetheart. I know that might not mean much right now, but I am." "Thanks," I whispered. There was a long silence. Then she added, "Don't be surprised if some of them try to apologize." "I'm not interested in apologies," I said. "I'm interested in peace." And that's exactly what I got. In the weeks that followed, the fallout was quiet but definitive. The house went up for sale not because I forced it, but because they couldn't afford to keep it without me. Ethan moved in with a friend. Lila took a leave of absence from her nursing program, probably to find part-time work. And Mom? She tried sending a handwritten letter. It arrived 3 weeks later. 6 pages. Mostly tears on paper. No real ownership. Just nostalgia for a version of me that never said no. I never wrote back. Instead, I kept building my own life. Slowly, patiently, I started seeing a therapist. I joined a local coding mentorship group. I reconnected with a college friend who eventually became more than just a friend. Her name's Elise. She teaches high school biology and has the gentlest laugh I've ever heard. One night, while we were walking back from a late dinner, I told her the whole story. Not the polished version, not the bullet points, everything. She listened the whole way without interrupting. When I finished, she looked at me and said, "You know that wasn't normal, right? The way they treated you." "Yeah," I said, nodding. "I know that now." She took my hand and squeezed it. "I'm glad you left." "So am I." Because here's the truth. Sometimes, being the bigger person just means knowing when to walk away before you're buried under other people's expectations. Sometimes, the bravest thing you can do is stop showing up for a role you never auditioned for in the first place. And when you finally walk away, when you really walk away, it doesn't feel like anger. It feels like freedom. My name's Adrian, I'm 27, and this whole mess started on my birthday. I'll never forget the way my mom leaned across the table at the little Italian restaurant she had picked out, smiling like everything was normal, and said, "We didn't get you anything this year. Money's tight." The words hit harder than I expected. It wasn't the lack of a gift that stung. I've never been materialistic. It was the tone. The way she delivered it. Almost cheerful, like it was some casual joke. Everyone else at the table chuckled, and I forced a smile, though something in me sank. I brushed it off with a nod and told myself, "It's fine. You're an adult. Birthdays aren't supposed to matter anymore." But that little sting never left. I've always been the one in the family who sends money when things get rough. A couple of months earlier, Dad had called me out of the blue and mentioned how bills were piling up, how mom's hours were cut at work, and how they were falling behind. I didn't even hesitate. I transferred a few thousand from my savings. I figured that's what you do for family. You step up. You sacrifice a little so everyone else can breathe easier. That's how I was raised, or at least that's what they always told me growing up. Family comes first. It was practically our motto, and I believed it. So, sitting there at my birthday dinner, listening to them tell me they couldn't afford anything, I reminded myself of that same motto. Maybe things really were still tight. Maybe the money I sent just wasn't enough. I told myself it wasn't about me, that I shouldn't be selfish, that family struggles together. Still, I couldn't help but notice the way my younger brother, Kyle, was scrolling on his phone the whole night, smirking occasionally at something he wasn't sharing. He's 23, and let's just say responsibility has never been his strongest trait. But he's the baby of the family, the one who's always been shielded. When he crashed his car last year, my parents swooped in and bailed him out without a second thought. When he dropped out of college, they blamed the professors, the environment, anyone but him. Meanwhile, when I worked 2 jobs during my own college years, they told me it was building character. That night, I pushed the thoughts away, trying to enjoy the spaghetti carbonara in front of me. My parents laughed, Kyle barely looked up, and I tried to remind myself that family time mattered more than material things. After all, birthdays aren't about gifts. That's what I kept repeating in my head. But the universe has a funny way of pulling the rug out from under you just when you're trying to stand steady. The next morning, I got a call from an old friend of Kyle's. He was the type who couldn't keep a secret if his life depended on it. "Hey man," he laughed into the phone. "Did you see the watch your brother got? Thing is insane." I blinked, confused. "What watch?" He laughed again, like I was joking. "The Rolex, dude. He showed everyone last night. Said your parents surprised him with it. Guess they finally stopped babying him with cheap stuff." My stomach twisted. I barely managed to mutter something back before hanging up. My hands were shaking as I opened social media, and sure enough, there was Kyle, posing with his new toy, the caption smug as ever, "When your parents know you deserve the best." My eyes went straight to the comments. People were fawning over it, congratulating him, asking how he managed to get one. And then, in the background of one of the photos, I noticed the box. The receipt still peeking out from inside. The same handwriting I'd seen on countless family notes, Mom's. That was when the sting from last night turned into something sharper. I wasn't angry at the watch itself. It wasn't jealousy. I've worked hard enough to buy myself nice things when I want them. No, it was the realization. The money I had sent, the money they told me was keeping the lights on, covering bills, easing their struggles, had gone straight into wrapping a Rolex around Kyle's wrist. My tight money birthday dinner made a lot more sense now. My silence at the table suddenly felt like a joke they were all in on. And that realization cut deep. I didn't say anything right away. That's just how I've always been. I sit with things, turn them over in my head until I can't anymore. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they split the money. Maybe it wasn't all of it. Maybe Dad got a bonus. Maybe Kyle chipped in. But the more I thought, the more I realized I was just trying to protect myself from the truth. I'd been played, manipulated by the very people who raised me. And that thought followed me around like a shadow for the next week. At work, I found myself zoning out in meetings, wondering how long this had been going on. At night, I stared at the ceiling, replaying moments from the past. The times I skipped vacations to send them money. The holidays where I went without so they could have more. The way Mom always said, "We're proud of you, Adrian. You're the responsible one." I used to wear that phrase like a badge of honor. Now it felt like a trap. Being responsible was just code for being the family's personal safety net. Every text from them, every phone call, started to sound different. What used to feel like normal family chatter now rang like veiled requests, hidden expectations. I started noticing patterns I had ignored before. Kyle bragging about things he earned, while I knew deep down where that money had come from. Mom dismissing my concerns whenever I questioned why certain expenses never added up. Dad staying silent whenever I asked direct questions, just shifting the conversation to how proud they were of me. And underneath it all was this gnawing question I couldn't shake. If they could lie to me about this, what else have they lied about? That thought was still in my head when I finally decided to drive over to their house one evening, unannounced. I told myself it was just to clear the air, to give them a chance to explain, maybe even to apologize. But deep down, I already knew the truth. When I pulled up to the driveway, I saw it instantly. Kyle leaning against the hood of his car, flashing that Rolex in the evening sun like it was part of his DNA. He spotted me and smirked. "Hey, big bro," he said, lifting his wrist in mock pride. "Like the new toy?" I stared at it for a moment, my mouth dry, my chest tight. And that's when Mom stepped out onto the porch, arms crossed, eyes narrowing at me like she already knew why I was there. I hadn't even said a word yet. But somehow, I felt the entire storm building in that silence. And that's where everything began to unravel. I stood there in the driveway, watching Kyle admire the glint of his Rolex like it was the crown jewel of his existence. He didn't even look at me the way brothers should. There wasn't any warmth, just this smug pride, like he'd won some game I hadn't even realized we were playing. My fists clenched at my sides, but I forced myself to keep my voice calm. "Nice watch," I said evenly. My words carried weight, though, and everyone heard the undercurrent. Mom stepped in quickly, too quickly. "Isn't it beautiful?" she said, her voice sharp with this forced brightness. "He deserves it. He's been under so much stress lately." "Stress?" "Kyle." I almost laughed. He worked part-time at a gym, spent most of his days posting half-baked motivational quotes on social media, and lived rent-free under their roof. Meanwhile, I was paying my own bills, juggling long hours, and still sending money home whenever they hinted at being strapped. I bit my tongue, but something in me cracked. Dad appeared next, shuffling out onto the porch with his usual tired sigh. He glanced between me and Mom, then to Kyle, before muttering, "Let's not start anything, all right? We should be proud of Kyle." That word again. Proud. They threw it around like confetti when it came to him. For me, proud always came with strings. Proud that I was reliable. Proud that I worked hard. Proud that I could handle myself without help. For Kyle, it meant indulgence. It meant justification. It meant excuses dressed up as love. I stepped closer, lowering my voice. "The money I sent, was it for this?" The air shifted. Mom's eyes flickered for just a second, but then she tightened her jaw. "Don't be dramatic. We've sacrificed plenty for you over the years. Don't you think your brother deserves something nice for once?" The words slammed into me. For once. Kyle had been coddled since birth. I remembered when I was 16, saving up for months to buy myself a used laptop for school. Meanwhile, Kyle, at 13, had begged for the newest gaming console, and he got it, wrapped in shiny paper, no questions asked. That pattern hadn't changed. But now, they were using my hard-earned money to keep it going. Kyle finally chimed in, laughing as he tapped the watch face. "Lighten up, Adrian. You make good money. What's a couple grand to you? Besides, you wouldn't even buy something like this for yourself. You're too boring for it." That was the moment I realized he didn't just feel entitled. He felt entitled to me, to my sacrifices, to my silence, to my role as the brother who absorbed the blows so he could shine. I wanted to walk away, but Mom wasn't finished. She walked down the steps, her voice low but firm. "You always think you're the victim. You're not. You're just reliable. That's who you are. That's your role. Stop resenting it. Your role." Like I was a character in a script they had written years ago, and I was expected to keep playing it forever. Responsible Adrian. The fixer. The provider. The one who quietly accepts money's tight, while his brother flashes a Rolex bought with that same tight money. Something burned in my chest, but instead of exploding, I swallowed it. I've learned that rage gives them ammunition. It makes you look unreasonable, while they play the calm, rational victims. So I stepped back and simply nodded. "Got it," I said. My voice cracked just enough for them to think they'd won. But inside, something shifted. A line I didn't even know existed had been crossed. The following weeks only drove the knife deeper. Every phone call, every visit, carried these little cuts. One evening, Mom casually asked if I could help with the electric bill again. When I hesitated, she sighed and said, "Well, I guess Kyle can cover it, if he sells his watch." She said it with this pointed glance, daring me to be the reason her golden boy lost his prize. I paid it, of course, not out of duty anymore, but because I wasn't ready to show my cards. Not yet. Another time, Dad mentioned how proud he was that Kyle was finally finding his way. This was after Kyle bragged about quitting his gym job because he needed space to think about bigger things. They clapped for him like he'd just gotten into law school. Meanwhile, when I mentioned a promotion I'd been working toward for months, the room went quiet. Mom eventually smiled and said, "That's nice, Adrian. but don't work yourself into an early grave. Then she turned back to Kyle to ask about his plans. And Kyle, he reveled in it. He started making little digs whenever I was around. Must be nice, having me to give you purpose, he said once, grinning. Or, don't worry, bro. I'll keep living it up so you have something to aspire to. It was taunting, plain and simple. I noticed, too, how quickly Mom defended him whenever I so much as raised an eyebrow. He's just joking, she'd say. Don't be so sensitive. That phrase, don't be so sensitive, became a shield they hid behind, a way to gaslight me into thinking I was overreacting. But I wasn't overreacting. I was observing, learning, seeing patterns I had ignored before. The more they pushed, the quieter I became. The quieter I became, the bolder they got. And the bolder they got, the clearer it became what had to happen. The turning point came one Sunday afternoon when I stopped by for dinner. Kyle strutted in late, holding a new designer jacket, tags still hanging. Mom squealed like it was Christmas morning. Oh, Kyle? That's gorgeous. Dad chuckled. Sharp as ever, son. Then Kyle smirked at me, leaning close enough for only me to hear. Paid with your money, too. Cheers, big bro. I froze. My fork clattered onto the plate. No one else seemed to notice. But in that moment, something inside me went still. Not broken, not defeated, just still. Because finally, I knew exactly what I was going to do. The weeks after that dinner felt like I was moving through fog. I'd go to work, meet deadlines, nod along in conversations, but underneath, my mind kept circling back to that smirk, to Kyle whispering in my ear about how he'd bought his new jacket with my money. The thought didn't just bother me, it haunted me. Every time I tried to convince myself it wasn't worth the energy, the memory replayed, sharper and uglier. I started pulling away from my family, not out of strategy, but out of survival. Phone calls went unanswered. Messages stayed read but ignored. I told myself I needed space. And for a little while, it worked. I could almost breathe again, like I was carving out a tiny piece of peace that belonged only to me. But toxic families don't let go that easily. It was a Saturday morning when the betrayal hit like a freight train. I had just woken up, still half asleep, when my phone buzzed with an unfamiliar number. It was my bank. Mr. Rivers. The woman on the line began politely. We're just confirming a large purchase that was flagged on your card. A luxury electronics order, totaling just over $6,000. My chest tightened. I sat up in bed, rubbing my temples. I didn't make that purchase. There was a pause on her end. All right, thank you for confirming. We'll freeze the account immediately. Would you like us to file this as fraud? Wait, where was the order made? She rattled off the shipping address, and my stomach dropped. It was my parents' house. I think I forgot how to breathe for a second. Yes, I said, my voice hoarse. File it as fraud. When the call ended, I just sat there, staring at the wall. My parents had access to my information. Years ago, when I helped them refinance some bills, they'd insisted I share certain details. I'd never thought twice about it. Family trusts family, right? But now I had the cold, undeniable truth. They had used my identity, my money, without asking, without hesitation. I drove over there that afternoon, anger boiling but contained, like lava under rock. Mom was in the kitchen, humming as she stirred a pot of sauce. Dad sat in his chair, watching the game. Kyle lounged on the couch, flicking his Rolex like it was a nervous tick. I didn't bother with pleasantries. Who used my card? My voice was steady, but the silence that followed told me everything. Mom's spoon froze mid-stir. Dad shifted in his chair, suddenly fascinated by the TV. Kyle didn't even look up. Finally, Mom spoke. It was just easier that way. We'll pay you back, Adrian. The words rang hollow. I laughed. Actually laughed, though there was no humor in it. Pay me back? With what? The money I keep sending you. Kyle finally looked up, smirking. Relax, big bro. It's not like you're hurting for cash. You should be grateful we trust you enough to lean on you. Grateful? That word twisted inside me. They wanted me to be grateful for being stolen from. Dad finally chimed in, his voice low. Don't blow this out of proportion. Family share. That's what we do. I stared at him, incredulous. Share? Sharing is when both people agree. This was theft. Mom snapped then, her voice sharp and defensive. Stop being so dramatic. We raised you. We sacrificed for you. And this is how you treat us? Acting like we're criminals in our own home. The room blurred for a moment. I wasn't just dealing with a watch anymore, or favoritism, or even manipulation. This was betrayal in its rawest form. They had taken from me, crossed every line, and instead of remorse, they twisted it back on me, made me the villain for daring to call it out. And that's when Kyle stood up, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve. He walked right up to me, close enough for me to see the smugness radiating off him. He lifted his wrist, flashing the Rolex in my face. "Face it, Adrian. You'll never stop us. You're the responsible one. That's your job. It's who you are. And deep down, you'll keep playing it, because without us, you'd have nothing." It was the smirk that did it. The same smirk I'd seen on my birthday, the same smirk when he whispered about the jacket. That smirk became the symbol of every betrayal, every manipulation, every time I'd swallowed my pride for the sake of family. I left without another word. If I stayed, I wasn't sure what I'd do. That night, lying awake in the dark, I realized something terrifying and liberating all at once. They weren't going to stop. Not because they couldn't, but because they didn't want to. I wasn't a son or a brother to them anymore. I was an ATM with a pulse. And for the first time, I stopped asking myself why they would do this. I started asking myself how I was going to make it stop. That was the night I began to plan. After that night, I felt hollow. It wasn't just anger anymore. It was a kind of numbness, like someone had scooped out everything inside me and left an empty shell walking around. At work, I was a ghost. I'd sit through meetings staring at the notes in front of me without hearing a word. When coworkers asked if I was okay, I'd force a smile and say I was just tired. It was easier than trying to explain the kind of exhaustion that comes from your own family stabbing you in the back. At home, the silence was heavier. I'd come back to my apartment, drop my keys on the counter, and just sit there staring at nothing. I didn't even bother cooking half the time. I'd pick a takeout, scrolling through my phone without seeing the words. And every so often, I'd open Kyle's Instagram. He was posting nonstop. Pictures of the Rolex, the jacket, new shoes, dinners out. The captions were what stung the most. Hard work pays off. When you're winning, they hate to see it. Born to shine. And all the while, I knew exactly whose hard work was funding it. The financial fallout came fast. With my account frozen and fraud investigations underway, I spent weeks scrambling. I had to call my landlord, explain why the rent would be a couple of days late. I had to dip into emergency savings just to cover basic expenses until the bank sorted things out. And still, part of me hesitated to cut my parents off completely. Some small, stupid part of me kept thinking, they'll realize what they did. They'll apologize. They'll make it right. But that moment never came. Instead, Mom called one afternoon. Her tone was casual, almost cheerful. "Adrian, the electric bill came in higher than usual this month. Can you cover it?" I sat there gripping the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. "No," I said flatly. There was silence on the other end, and then her voice sharpened. "No? Adrian, don't be selfish. You know Kyle's between jobs right now. We can't put that kind of stress on him." Something in me snapped. "Mom, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep sending money just so you can hand it over to Kyle. I know what's been going on." Her voice rose. "Don't you dare talk about your brother that way. He's trying, Adrian. He's always tried. You've had opportunities he hasn't, and you don't even see it. Everything you have, it's because we sacrificed for you. And now you want to turn your back on us." I hung up before I said something I couldn't take back. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down. I realized then that no matter what they did, they'd always rewrite the story to make me the villain. In their eyes, I wasn't the son who helped. I was the selfish one who didn't do enough. That realization sank me into the lowest place I'd ever been. I stopped answering their calls. I stopped checking Kyle's posts, even though the urge burned in me. I started walking late at night, just to clear my head, wandering the quiet streets until my legs ached. I didn't know what I was looking for, maybe a piece of myself I'd lost along the way. One night, I ended up in front of a bookstore, the lights still glowing though it was nearly closing. On impulse, I went inside. My eyes drifted over the shelves until they landed on a book about boundaries, how to set them, how to hold them, how to stop letting people take from you until there's nothing left. I bought it and read half of it that night, hunched over in my bed with the lamp burning. For the first time in months, I felt a flicker of control. Slowly, I started putting pieces together. I called the bank, tightened security on every account, changed every password. I pulled my credit report, scanning for anything I didn't recognize. And sure enough, there it was, 2 credit cards I hadn't opened, both linked to my parents' address. I stared at the screen until my vision blurred, then filed disputes with shaking hands. The process was slow and humiliating. Every time I had to explain to some representative that my own parents had opened accounts in my name, I felt a little smaller. But with every call, every step, I was also building something inside me, something stronger, sharper. I started writing things down. Dates, amounts, conversations. I kept it all in a folder tucked away in my desk, labeled simply family. At first, I didn't know why I was keeping it. Maybe part of me just wanted the truth somewhere outside of my own head, where no one could gaslight me into doubting it. But the more I added, the more it began to feel like something else, like preparation. And yet, even as I gathered my quiet arsenal of evidence, I felt the weight of loneliness pressing down on me. I couldn't tell friends. I was too ashamed. Who admits that their own parents steal from them? Who wants to be the guy who says, "Yeah, my brother's Rolex? I paid for that." So I carried it alone, the bitterness curling tighter every day. The lowest point came one evening when I opened my fridge and found it nearly empty. Just a few eggs, some condiments, a bottle of water. I'd been so consumed with everything else that I hadn't even noticed how little I'd been eating. My own family was feasting on luxuries while I was skipping meals to keep my head above water. I sat on the kitchen floor, back against the cabinets, and for the first time, I let myself cry. Not just from anger, but from grief. Grief for the family I thought I had. But tears only last so long. When they dried, I realized something important. I wasn't broken. I was bruised, beaten down, but not broken. And if they thought I was going to play my role forever, quietly handing over my life, while they smiled and took more, they were wrong. So I kept my head down. I kept working. I kept saving. And all the while, I added to that folder. Piece by piece, fact by fact. I didn't know exactly when or how, but I knew one day I'd need it. Because sooner or later, there would come a time to stop suffering and start acting. The weeks bled into months, and while the ache of betrayal still lingered like a bruise I couldn't hide, something inside me began to shift. I wasn't the same hollow version of myself who had sat on the kitchen floor staring at an empty fridge. I had hit rock bottom, and as strange as it sounds, there was a kind of freedom in that. When you've lost the illusion that family will protect you, you stop waiting for them to save you. You realize it's only you, and once I accepted that, I started to climb. The first step was financial. I tightened everything. No more casual transfers when mom called. No more helping out when Kyle was between jobs. I redirected that energy into myself. Every paycheck, I put money into savings accounts they couldn't touch. I paid off my debts faster. I researched investments late at night, teaching myself things I should have learned years ago but never bothered with because I was too busy cushioning everyone else's life. And the strangest thing happened. The more I focused on myself, the lighter I felt. I started sleeping again. I ate better. My mind, once fogged with guilt and frustration, began to clear. Work became easier too, without the constant drain of family drama. I had energy to pour into projects. My boss noticed. By the end of the quarter, I was promoted, with a raise that made my heart race when I saw the numbers. I didn't tell my family. I kept it to myself like a secret flame, something sacred that belonged only to me. Mom would still call occasionally, always starting with small talk before slipping in a request. "The car needs repairs," she'd sigh. "Kyle's been so stressed. We're trying to make things easier for him." I learned to deflect with calm firmness. "I can't help right now, Mom. I'm focused on some things of my own." At first, she pushed back, her tone sharp with disappointment. But when I didn't budge, something in her voice faltered. I could almost hear the cracks forming in her certainty that I would always cave. Meanwhile, Kyle's life remained the same carousel of indulgence. His social media was full of photos, trips, clothes, flashy dinners. But when I looked closer, I saw the hollowness in his captions. He wasn't talking about success as much anymore. The comments from friends grew more skeptical. "Didn't you just quit your job? How do you even afford all this?" For the first time, people outside our family were starting to see through him. That gave me a quiet satisfaction, but I didn't gloat. Not yet. I stayed silent, watching, waiting. I also began working on myself beyond money. I joined a gym, something I'd always put off because I was too tired or too busy. At first, it was awkward. Machines I didn't know how to use, routines that left me sore for days. But I stuck with it, and soon I noticed the changes. Not just in my body, but in how I carried myself. For years, I'd walked into my parents' house slouched, weighed down, apologetic. Now, I stood taller. When I caught my reflection, I almost didn't recognize the man staring back. He looked stronger, more sure of himself. And with strength came clarity. I started reconnecting with friends I'd drifted from. I realized how much I'd isolated myself, how ashamed I'd been to admit what was happening at home. One night, over drinks, I finally opened up to my oldest friend, Marcus. I told him everything. The Rolex, the stolen cards, the manipulation. He listened without judgment, his expression hardening as I spoke. "Adrian," he said quietly, "that's not family. That's theft. That's abuse." Hearing it framed so bluntly shook me. For years, I'd been tangled in their narrative, convinced I was overreacting. But Marcus's words snapped me back into reality. I also started saying yes to opportunities one would have turned down before. A colleague invited me to a networking event, and instead of making excuses, I went. That night, I met someone who would later offer me freelance work on the side, extra income that padded my savings even more. Another time, I volunteered to lead a project at work. It terrified me, but I nailed it, and the recognition that followed opened doors I hadn't even known existed. Every success built on the last. My folder at home, the one labeled family, kept growing too. I wasn't obsessed with it, but I didn't ignore it either. Every shady call from mom, every smug message from Kyle, every receipt or bank notice, it all went into the folder. A quiet reminder, not of who I was, but of who they were. And slowly, a picture began to form. A future where I didn't just survive their betrayal, but turned it back on them. Not in a reckless, angry way, but in a calculated one. If they saw me as the responsible one, then I would use that role to my advantage. Because responsible doesn't just mean dependable, it can also mean dangerous when underestimated. The true shift came the day I visited their house again after months of distance. I hadn't planned to, but Dad called, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "Your mom made dinner. Why don't you come by?" I went, not out of longing, but curiosity. I walked in, and the change was immediate. Kyle still smirked, still flashed his Rolex, but I didn't feel the old sting anymore. Mom tried her usual guilt. "We don't see you enough, Adrian," but it slid off me like water. I wasn't the same person they thought they could mold. As we ate, Kyle leaned over and whispered, "Bet you missed us, huh?" His words were meant to sting, but they didn't. I just smiled and said, "You'll see." He frowned, confused, and for the first time, I saw uncertainty flicker across his face. That night, as I drove home, I realized I wasn't just climbing out of rock bottom. I was rising. Quietly, steadily, with purpose. My life was no longer theirs to drain. It was mine to build. And soon enough, they'd realize what that really meant. The shift in power was subtle at first, but once it started, I couldn't unsee it. For the first time in my life, I wasn't reacting to my family's chaos. I was observing it, taking notes, figuratively and literally. And when you stop being their pawn, you start to notice how predictable the game really is. It began with the bank investigation. Months after I'd filed disputes for the fraudulent credit cards, I received a thick envelope in the mail. Inside were statements, detailed timelines, and confirmation that my claims were valid. The accounts were closed, the balances erased from my record. But what struck me most wasn't the clean slate. It was the paperwork itself. The signatures, the applications. They were sloppy. My father's handwriting stood out in places where it shouldn't have. My mother's phone number was listed as the secondary contact. Kyle's name even appeared as a reference. They hadn't just stolen from me. They'd left a trail. I slipped the documents into my family folder, which by now had become a binder. Neatly tabbed, organized, airtight. Each page felt like another brick in the foundation of something bigger than myself. For years, they had relied on the idea that I wouldn't fight back, that I was too loyal, too ashamed, too responsible to expose them. But shame was giving way to clarity, and loyalty had already been burned to ashes. Meanwhile, work was soaring. My promotion had put me in a role where I handled budgets, contracts, sensitive negotiations. I learned how to read fine print like a second language, how to notice when numbers didn't line up. Those skills bled into my personal life. I started pulling my family's stories apart the same way I'd dissect a contract. When Mom claimed the electric bill was higher, I asked for the statement. She faltered. When Dad hinted about Unexpected expenses. I pressed for details. He stammered. It was like shining a light on cockroaches. They scattered. The more I pressed, the more cracks appeared. One afternoon, while Mom was distracted in the kitchen, I glanced at the stack of unopened mail on their counter. Among the envelopes was one with Kyle's name on it, a credit card statement. My eyes skimmed the numbers. Thousands spent on restaurants, clothes, gadgets. Minimum payment overdue. I slid it back before anyone noticed, but the information seared into my brain. Kyle wasn't just living off their manipulation of me. He was drowning in debt of his own making. That was useful. I also noticed tension between my parents when Kyle wasn't around. Little comments slipped through, like Mom saying, "We can't keep covering for him forever," or Dad muttering, "If Adrian finds out the rest, we're finished." The rest. That phrase lodged in my mind. What else had they hidden? The answer came one evening when Dad stepped out to smoke and forgot his phone on the table. It buzzed with a notification, and before I could stop myself, I glanced at the screen. An email subject line glared up at me. Final notice, overdue balance. The sender was a law firm. My pulse quickened. They weren't just leaning on me out of greed. They were desperate. I didn't open the phone, but I memorized the firm's name. Later that night, in the privacy of my apartment, I looked it up. It was a collections firm that handled large debts, the kind you couldn't just brush aside with excuses. Suddenly, everything clicked. The Rolex, the shopping sprees, the endless excuses about tight money. My parents weren't funding Kyle's lifestyle just out of favoritism. They were hiding the fact that they were in serious financial trouble themselves. That knowledge settled over me like armor. They had always positioned themselves as the ones in control, doling out approval, guilt, and manipulation at will. But now I saw the truth. They were weak, vulnerable, and if I wanted to, I could press on those cracks until the whole facade shattered. Around this time, I also reconnected with an old college friend, Leah, who worked in real estate. We met for coffee, just catching up, but as we talked about her work, an idea sparked in the back of my mind. She mentioned that she'd been helping clients scoop up foreclosed properties, places that had been lost to debt. I listened carefully, asking questions, learning how public those records were, how easy it was to trace ownership. By the time we finished, I knew two things. One, Leah had access to resources I didn't. And two, if my parents were tangled in debt, their names might not stay off those records for long. The pieces were falling into place. My binder of evidence, their mounting debts, Kyle's crumbling image, and my own steady rise, financially and professionally, giving me tools I'd never had before. The last push came at a family dinner I reluctantly agreed to attend. Kyle showed up late, as usual, but this time he wasn't as smug. The Rolex was still on his wrist, but he fiddled with it nervously, his jaw tight. Halfway through the meal, his phone buzzed. He glanced at it, and for the first time in years, I saw something other than arrogance on his face. Fear. He shoved the phone back in his pocket quickly, pretending nothing was wrong. That was when I knew for certain. Their house of cards was wobbling, and I was in the perfect position to watch it fall. Or maybe, if I chose carefully, to give it the slightest push. On the drive home, I didn't feel hollow anymore. I didn't feel like the victim they thought I was destined to be. I felt focused. Because I finally understood, they had written me into their script as the responsible one, the provider, the quiet background character in the story of Kyle's golden boy life. But what they hadn't realized was that the responsible one also becomes the most dangerous when he stops playing his part. And I had stopped. Revenge didn't come in one dramatic explosion. It came in pieces, quiet and deliberate, the way you dismantle a tower one block at a time until the weight makes it topple. If there was one thing I'd learned from years of being the responsible one, it was patience. They were so used to me reacting emotionally, folding under guilt, or disappearing into silence. But this time, I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of seeing me flinch. The first move was simple. I cut the money pipeline completely. No transfers, no helping out, no covering bills with a reluctant sigh. When Mom called asking for a little help with groceries, I told her gently, "I can't right now. Things are tight." The irony nearly choked me, but she didn't hear it. She just grew sharp and clipped, her disappointment thick in her voice. I let her stew. When Dad hinted about unexpected expenses, I said, "I'm sure you'll figure it out. You always do." He muttered something under his breath, but didn't push. Kyle, of course, sent me a text dripping with arrogance. Don't forget where your responsibilities lie. I didn't reply. Silence, I realized, was its own weapon. But I wasn't stopping at silence. I still had that binder, and I started using it like a chessboard. I filed official fraud complaints on the credit cards they'd opened in my name. That triggered investigations, letters, and eventually, consequences that didn't land on me this time, but on them. I didn't need to point fingers. The paper trail spoke for itself. One evening, Mom called in a panic. Adrian, we need to talk. Some people are making accusations. I simply said, handle it. I can't be involved. Her gasp on the other end was like a crack in glass. Next, I quietly reached out to Leah, my friend in real estate. I gave her my parents' names, asked her to keep an eye out for any properties tied to them. Within weeks, she sent me an email. Their mortgage was on the brink. Missed payments. Notices piling up. They had painted themselves as secure, stable, always in control, but in reality, they were dangling by a thread. I didn't swoop in to save them. That was the old me. Instead, I waited. Because when the notice of foreclosure eventually hit, I wanted to be ready. Leah had explained how auctions worked, how properties could be snapped up if you knew where to look. The idea of my parents' house, the house where they'd humiliated me, stolen from me, laughed while Kyle flaunted his Rolex, landing in my hands was almost too poetic to believe. In the meantime, I tightened the noose around Kyle's perfect little image. I didn't out him publicly. That would have been too obvious. Instead, I slipped subtle truths into the right conversations. When one of his friends, who I still knew from years ago, asked me casually how Kyle was affording his lifestyle, I shrugged and said, not sure. Last I heard, he was drowning in debt. I didn't embellish. I didn't need to. Word spread. Social media is a cruel thing. Once whispers start, they snowball. Within a month, Kyle's posts were flooded with comments that weren't congratulatory anymore. Didn't you borrow money from your parents? Isn't that your brother's card? The smugness in his photos didn't land the same when everyone suspected the truth. The best part? I never had to lift a finger directly. His own arrogance, combined with the reality of his choices, did the work for me. The real turning point came when Mom invited me over under the guise of family dinner. Against my better judgment, I went. I walked in to find the atmosphere thick with tension. Dad looked weary, Mom looked desperate, and Kyle looked furious. The meal was quiet until Mom finally blurted, Adrian, you need to help us. This has gone too far. I set my fork down, calm as ever. What do you mean? Kyle slammed his hand on the table. Don't play dumb. People are talking. The bank's on our backs. You started this. I tilted my head, feigning confusion. I started this. I didn't open fraudulent accounts. I didn't use someone else's money to buy a Rolex. I didn't lie. Mom's eyes filled with tears. We were just trying to keep things together. You don't understand how hard it's been. I leaned forward, my voice steady. No, Mom. I understand perfectly. You wanted me to believe that family meant sacrifice. But what you really meant was that my sacrifice kept your lies afloat. That's over now. The silence that followed was heavy. For the first time, they weren't smirking, dismissing, or guilt-tripping. They looked cornered. I excused myself shortly after, leaving them to stew in the ruins of their control. That night, I added a new section to the binder. Dinner. I wrote down every word, every crack in their composure, every sign of collapse. Because this wasn't over. Not yet. The house of cards was trembling. And when it finally fell, I wanted to be the one holding the ground beneath it. It didn't take long after that dinner for the fallout to arrive. The cracks I'd seen were widening fast, and this time I didn't rush to patch them. I let them split open, piece by piece, until the whole facade they'd built collapsed under its own weight. It started with Kyle. His friends, the ones who used to fawn over every Rolex post and caption about success, stopped playing along. The whispers I'd let loose found their way to the right ears, and soon his comment section turned into a courtroom. People called him out for being jobless, for living off his parents, for flashing things he hadn't earned. One of his old gym buddies even tagged him in a post about unpaid debts. Kyle tried to fight it at first, posting angrier captions about haters, but the more he fought, the more obvious it became that the mask had slipped. The golden boy image shattered. Then came my parents. The bank wasn't patient anymore. The foreclosure notice arrived like a death sentence. Leah sent me the details, and when the house went up for auction, I was there. I didn't announce myself. I didn't need to. Quietly, calmly, I bid. And when the gavel came down, I owned the very house they had raised us in. The same house where they had dismissed me, stolen from me, and crowned Kyle their pride and joy. The day the papers were finalized, I drove past the place, just once. Mom was standing on the porch, arms crossed, her face pale. Dad sat slumped on the steps, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Kyle wasn't there, probably hiding from the humiliation, but I didn't need to see him. I rolled down my window, just enough, and gave them a polite nod. "Take care," I said, then drove on. The final act was quiet but devastating. With the fraud cases, the debts, and the foreclosure, they were blacklisted from credit. Calls from collections didn't stop. Their safety net was gone, and they had no one left to lean on. No one but themselves. And Kyle, without his parents to prop him up, without me to funnel money into his life, was forced into reality. His Rolex ended up in a pawn shop within weeks. Meanwhile, my own life only climbed higher. I bought myself a new place, not the family home, but somewhere fresh, mine alone. Work thrived. My health thrived. I surrounded myself with people who valued me for who I was, not for what I could give them. Months later, Mom called one last time. Her voice was small, broken. "Adrian," she whispered, "we lost everything. We don't know what to do." I sat in silence for a moment, feeling the weight of years of manipulation, betrayal, and guilt. Then I answered softly, "You always said family shares. Now you're finally sharing what you gave me." "Nothing." She cried. I didn't. When I hung up, I placed the phone on the table, opened the binder one last time, and slid in the final note, closure. Then I closed it for good. For the first time in my life, I wasn't the responsible one carrying their burden. I was free. And as I stood by the window of my own home, watching the city lights flicker in the distance, I smiled. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't loud or messy. Sometimes it's simply walking away, while the people who underestimated you finally drown in the consequences they created themselves. The last thought I had before turning out the light was simple. They had written my role for me, but I'd written the ending. And this time, it was mine. I never expected Christmas to turn out like this, but then again, I never expected to have $10 million either. My name is Daniel, I'm 32, and this past year changed my life in ways I never saw coming. What I also didn't see coming was how my brother, Jason, would react when he found out. Jason and I had never been particularly close. He was the older sibling by 4 years, always the one getting into trouble, always the one who thought the world owed him something. Growing up, our parents bent over backward to keep him out of trouble. When he crashed his car at 18, they drained their savings to buy him a new one. When he failed out of college, they paid for him to try again, though he never did. When he racked up tens of thousands in credit card debt, my parents refinanced their home to bail him out. Meanwhile, I learned early on that if I wanted something, I had to earn it myself. I worked my way through college, lived in a cramped apartment, and took jobs I hated just to make ends meet. It wasn't easy, but it made me resourceful. Then, about a year ago, I made a decision that changed everything. I won't get into too many details, but let's just say I made an investment, one that paid off far beyond my wildest dreams. Suddenly, I was a millionaire. But here's the thing. I didn't tell anyone. I kept living in my small apartment. I kept driving my beat-up car. I still worked, though I scaled back to part-time. I wanted to be smart about it, to make sure the money lasted. I didn't want to become one of those people who blew everything in a year and ended up worse off than before. That brings us to this past Christmas. My family always gathered at my parents' house for the holidays. It was tradition. Mom decorated the house with more lights than should be legally allowed. Dad made his famous ham, and we all pretended Jason wasn't the disaster that he was. This year was no different, at least, not at first. It started innocently enough. Over dinner, the conversation turned to money. My cousin Mark had just bought a house, and everyone was congratulating him. Jason, in his usual way, scoffed and muttered something about how some people get all the luck. I should have kept my mouth shut. But for some reason, maybe just to contribute to the conversation, I said, "It's not always luck. Sometimes, it's about making the right moves at the right time." Jason turned to me, raising an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean?" I shrugged. "Just that smart financial decisions can make a big difference." He let out a short laugh. "Yeah, like you'd know anything about that." I bit my tongue. I'd spent my whole life ignoring Jason's jabs, and I wasn't about to start now. But then my dad chuckled and said, "Well, I don't know, Jason. I'd say Dan's done pretty well for himself this past year. Silence. Jason's head snapped toward me. What's he talking about? I swallowed, suddenly very aware that all eyes were on me. It's nothing, I said quickly. Just made some good investments, that's all. Jason narrowed his eyes. How good? I hesitated. My dad, in all his well-meaning but oblivious glory, answered for me. Dan's got himself a nice little fortune now. What is it, son? 10 million. I closed my eyes for a second, internally groaning. Jason's chair scraped against the floor as he leaned forward, his entire demeanor shifting. 10 million? You have $10 million? I forced a smile, trying to brush it off. It's not like I have it in cash sitting around. But Jason wasn't listening. His face was turning red, his jaw tightening. Are you kidding me? You've been sitting on $10 million this whole time while I've been struggling. I sighed. Jason, no, seriously, he snapped, his voice rising. I've been working so hard, have you? I asked. His eyes widened. What's that supposed to mean? I set my fork down, my appetite gone. Jason, I didn't win the lottery. I didn't get this handed to me. I made careful decisions, I worked hard. Spare me the speech, he interrupted. You don't think I work hard? I said nothing, but we both knew the answer. Then he did something I'll never forget. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and said, well, if you have $10 million, you owe me half. I actually laughed. I couldn't help it. It was so absurd. Owe you? I repeated. Why on earth would I owe you anything? Because we're family, he said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Because I've been struggling, and you've been sitting on a pile of cash doing nothing. I shook my head in disbelief. Jason, that's not how this works. I don't owe you anything. His face twisted in fury. You wouldn't even have that money if Mom and Dad hadn't helped you with college. I clenched my fists under the table. They didn't, I said evenly. I worked my way through school. No one paid my tuition but me. That shut him up for a second. But then he scoffed. Oh, come on. You wouldn't have even gotten into college if they hadn't given you a stable home. Everything you have is because of them. Because of us. You think you got rich all on your own? I stared at him, stunned. Yes, Jason. That's exactly what I think. His chair scraped against the floor again as he pushed it back and stood up. You know what? He said, his voice shaking with rage. You're a selfish, greedy little Jason, Mom cut in, her voice sharp. Sit down. But he didn't. He was breathing hard now, his hands clenched at his sides. I can't believe this. I've been drowning in debt, working dead-end jobs, barely making it, and you've just been hoarding all this money? My stomach turned. Jason, I didn't tell you about my money because I knew you'd react like this. He let out a bitter laugh. Oh, right. It's my fault you're a selfish. I got you a gift, I cut in, my voice quiet but firm. That stopped him. He frowned. What? I smiled, slow and deliberate. You'll love it. His eyes narrowed. What is it? I leaned back in my chair, meeting his glare head on. You'll see. And with that, the entire table fell silent. Jason was fuming, my parents were tense, and I could feel the weight of everyone's stares. But I wasn't worried, because I had a plan. A plan that would make sure Jason never forgot this Christmas. Jason stood there for a moment, breathing heavily, his fist clenching and unclenching as he stared at me like I'd personally robbed him. I could almost see the gears turning in his head, trying to figure out if he should keep shouting or sit back down. I didn't say anything else. I just kept my smile steady, knowing it would get under his skin more than anything. Mom, ever the peacemaker, reached for Jason's arm. Sit down, honey, she said in that soft, pleading voice she always used when he got like this. Let's just have a nice Christmas dinner. Jason pulled away from her touch. A nice dinner? He repeated with a laugh. How am I supposed to sit here and have a nice dinner when my own brother is sitting on $10 million and acting like I don't deserve any of it? Dad, who had been quiet up until now, finally spoke. Jason, enough. His voice was firm, the kind that always used to make us shut up when we were kids. But Jason was past that point. No, not enough, he snapped, jabbing a finger in my direction. He's been lying to us. Keeping secrets. I mean, did you guys know? Mom? Dad? Did you know he was sitting on millions while we've been struggling? Mom looked away, guilt flickering across her face. Of course, she'd known. I had told her months ago, mostly because she worried about me constantly, and I wanted to put her mind at ease. But I had also sworn her to secrecy, and to her credit, she'd kept her word. Jason noticed her reaction and let out a bitter laugh. Unbelievable. So you did know. Dad sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. Jason, this isn't your business. Not my business? Jason nearly shouted. He's my brother, and he's supposed to help his family, not hoard everything for himself like some what? I asked, my voice calm measured. Jason's nostrils flared. Like some selfish, greedy careful, I warned. Jason's face twisted in rage, but before he could say anything else, Mom finally lost her patience. That is enough, she snapped, louder than I'd ever heard her before. This is Christmas. We are not doing this at the dinner table. Jason let out a scoff and shook his head. Fine, he muttered. But I'm not dropping this. He sat down roughly, his entire body tense with anger. For a moment, there was silence. The kind of silence that weighed heavy in the air, stretching across the table like a dark cloud. Finally, Mom cleared her throat and forced a smile. So, who wants more potatoes? No one answered. Dinner carried on in awkward silence, with only the occasional clinking of forks against plates. Jason barely touched his food, too busy fuming in his seat. Every few minutes, he would glance at me, his expression dark and unreadable. I ignored him. Instead, I enjoyed my meal, savoring each bite, knowing what was coming. Because while Jason had been ranting about how I owed him, he hadn't realized one very important thing. I had planned for this. And when the time came to exchange gifts, Jason would get exactly what he deserved. The moment dinner ended, Mom practically leaped out of her chair. Let's do presents, she said, overly cheerful, as if she could force the holiday spirit back into the room. Dad gave her a look like, really? No? But she ignored him, already heading toward the tree. I followed, keeping my expression neutral. Jason? He sat there for a moment, arms crossed, before finally pushing himself up with a huff. Yeah, he muttered. Let's see what my rich little brother got me. I smiled again. If only he knew. The presents were passed around. Mom got her usual candles and bath sets. Dad got a new fishing rod. My cousins unwrapped their gifts with excitement. And then, finally, Mom reached under the tree and grabbed a small box wrapped in red paper. She turned to Jason and smiled. This one's from Daniel. Jason snatched it out of her hands, his eyes narrowing. A small box, he muttered. Seriously. Mom gave him a warning look, but he ignored her. Instead, he ripped off the paper, yanked open the lid, and froze. For a moment, he just stared. Then his head snapped up. What is this? I leaned back, pretending to think. I think it's called a calculator. Jason's jaw tightened. Yeah, I can see that. Why would you give me a calculator? I shrugged. Because you clearly need help doing the math. Jason's face turned red, and I saw his hands clench around the box. You think this is funny? He hissed. A little, I admitted. Jason shot to his feet. You're a real piece of work? You know that? Jason, Mom started. No, he cut her off. This is a joke. He's a joke. Sitting on $10 million and all he gives me is a freaking calculator? I tilted my head. Would you prefer an abacus? That did it. Jason let out a yell of frustration and chucked the box across the room. It hit the floor with a thud, the calculator skidding across the hardwood. You think this is funny? He shouted. You think it's some big joke that your own brother is struggling while you live like a king? I folded my arms. Struggling? Jason, you live in Mom and Dad's house. You don't pay rent. And the last time you had a job, I was still in high school. Jason's face burned with rage. I've been trying to get back on my feet. I sighed, shaking my head. No, Jason. You've been waiting for someone else to lift you up. And I hate to break it to you, but I'm not that person. Silence. For a moment, Jason just stood there, breathing heavily. His fists clenched. His eyes burned with pure hatred. Then, without another word, he turned and stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind him. Mom let out a shaky breath. Daniel, was that really necessary? I bent down, picked up the calculator, and set it back on the table. Yes, I said simply. Dad just sighed, rubbing his temples. Christmas carried on, but the tension lingered in the air. And deep down, I knew this wasn't over. Because Jason wasn't the type to just let things go. He would be back. And when he came, I needed to be ready. The days after Christmas were eerily quiet. Jason hadn't called, texted, or even sent one of his usual passive-aggressive messages through Mom. I knew better than to believe he'd just let this go, but the silence made me uneasy. Mom was still trying to smooth things over. She called me the next day, voice heavy with concern. I think you should talk to Jason, she said. I sighed. Mom, we did talk. He demanded half my money, threw a tantrum, and stormed out. I don't have anything else to say. He's your brother. And Mom hesitated. He's just going through a hard time. I almost laughed. When has Jason not been going through a hard time? And when has it ever been his fault? That shut her up for a second. I softened my tone. Mom, I love you. But Jason's problems aren't mine to fix. I worked for what I have. I don't owe him anything. Mom sighed. I know. I just wish. I don't know. I just hate seeing my boys fight. I hated it too. But I wasn't about to be bullied into giving Jason money just to make things peaceful. And Jason? He was far from done. It was New Year's Eve when he finally reappeared. I had just gotten home from grabbing dinner when my phone buzzed. Jason texted, I'm coming over. We need to talk. I stared at the message, debating whether to respond. Before I could, a second one came through. Jason texted, I'm serious. Be home. I rolled my eyes. Jason had spent years acting like he was the main character in everyone's lives, as if his demands were law, and we were all just supporting cast members. Still, I was curious. So I waited. 30 minutes later, my doorbell rang. I opened it to find Jason standing there, hands stuffed in his jacket pockets, jaw tight. He looked exhausted, but there was something else in his expression, determination. I leaned against the doorframe. Happy New Year. Jason didn't smile. Can I come in? I considered it. Finally, I stepped aside. Sure. He walked in, glancing around. It was the first time he'd been to my place in over a year. Last time, he'd been unimpressed, complaining about how it was too nice for someone like me, as if I hadn't earned it. Now, he just sat on the couch, staring at the floor. I sat across from him, waiting. Jason let out a breath. Look, I get that you're mad at me. I raised an eyebrow. I'm not mad. Whatever, he muttered. I need you to understand where I'm coming from. I said nothing. Jason clenched his jaw. I've been struggling, Daniel. You know that. And then I find out my own brother has $10 million? Do you know how that feels? I sighed. Jason, I get that things haven't been easy for you. But my success isn't your failure. His eyes darkened. It's easy for you to say that when you're the one with money. I shook my head. This isn't about money, Jason. It's about you thinking you're entitled to it. Jason leaned forward. I'm your brother. So family helps family. I exhaled slowly, keeping my voice calm. Family also respects family. Jason scoffed. Right. And you respect me by throwing my struggles in my face? By humiliating me on Christmas? I blinked. You humiliated yourself, Jason. You threw a fit in front of the entire family because I wouldn't hand over millions of dollars like it was spare change. Jason's nostrils flared. You don't get it. I do get it, I said, leaning forward. You want a shortcut. You want my money to fix your life instead of actually fixing it yourself. Jason shot up from the couch. You think I'm lazy? I just looked at him. Jason's hands curled into fists, and for a second, I thought he might actually swing at me. But then he just let out a humorless laugh. You know what? Fine. Keep your stupid money. I shrugged. I will. Jason stormed toward the door but hesitated with his hand on the handle. Don't come crying to me when you need my help one day. I snorted. I think I'll manage. And with that, he left, slamming the door behind him. I sat back on the couch, rubbing my temples. Jason hadn't come over to apologize. He hadn't come over to make amends. He had come expecting me to cave. But I wasn't going to. Not now. Not ever. The next few weeks were quiet, too quiet. Jason had stormed out of my apartment, but I knew him well enough to know he wouldn't just give up. He was stubborn, especially when it came to his own sense of entitlement. I went about my life as usual, throwing myself into work, hitting the gym, and catching up with friends. But in the back of my mind, I was waiting for the next move. It came in the form of Mom. One afternoon, she called me, her voice hesitant. Daniel, we need to talk. I sighed. Is this about Jason? She hesitated. He's really upset. He feels like you abandoned him. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Mom, I didn't abandon him. He's a grown man. He's been an adult for over a decade. He made his own choices. Mom was quiet for a moment. He's your brother, Daniel. I don't want to see my boys at odds like this. I let out a slow breath. Mom, I love you, but Jason isn't just upset. He's acting entitled. I worked my way up, I earned my success, and he thinks he can just demand half of it because we share DNA? I know it's not fair, she admitted, but he's in a bad place. He lost his job, his car broke down, and I cut her off. Mom, what does any of that have to do with me? Did I fire him? Did I break his car? Did I make him ignore all the opportunities he's had? Mom sighed. No buts, I said firmly. I get it, you feel bad for him. But feeling bad for someone doesn't mean handing them money. Jason needs to learn to stand on his own 2 feet. I'm done being his safety net. She didn't respond for a long time. Finally, she said softly, I just don't want to lose my family over this. I felt a pang of guilt. I didn't want that either. But Jason had put me in a position where the only way to keep the peace was to let him walk all over me. And I wasn't willing to do that. We ended the call on a tense note, and I could tell she was disappointed. But for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel guilty about standing my ground. Then, the rumors started. It happened gradually. First, a few mutual friends stopped reaching out. Then, I started getting weirdly cold responses from extended family members. It wasn't until my cousin Mark messaged me that I found out why. Mark texted, Hey man, just wanted to check in. Are you seriously not helping Jason out? I frowned at my phone. Me what? Mark texted. Dude, he's telling everyone you're letting him rot. That he's on the verge of being homeless while you're sitting on 10 million bucks, laughing about it. I stared at the message, stunned. Jason was lying about me? I replied, Mark, that's not even remotely true. Jason's not homeless. He's still in his apartment. He's just mad I wouldn't give him half my money. Mark texted, I figured there was more to the story. Just thought you should know. He's been talking to a lot of people. I clenched my jaw. Jason wasn't just upset. He was trying to turn people against me. And worse, it was working. I started noticing it more and more. People I'd known for years acting weird, sending me vague messages about doing the right thing. Even Mom was different, guilt-tripping me every chance she got. Jason was playing the victim, making me the villain. I could have just ignored it, let it blow over. But then I got a message from my aunt. Aunt Lisa texted, Daniel, I just wanted to reach out and say I'm so disappointed in you. Family comes first, and money isn't everything. If your brother is struggling, the least you can do is help him. We're all disgusted by how selfish you've become. I stared at my screen, my hands tightening into fists. That was it. That was the moment I decided I wasn't just going to sit back and let Jason smear my name. I was going to teach him a lesson. The next time I saw my family was at a belated New Year's gathering. Jason, of course, was already there, laughing and chatting, completely at ease. He saw me walk in and smirked, like he thought he'd won. I kept my expression neutral as I greeted everyone. But inside, I was furious. Mom was the first to pull me aside. I'm so glad you came, she said, looking relieved. Maybe you and Jason can finally. I cut her off gently. Mom, I'll talk to him. But first, I have something to say. I stepped into the main living room, clearing my throat. Hey everyone, can I have a minute? The chatter died down, and all eyes turned to me. Jason looked wary. I smiled. I just wanted to address something that I know has been going around. I've been hearing some interesting stories about myself lately. Apparently, I'm a heartless millionaire who's letting my own brother suffer while I hoard all my wealth. A few people shifted uncomfortably. I continued, my voice calm. So let me clear the air. Jason, have I ever said you couldn't stay with me if you were actually homeless? Jason's face twitched. No, I cut in smoothly. I haven't. Because you're not homeless. You still have an apartment. You still have food on your table. You still have a way to get around. You're just mad I wouldn't give you half of what I earned. A few people murmured, exchanging glances. Jason scoffed, trying to save face. That's not the point. That is the point, I interrupted, my voice sharp. You spun this whole sob story about how I abandoned you. But the truth? You never wanted help. You wanted a handout. And when I wouldn't cave, you decided to turn our family against me. Jason's face turned red. That's not true. I smiled coldly. Then tell me, Jason, if I suddenly offered you a job, a real one, with good pay and stability, would you take it? Silence. Jason's lips pressed together, his eyes darting around. Everyone was watching, waiting. Mom looked between us, realization dawning. Jason finally muttered, That's not the point. I nodded, turning to the rest of the family. There you go. Jason doesn't want to work for anything. He just wants easy money. And I'm not going to apologize for not handing him something he didn't earn. The room was dead silent. Jason stood there, fists clenched, but for once, he had nothing to say. That was the last time Jason tried to guilt me into giving him money. I won't lie, things were weird with my family for a while. Some people still believed Jason's version of events, and others stayed neutral. But over time, As Jason continued his pattern of bad decisions, more and more people saw the truth. I never cut him off completely. I wasn't cruel. But I set firm boundaries. No more money. No more handouts. If he needed actual help, I'd be there. But if he just wanted a free ride, I was done. And honestly, it was the best decision I ever made. So Reddit, what do you think? Was I too harsh? Or was this the wake-up call Jason needed? Let me know. I'm Rachel, I'm 33, and up until this year, I would have told you my sister Emily was just quirky. You know, the kind of person who brings her own hot sauce to restaurants, insists on handmade gifts for every occasion, and micromanages every potluck like it's a Michelin-starred event. We've had our moments, sure, but nothing that ever crossed the line until my son's 8th birthday. It was a small backyard party, balloons, paper plates, a couple of water games, and a Pokemon-themed piñata. Nothing over the top. I wasn't trying to be supermom. I just wanted Josh to have fun with his little friends and cousins. Emily had texted me the night before saying she'd take care of the cake. I didn't ask her to. I had already planned on picking up a sheet cake from the local bakery, but she insisted. Made it just for him. Her note said, neatly tucked under the plastic wrap on top of a surprisingly elaborate 3-tiered cake with little fondant Pikachu ears sticking out from the top. It was sweet of her, or at least, I thought it was. I even texted her a thank you with a few exclamation marks, telling her how excited Josh would be. She didn't come to the party herself, claiming she had a last-minute spa day she couldn't cancel, but she said she'd drop her kids off early to play and represent her. Her twins, Mason and Tyler, are 10. Older than Josh, louder than Josh, and twice as fast when it comes to sniffing out sugar. They showed up 30 minutes early, already sticky from the Gatorade they'd spilled in the car and buzzing with that dangerous pre-party energy. I was still setting up chairs and stringing decorations when they zoomed past me into the backyard like they owned the place. I barely had time to breathe before one of the other moms called out, Rachel? The boys are eating the cake, and not just picking at the frosting. No. They had pulled the whole plastic wrap off and were digging in like it was an all-you-can-eat buffet. 2 layers demolished, crumbs and frosting everywhere. Josh hadn't even seen the cake yet. I'll admit, I froze. My instinct wasn't to yell. I just stood there, stunned, watching Mason scoop a finger through Pikachu's face like it was no big deal. I didn't want to make a scene with other parents around, and part of me thought, well, they're kids. Maybe Emily won't mind. So I snapped a picture and sent it to her with a quick, casual text. Hope you don't mind. Your boys love the cake. Laughing emoji. That's literally all I said. No sarcasm. No judgment. I was trying to keep it light, even though inside, I was disappointed. The phone rang less than 30 seconds later. What the actual heck? Rachel? She barked the moment I answered. That cake wasn't for them. I spent 2 days working on that. I told you it was for Josh. I blinked. Emily, your boys got here early and went straight for it. I didn't even see them until it was too late. You're the adult. You're supposed to be watching them. I could feel my neck heating up. I was setting up. They ran in while I was still tying balloons. It's not like I handed them forks and said, go nuts. They ruined everything. She snapped. That cake cost me $200 in ingredients and time. That wasn't just some store cake. That was art. Okay, well, I'm sorry, I said, genuinely trying to de-escalate. We still have cake from the bakery. It's not a big deal. Josh didn't even see it. He's having fun. She didn't respond. She just hung up. I stood there with my phone still pressed to my ear like maybe she'd come back and say, sorry, I overreacted. But instead, 2 hours later, I got a Venmo notification. A request from Emily. $200, cake reimbursement. At first, I thought it was a joke. I even laughed, showed it to my husband Matt and said, she can't be serious, right? But she was. She sent a follow-up message. I expect this paid by tomorrow. I don't do free labor for people who let my kids destroy my work. Now, I'll admit, I was irritated before. But that text, that flipped something in me. Because here's the thing. This wasn't the first time Emily had pulled something like this. There was the Christmas she brought everyone personalized ornaments, except mine just said, R. And when I asked why, she said, well, I had to rush, you're kind of hard to shop for. Or the time she offered to help with my baby shower and then hijacked the whole thing, making it all about her future niece or nephew, and giving a long speech about how she was the reason I was even a mom to begin with. I'd always brushed it off, told myself she just liked attention, that it wasn't worth the family drama to call her out. But now she was demanding money for a cake her own kids ate? I was done tiptoeing. I didn't respond right away. I just let the request sit there. She sent another text the next morning. Hey, haven't seen the payment come through. Just reminding you before I escalate this to mom and dad. Oh, of course. And like clockwork, that afternoon I got a call from our mother. Rachel, she said in that disappointed tone she perfected sometime around 1998. What happened with Emily's cake? I sighed. Mom, her kids showed up early and ate it. That's what happened. Well, she says you were careless, that you didn't appreciate her gift. You know how much time she put into that. She didn't even stay for the party, I snapped. And now she wants me to pay her because her own children ruined her surprise? That's not normal. You were the host, Mom said slowly. Maybe you should have been more aware. I think $200 is fair. I nearly dropped the phone. Are you serious? Look, I'm not taking sides, she said. But it's your nephew's birthday. Maybe just pay her and move on. I hung up, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilty about it. Not even a little. Because something clicked. This wasn't about a cake. It was about control. About Emily constantly putting herself in the spotlight, twisting narratives so she always came out as the victim or the hero, depending on what suited her best. I wasn't going to play that game anymore. Instead, I went digging. See, Emily has a small home baking business on the side. Mostly for fun, she sells a few cakes a month through Instagram and always brags about how she doesn't need the money, just does it for the art. But I remembered she told me once, at a family dinner, that she didn't have a food handler's license because technically she doesn't sell publicly, just by word of mouth. Except, I knew for a fact she'd taken money through Venmo for a birthday cake she made for my coworker's daughter last month. And I had the screenshots. I didn't plan on using them, not at first. But then Emily escalated. She posted a rant on Facebook, tagged me in it, saying how some people don't appreciate handmade gifts, and how when you pour love into something and it gets treated like trash, it's hard not to feel undervalued. She didn't mention the $200 directly, but she didn't need to. Half our extended family was suddenly texting me saying they couldn't believe I treated her like that. And that's when I knew. This wasn't just about a cake anymore. It was about setting a boundary and making sure this time it actually stuck. I didn't respond to her post. Not publicly, anyway. I didn't even leave a comment. I just watched the likes and sympathetic comments roll in from people who had no idea what had actually happened. Cousins who hadn't spoken to me in years were suddenly writing things like, "You're such a good sister, Em. Don't let people walk all over you." I felt the heat building in my chest, that slow, tight feeling that always crept in when I felt cornered but couldn't scream. Matt asked me if I wanted him to say something. I said no. I needed to handle this myself. I wasn't going to play her game. I was going to flip the board. So, I waited. 2 days. 3. Let the Venmo request expire. Let the whispers in the family chat build. My mom even sent me a passive-aggressive message. Still no apology? You used to have more grace than this. That one stung. Not because I cared what she thought, but because I realized how long they'd been enabling Emily. Grace, to them, meant silence. It meant compliance. And I was done with both. So I made one call. To my coworker, Tanya. The one who bought the unicorn cake from Emily last month and paid via Venmo. I asked her if she'd mind forwarding me the receipt Emily sent, along with the conversation they had about pricing. Tanya was more than happy to oblige, especially when I told her what was going on. Then I went to the official health department site, pulled up the cottage food law page, took screenshots, highlighted the section that said food sales, even from home, needed a license, and how failure to comply could result in penalties. Emily's little side hustle wasn't legal. She told me as much, bragging that she was too small to be noticed. I still wasn't planning to report her. That's not who I am. But I was going to make sure she knew I could. That if she wanted to keep poking me, she was playing a dangerous game. So I sent her a message. Simple. Calm. Hi, Emily. I'm sorry your boys got into the cake. I didn't invite them early, and I didn't think I had to guard it like the crown jewels. I won't be paying your Venmo request. If anything, you should be thanking me for not sending you a bill for cleaning up the frosting they smeared all over my patio furniture. Also, just a friendly reminder, running a baking business from home without the proper food permits is illegal in our state. Someone might want to check that out before demanding $200 over text. I attached the screenshots. The law. The Venmo payment from Tanya. Her Instagram post where she offered custom cakes starting at $150. I didn't threaten her. I didn't need to. She left me on read. For an entire week. No comments. No Venmo requests. No passive-aggressive Facebook quotes about people who don't support small businesses. Just silence. Until Sunday afternoon, when my mom showed up at my door with a plastic container of grocery store cookies and a sheepish smile. "I brought treats for Josh," she said, like that would undo everything. I crossed my arms. "Did Emily send you?" "No," she said, but her eyes darted. "Okay, yes. She's upset. She said you're trying to ruin her business. She tried to invoice me for something her kids ruined." I cut in. "Then dragged my name through the mud when I wouldn't pay. All while illegally running a business she never registered. She's embarrassed, Rachel." "Good. Maybe she should be." Mom shifted uncomfortably. "She says she's scared now. That you might report her." I said nothing. Just stared at her. "Will you?" Mom finally asked. That question hung in the air for a moment too long. And I realized that wasn't fear in her voice. That was expectation. Not will you as in will you actually do this, but please don't. Because family is supposed to let each other get away with stuff. And that's when I knew what I had to do. I didn't answer my mom. I just walked back inside, leaving her standing on the porch holding those discount cookies like they were some kind of peace treaty. Instead of calling Emily, I posted something. Not to be petty, not to start drama, but to set the record straight. "Hi everyone. I've stayed quiet for a few days because I didn't want to turn my son's birthday into a circus. But since a lot of people seem to have heard Emily's side of the cake incident, here's mine. Emily made a cake and dropped it off. Her kids arrived early and ate most of it before the party started. She then demanded $200 from me for the cake and posted vague accusations online when I declined. I was blamed for not supervising her children, then guilt for not paying. Just to clarify, I did not ask her to make a cake. I had already ordered one from the bakery. Her gesture, while appreciated, was unsolicited, and the mess her kids left was extensive. I have no interest in continuing this drama, but I won't be villainized for drawing a boundary. I love my family, but love doesn't mean letting people walk all over you. I didn't name call. I didn't mention the illegal business, but people read between the lines. The comments started rolling in almost immediately. "Thanks for clearing that up, Rachel. Honestly, good for you. Saw the post she made, was wondering what really happened. She charged you? For real?" No one clapped back. No one took her side this time. In fact, a few people unfollowed her bakery account quietly over the next few days. I didn't report her. I didn't need to. Her own actions were doing the damage for me. But Emily wasn't going to go down without one last swing. 3 days later, I got a letter in the mail. Not from a lawyer, not from a court, but from Emily herself. A handwritten, double-sided letter in pink ink, full of dramatic language like betrayed trust, sabotage, and emotional distress. She said she was deeply hurt and couldn't believe I'd throw years of sisterhood away over a cake. And then, at the bottom, scrawled in loopy cursive, "P.S. You still owe me for the cake, $200. I accept PayPal now too." That was the moment I knew she hadn't learned anything. And that's when I decided it was time to stop playing defense and start playing offense. I didn't reply to the letter, not out of politeness or shock or even disbelief anymore, but because I was finished talking. Emily didn't want resolution. She wanted control. And every time I responded, every time I defended myself or tried to explain, it gave her more room to twist things, to perform her martyrdom for the family stage. But I wasn't the same person I'd been even a few months ago. I'd grown tired of keeping the peace at the cost of my own sanity. So I moved quietly. I had no intention of dragging this feud into some legal battlefield or calling a health inspector to storm her kitchen. But I did want one thing: distance. Real, clear, undeniable distance. First, I unfollowed her on every platform. Instagram, Facebook, even Pinterest, gone. She noticed. She always noticed. I know because not 2 hours later, I got a text from our cousin Danielle that read, "Whoa, just saw you and aren't connected anymore. You okay?" I just replied, "I'm good. Just keeping boundaries." But that was only step one. Step two came a week later when a mutual friend, Monica, messaged me asking if I'd be okay if she hired Emily to make her wedding cake. Monica had seen the drama unfold online and wanted to be respectful, which I appreciated more than I could say. So I told her the truth. Not rumors, not exaggerations, just facts. She does beautiful work, no doubt. But I'd be careful. She doesn't have a food license, and she charges clients through Venmo, so there's no real accountability if something goes wrong. Also, if anything happens to the cake, If a guest knocks it over or a caterer slices it wrong, there's a real chance she'll demand full compensation, like she did with me, even when it wasn't anyone's fault but her own kids. Monica didn't say much, but a few days later, I noticed she posted a photo of her finalized wedding cake tasting with a completely different baker. I didn't gloat. I didn't screenshot it and send it to anyone. But I won't lie, I slept really well that night. Meanwhile, the rest of the family started drifting. Not entirely, not all at once. But slowly, I noticed the tide shifting. Group chats went quiet whenever Emily posted her dramatic stories. People who used to jump to her defense started staying silent. A few even started texting me behind the scenes with their own Emily stories. She did the same thing at my baby shower, one cousin wrote. Made me this huge diaper cake, then told everyone I owed her $100 for the materials. She tried to invoice me for the brunch she hosted last spring, another said. Even though she insisted on doing it and said it was her treat. I thought I was crazy for thinking that was weird. It was like the spell was breaking. People were finally realizing that Emily's gifts came with invisible strings, and the moment you didn't perform the gratitude script she expected, she turned vindictive. Still, the final push came a few weeks later, when I hosted a small family get-together. Not a big event, just a casual barbecue in the backyard. Burgers, lemonade, the usual. I invited my parents, my in-laws, a few cousins. But not Emily. I didn't even send a polite, if you're free text. I didn't lie about it, either. When Mom called the next day and said, Emily's upset she wasn't invited, I just said, I know. That was intentional. She's family, Rachel, Mom sighed. So am I replied. And I've spent 33 years being polite while she's humiliated, manipulated, and guilt-tripped me. I'm not doing that anymore. But it's just a barbecue. No, I cut in gently, but firmly. It's not just anything. It's my home, my space. And I finally realized I get to choose who's allowed in it. Mom didn't have a response to that. Not a real one. She changed the subject after a long silence and didn't bring it up again. But that weekend, something happened that told me I'd finally shifted the dynamic. I got a message from Tyler, Emily's son, 10 years old, and for the first time, texting me from his dad's phone. Hi, Aunt Rachel. I'm sorry we ate the cake. We didn't know it was a special one. I hope Josh had a good birthday. He's cool. It hit me in the gut. Because he got it. That tiny bit of maturity and self-awareness from a 10-year-old was more accountability than his mother had shown in her entire adult life. I texted back. Thank you, Tyler. That means a lot. Josh did have a good birthday, and he misses you. Maybe you guys can hang out sometime soon. He replied with a happy face emoji and a Pikachu gif. And that was it. That was the moment I stopped feeling angry and started feeling free. Emily kept her distance after that. Maybe because she knew she'd pushed too far, or maybe because without an audience cheering her on, the drama didn't feel worth it. She still posts her cakes. Still tags them with hashtag made with love and hashtag custom orders welcome. But the tone has changed. Quieter. Less smug. And the Venmo request? She sent a final reminder weeks later, with one line. You still owe me for that cake. This time, I replied. I owe you nothing. But I do hope you learned something. I hit block and didn't look back. Because here's what I've learned. Sometimes, the most powerful revenge isn't about getting even. It's about getting out. Out of toxic patterns. Out of fake smiles. Out of roles you never agreed to play. And once you're out, you realize how peaceful life can be without all the noise. My son still talks about that birthday party, about the piñata, the water balloons, and the bakery cake with the edible pokeballs. He doesn't remember the fight over the special cake. He just remembers laughing with his cousins and eating too much icing. And that's how I know I did the right thing. Because that's what birthdays should be about. Not guilt. Not invoices. Not drama. Just joy. I never heard from Emily again after that final message. Not directly, anyway. I blocked her on everything: phone, socials, even email. And when family events came up, I made it clear, if she's invited, I'm not coming. Not as a threat, just a fact. I wasn't making ultimatums, I was finally making choices for myself. The shift was uncomfortable at first. My mom didn't understand. She kept trying to mediate, insisting Emily was just high-strung and meant well deep down. But eventually, even she stopped pushing. She saw that I wasn't budging. She saw that I meant it this time. And I think, on some level, it made her reevaluate things too. The next holiday came, Thanksgiving. My husband and I hosted it ourselves, just a small gathering. I invited my parents, my cousins, a few close friends. Emily wasn't invited. For the first time in years, I didn't spend the week before dreading the day. There were no last-minute guilt trips, no sideways comments, no anxiety about what drama she might stir up. Just good food, good company, and actual peace. Even my mom, as reluctant as she was at first, admitted on the drive home that it was the most relaxed Thanksgiving she could remember. "Do you miss her?" she asked, carefully. I looked at my son, curled up on the couch in his post-dinner days, still wearing his paper turkey hat. I thought about the years I spent trying to keep everyone happy, walking on eggshells so Emily wouldn't explode or twist things around. I thought about how many birthdays, holidays, and conversations I'd let her hijack with her drama. "No," I said. "Not even a little." Mom nodded. And to my surprise, she didn't argue. I think a part of her finally got it. A few months later, I heard through the grapevine that Emily's baking business had gone quiet. Her Instagram hadn't been updated in weeks. Apparently, someone reported her for operating without a food license. Not me. I never filed anything, but someone did. Maybe another client she tried to shake down, or a neighbor who'd had enough. She posted one last dramatic story, saying she was taking a break from toxic people and ungrateful clients. Then her account went dark. I didn't celebrate it. I didn't need to. That wasn't my victory to take. My victory came in smaller, quieter moments. Like when Josh asked me, months later, "Will Aunt Emily be at my next birthday?" And I said, "No, buddy. She won't." He just shrugged and said, "Okay. Can we have the same cake as last time? The one with the poke balls?" I smiled. "Yeah, we can." Because in the end, I didn't need to ruin Emily. I just needed to remove her. And by doing that, I got something way better than revenge. I got my peace back. And this time, I'm not giving it up for anyone. I'm James. I'm 29, a mechanical engineer, and, for better or worse, the reliable one in my family. You know, the guy who always picks up the phone, pays the bill when it's awkward, and keeps his cool when everyone else loses theirs. The one who stays quiet when people cross a line because it's not worth the fight. That guy. I never thought that being the responsible one would mean getting iced out of my own sister's wedding, the one I paid for. This all started about a year ago when my younger sister, Tiffany, got engaged to this guy named Brandon. I didn't know him well, but what I did know didn't impress me. He was flashy, loud, and had that "I'm better than everyone here" aura. The kind of guy who shows up to a family dinner in designer shades and won't take them off even indoors. Still, I figured, if she was happy, that's what mattered. Tiffany's always had a flair for the dramatic, so I chalked it up to her usual taste in characters. Now, our family isn't wealthy by any means. We're solidly middle class, and our parents are retired with just enough to live comfortably. I've done well for myself, mostly because I live modestly, save aggressively, and have been working since I was 17. I don't post vacations or fancy cars online, so most people, including my family, don't really grasp how much I've socked away over the years. But I've always helped where I can. Covered my mom's dental surgery, paid my dad's car repairs, bought groceries when times got tight. So when Tiffany started planning her wedding, it didn't take long before the whispers began. She wanted an elegant vineyard ceremony with a full string quartet, custom flower arrangements, and, get this, doves. Actual white doves. She toured venues with price tags that made my jaw drop. The kind of places where the deposit alone was more than my car. I remember the first time she called me about it. I was making dinner when my phone buzzed. She skipped pleasantries. "James, you know how you're always saying you want to help the family? Well, this is kind of huge." She launched into her grand vision like she was pitching a business proposal. I listened, waiting for the ask, because there's always an ask. Sure enough, she finished with, "The venue's asking for a $14,000 deposit to lock in the date. I know it's a lot, but you've always been the one we count on." I didn't say yes right away. I asked her if she was sure this was the wedding she wanted. She brushed it off like I was missing the point. "Come on, James. This is my one special day. You only get married once. Unless you're like Aunt Carol," she added with a giggle. I said I'd think about it. And for a few days, I really did. But then Mom called. Then Dad. Both gently nudging. "It's Tiffany's big day. She'll only do this once. She really wants this venue." Eventually, I caved. I told myself it was a gift, not a loan. That it would bring the family joy. That I wouldn't hold it over her. That was mistake number one. The weeks rolled by. Tiffany sent me updates about vendors and tastings and dress fittings. but it was always through group texts or casual mentions in conversations I was barely included in. Still, I assumed I was invited. Why wouldn't I be? I was footing the bill. I found out I wasn't invited 2 months before the wedding. It was a random Sunday morning. I was scrolling social media, sipping coffee, when I saw a post from one of Tiffany's bridesmaids, some boomerang clip of them trying on dresses. In the background, a seating chart was taped to the wall. Curious, I zoomed in. Row after row of names. No James. No table that sounded like it could be mine. No +1. I thought maybe I'd been missed. Maybe it was an old draft. So I texted Tiffany. Hey, just saw that seating chart on Jen's story. Was that final? Didn't see my name. Probably a mistake, lol. No reply that day. The next morning, she sent back a single line. We decided to keep it small and intimate. No hard feelings. No hard feelings? I was stunned. I called her, thinking there had to be more to it. She answered with a sugar-sweet tone, like nothing was wrong. James. What's up? What's up? I'm just wondering why I'm not invited to the wedding I'm paying for. There was a pause, and then a sigh like I was being difficult. Look, it's not personal. Brandon and I had to make some tough choices, and we didn't think your energy really matched the vibe we're going for. Plus, you're not super close with our friends. My energy? I felt heat rise in my face. Tiff, I gave you $14,000 for this. You're saying I don't deserve a seat. She was silent for a second, then said something I'll never forget. You offered. That money was a gift. I didn't owe you anything. And no offense, but I don't think you'd even enjoy it. You're not exactly the champagne brunch type. Her voice was calm, dismissive, like I was being childish for even asking. I hung up. I couldn't even find words. I told my parents. They were sympathetic, but vague. Well, it is her wedding. Maybe she just wants to keep things drama-free. Maybe don't stir the pot. I stared at them. Stir the pot? I was the one who made the wedding happen. Without me, there'd be no doves. No quartet. No vineyard. Just a courthouse and a justice of the peace. And somehow I was the outsider. Over the next few weeks, the tension simmered. I didn't go to the rehearsal dinner. I wasn't asked to help with setup. I got updates secondhand, usually through social media or offhand comments from relatives. And then came the cocky grin. 1 week before the wedding, I bumped into Tiffany at Mom's house. She was in full bride mode, tanned, toned, and glowing with that insufferable superiority people get when they think they've won. She spotted me and raised an eyebrow. Hey, James, she said, voice all silk and smugness. No hard feelings, right? I mean, it's not like you'd even want to be there. You're kind of low-key. This wedding is going to be, like, next-level fun. She smiled wide. Too wide. Then she added, but hey, thanks for everything. Really, you made this dream possible. She gave a little finger wave and walked off, hips swaying like she was on a runway. That was the moment. The moment something inside me shifted. Not out of rage, but clarity. I'd been used. Gaslit. Dismissed like some boring footnote in her glamorous story. And suddenly, I didn't feel like staying quiet anymore. I'll spare you the legalese, but let's just say I started reading over the contract I'd signed for the venue. Turns out, the deposit wasn't non-refundable if the person who paid for the event submitted a cancellation request under certain conditions. I had kept my name on everything, because of course I did. They never even thought to ask for ownership transfer. Brandon probably thought details were beneath him. There were loopholes. Big ones. Ones that, if pulled just right, might cause a cascade of inconvenience. But I didn't act right away. No, that would be too easy. Instead, I waited. Patiently. Quietly. I watched their Instagram countdowns. I watched the final dress fitting selfies. The TikToks about hand-calligraphed menus and imported champagne. I waited until the very last minute. And just when they thought everything was set in stone, just when the band was booked, the caterer confirmed, the floral arch ordered from Italy. That's when things started unraveling. I'll never forget the look on the venue manager's face when I showed up 3 days before the wedding, folder in hand, documents ready, cool as ice. Her name was Valerie. We'd met once during a tasting months back, but I doubted she remembered me. I sat across from her in the mahogany-lined office, a framed photo of the vineyard stretching behind her, and slid the contract across the desk. I'd like to initiate a cancellation, I said. She blinked. Pardon. This, I pointed, is the event scheduled for this Saturday. I paid the deposit. My name is the primary on the account. And per Clause 7b, I'm requesting to cancel due to breach of agreement. Specifically, the misuse of funds for an event I am no longer participating in and which I never approved the guest list for. Valerie adjusted her glasses. Sir, this is extremely short notice. I understand, I said, handing her my ID and a notarized letter. But the clause allows cancellation up to 48 hours prior, assuming the primary client withdraws. And I am. Effective immediately. She read the letter twice. You realize this will forfeit the event entirely? I nodded. You realize there will be no refund? I smiled slowly. I'm not asking for one. She hesitated. We will have to notify all vendors. Staff. The catering. I understand. I repeated, calm as a monk. Valerie leaned back, clearly trying to gauge if this was some petty family squabble or a legitimate legal move. But the paperwork was flawless. I'd double-checked it with a lawyer friend of mine before I came. Everything was airtight. Still, she made one final attempt. May I ask what prompted this? I looked her dead in the eye. They told me I didn't deserve a seat. Valerie's mouth opened slightly, then closed. She nodded once. Understood. The cancellation was processed. Now, I knew they wouldn't hear about it right away. That was the cruel genius of it all. Because this place? They didn't email you a cancellation notice. They mailed it, physically, to the primary client's address. Mine. Which meant Tiffany and Brandon wouldn't find out until the day of. Or rather, until they showed up and saw the iron gates locked. 3 days passed. I kept my phone off the entire weekend. Radio silence. I stayed with a buddy across town, played video games, ate pizza, and tried not to think about the storm I'd just set into motion. But by Monday morning, my voicemail was nuclear. 27 missed calls. 10 voicemails. A string of furious texts from relatives, some with caps lock rants, others with stunned confusion. But the one that hit different came from my cousin Mel. She sent me a single photo. It showed Tiffany standing outside the vineyard gates in her $5,000 gown, makeup perfect, hair curled into some fairy tale updo, and a look of complete horror on her face. Her mouth open mid-scream. Behind her, a crowd of guests, some in tuxedos, some holding gifts, just standing there in disbelief. There were no white doves, no music, no champagne, just a locked gate. A closed for private maintenance sign hanging from it like a slap to the face. And Brandon? He wasn't in the picture. But later, I'd hear what happened from my uncle, who'd gone to the wedding with his wife. Apparently, Brandon tried scaling the gate to demand answers from the property manager who had shown up to inform them the event had been canceled. The guy literally yelled, "Do you know who I am?" and threatened to sue everyone in a 10-mile radius. It didn't work. The vendors didn't show. The caterer had already redirected supplies elsewhere. The string quartet? Gone. The florist? Canceled. The entire thing crumbled like a cheap centerpiece. And Tiffany, she had a full-on breakdown. Started screaming at our parents. At the sky. At Brandon. Then at random guests who asked if they could still go to the after-party. At some point, she even screamed my name loud enough that a nearby vineyard worker told her to keep it down or leave the property entirely. She eventually did. But not before smashing a centerpiece that had been delivered early and yelling, "I'll kill him. I'll kill him for this." You know, classy bride stuff. I didn't respond to any calls for a full week. I needed space. But eventually, I sat down and listened to the voicemails. My mom's was heartbreaking. "James, please call me. I don't understand what's happening." Tiffany said the venue was shut down. Was this some kind of mistake? My dad's was quieter. "Just, you didn't have to go that far, son." But the real prize? Tiffany's voice message. Left at 3:47 a.m. "How could you do this to me? I swear I will never forgive you. You ruined my life. Do you think this makes you a hero or something? I hope you're proud of yourself, you selfish freak. Stay out of my life forever. No thank you for the money. No acknowledgement of what she did. Just pure rage." But what shocked me most wasn't the fury. It was the next message, left just 12 hours later. "James, it's Tiffany. I don't know what happened to you. You used to be so kind. So reliable. I know things got messy, but I was under a lot of stress. I'm sure we can talk this out. I want to move forward. As a family, please call me back." That, more than anything, told me everything I needed to know. There was never going to be an apology, just manipulation. An attempt to pivot the narrative. Make me the villain. Rewrite history. So I didn't call back. But then something happened that I didn't expect. Something that cracked the tension wide open. Because someone else, someone very unexpected, decided they'd had enough of Tiffany's drama too. And they went public. And that's where things really started to spiral. It was Aunt Rebecca. Of all people. Now, to give you some context, Aunt Rebecca is my mom's older sister. She's always been the family's unofficial historian/peacemaker/firecracker. She's also brutally honest, has zero tolerance for nonsense, and once kicked her ex-husband out of a family reunion for being as useful as a soggy tissue. So when she speaks, people listen. A week after the wedding that wasn't, Rebecca posted a Facebook status that made every group chat in our extended family explode. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't vague. It read, "When you take your brother's money and kick him out of your wedding like he's a nobody, don't act surprised when karma shows up in heels and locks the gates. Maybe next time, appreciate the people who actually love you." And she tagged Tiffany by name. That post got 143 comments in 2 hours. Most of them from relatives. Some defending Tiffany, others demanding to know what happened, and quite a few dropping popcorn emojis or saying things like, "Phew, I was wondering who'd say it first." Tiffany replied, "Of course." And in true Tiffany fashion, she did it with just enough self-pity and spin to make it sound like she was the victim. I don't know why people are attacking me over a misunderstanding. I had a vision for my day and didn't want drama. That doesn't mean I don't love my brother. This is really hurtful. Misunderstanding. She called it a misunderstanding. And the thing is, that might have worked if Rebecca didn't come back swinging 10 minutes later with screenshots. That's right. Somehow, Aunt Rebecca had receipts. Apparently, Tiffany had texted her a week before the wedding bragging about not inviting James because he's boring and doesn't vibe with Brandon's crowd. She even joked, "He's like an awkward wallflower at a rave. Let him stay home and read his books." Rebecca posted that exact line. Captioned it, "This is what you call a misunderstanding." Boom. Silence. Dead silence for 2 whole hours. Then Tiffany deleted her original comment. But it was too late. The thread had legs now. My cousin Aaliyah, who used to be close with Tiffany, commented, "Girl, you seriously didn't invite your brother after he paid? Who raised you?" Others chimed in. Some tried to steer things toward peace. One uncle said, "We need to resolve this privately," but got roasted for it. Even my mom commented, just once, and all she said was, "This breaks my heart." The whole family was watching now. Divided. Confused. And Tiffany? She spiraled. Her next post was a thinly veiled rant about people who act generous but hold things over your head like a weapon, followed by a tearful Instagram story that looked like she'd been crying for hours, captioned, "I just wanted one day for me." Is that so wrong? It was drama. Pure, theatrical drama. And I stayed silent. Because I didn't need to say anything. The truth was already echoing louder than I ever could. But here's the kicker. Remember how I said I kept the venue in my name? Well, I had one more surprise up my sleeve. Because after the cancellation, the vineyard still owed me something. A credit. The event was technically non-refundable, but since I hadn't used any catering or services and had canceled just inside the allowable window, the venue manager offered me a partial event credit, worth around $8,000. "You can use it any time in the next year," Valerie had told me. "For a private party, a retirement event, a small wedding, whatever you'd like. Just give us 2 weeks' notice." I hadn't planned to use it. But now? Oh, I had an idea. Something poetic. Something public. Because while Tiffany was licking her wounds and trying to regain control of the family narrative, I decided to host a little event of my own. A quiet celebration. Of real family. The kind that shows up for you. Not because they expect something, but because they care. I sent out a few invitations, paper ones, no social media. No fanfare. Just a classy little note that read, "You're cordially invited to an evening of gratitude and laughter under the stars." No drama. No doves. Just the people who matter. I kept the guest list tight, 30 people. Mostly cousins, my best friend Josh, Aunt Rebecca, and a few relatives who had stood by me through it all. The night of the event, the vineyard looked magical. Candles flickering in glass lanterns. A live acoustic trio playing soft jazz. A simple buffet of great food. Bottled wine with custom labels that read, "Family is earned, not assigned." People laughed. They shared stories. Rebecca toasted me, saying, "To James, the quiet one who finally spoke louder than all the noise." We clinked glasses. And that's when I saw the headlights. A car pulling into the far end of the gravel lot. I squinted. My stomach dropped. It was her, Tiffany, wearing a hoodie and messy bun, not her usual curated look. Brandon wasn't with her. She looked tired, pale, like someone who hadn't slept in a few days. She stepped out of the car and stood there, watching, waiting. Nobody said a word. Everyone just sort of froze, wine halfway to their lips. I felt a dozen eyes turn to me. And in that moment, standing in the vineyard I'd paid for, surrounded by people who loved me, I had a choice. I could walk to her. I could let her back in. Or I could do nothing. Let the silence speak. Let the locked gate she left me behind become hers. But I didn't move. And neither did she. She stood there for a full minute, then slowly turned back to her car and drove away. But what I didn't know was that she'd left something behind. Something unexpected. And when I found it, tucked under a chair near the vineyard gate an hour later, everything changed. It was a plain white envelope. No name on it. No glitter, no stickers, no monogrammed return address like Tiffany usually insisted on with her stationery. Just a single, unsealed flap tucked beneath the cushion of one of the chairs near the gate. Someone, probably her, had slid it under there during that short minute she stood staring at us. I picked it up as people were starting to pack up and say their goodbyes. The music was tapering off, plates being cleared. The vibe was light, even joyful. But the envelope in my hand weighed more than it should have. Back at home, I debated tossing it. I even hovered over the trash can for a good 30 seconds. But I didn't. I opened it. Inside was a handwritten note. Neatly penned, but not in her usual bubbly, over-the-top cursive. This was rushed. Slanted. Like her hand shook while writing. James, if you're reading this, I guess you found it. I didn't know if I wanted you to or not. I've written and thrown away about 5 versions of this, so if it comes off messy, sorry. I messed up. I know I did. I don't expect you to forgive me, and honestly, part of me doesn't even think I deserve it. But I can't stop thinking about what happened. I've replayed it over and over, trying to justify it to myself, and I can't anymore. Brandon pushed me. I won't pretend I wasn't a part of it, because I was. I liked the idea of having a perfect wedding. He kept saying we needed to trim the guest list, and that you weren't cool enough to be part of it. He made it sound like it was about vibes, image, branding. I let myself believe that. But I knew you paid. I just didn't want to think about what that meant. I didn't want to feel like I owed you something. I wanted the wedding and the fantasy without remembering the sacrifices. That's on me. You've always been there. More than anyone. You never made me feel stupid for needing help. You just gave it. And I spat on that. I pushed you away because it was easier than facing the truth, that the dream I had was built on someone else's back. When I saw that gate locked, it wasn't just the wedding that collapsed. It was the version of myself I'd been clinging to. And when Brandon started screaming and blaming everyone else, that's when I saw who he really was. We're not together anymore. In case you were wondering. He packed up and went back to LA, said he can't be with someone who attracts chaos. Maybe he forgot he was the one who lit the match. I'm not asking you to invite me back in. I know I don't deserve that yet. But I wanted you to know. I do see it now. I see what I did. And I'm sorry. Tiffany. I sat there for a long time. I read it twice. 3 times. My first reaction wasn't forgiveness. It was disbelief. Because for once, Tiffany didn't sound like she was manipulating. There was no subtle guilt tripping, no passive-aggressive jabs. It wasn't a PR move. It sounded real. But after everything, I didn't know what to do with that. So I did nothing. For a while. The next few weeks were quiet. I didn't reach out. She didn't either. We hovered in that awkward purgatory where you're not sure if a relationship is dead or just sleeping. My parents tried to smooth things over. Mom texted me some of Tiffany's baby photos one day, unprompted. Dad called to tell me she's going through a lot. But I didn't engage. Not yet. I needed to sit with it. Not the drama. Not the wedding. Her. The version of her I remembered. The little sister who once cried when I got picked on at school. The one who made me paper bracelets and said I was her superhero. That version felt like a lifetime ago. Could she come back from this? Maybe. But on my terms. Then, one Saturday afternoon in early spring, I got a knock at my door. No text first. No warning. Just a knock. I opened it, and there she was. Tiffany. She looked smaller. Not physically, but emotionally. Like someone who'd finally been deflated after floating too high for too long. She held something in her hands. A box. Not wrapped. Just a plain, worn shoebox. I'm not staying, she said quickly. Just, can I give you this? I nodded. She handed me the box, then stepped back like it might explode. Inside were all the photos I'd ever given her. Us at the zoo. Us at Dad's 50th. A crayon drawing from when she was 5 that read, "Me and Jamie forever." There was also a check for $14,000. I sold the ring, she said, answering the question before I could ask it. Brandon didn't even try to stop me. Guess it wasn't really forever. I didn't say anything. I was still flipping through the photos. I know it doesn't fix anything, she added, voice trembling. But I needed to try. I looked up at her. Her eyes were wet, but she didn't wipe them. She just let them fall. I don't need a seat at your table, she whispered. I just wanted you to know I'd stand in the back if you ever let me in again. And then she turned and left. No hug, no scene, just quiet. And that's when I knew she meant it. It took months, but slowly, piece by piece, we rebuilt something. Not the old sibling bond. That was gone. But something new. Something real. We met for coffee once a week. Neutral territory, no family allowed. We talked. We didn't bring up the wedding. Not at first. She got a job working with a nonprofit for community events. Said she wanted to do something where her name wasn't on the sign. I believed her. She looked lighter. Freer. Like someone unlearning all the wrong lessons. As for me, I'm still me. Still the quiet one. Still the guy who pays attention to the fine print and doesn't make scenes. But I'm not invisible anymore. Not to my family. Not to myself. Tiffany tells people that her brother taught her the meaning of consequences. I think that's her way of saying she learned. And me? I learned that sometimes the only way to make people see you is to disappear when they expect you most. Sometimes you have to lock the gate, so they learn to knock next time. And maybe, just maybe, ask permission to come in. I was 29 when this all went down, and if you told me a year ago that my family could make me feel lonelier than a cold hospital room at 3 a.m., I would have laughed. My name's Noah, and I've always been the reliable one in the family. The guy who shows up early to help set up chairs before Christmas dinner. The one who remembers everyone's birthdays. The one who bails my younger sister out of trouble when she blows through rent money. I guess I just assumed that kind of effort meant something. Turns out, I was wrong. It all started with an emergency surgery that came out of nowhere. One morning I woke up with this sharp, stabbing pain in my side. The kind that makes you curl up and try not to breathe too hard. By noon I was in the ER, being told my appendix was about to burst and I needed surgery immediately. It was the kind of moment where you expect someone to drop everything and come sit with you. I texted the family group chat from my hospital bed. Hey, I'm in the ER, going into surgery in an hour. My mom replied with a thumbs up emoji. A thumbs up. My dad didn't say anything. My sister wrote, OMG good luck, and then 2 minutes later sent a selfie from a brunch spot with a mimosa. I stared at my phone screen, trying to convince myself they'd show up later. Surgery went fine, and when I woke up groggy and sore, the nurse told me I might have visitors later. But nobody came. I figured, okay, maybe they'll come tomorrow. Except the next day, my phone kept buzzing with notifications, not from texts asking how I was, but from the family group chat blowing up with photos and videos of a barbecue at my parents' house. I watched them pass around burgers and laugh, my sister in the background holding her new puppy, my parents smiling like it was the happiest day of their lives. Not one person said, "We miss you." Not one person FaceTimed me. I was sitting there, hooked up to N4, staring at those photos like some kind of outsider peeking in through a window. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was overreacting. But then it happened again the next day. A cousin posted a video of everyone dancing in the backyard, music blasting, and my mom commented, "Best weekend ever. Best weekend ever," while I was lying there alone, trying to reach the cup of water on my bedside table without ripping my stitches. I didn't say anything in the group chat. I just left my phone on the table and stared at the ceiling, feeling this hollow kind of anger building in my chest. The nurse came in and asked if I was okay, and I lied. I said I was fine. By day 3, I'd stopped hoping they would come. I just watched their updates like a weird punishment. The group chat was full of laughing emojis, photos of cocktails, and jokes I wasn't included in. I couldn't even bring myself to mute the chat because some part of me was waiting for someone to say, "Hey, let's go see Noah." But that message never came. Instead, I got tagged in a photo of my sister's new outfit with the caption, "Noah would love this." Like I was just a name to drop for a cheap laugh. Then, 3 days after my surgery, everything shifted. I woke up from a nap to find 47 missed calls on my phone. Mom, Dad, my sister, even my cousin who never calls me. My stomach twisted. For a second, I thought something awful had happened. Then came the text from Mom. Pick up. It's important. No explanation. No, how are you feeling? Just a demand. I stared at it for a long time before finally hitting call. When Mom answered, she sounded frantic, but not in a way that made me think someone was hurt. More like someone had lost something. She jumped straight into talking before I could even say hello. That was the moment something inside me snapped. I'd been silent for days, swallowing down the hurt, telling myself I didn't need them. But hearing her voice, hearing her treat me like I was just a resource to tap when it was convenient, I felt this strange, calm clarity settle over me. I said something that made her go dead silent on the other end of the line, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilty about it. And that's where things really started to unravel. When I hung up the phone, I sat there in my hospital bed for a full minute, staring at the white wall, feeling the blood rushing in my ears. I wasn't angry the way I normally get angry. Loud, quick, burning. This was different. This was slow, cold, like ice water filling up my chest. Mom hadn't asked if I was okay. She hadn't even mentioned the fact that I was still in the hospital. She had called me to talk about money, not for me, but for my sister. Apparently, her dream trip to Greece was falling apart because she had unexpected expenses, which, knowing her, meant a new phone and probably another designer purse, and Mom thought I should step in and help. Lying there, sore and stitched up, I realized this wasn't a one-off situation. This was my family's pattern, just turned up so loud I couldn't ignore it anymore. I've always been the one they relied on when things got messy, the fixer. When my dad's business had a rough year, I loaned him $8,000 from my savings. When my sister's car broke down, I paid half for a new one because she needs to get to work. Every single time, it was presented as if I was the only one capable of stepping in. And every single time, they thanked me briefly, then went right back to treating me like an afterthought. The day after that phone call, my doctor cleared me to go home, but I was still moving slow, every step a careful shuffle. My sister didn't offer to pick me up, and when I asked my parents if someone could give me a ride, Dad just said, "We're busy today. Can you take an Uber?" So I did. I carried my own discharge papers, my little bag of pain meds, and my half-filled duffel bag out to the curb and called a car. The driver was kinder to me than my own family. He asked if I needed help getting in, asked if I wanted him to drive slower because of the bumps. I remember staring out the window at all the houses passing by and wondering when I'd stopped expecting my family to care. When I got home, my fridge was empty. I hadn't had time to grocery shop before the surgery, and no one had stocked anything for me. There was a single bottle of mustard and an almost empty carton of eggs that had expired a week ago. My phone buzzed while I was standing there, staring into the empty fridge. It was a photo in the family chat, my parents, my sister, and a few cousins all sitting at a restaurant table covered with plates of pasta. My sister had captioned it, "Carb loading for Greece," with a bunch of laughing emojis. I sat down on my couch and just stared at that picture. The next few days blurred together, but they didn't get easier. My sister started calling me, not to check in, but to beg for money. First it was just a little loan for her flights, then for the hotel, then for spending money so I can actually enjoy myself. When I told her I was recovering and not really in a position to lend anything, she got mean. She told me I was being selfish, that I never help with anything. I almost laughed out loud at that one, and that I owe her because I'm single and don't have kids to spend money on. I was lying on my couch with an ice pack on my stomach while she said all this. One night, about a week after my surgery, I saw something that pushed me over the edge. My sister posted a story of herself showing off the new designer handbag she had treated herself to, the same one she claimed was the reason she needed my help to cover her hotel. My parents commented on her post with heart emojis, cheering her on. Not one of them had asked how I was healing. Not one of them had stopped by to drop off food, or even texted, "How's the pain?" And then came Sunday. Sunday dinners at my parents' house have been a tradition for as long as I can remember. I didn't go that week. I was still too sore to sit comfortably for long periods, but I got to see it all anyway, thanks to the group chat. My sister sent a video of everyone sitting around the table, laughing. My dad made a joke about finally getting peace and quiet without Noah here to talk about work. My mom sent me a separate text saying, "You missed a good one tonight. No, hope you feel better soon." Just that. By Monday, I started to realize something. They weren't just neglecting me. They were actively pretending I wasn't there, as if I'd already served my purpose by being the helpful, responsible one, and now I was just an inconvenience. And yet, they still expected me to be available when they needed something. Mom called that morning, chipper as ever, and asked if I could look over some paperwork for Dad because he doesn't understand that legal stuff. I told her I was resting. She said, "You can rest after. It's just a few forms." I hung up and sat there in the quiet, and for the first time, I thought, what if I just didn't help? What if I stopped being the one they could rely on? That thought sat with me all day, growing bigger and louder. 2 days later, my stitches were itching, and I was finally moving around the apartment without holding my stomach like it might fall open. I walked to the grocery store for the first time and bought myself a real meal. While I was there, I ran into my cousin, the same cousin who'd been at all the parties. He blinked at me, surprised, and said, "Oh man, you're out? I thought you were still in the hospital. Your mom said you were fine though." That stung. She hadn't told anyone I was still recovering? He went on to say they were planning a big farewell dinner for my sister before her trip and that it'd be nice if you showed up for once. I felt my face heat up. For once. As if I was the one who'd been avoiding them. I smiled and said I'd think about it. But inside, something in me hardened. That night, the group chat blew up again. Plans for the farewell dinner. Jokes about how much food they'd need because Noah eats like a horse. My sister asked if I could bring dessert, like I always do. I stared at my phone for a long time, feeling the familiar mix of hurt and obligation twist in my stomach. That was the moment I decided I was done playing along. Done showing up, done bringing dessert, done being the reliable one who keeps the machine running. I didn't say anything to them, not yet, but I started quietly pulling back, just enough for them to notice. I stopped replying in the chat. I didn't return my dad's calls about the paperwork. I let my sister's texts about urgent help go unanswered. And then, just when things were starting to get uncomfortably quiet, Mom sent me a message that made my jaw drop. When Mom's message came through, it wasn't just a text. It was a small bomb dropped right in the middle of my day. I was sitting on my couch, sipping tea, starting to feel human again. My stitches were healing, the pain was dull instead of sharp, and I'd almost convinced myself to let some of the anger go. Then my phone buzzed. Her message said, "We're putting down the deposit for your sister's trip tonight. We went ahead and used the joint account. You can reimburse later." I read it 3 times before it sank in. The joint account was something I'd set up years ago to help cover family emergencies, medical bills, surprise repairs, that kind of thing. I'd been the one putting money into it steadily because I had a steady job and fewer expenses. Everyone else was supposed to contribute, but of course, I was the only one who did. I hadn't touched that account since I'd gone into surgery, and now I was finding out, through a casual text, that they'd used my money, not for an emergency, but for my sister's vacation. My hands started shaking as I unlocked the banking app. Sure enough, there it was, $2,300 gone, withdrawn just the day before. The balance, which I'd been slowly building up for months, was almost empty. I felt this hollow, nauseating mix of betrayal and disbelief. They hadn't even asked. They just took it, like it was a given that my money was there for them to use. I called Mom immediately. She picked up on the second ring, sounding cheerful. "Oh good, you saw my message. Don't worry, we'll settle up after your sister gets back. She just really needed this trip." I don't even remember what I said right away. I just know my voice was calm, too calm. "You took money out of the emergency account for a vacation?" Mom sighed, like I was being dramatic. "Noah, you're overreacting. She's been so stressed. This trip is good for her mental health. Besides, you don't even need that money right now. You're fine. I just had surgery." I reminded her, my voice tightening. That account was for emergencies, like if I had unexpected medical bills. Which I do. There was a pause. Then she said, almost laughing, "You have insurance. You'll be okay. Don't be so selfish." Selfish. That word landed like a slap. I could feel the back of my neck getting hot. I thought about all the times I'd bailed them out, all the weekends I'd spent fixing things around their house instead of doing something for myself, all the money I'd quietly handed over without ever asking for it back. And now, the first time I needed them, really needed them, they were eating at restaurants, throwing parties, and emptying my savings to send my sister on a vacation. When I hung up, I was shaking so hard I had to set my phone down on the table so I didn't drop it. I sat there in silence for a long time, the betrayal just sinking deeper and deeper. And then, as if the universe was trying to twist the knife, my sister called me on FaceTime. When I answered, she was grinning, already sitting in the back of an Uber on the way to the airport. "Thanks for covering the hotel," she said, waving a passport at the camera. "I'll pay you back, like, eventually. Anyway, love you, bye." She hung up before I could even respond. I sat there staring at my own reflection on the screen, my jaw clenched so tight it hurt. The sheer audacity of it. No apology, no acknowledgement, just an assumption that I'd be happy to bankroll her trip. The next few days were worse. Every time I opened social media, there she was, posting pictures of herself on a beach, holding cocktails, showing off her vacation haul. She captioned one post, "Self-care queen. You gotta do what you gotta do." I almost threw my phone across the room. Meanwhile, my mailbox was filling up with hospital bills. Even with insurance, I owed thousands. I called Mom to tell her and asked, carefully, trying not to explode, if they could help cover what they took from the account. She brushed me off. "We'll talk about it later. Right now, we're focusing on your sister. She deserves this time." That was the moment something in me broke. Not cracked, broke. I'd been walking this fine line, trying to keep the peace, trying to believe that if I just stayed calm and patient, they'd come around. But they weren't going to. They were never going to see me as anything other than the one they could lean on, the one who would just quietly take care of everything without complaint. The final straw came the night of my sister's farewell dinner, the one I hadn't planned on attending. I stayed home, figuring it would be easier not to see them all laughing over the pasta they'd bought with my money. But around 10 p.m., my phone buzzed with a text from my dad. "Where were you tonight? You really disappointed your mother. We counted on you to bring dessert. Don't make your sister feel bad before her trip." I just sat there staring at it, my heart pounding. Counted on me. Like I was some kind of caterer they'd hired and I'd failed to deliver. My hands were shaking as I typed back. "You took my money without asking. You didn't visit me once while I was in the hospital. And you still expect me to bring dessert?" He didn't reply. But the next morning, I woke up to a long paragraph from Mom about family obligations and not holding grudges and remembering who's always been there for you. I laughed out loud reading it. Who's always been there for me? The irony was so sharp it was almost funny. It was around then that I started quietly putting my own plan together. Not for dessert, not for another round of forgiveness, but for something very different. I didn't tell them. I didn't even hint at it. I just started preparing, step by step, letting the anger settle into something sharper, something I could actually use. And then, just when I thought it couldn't get worse, Mom sent me a message that made my chest go cold. It wasn't about money this time. It wasn't about dessert. It was something much bigger, and it was going to change everything between us. Mom's message came late at night, just as I was getting ready for bed. It was short, just a few sentences, but it hit harder than anything she'd said so far. "We need you to transfer the rest of the emergency account balance before the 1st of the month. Your dad's covering some expenses for your sister while she's gone. We'll settle up when things calm down. Be a team player. Be a team player." That phrase echoed in my head for a long time. It wasn't even a request. It was a directive, like I was an employee being told to work overtime without pay. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, feeling that cold anger spread through me again. I wasn't even surprised anymore, and somehow that hurt more than the message itself. I had reached a point where I expected this from them, expected to be taken for granted. The next morning, I got a call from the hospital billing department. They wanted payment on the remainder of my balance, and when I explained that I needed another month to catch up, the woman on the phone was kind but firm. Interest would start accruing. I hung up feeling hollow, knowing that the money they'd taken would have more than covered that bill. That afternoon, I opened the group chat to find a stream of pictures from my sister's trip. She was smiling on a boat, drinking champagne, holding up a luxury shopping bag with the caption, "Treat yourself. Life's too short." My parents commented with clapping emojis, "And so proud of you." Like spending my money was an accomplishment worth celebrating. I didn't reply to the chat. I didn't reply to Mom's follow-up message asking if I'd sent the transfer yet. I just went quiet. The following days were some of the loneliest I can remember. My apartment was dark and quiet most of the time, and I barely left except to pick up groceries. My body was still healing, and so was my mind. The betrayal had gone from a sharp pain to a dull ache, like a bruise that wouldn't fade. I found myself sitting in silence for hours, staring at nothing, replaying every conversation with them in my head. And yet, somewhere in all that quiet, something started to shift. At first it was just a thought. What if I just walked away? Not just from this situation, but from all of it. The constant obligations, the unspoken expectation that I'd always be available to fix everything. The thought grew louder over the next week. On the 5th day of my silence, Mom showed up at my apartment unannounced. I heard the knock, and for a second, I almost didn't answer. When I finally opened the door, she walked right past me without waiting for an invitation. She didn't ask how I was. She didn't mention the surgery. She just went straight to the point. You've been ignoring us, and it's making your sister anxious before she flies home. You need to apologize, and you need to send that transfer. I just stared at her, stunned at the audacity. She was standing in my living room, scolding me like a child in timeout. I'm not apologizing, I said finally, my voice flat. Her eyes narrowed. Noah, don't make this harder than it needs to be. You're part of this family. You don't get to withhold support just because you're in a bad mood. Bad mood. That was the phrase that made me realize she wasn't going to hear me, no matter how I said it. This wasn't a conversation. It was a demand disguised as concern. When she left, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the frame, I sank down onto the couch and stayed there for a long time, just staring at the spot where she'd been standing. That was the moment I hit rock bottom. Not because of what she said, I'd heard worse, but because I finally understood that nothing I did would ever be enough for them. There would always be another emergency, another reason they needed me to step up, another way for them to dismiss my feelings as an inconvenience. I let myself sit with that grief for a few days. I didn't rush to fix it, didn't try to be the bigger person like I always had. I let myself feel angry and small and hurt. I let the loneliness wash over me until I was tired of feeling powerless. Then, slowly, I started to get up. I logged into the emergency account and moved the remaining balance into a new account with only my name on it. I called the bank and had the joint account closed entirely. I changed the password on a few other shared logins, streaming services, family plans, anything that had my name or card tied to it. I didn't announce it. I didn't warn them. I just did it quietly, step by step, as if I were slowly reclaiming pieces of my life they'd been using without asking. At the same time, I started saying no to everything. Dad called to ask if I could help with some tax forms, and I told him I was too busy. Mom texted me asking if I could pick up a package that had been delivered to my address by mistake, and I said I wasn't home. Each time I said no, I felt a little lighter. But it wasn't just about cutting them off. In the quiet, I began thinking about what I wanted my life to look like without this constant drain. What I'd do with my time, my money, my energy if I didn't have to spend it putting out their fires. That was when the plan really started to take shape. It wasn't going to be loud or dramatic or impulsive. It was going to be quiet, deliberate, something they wouldn't see coming until it was already too late. And just when I thought I had time to plan it out carefully, my sister came back from her trip and brought the storm right to my door. When my sister came back from Greece, I expected at least a little humility. Maybe she'd thank me, or at least pretend to appreciate the fact that my money had covered her vacation. Instead, the first message she sent to the group chat was a photo of her standing in front of the Parthenon with the caption, "Thanks to my amazing family for making this possible." No mention of me by name. No direct thanks. Just a vague nod to the family, as if we'd all chipped in equally instead of me funding the whole thing. I didn't reply. Not to that. Not to the next round of pictures she posted of her shopping bags, or the caption bragging about how refreshing the trip was. I just kept focusing on my own life. And here's the thing. Once I stopped pouring all my time, money, and energy into keeping everyone else afloat, I realized how much I'd been neglecting myself. For years, my life had revolved around work, bailing out family, and occasionally squeezing in a night of Netflix before collapsing into bed. I didn't have hobbies. I didn't travel. I didn't even decorate my apartment beyond the bare minimum because I was never home long enough to care. But now, with all this time on my hands, I started to notice things. Like how dark and bare my living room felt. I went out and bought myself a new couch, not the cheapest one, but the one I'd wanted for years. I hung pictures on the wall. I started cooking real meals again, not just grabbing takeout between errands. It felt good. Physically, I was getting stronger too. The soreness from the surgery faded, replaced by this surprising burst of energy. I started going for short walks in the evenings, just around the block at first, then farther. Something about the rhythm of walking cleared my head, made me feel more in control. Meanwhile, I started making moves at work. I'd been turning down extra projects for months because my free time was always being eaten up by family obligations. Now I said yes. I stayed late when I wanted to, volunteered for a project that no one else wanted because it was too complicated, and I crushed it. My boss noticed. He called me into his office one Friday afternoon and told me he was impressed, that he could see me stepping into a leadership role soon. That moment lit something up inside me. I walked home with my shoulders back, grinning like an idiot. For the first time in months, maybe years, I felt like I was moving forward instead of just standing still. And while I was growing stronger, my family was, well, they were starting to notice my silence. It began with small things, text from mom saying, "We miss you at Sunday dinner," or dad calling and leaving a voicemail about how I was pulling away from the family. I didn't answer. Then the requests started. Could I help fix something around their house? Could I come look at dad's taxes? Could I spot my sister some cash because she'd gone over budget on her trip? Each time, I said no. Politely at first, then with more firmness. My sister, of course, took it personally. She sent me a long text accusing me of punishing her for taking the trip, as if the trip itself wasn't funded by me in the first place. She ended it with, "Family is supposed to support each other, Noah. Stop acting like you're better than us." That text didn't hurt the way it might have before. If anything, it clarified things for me. She wasn't sorry. None of them were sorry. They weren't trying to fix what they'd done. They were just upset that I'd stopped playing my role. So I kept going. I started therapy, something I'd been putting off for years because it wasn't the right time. My therapist helped me see just how deep this pattern of enabling went, how much I'd been taught to prioritize their needs over my own since I was a kid. For the first time, I started untangling myself from that guilt. And then, something unexpected happened. My boss called me back into his office a month later and offered me a promotion, a big one. More pay, more responsibility, and a chance to move into a new apartment closer to the office if I wanted it. I said yes without hesitation. The first thing I did after signing the paperwork was find a new place. It was bigger, brighter, and felt completely mine in a way my old apartment never had. I packed my things slowly, deliberately, choosing what was worth bringing with me and leaving the rest behind. It felt like shedding an old skin. I didn't tell my family I was moving. When Mom texted me one Sunday asking why I hadn't been over in weeks, I just replied, "I've been busy," which was true. I was busy building something that was mine. On the day I moved in, I stood in the middle of my new living room, surrounded by boxes, and felt this rush of pride. I had done this. I had gotten here on my own. But with that pride came something else, something sharper. Because as much as I loved my new life, I couldn't forget what had pushed me here. Every time I saw a hospital bill, every time I thought about lying in that hospital bed watching my family's party videos, that cold anger came back. I had given them chance after chance to make it right, to show even a little remorse, and they hadn't. And now I wasn't just hurt Noah, the one they could push around. I was Noah with a better job, a new apartment, a plan forming quietly in the background. So I started preparing. I pulled together every receipt, every bank statement from the last year, every transfer I'd made to the family emergencies that weren't emergencies at all. I made copies of everything and organized them into neat folders. And then I waited. Because I knew it was only a matter of time before they asked for something again. And when they did, I wasn't just going to say no. I was going to show them exactly why I was done. And sure enough, the opportunity came sooner than I expected. It didn't take long for them to come knocking again. It never does. About 2 weeks after I moved into my new place, I got a message from Dad. Not even a call this time, just a text. "Need your help with the property taxes on the lake cabin. Call when you can." The lake cabin. Of course. That place had been in the family for decades, but it was my parents' pride and joy. A spot for summer barbecues, family photos, and fishing trips. Except I was the one who'd been quietly covering half the maintenance costs for the past 3 years, after they claimed money was tight. I'd paid for the roof repairs, for the new water heater, even for some of the furniture when they said they couldn't swing it. And now, they wanted me to cover the taxes too? Instead of calling back right away, I sat down at my kitchen table and opened my laptop. I had already gathered a folder full of documents. Every transfer, every Venmo receipt, every text from mom or dad asking for just a little help. But I hadn't gone deeper until now. That night, I went through everything. Years of transactions. I made a spreadsheet listing every dollar I'd ever given them, color-coded by purpose. House repairs, emergencies, my sister's car, my dad's business. By the time I was done, the total made my stomach turn. It wasn't just a few thousand here and there. It was more than $40,000. $40,000 of my hard-earned savings, gone, spread over years of me trying to keep everyone happy. And as I stared at that number, I felt something shift again, but this time, it wasn't sadness. It was clarity. I wasn't just going to walk away. I was going to make sure they understood, without a shadow of a doubt, what they'd taken from me. And I was going to do it in a way that left no room for twisting the narrative. Over the next few days, I started quietly positioning myself. I contacted the bank and had the last of my name removed from anything shared. I double-checked the paperwork for the emergency account closure to make sure there was no way they could reopen it without me. Then I called a lawyer. I'd been putting that off for months, telling myself it was too extreme, that I didn't need to escalate things. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I needed someone in my corner, someone who could make sure I was protected if they tried to guilt or pressure me into paying for anything else. The lawyer was calm, professional, and didn't seem surprised at all by my situation. "You'd be amazed how often this happens," she said. "Families can be the worst when it comes to money, but you've kept excellent records. That's going to help you." She walked me through my options, most of which boiled down to setting hard boundaries, in writing, if necessary. By the time I left her office, I had a plan and a strange sense of relief. It wasn't just me anymore. I had someone backing me up. Meanwhile, I kept living my life, going to work, making progress on the new projects my boss had given me, and enjoying my space. I hosted a small housewarming with a few close friends, people who had actually checked in on me when I was in the hospital. We ate pizza on my new couch, laughed until midnight, and for the first time in a long time, I felt surrounded by people who actually wanted to be there. And just like clockwork, the family chat lit up again. This time it was my sister, freshly back from her trip, complaining about how broke she was because she'd gone over budget. "Noah, can you help me just until payday?" she asked. I didn't reply. The next day, Mom called. I let it go to voicemail, then listened to the message later. "Honey, I don't know what's going on with you, but this cold shoulder thing is hurting everyone. Your sister needs you right now. We all do. This isn't like you." She was right about one thing. It wasn't like me. The old me would have caved, would have sent the money just to keep the peace. But the new me? The one who'd built a new life, gotten a promotion, and started seeing things clearly? That version of me wasn't going to cave. So instead of sending money, I sent a different kind of message. I typed up an email, not a text. I addressed it to Mom, Dad, and my sister. In it, I included the spreadsheet of every payment I'd ever made, along with copies of the receipts and screenshots of the requests. I wrote, "I'm done being the family's safety net. This is everything I've contributed over the past 3 years. This is what I've spent while being told I never help with anything. This stops now. I won't be paying the cabin taxes. I won't be covering trips, cars, or repairs. If you need financial help, you'll have to figure it out without me." I didn't press send. Not yet. Because a part of me wanted to wait until the perfect moment. A moment where it would hit the hardest, where they wouldn't be able to dismiss it or spin it as me being dramatic. And that moment came faster than I thought. A week later, Mom called me again, this time sounding less chipper, more urgent. "We need to talk," she said. "About the cabin. And about the family. This distance isn't healthy. Come to dinner this Sunday. Please." I almost said no. But then I thought about the email draft sitting in my inbox, the spreadsheet ready to go, the months of hurt and frustration that had been building up. No, I wouldn't skip this dinner. I was going to go, and I was going to be ready. Because if they wanted to talk about the cabin, if they wanted to talk about the family, then for the first time in my life, I was going to make them listen, really listen, to me. And that was the night everything would start to shift, for good. Sunday came faster than I expected, but I felt more ready than I ever had. I got dressed deliberately. Nothing flashy, but nothing that would make me look like I was showing up to beg, either. I wore a dark button-down, nice shoes, and took my time combing my hair. I looked calm, collected. The drive to my parents' house was quiet except for the hum of the tires, and I used the whole ride to rehearse what I was going to say. Not to argue, not to yell, just to make it impossible for them to ignore me. When I pulled into their driveway, I noticed something right away. Everyone was already there. My sister's car, my cousin's cars, even my uncle's truck. This wasn't just a casual Sunday dinner. This was an intervention, and I was the target. Inside, the house smelled like roast chicken and garlic bread, but there was a heaviness in the air that had nothing to do with food. My mom met me at the door, all tight smiles, and ushered me into the dining room where everyone was already seated. "Good, you're here," she said, like I'd been late to an appointment. "Sit down. We have a lot to talk about." I sat, folded my hands in front of me, and waited. Dad started. "Noah, this distance you've put between yourself and the family isn't healthy. We've been worried. Your sister feels like you're punishing her. We all feel like you're holding a grudge." My sister jumped in before I could reply. "You've been so cold lately, Noah. This is supposed to be a happy time for me. I just got back from my trip, and you're ruining it with your attitude." I let them talk. Let them air out every complaint they had, every accusation about how I was withdrawing and acting superior and making everyone feel guilty. I just sat there, calm, nodding occasionally. When they finally finished, I reached into my bag and pulled out a folder. "Are you done?" I asked quietly. Mom frowned. "This isn't about paperwork, Noah. This is about—" "No," I said, my voice firm but level. "This is about exactly this." I opened the folder and laid the first page on the table, the spreadsheet. Color-coded, neatly labeled, every dollar accounted for. "This," I said, tapping the page, "is what I've contributed to this family over the last 3 years. $42,763. Roof repairs, water heater, car repairs, the Greece trip, all of it. And do you know what I got in return? Not a single visit when I was in the hospital. Not one meal dropped off. Not one word of thanks. Just more demands." The room went quiet. My sister shifted uncomfortably. Dad looked down at the table. I slid the next few pages out, receipts, transfers, screenshots of texts asking me for help. "You want to talk about me holding grudges? This is why? This is what you've taken from me, financially and emotionally, without a second thought. And I'm done." Mom started to say something, but I held up a hand. "I'm not here to argue," I said. "I'm here to be clear. The emergency account is closed. My name is off every shared bill, every streaming service, every phone plan. From this point forward, if there's an expense, taxes, repairs, trips, anything, you will not be coming to me. I will not pay. I will not co-sign. I will not spot you until payday." I turned to my sister. "And you especially, do not ask me for money again. Ever. You just spent thousands of my dollars on a vacation and had the nerve to call me selfish for not sending more. That ends today." She went red in the face, her mouth opening and closing like she couldn't believe I was actually saying this out loud in front of everyone. "You're being dramatic," she snapped finally. "This is family. We're supposed to help each other. Family goes both ways," I said evenly. "And you made it very clear you only see me as a wallet, not a brother. So no, I won't be helping anymore. You'll have to figure things out the way I had to figure out how to get home from surgery alone." The silence that followed was so thick I could hear the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Finally, Mom tried again. "Noah, you can't just cut us off like this. What about the cabin? We can't cover those taxes without you." I looked her dead in the eye. "Then sell it." The words landed like a punch. Dad's face went pale. The cabin was his pride, his legacy. "I'm not paying for something I don't even use," I continued. "If you can't afford it, let it go. But you will not make me responsible for it. Not anymore." I stood up, gathered my papers, and tucked them back into the folder. "I came here tonight to say this once, so there wouldn't be any confusion later. You know where I stand now." And then, with the entire table staring at me in stunned silence, I walked out. On the drive home, my hands were steady on the wheel. For the first time in years, I felt free. But that wasn't the end. Because what I didn't tell them, what I was saving for later, was that I'd already taken one final step to make sure they couldn't drag me back into this cycle. And when they found out what it was going to hit harder than anything I'd said at that table. Driving home that night felt different than any other drive I'd ever made from that house. For the first time in my adult life, I didn't feel like I had to brace myself for the next phone call, the next guilt trip, the next emergency. I had said what I needed to say, and I hadn't yelled, hadn't begged, hadn't let my voice shake. The silence after I walked out was still ringing in my ears when I got back to my apartment. I half expected my phone to blow up with calls and texts the moment I shut my door behind me, but it didn't. It stayed quiet all night, which somehow felt louder than any argument they could have thrown at me. The next morning, though, the storm came. At 7:12 a.m., my phone lit up with a text from my sister. "You humiliated me in front of everyone. You made me look like some spoiled brat. I was counting on you to help, and you just turned your back. I hope you're happy." I didn't reply. At 8 o'clock, Mom called. This time I let it go to voicemail, then listened as she left a long, rambling message about how shocked she was at my behavior, how cruel it was to bring up money in front of the whole family. "We were trying to have a nice dinner," she said. "You didn't have to make it a spectacle." Again, I didn't reply. By noon, my cousin texted me privately, saying, "Honestly, good for you. Someone had to say it. You should have seen their faces after you left." Total panic. That made me smile. For once, someone in the family actually understood what I'd been trying to do. And then came the message I had been waiting for, the one I knew would come eventually. It was from Dad. Short, clipped, no greeting. "The county sent a notice. Cabin taxes are past due. Need you to send your share today, or we'll get hit with penalties." I stared at that message for a long time. Then I opened my laptop, went into my email drafts, and hit send on the message I'd been holding back for weeks. The email went out instantly, the spreadsheet, the receipts, the statement that I was done. But I added one more attachment this time. A scan of the document proving I'd removed myself legally from anything tying me to the cabin, including maintenance and tax obligations. My lawyer had filed the paperwork 2 weeks earlier, and now it was official. I ended the email with one final line. "This is no longer my responsibility. Handle it yourselves." Less than 10 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Dad. I let it go to voicemail. His message this time wasn't calm. "Noah, you went too far. Do you even understand what you've done? We can't cover those taxes without your contribution. If we lose the cabin, it's on you." I sat back in my chair and let that sink in. Even now, even with everything laid out in black and white, he still wanted me to feel guilty. But I didn't. That evening, I poured myself a drink and sat on my new couch, watching the sun set through the big windows of my apartment. My phone buzzed occasionally. Mom, my sister, Dad, but I didn't pick up. I just watched the sky turn orange and pink and felt peaceful. 2 weeks passed before I heard anything new. Then my cousin texted again. They put the cabin on the market. I don't know what reaction I expected to have. Maybe sadness, maybe nostalgia. But all I felt was relief. That cabin had been a symbol of obligation for me for so long. Every summer I was expected to go fix something, clean something, spend money on something. That letting it go felt like letting go of a weight I'd been carrying on my shoulders. A month later, my sister tried one last time to reel me back in. She called me late at night, sounding tearful. "Noah, you've made your point, okay? Can we just go back to normal? I need help with my rent this month, and I don't know who else to ask." I thought about all the times I'd helped her before. All the times I'd said yes because it was easier than saying no. And then, calmly, I said, "No." There was silence on the line, just her breathing. "You really mean that?" she asked, her voice small. "Yes," I said. "I do. I'm done, Claire. For real this time." She hung up without saying goodbye. That was the last time she asked me for anything. Life got quieter after that, quieter in a good way. Without the constant drain of their demands, I had space to focus on myself. I finished decorating my apartment, started taking weekend trips with friends, even signed up for a photography class I'd always wanted to try. Every now and then, I'd get updates from my cousin about family dinners. He said my absence was still a topic, that Mom sometimes got teary-eyed about how I'd changed, and Dad just stayed quiet. But here's the thing, I didn't feel guilty. Not anymore. Because they were right, I had changed. I'd stopped letting them use me like a safety net. I'd stopped sacrificing my own well-being just to keep the peace. The last time I saw them was at a small family event a few months later. They were polite, almost cautious around me, like they'd finally realized I wasn't going to slide back into my old role. And when the evening ended, Mom tried to hand me a stack of receipts for something they'd bought for the family, like she was testing the waters. I looked her in the eye, smiled politely, and said, "That's not my responsibility." Then I handed the receipts back, turned, and walked out into the cool night air. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was walking away from my family. I felt like I was walking toward myself. And that was the most satisfying feeling of all. My name's Elias Mercer, I'm 29, and until a few months ago, I still thought family has your back was an unshakable truth. I should have known better. My parents raised my sister, Delilah, like she was the crown jewel of our bloodline, graceful, deserving, too delicate to face consequences. Meanwhile, I was the one told to be understanding every time she took something that wasn't hers or made a mess I had to clean up. Delilah was 3 years younger than me, but growing up, she learned quickly that one well-timed pout could erase any wrongdoing. If I so much as looked at her the wrong way, I was bullying her. If she borrowed my things without asking, I was selfish for wanting them back. It was exhausting, but I thought by moving into my own apartment and keeping my distance, I'd finally have some peace. That peace shattered one overcast Tuesday in April. Delilah had been calling me nonstop the past week, and I'd been dodging her calls because I already knew what she wanted. She'd posted on social media about test driving a brand new luxury SUV, despite the fact she could barely afford the one-bedroom she rented. It didn't take a genius to put the pieces together. She wanted a cosigner. Sure enough, she eventually cornered me at our parents' place during Sunday dinner, phone in hand, screen glowing with financing terms. "Eli, it's basically free money," she said, her voice honey-sweet, like she was doing me the favor. "I just need you to sign, and I'll take care of the rest." I didn't even bother with a lecture. "No," I said, plain and steady, and went back to sipping my coffee. The shift in her face was immediate, like a mask cracking. Her smile twitched, then hardened into something sharper. "Wow, I guess family loyalty means nothing to you," she muttered. Mom jumped in with her usual chorus. "Eli, it's just paperwork. She's your sister. Don't make this harder than it needs to be." Dad stayed silent, which, in my family, was the same as agreeing with them. I held my ground, though, and left not long after. But the next day, I found out exactly how Delilah handles disappointment. I was walking out of my building's lobby, keys in hand, when I saw her standing by the curb, phone pressed to her ear. I almost didn't recognize my own car. It was parked a little crooked, with a fresh, fist-sized dent in the rear bumper. Before I could even speak, she ended her call and turned toward me with that smile, the one she used when she knew she'd won something. "Oops," she said lightly, twirling her keys. "I accidentally backed into your car. My bad." I stared at her. "You what?" "It's not a big deal," she continued, shrugging. "Insurance will cover it. Maybe you shouldn't have parked so close to the driveway." She wasn't even trying to sound apologetic. She was enjoying herself. I glanced at the mark. It was fresh, paint chipped, metal slightly bent. "You did this on purpose," I said quietly. Her smirk told me everything I needed to know. That's when Mom pulled up, stepping out with a grocery bag in her arms. She glanced at the bumper and waved her hand like she was shooing a fly. "It's just a dent, Elias. Cars get scratched. Don't make a federal case out of it." She said it like she was already tired of the conversation, as though I was being unreasonable for caring about my own property. I didn't argue. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't even tell them what I was really thinking. Instead, I stood there, watching Delilah saunter back to her car, her own beat-up sedan with a cracked taillight, and pull away. The satisfaction on her face burned into my mind. That evening, after the apartment was quiet and the city outside my window had settled into its usual hum, I pulled out a folder from my desk drawer. Inside was a document I'd been keeping for years, one I never thought I'd need, but it kept just in case. I read it over twice, the words lining up in my head with the conversation I'd overheard at Sunday dinner, and a plan began to take shape. Then I made one phone call, a short one, under 2 minutes, but enough to set things in motion. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept picturing Delilah's smug expression, the way Mom had brushed it all aside. They thought I'd swallow it like I always had. But they didn't know I wasn't the same Elias anymore. I'd learned to be patient. I'd learned to keep my moves quiet until the right moment. And at 7:03 a.m. the next morning, Delilah learned that too. I'll tell you exactly what happened, but first, you need to understand this wasn't just about a dent in my car. Delilah's little oops might have been the spark, but the gasoline had been collecting for years. The dent was just a symbol, something tangible I could point to, but the real damage was in all the little ways she'd been given a free pass while I was told to be the bigger person. I started thinking back to every time she'd walked away unscathed from something that would have had me grounded for weeks. Like the time she borrowed Mom's credit card in high school to buy a $400 designer bag and blamed me when the bill came. Mom believed her without hesitation, and I spent that weekend repainting the kitchen as punishment. Or the summer after she graduated college, when she moved into my apartment temporarily while looking for a job, and somehow my rent went up because she never paid her share of utilities. Every time I tried to hold her accountable, it became an attack on her character and proof that I was too hard on her. So, after the dent incident, I didn't confront her right away. I knew better. When I'd fight back openly, they'd all close ranks to protect her. This time, I stayed quiet and observed. And it didn't take long for her to give me more ammunition. A few days later, I stopped by my parents' house to drop off some tax papers for Dad. I hadn't even taken my shoes off when I heard voices in the kitchen. Delilah's was unmistakable, loud, indignant, dripping with self-pity. And Elias wouldn't even help me with the loan. Can you believe that? He's always acting like he's better than everyone else now, just because he's got that good job. Mom's voice floated back, warm and syrupy. Honey, some people forget where they came from. Don't let it bother you. You'll get that car somehow. Maybe we can all pitch in. All pitch in mom speak meant Elias will pay for it whether he likes it or not. I lingered in the hallway, hidden from view, and kept listening. I mean, I'm his only sister, Delilah went on, lowering her voice just enough to make me lean closer. If he won't help me, what's the point of family? I swear, he acts like we owe him something. And you know he's still got that money from Grandpa, right? He just sits on it. Selfish. That one hit me like ice water. She wasn't supposed to know about that. Grandpa had left me a modest inheritance, not life-changing money, but enough to help me get my apartment and start a little investment account. I'd never told anyone the exact figure, but apparently she'd been snooping or had pried it out of someone. I stepped into the kitchen then, making enough noise with my shoes that they'd think I'd just arrived. Mom plastered on a smile. Eli, we were just talking about you. I gathered, I said, setting the papers on the counter. Delilah didn't look guilty. If anything, she looked amused, like she'd been caught in the middle of some private joke. The next week, the tension thickened. Delilah began showing up at my apartment unannounced, usually with some flimsy excuse. Oh, I was in the neighborhood, she'd say, before wandering into my kitchen and helping herself to coffee. She'd make pointed comments about my TV, my furniture, my laptop. Nice, must have cost a fortune. Like she was cataloging my belongings. Once, I caught her peeking into my desk drawer, claiming she was looking for a pen. Mom didn't help. She started calling me more often, usually to talk about how hard it is for your sister right now and how you could ease her burden. One evening, she said outright, Elias, you could just co-sign the loan and be done with it. It's not like you'd even notice the payments. And think how much it would mean to her. When I said no again, her tone sharpened. You've changed. You used to care about family. Meanwhile, Delilah ramped up her passive-aggressive campaign. She'd post on social media about fake relatives who only care about themselves and people who think money is more important than blood. Every post was vague enough to deny, but obvious enough for our extended family to start asking me awkward questions. The breaking point came 2 weeks later when I went to my parents' house for Sunday dinner again. My car, now with its dent still unrepaired, was parked in the driveway. Halfway through the meal, I heard laughter from outside. Through the window, I saw Delilah leaning against my car, tapping her nail on the dent, showing it off to one of her friends like it was some kind of trophy. When I stepped outside, she didn't even flinch. Relax, Elias. I'm just telling her how you freaked out over a little bump. I stared at her for a long second, and that was when something in me shifted. All the years of swallowing my pride, all the times I'd been told to let things go, every smug smile and dismissive shrug, it was all lining up, forming a straight, clear path. She thought she'd humiliated me. She thought I'd stew in silence while she kept poking the bear. But she didn't realize I'd already made that one phone call. And the person on the other end had promised me something that was about to turn her world upside down. What happened next was going to change the game entirely. It was a Thursday evening when the real blow landed. I'd just gotten home from work, still in my button-down, sleeves rolled up, trying to shake off the stress of the day, when my phone buzzed with a text from my bank. Unusual activity detected on your account. Please confirm if you made this transaction. $3,200 at Granite Motors. My chest tightened. Granite Motors was the dealership Delilah had been drooling over for weeks. I called the bank immediately, and sure enough, someone had attempted to put down a payment on a luxury SUV using my card number. It hadn't gone through, but the attempt alone made my pulse spike. I canceled the card on the spot and told them I'd come in the next morning to sign the fraud paperwork. The whole time, there was only one name in my head. Still, I needed proof before confronting her. I didn't have to wait long. That night, as I was eating takeout on the couch, my phone lit up with a notification from one of those social media apps I barely used anymore. A tagged photo. I tapped it open. There she was, Delilah, standing inside the showroom of Granite Motors, holding up a key fob, flashing that same self-satisfied grin she'd worn when she dented my car. The caption read, "Manifestation works. Big things coming. #blessed." My stomach twisted. I recognized the salesman in the background. He'd been the one who called her a woman with great taste when she dragged me along to look at cars a month ago. I didn't even finish my food. I drove straight to my parents' house, my thoughts circling like vultures. When I walked in, Delilah was sprawled on the couch, scrolling through her phone with that infuriating, unbothered calm. Mom was in the kitchen, humming as she prepped something in the oven. "Did you try to use my credit card at Granite Motors?" I asked flatly. Delilah didn't even look up. "Don't be dramatic. I just borrowed the number." My hands tightened at my sides. Borrowed? Without asking? For $3,000. Finally, she set the phone down and looked at me like I was the one overreacting. "I was going to pay you back. You make more than enough to float me for a while. Besides, you'd be proud of me. I almost got approved on my own." Mom emerged then, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "Elias, it's not like she bought the car. Calm down." I stared at her. "She committed fraud, Mom. That's illegal." "You're making it sound so ugly," Mom said, rolling her eyes. "It's family. You're supposed to help each other out. Don't use words like that." I laughed, short, sharp, humorless. "You mean words like the truth?" Delilah crossed her arms, leaning back into the couch cushions like she was done with the conversation. "If you weren't so stingy, I wouldn't have had to do it. You're just mad because I found a way around your little power trip." Power trip. That was the word that made it click. All this time, she thought saying no to her was about control, not boundaries. She didn't just feel entitled to my help. She felt entitled to my resources, to my life, to anything she thought she could get her hands on. I didn't yell. I didn't threaten. I didn't even stay long enough for Dad to come home and take his usual, "let's not fight" stance. I just left, letting the silence between us stretch out like a fuse. On the drive home, my mind replayed every slight, every manipulation, every time I'd been told to be the bigger person. And now, she'd crossed into territory you couldn't brush off with a shrug. She'd taken my trust, what little was left, and turned it into leverage for her own gain. What she didn't know was that the document in my desk drawer and the phone call I'd made days ago, they were both about to converge into something far bigger than a dent in my bumper or a stolen credit card number. I had been waiting for the perfect moment to pull the trigger. And now, she just handed it to me. The days that followed were some of the heaviest I'd experienced in years, not because of what Delilah did, but because of how completely alone I realized I was in my own family. I didn't hear a single word of apology from her. Not a text, not a call, not even an awkward attempt at justification. Instead, Mom called me twice, both times to scold me. "You're taking this way too far," she said during the first call. "Your sister made a mistake, but she's family. You don't just cut people off over money." "It's not just money," I told her. "It's trust." And she knew exactly what she was doing. "She's under stress," Mom countered, her voice taking on that clipped, patronizing edge she used when she wanted me to stop arguing. "She needs compassion right now, not punishment." I didn't respond to that one. There was no point. The second call was worse. Mom said she and Dad had been talking things over and decided that if I wasn't going to let this go, then maybe it was better if I didn't come to family dinners for a while. Not to punish me, she claimed, but to ease the tension. Translation: it was easier to sideline me than to hold Delilah accountable. That was the moment it hit me, really hit me, that they weren't just blind to her behavior. They were active participants in enabling it. It wasn't Delilah against me. It was Delilah and the family unit, and I was the outsider. The weight of that realization sank deep. I stopped answering their calls. I worked longer hours, stayed out later, and my apartment became a place of silence I wasn't sure I liked. Friends noticed I was quieter, but I brushed it off. How do you explain to someone that your own parents see you as expendable so long as it keeps the family peace? One night, about a week after the confrontation, I came home to find an envelope slipped under my door. Inside was a note in Delilah's handwriting. "You're overreacting. It's just money. I'll pay you back when I can. Don't make things ugly." No apology, no accountability, just an expectation that I'd eventually fold. I sat on my couch for a long time, that note on the coffee table in front of me, the city lights blinking through the window. This was my rock bottom, not the dent, not the fraud attempt, but the sheer clarity that nothing I said or did would ever change their dynamic. They weren't going to wake up one day and see how unfair this was. The only thing I could control was how I responded. And so, quietly, I began to pull away. I stopped sharing any personal details. I unfollowed them on social media so I wouldn't have to see Delilah's smug posts. I told my landlord to deny entry to anyone who wasn't me. Every loose thread of my life that Delilah could tug on, I started securing. But I wasn't just retreating. In the background, that folder in my desk was still there, and the number I'd called a week earlier was still saved in my phone. I started adding to it dates, names, little details I'd overheard or remembered from past conversations. I wasn't rushing. I wanted precision, not impulse. They thought they'd push me into a corner. They thought I'd lick my wounds quietly until I came crawling back. What they didn't realize was that I'd stopped playing their game altogether. I was building my own, and when it was ready, they wouldn't see it coming. And then, one evening, while reviewing a seemingly minor detail in that folder, I realized I had something far bigger than I'd initially thought. Something that could turn the tide completely. It's strange how fast the fog lifts once you stop waiting for people to treat you better. The more distance I put between myself and my family, the clearer my head became, and the more energy I had to put into my own life. At work, I started volunteering for projects I used to avoid, mostly because I was too mentally drained dealing with family drama. I stayed late when it mattered, took on responsibilities outside my job description, and within 2 months, my boss asked me into his office. I braced myself for bad news, but instead he slid a paper across the desk, a promotion offer. The pay bump was bigger than I'd expected, and the title came with authority I'd never had before. I signed before he could change his mind. That extra income didn't go to flash or impulse. I was careful. I increased my investments, paid off the last of my student loans, and opened a separate savings account labeled Future Projects. There was something empowering about knowing that every dollar I earned was mine alone, untouched by the constant drain of helping out a sister who saw my wallet as a family resource. Socially, things shifted too. I started saying yes to more invitations from friends. We took weekend trips, tried new restaurants, even went hiking, a hobby I'd never considered before but quickly grew to love. My circle became people who added to my life instead of taking from it. Nobody was keeping score. Nobody was guilting me into doing things I didn't want to do. Meanwhile, Delilah's little stunts didn't stop, but they started to look smaller. I heard from a cousin that she'd been denied financing on that luxury SUV she wanted, and that her current car had broken down twice in 1 month. Another relative mentioned she'd been venting online about toxic siblings and how she was surrounded by people who don't want her to succeed. It didn't bother me anymore. It just confirmed what I already knew. But I wasn't just moving on. I was positioning myself. That folder in my desk was no longer just a precaution. It was a blueprint. Over time, I'd gathered every receipt, message, and piece of evidence that painted the full picture of Delilah's entitlement, from the dented bumper to the fraud attempt. I also had something she didn't know about, a legal connection between her and a piece of property she thought was in someone else's name entirely. That was the part that had started as a faint detail in my memory and turned into something substantial once I dug deeper. A connection that, if used correctly, could flip her world upside down, not out of spite, but to finally make her understand what it feels like when someone else holds the cards. By late summer, I was no longer in survival mode. I was thriving. My savings were growing faster than ever, my career trajectory was steep, and my confidence, both in myself and in my ability to handle what came next, was unshakable. Every time I saw Delilah's name pop up on my phone, I didn't feel dread anymore. I felt readiness. And then, in early September, I got a call from someone who, unknowingly, gave me exactly the last piece I needed. They didn't know they were handing me the key to the whole plan, but when I hung up, I knew the timing was perfect. The call came from Mr. Halvorsen, my late grandfather's attorney. We hadn't spoken in years, not since the will had been settled, but his voice was exactly as I remembered, measured, deliberate, never wasting a word. "Elias," he began, "I thought you should know about a matter that's recently come across my desk. Your grandfather's old property on Hawthorne Street. Do you recall it?" I did. A two-story brick building near downtown. It had sat empty for years after Grandpa passed, and I assumed it had been sold or passed to someone else in the family. "Well," Halvorsen continued, "it appears your sister's name is still attached to the title. It was part of an arrangement your grandfather made, something about helping her start fresh when she came of age. But she never followed through on the conditions. Legally, that means the property reverts to you as his next eligible heir. We're finalizing the transfer now, unless you wish to contest it." I sat there, the weight of his words settling in like a stone dropping into deep water. Not only was this property valuable, prime location, no mortgage, but Delilah clearly didn't know she no longer had any real claim to it. If she'd been aware, she would have bragged about it years ago. Halvorsen sent me the paperwork, and by the end of the week, the deed was in my name. Just like that, I owned something my sister thought was hers by right. But that wasn't all. In the days that followed, I quietly started looking into the property's history. Through public records and a friend in real estate, I discovered Delilah had been using the building's address for certain business ventures, small online shops, pop-up events, and even a couple of questionable credit applications. Nothing illegal on paper, but enough to make me wonder if she'd been using the property as a kind of phantom asset to boost her image. Now, with me as the legal owner, I had the power to shut all of that down in one move. But I didn't rush it. I wanted to time this right, not just for maximum effect, but so there'd be no way for her to spin it as me being petty. I needed the setup to be airtight. At the same time, my position at work had given me another advantage. The promotion I'd earned came with connections to people in finance, law, and property management. Exactly the kind of people who could help me navigate the next phase without a single misstep. Over coffee and after-hours conversations, I learned exactly how to leverage ownership of the Hawthorne property without ever setting foot inside it. And in one particularly enlightening chat, a colleague mentioned a legal mechanism that could effectively freeze any operations tied to the building until certain fees were paid and permits cleared. Fees and permits that would now require my signature as owner. Piece by piece, the puzzle was coming together. I had control of an asset my sister valued. I had documentation tying her to it in ways she'd rather keep quiet, and I had the professional network to execute this cleanly. All I needed was an event, a moment when she'd be most exposed, most certain of her own untouchable position, before I flipped the board. That opportunity came faster than I expected, in the form of a glossy, gold-embossed invitation slid into my mailbox one Friday evening. The invitation was for the Hawthorne Launch Gala, a catered, champagne-filled event to celebrate Delilah's new business venture inside the very property I now owned. The card was printed on thick, expensive paper, with her name front and center in looping gold script. I almost laughed when I read the tagline. A bold new chapter, the city's next hot spot. It didn't take much to see what she was doing. She'd probably told everyone she owned the place, framing it as her grand achievement. She was going to use this gala to cement her image as an ambitious, self-made entrepreneur. The guest list, which I got a peek at from a mutual friend, was full of local business owners, distant relatives, and a couple of minor social media influencers she must have begged to attend. She had no idea I was the legal owner. That week, I set my plan in motion. First, I called my attorney, not Halvorsen, but someone from my own circle at work, to draft a formal notice revoking permission for any events on the property without my approval. It cited zoning issues, unpaid usage fees, and a pending review of all business activities tied to the building's address. The notice was perfectly legitimate and airtight. It also stated that, due to these issues, the property would be locked down until further notice. Next, I hired a locksmith and a property manager I trusted. 2 days before the event, the locks were changed, and a crisp notice of closure was posted on both the front and side doors. The notice was printed on official letterhead with my name, as the owner, at the bottom in clean black ink. I didn't stop there. The morning of the gala, I had my attorney email Delilah directly, copying the event coordinator and catering service, informing them that the property was unavailable for use that evening and that any unauthorized access would be considered trespassing. The email included the legal references to back it up. I knew Delilah well enough to predict her reaction. She'd assume it was some kind of bureaucratic mix-up and try to push ahead anyway. Which is why, at 6:45 p.m., I drove past the building and parked down the block. From where I sat, I could see guests arriving in dresses and suits, chattering as they stepped up to the locked glass doors. They rattled the handles, knocked, peered inside, and were greeted by empty, dimly lit rooms. No tables, no music, no catering setup. Just the stark reflection of the closure notice in the glass. Delilah arrived shortly after, stepping out of a rideshare in a sparkling floor-length gown. I watched as she stopped dead in her tracks, clutching a silver clutch bag. She hurried to the door, tugged at it, then pulled out her phone, pacing in her heels. A few guests tried asking her what was going on, but she just shook her head, waving them off. Then, like clockwork, the catering van pulled up, and the driver handed her a printed copy of the attorney's email, which I'd made sure they received. I couldn't hear her from where I sat, but I saw the way her jaw tightened, her smile flickered, and her shoulders slumped. Word spread quickly among the guests. Some left quietly. Others lingered just long enough to post on social media about the strangest event cancellation ever. By 7:30, the sidewalk was nearly empty except for Delilah, standing alone under the streetlight, scrolling furiously on her phone. She didn't call me that night. But the next morning, I woke up to a barrage of texts, first from her, then from Mom, then from a couple of aunts who'd apparently heard a very one-sided version of events. I didn't respond. I didn't have to. The deed, the notices, and the paper trail spoke for themselves. For the first time, Delilah had been forced to face consequences she couldn't laugh off or talk her way out of. And she knew exactly who had pulled the strings, without me ever having to raise my voice or make a scene. But the real fallout, that came in the days after, when the image she'd been building for years began to unravel, piece by piece. The days that followed were like watching a slow-motion collapse. By Monday morning, word had spread beyond the gala guests. Photos of the locked doors and the closure notice, my name clearly visible, circulated on local social media pages. Comments ranged from confused to openly mocking. Guess the grand opening didn't go as planned. Didn't she say she owned the place? Awkward. Her so-called business partners began quietly pulling away. The catering company demanded reimbursement for the wasted evening. The event coordinator sent her an invoice for last-minute cancellations. The influencers she'd bragged about inviting never mentioned her again. The image she'd been cultivating for months, glamorous, successful, untouchable, was suddenly riddled with cracks. But the real damage came when my attorney followed through with the rest of the process. Because she'd been using the Hawthorne property address for her side ventures, every permit and registration tied to it was now flagged for review. A few were outright revoked. Her online store went temporarily unavailable. A boutique pop-up she'd planned for the holidays had to be scrapped entirely. Mom called me 3 times that week, each voicemail angrier than the last. "You've humiliated your sister in front of the whole family," she snapped in one message. This was unnecessary, Elias. Completely unnecessary. I didn't call her back. Dad sent one text. Could we have handled this differently? I didn't answer that either. Delilah, though, she finally broke her silence in the form of a long, rambling message that started with, "I can't believe you do this to me," and ended with, "You've ruined everything." I read it once, calmly, and deleted it without replying. There was nothing to say. The next time I saw her was at a distant cousin's birthday lunch 2 months later. She arrived late, dressed plainly, no entourage, no designer accessories. She didn't meet my eyes once. The energy around her was different, muted, diminished. A few relatives still whispered about what happened, but nobody asked me directly. They didn't need to. I didn't gloat. I didn't rub it in. I just enjoyed my meal, chatted with the people who treated me with respect, and left early, walking out into the crisp air with the quiet satisfaction of knowing I had finally tipped the balance. For years, They'd told me to be the bigger person while I took every hit in silence. This time, I was the bigger person, but on my own terms. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't lose my temper. I simply shifted the weight of her actions back onto her shoulders and let gravity do the rest. As I closed my car door and started the engine, I caught one last glimpse of her through the restaurant window, alone at the table, staring down at her phone. For the first time, she wasn't smiling. And in that moment, I realized I hadn't just won. I'd taken back the one thing she could never touch again, my peace. When I was 18, my parents left me at a gas station off I-95 with nothing but my wallet and a dead phone. It wasn't an accident. They did it on purpose, to teach me a lesson, as my mom later called it. I remember standing there in the August heat, confused at first, then panicked, then humiliated as I slowly realized they weren't coming back. That was nearly 9 years ago. I'm 27 now. My name's Mitchell, and I haven't heard from them since that day, until yesterday. I came home from work, tired as usual, dropped my keys in the bowl by the door, and found a pale pink envelope sitting in my mailbox with familiar handwriting and their names on the return address. My hands went cold before I even opened it. A baby shower invitation. We'd love to see you there. It read, like nothing had ever happened. But let me back up. I grew up in a small town in Maryland. One of those places where people still wave when they drive past each other, even if they don't know you. On paper, my family looked normal. Dad worked construction, Mom stayed home, and sometimes baked for the church. We had a house with a porch swing, a beagle named Rex, and a fridge covered in school photos and macaroni art. But behind all that Norman Rockwell stuff was a mess that only really made sense to me once I got older. My parents weren't bad in the way people usually mean. They didn't hit me. They didn't scream every night. They didn't drink or throw things. No, their specialty was quieter. They were the kind of people who demanded gratitude for things they never gave, who kept a mental scorecard of every tiny inconvenience they'd ever suffered for your existence. My mom, Valerie, could guilt you into crying with a single raised eyebrow. My dad, Frank, wasn't mean so much as cold. He was like a locked cabinet, emotionally speaking. I used to wonder if he liked me at all, or if I was just another chore he didn't ask for. I was the oldest of 3. My brother, Darren, was 2 years younger, and our sister, Leah, was the baby of the family. Leah could do no wrong. Darren? Well, Darren learned early that if he kept his head down and agreed with everything our parents said, he'd be left alone. I wasn't that good at pretending. I asked questions. I talked back. I wanted things, like going to college, getting a job out of state, being my own person. All of which, according to my parents, made me difficult. I started noticing the favoritism around the time I turned 14. Darren had wrecked his bike into a neighbor's mailbox, and my dad just shook his head and bought him a new one. A few weeks later, I accidentally left a glass on the porch overnight, and my mom acted like I'd set fire to the living room. "You're the oldest," she snapped. "You should know better." That became a constant refrain. I was always supposed to know better, do better, be better, but somehow I never was. And no matter how hard I tried, nothing ever really seemed good enough. Things hit a breaking point the summer I turned 18. I had just graduated high school, and I was working part-time at a grocery store while saving up for community college. I'd gotten a scholarship, nothing huge, but enough to cover most of the first year, and I had plans. Real plans. I was going to study computer science, move out, maybe even land a job that didn't involve stocking shelves or scrubbing grease. But to my parents, that just meant I was getting too big for my britches. That summer, they decided we'd take one last family trip. It was a long weekend down to North Carolina to visit some of Mom's cousins. I didn't want to go, and I said so. I had work, I had applications to fill out, and honestly, I just didn't feel like spending 4 days in a cramped car with people who barely tolerated me. But that didn't matter. Mom gave me the ultimatum: come with us or don't bother coming back. So I went. The car ride was tense from the beginning. Darren had taken the front seat while I got sandwiched in the back with Leah, who kept complaining about the AC. Every time I tried to open my mouth, Mom cut me off. "Mitchell, please," she said, like I was already exhausting her. Dad didn't even look at me. I remember trying to tell a story about a customer I helped at work just to make conversation. Darren interrupted halfway through with some dumb joke, and everyone laughed like I wasn't even there. By the time we stopped at that rest area near the Virginia border, I was simmering with quiet frustration. I told them I needed to stretch my legs, maybe grab a snack. Mom gave me $5, not enough for anything real, and rolled her eyes when I thanked her. "Don't be dramatic," she muttered. I remember walking into that dingy little shop, buying a bottle of water and a granola bar, and taking a few minutes to breathe. When I came back out, the car was gone. At first, I thought they were messing with me, that maybe they just circled the lot or pulled around the back to scare me. I walked up and down the rows of cars for 10, maybe 15 minutes. Checked the bathrooms. Looked near the vending machines. Nothing. It wasn't until I saw the parking space we'd been in, now occupied by a silver sedan, that it started to dawn on me. They'd left. I stood there in disbelief, staring at the empty lot like the force of my stare could will the car back into existence. My phone was dead. I hadn't charged it the night before because Leah had hogged the outlet, and I'd given up. I had no charger, no way to call anyone, and no clue where they were headed next. I didn't know Mom's cousin's address. All I knew was they were somewhere in North Carolina. For a few minutes, I just stood there. Then I sat on a curb near a patch of dead grass and tried to think. Maybe they'd come back. Maybe they'd realized I wasn't in the car. Maybe. An hour passed. Then 2. Nobody came. It took me a while to get moving, but eventually I started walking. I don't know what I thought I was going to find. Maybe a payphone. Maybe someone who could help. But I kept walking, one foot in front of the other, until my legs ached and my feet were blistered. It was 6 miles down a sun-baked frontage road before a trucker named Ron pulled over and asked if I was okay. He gave me a ride to the next town and let me charge my phone in his cab. I'll never forget that. I called every number I had. No answer. Finally, I called my friend Brandon, who drove 2 hours just to pick me up. When I got home, the house was locked. My key still worked, but most of my stuff had been shoved into boxes in the garage. A note on the kitchen counter said, "Since you didn't want to be part of the family trip, we figured you'd be happier on your own." That was the last I heard from them. Until now. Standing there with the baby shower invitation in my hands, I felt something snap loose inside me. It wasn't anger, not yet, but it was something heavier, something colder. A decade of silence, and now they were inviting me to a party? I turned the envelope over again, slowly, reading their names like they belonged to strangers. Valerie and Frank Anderson. Return address, same house I grew up in. My pulse picked up. Because here's the thing, they weren't just inviting me to a baby shower. The invitation was for Leah, and that meant she was still in the picture. Still their perfect little angel. And now, apparently, starting a perfect little family. And I couldn't help but wonder, why now? Why reach out after all this time? And what exactly did they want from me? Because people like my parents don't do anything without a reason. And I had a feeling this invitation wasn't about family or forgiveness or any of that feel-good stuff they probably wrote on the card. No, this was something else. And whatever it was, I was going to find out. But not before I taught them what it felt like to be left behind. I didn't go to the baby shower. Not right away, anyway. I stared at that invitation for hours after I opened it, flipping it over, reading the names again and again like they might suddenly make more sense if I squinted hard enough. I even set it on my kitchen table and just looked at it for a long time, like it was some kind of cursed object. A part of me wanted to throw it out. Another part wanted to show up in a black suit just to scare the life out of them. But mostly, I just felt that dull ache in my chest again, the one that had followed me around for years, just quiet enough to ignore when life got busy. It was like the memory of an old wound flaring back up. And now that it was here again, I couldn't push it down. I didn't tell anyone about the invitation for a few days. Not my girlfriend, not my coworkers, not even Brandon, who had seen me at my absolute lowest that day. He picked me up off the side of the road. I just sat with it, trying to decide if it was even worth opening that door again. Eventually, curiosity won out. I decided to look them up, just to see. They still lived in the same house. The white one with the chipped shutters and the flagpole out front. Zillow said the place had appreciated in value, but I noticed the porch swing had been replaced with one of those cheap plastic benches. Funny the things you notice. Leah had a Facebook page. I hadn't looked in years, but it took 2 minutes to find. Her profile photo showed her in a flowy white dress, standing next to a guy in khakis and a backwards hat, holding up a tiny ultrasound picture. "So excited to meet our little bean," the caption said, followed by the usual flood of hearts and emojis. I clicked through her timeline. It was a highlight reel of sunshine and cupcakes. Photos of homemade pies, lake trips, matching flannel pajamas with her fiancé, Jackson. I didn't see a single mention of me, not even in the family group pictures. It was like I'd never existed. But the worst part? Darren was in those pictures too, arm around Mom at Thanksgiving, holding Leah's hand during some kind of gender reveal party in the backyard, leaning against the porch railing with Dad like they'd never left anyone behind. That stung more than I expected. Darren and I hadn't spoken in years. We didn't have a fight, not really. He just drifted away, bit by bit, until it felt pointless to keep reaching out. I'd texted him a few times after the incident, but he never replied. Eventually, I gave up. I told myself he was just scared of rocking the boat, that maybe he'd reach out someday when he grew a spine. Apparently, he grew one in time for cake and balloons. The final blow came when I found a video. It was posted about 6 months ago, a grainy phone recording of Leah's engagement party. The camera panned across the backyard, twinkle lights, buffet tables, a sign that said, "Love is brewing," and then landed on Mom holding a microphone. "She's our miracle girl," she said, voice thick with tears. "Our Leah? She's always been such a light in our lives. We're just so blessed to have watched her grow into this beautiful woman. You've made us proud every day, sweetheart." And we couldn't be more excited to meet our first grandbaby. Everyone clapped. Dad stood behind her, silent but smiling, arms folded. Darren was already halfway through a beer, laughing at something off camera. And me? Nowhere. Not a word. Not a picture. Not a whisper of my name. I closed the laptop, sat in silence for a long time. And then I got angry. You have to understand something. I spent years trying to make peace with what happened. Years in therapy, years convincing myself that it wasn't my fault, that I hadn't done anything to deserve being abandoned like a stray dog on the side of the road. I worked hard, built a life for myself, and told myself that moving on meant letting go. But that video flipped a switch, because suddenly I realized they hadn't just forgotten me. They'd erased me, like I was some embarrassing blemish they didn't want people to see. Like I was the mistake they'd quietly brushed under the rug, so they could play perfect family in their carefully curated little social media bubble. That was the moment I knew I wasn't just going to ignore the invitation. I was going to find out exactly what they wanted, and I was going to look them in the eye when I did. So I RSVP'd. Leah's name was on the invitation, but I knew she hadn't sent it. The handwriting on the envelope was Mom's. Perfect cursive, always slanted to the right. The shower was scheduled for 2 weeks later, on a Sunday afternoon, in the rec hall of some renovated barn that looked like it belonged in a Pinterest ad. I showed up 10 minutes early, just to see the look on their faces. I didn't bring a gift. When I walked in, the air smelled like vanilla candles and cheap perfume. There were balloons everywhere, soft pinks and golds, with little onesies strung up on twine like bunting. A table near the front was piled high with neatly wrapped presents, and a slideshow was playing on a loop showing baby pictures of Leah. People turned to look at me as I stepped inside. I hadn't changed much in 9 years, still tall, still lanky, but I'd grown into my features more. My hair was neater now, my clothes sharper. I wasn't the nervous teenager they'd left behind anymore. I was a man, and I didn't flinch when my mom spotted me from across the room and dropped her champagne glass. "Mitchell," she breathed, eyes wide. Dad was behind her, caught mid-sentence with some couple I didn't recognize. His mouth hung open like he'd seen a ghost. Leah turned, too, and for the first time in almost a decade, I locked eyes with my sister. Her face was unreadable. Then she blinked, smiled politely, and walked away. That was the first sign. The second came moments later, when Mom came bustling over, fake smile plastered on her face, and looped her arm through mine like we were some picture-perfect reunion. "Oh, sweetheart, you came," she cooed, too loudly. "Everyone, this is Mitchell, Leah's older brother. We're so happy he made it. It's been far too long, hasn't it?" I said nothing. She laughed nervously and leaned in close. "You look good. We were hoping you'd come. Leah really wanted her whole family here." I looked at her. "Is that why you mailed the invitation yourself?" Her eyes twitched, just for a second. "Well, she's been busy, and I just thought." "Cut the act," I said quietly. Her smile cracked, but she held it together. I spent the next hour watching from a corner while the guests gushed over diaper cakes and flower crowns. People kept trying to introduce themselves, but I wasn't in the mood. I wasn't there to mingle. I was there to observe, and it didn't take long to see it. The way Mom hovered over Leah like she was royalty. The way Dad actually laughed when Darren made one of his dumb jokes. The way people who didn't even know me acted like I was the one who'd disappeared. Eventually, they brought out a giant pink cake and asked Leah to make a speech. She stepped up to the mic, glowing, hand resting on her bump. "I just want to thank everyone for coming today," she said sweetly. "It means the world to me to have so many people who care about this little one. Especially my family, who've always supported me, no matter what." Her eyes flicked to me, just for a second, and then she smiled and moved on. Like I wasn't even there. I should have left then. Should have walked out, head high, and told myself they weren't worth the oxygen. But I didn't. Because just when I thought it couldn't get worse, Darren found me. He was holding a plate of cake, looking smug. Well, he said. "Didn't think you'd show your face around here. Didn't think you'd still be licking boots." I shot back. He grinned. "You still bitter about that whole road trip thing?" My chest tightened. "You mean the time our parents abandoned me on the side of the highway?" He shrugged. "You kind of asked for it, man. You were being a jerk that whole trip." I stared at him, and for the first time, I saw it clearly. He wasn't brainwashed. He wasn't afraid. He just didn't care. "You knew," I said quietly. "Of course I knew," he said, popping a piece of cake in his mouth. "Mom and Dad told us the plan. Said you needed a wake-up call." I could barely breathe. "You left me there. You let them leave me there." He shrugged again. "And yet here you are? All grown up. See, it worked. That was it. The breaking point. The moment the weight of 9 years of silence and betrayal and erasure finally shattered into something sharp and dangerous. I didn't yell. I didn't make a scene. But something inside me changed. I looked Darren in the eye, and I smiled. A slow, cold smile that made him take a half-step back. "Thanks," I said softly. "For what?" "For reminding me why I left." And with that, I turned around and walked out of the baby shower. But not before I snagged a copy of the guest list off the check-in table. Because now it was personal, and I was just getting started. When I stepped out of that baby shower, the sky had turned the color of wet concrete, gray and low, like it was pressing down on the world. I walked to my car without looking back, but I could still feel their eyes on me, like little pins in my spine. My fingers gripped the guest list so tightly the paper wrinkled. I didn't even know what I was going to do with it yet. I just knew I needed to hold on to something. Anything. To remind myself that I wasn't crazy. That all of it had actually happened. That they really did erase me. The next few weeks were harder than I expected. You'd think that after 9 years of silence, one weird baby shower wouldn't hit that hard. But it did. It was like being cracked open. Suddenly, all the work I'd done to heal, to convince myself that they didn't matter, that I didn't need them, felt hollow. I started waking up at 3 a.m. again. That old knot in my stomach came back, the one I hadn't felt since I was 18, lying in bed staring at the ceiling and wondering what I'd done wrong this time. I stopped going to the gym. I stopped answering texts. Even my girlfriend, Ava, noticed something was off. "You've been quiet lately," she said one night as we sat on the couch. A movie paused mid-frame in front of us. "I'm fine," I lied. "Is this about the baby shower?" I hesitated. Then I nodded. She set down her wine glass and turned to face me fully. "You don't have to carry this alone, you know." "I have been carrying it alone," I said. "For almost a decade." She didn't flinch. Well, not anymore. I wanted to believe her. But part of me still felt like that 18-year-old kid by the vending machines, watching the parking lot for headlights that never came. I finally broke down one night in the shower. The water running hot over my skin, the steam fogging the mirror, and I just fell apart. Not loud. Not violent, just quiet sobs, forehead pressed against the tile, because it suddenly hit me. They never wanted me. Not really. They wanted someone obedient. Someone easy. Someone who wouldn't challenge them, wouldn't push back, wouldn't want more than the narrow little life they carved out in that suffocating town. And when I stopped being that person, they cut the cord. I wish I could say I got angry again, that I snapped myself out of it with some triumphant inner monologue. But the truth is, I just floated for a while. Numb. Lost. Until I remembered something. After that trucker, Ron, dropped me off all those years ago, I'd spent the night at a gas station motel with flickering lights and sheets that smelled like bleach. I'd had $20 in my wallet and a dead phone. But I also had something else, a notebook. It was one of those cheap spiral-bound ones from the school supply aisle, half filled with messy handwriting and coding notes. I used it that night to write down every single thing I felt. Every betrayal, every fear, every angry, messy, broken thought that I couldn't say out loud. I hadn't thought about that notebook in years, but it was still in my closet, buried in an old shoebox under college textbooks and in used power strips. I pulled it out one evening and started reading. And for the first time in weeks, I felt something click. Because that version of me, the scared, abandoned, furious kid who poured his soul into those pages, had still believed in something. He still believed he had a future. He still believed he could get out. That was the first time I felt like maybe I could again. So I started rebuilding. Quietly. Intentionally. I got back to the gym. Not because I cared about looking good, but because I needed to do something. To move the weight of it all, one rep at a time. I started cooking again instead of ordering takeout. I reconnected with Brandon over beers and told him what happened at the shower. He didn't say much, just shook his head and said, "Man, that's messed up." But the way he said it made me feel seen. I started journaling again, too. Not in a notebook this time. I wasn't 18 anymore, but in a little password-protected Google document. Every day, just 10 minutes. Stream of consciousness. Letting the rot out. Some of it was rage. Some of it was grief. Some of it, honestly, was just noise. But it helped. It reminded me that I mattered, even if they didn't think so. Work helped, too. I'm a front-end developer at a mid-sized software company. Nothing fancy, but I'm good at what I do. I started volunteering for side projects, pushing new features, even mentoring a couple of the newer hires. It gave me purpose again. And slowly, people started to notice. 6 months after the baby shower, I got promoted. Team lead. Higher pay. More responsibility. A tiny office with a door that actually closes. I remember staring at the offer letter and feeling something unexpected, pride. Not because of the title, but because I had gotten there without them. Without any of them. Ava surprised me with a little celebration, homemade lasagna, a candle on a cupcake, and a tiny, handwritten card that just said, "You did this." Not them. You. I still keep that card in my desk drawer. And yet, even with the progress, the success, the rebuilding, I couldn't let it go. Not completely. Because something kept bothering me. Why now? Why the sudden invitation after all these years? Why go out of their way to pretend we were one big happy family in front of strangers? And most of all, what did they want? That question haunted me. Until one day, I got an answer. It came in the form of an email. From an address I didn't recognize. Subject line, following up on our previous conversation. The body of the message was short and formal. "Hi Mitchell. I just wanted to confirm that you're still planning to attend the family estate discussion next month. As you know, Frank and Valerie have begun the early stages of retirement planning and are exploring options regarding the transfer of certain properties and financial assets. Please let us know if you have any questions ahead of the meeting. Regards, Patricia Linwood. Linwood and Company. Estate planning." I stared at the screen. Estate discussion? Transfer of assets? They never even told me they were retiring, or that they had anything to transfer. I clicked reply, typed 2 words, wrong person, then paused. Because deep down, I knew they hadn't contacted me by accident. They hadn't just included me because they missed me. They wanted something. They always did. That baby shower invite wasn't a peace offering. It was bait. A way to test the waters. See if I'd come back into the fold. And now they were circling the wagons. Planning inheritances. Properties. Retirement. And suddenly, their long-lost son was useful again. Not because they loved me. Not because they were sorry. But because I had value now. Because I was worth something. And that realization? That was when the anger came back. But this time, it didn't consume me. It sharpened me. Because now, I wasn't just the abandoned kid anymore. I was a man with a career. With savings. With a reputation. With leverage. And if they wanted to play games with wills and assets and legacies, then it was time I joined the table. Only I wouldn't be playing by their rules. I closed the laptop, stood up, and walked over to my bookshelf. Pulled out that old spiral notebook again. The one from the gas station motel. I flipped to the first page. Scanned the angry handwriting, the jagged letters. Then I pulled out a pen and started writing again. Only this time, I wasn't writing to survive. I was writing to plan. Because if they thought I was going to quietly accept a few crumbs in exchange for pretending none of it happened, they were about to learn who I really was. The fall had already happened. Now it was time to rise. I didn't reply to the estate planning email. Not yet. Instead, I printed it out and pinned it to the corkboard above my desk, right between my promotion letter and Ava's card. A little wall of reminders, what I'd built and what they'd forgotten. If they were reaching out now, After nearly a decade of silence, it meant one of two things. Either they needed something, or they were trying to save face. Both were leverage. And for once, I had the upper hand. But I wasn't going to waste it on an angry confrontation. I'd already played that card once, at the baby shower, and all it got me was a polite smile and a fresh wave of humiliation. No, this had to be smarter, colder, surgical. I wasn't just going to confront them. I was going to make them regret everything. Not with shouting or fists, but with control, with silence, with strategy. But to do that, I needed information. So I started digging. First, I looked up Linwood & Company. Turns out they weren't just some mom-and-pop law office. They specialized in high-value estate planning and generational wealth transfers. Real trust fund territory. That alone shocked me. My parents had always acted like we were scraping by. I spent most of my childhood hearing phrases like, "Money doesn't grow on trees, and you think we're made of cash?" But apparently, something had changed. Or they'd been hiding more than I thought. I made a burner email and reached out to Linwood's receptionist, pretending to be a financial advisor, confirming client meeting times. It was a stretch, but I figured I had enough jargon to fake it. They replied 2 hours later, confirming that the Anderson family's estate meeting was scheduled for the following Tuesday at 10 a.m. Location? The Linwood offices downtown. And guess who was on the attendee list? Frank, Valerie, Darren, and me. I didn't even need to RSVP. They'd already penciled me in. That told me everything I needed to know. They weren't inviting me. They were expecting me, which meant this was already in motion. They were banking on my silence, counting on my politeness, hoping I'd show up, sit down, and nod along like a grateful prodigal son, happy just to be included again. They had no idea who I'd become. So I called in a personal day at work, cleared my calendar, and got to work. I started by mapping out everything I knew and everything I didn't. What I knew: my parents were retiring and planning some kind of wealth or property transfer. They'd already involved legal counsel. They hadn't contacted me out of guilt. They wanted me involved in a way that benefited them. Darren and Leah were clearly still in their good graces. I was being invited back for appearances. Maybe to keep things clean. Maybe for tax purposes. Maybe something else. What I didn't know? How much money or property they actually had. Whether I was legally named in any documents. If they had a will, a trust, or both. What leverage I could use if things went sideways. That last one mattered most. Because if I was going to do this right, I needed leverage. I needed something they didn't want me to know. Something I could hold up like a mirror and watch them squirm. And I had a place to start, the guest list. I pulled it out of my drawer, unfolded the wrinkled paper, and scanned the names. Most were extended family, old friends, a few neighbors from back home. But one name stood out. Clarence Reynolds. He was my dad's old friend. Used to come by the house sometimes when I was a kid. Big guy, white beard, always smelled like motor oil. He worked in contracting, same as Dad. And last I heard, he'd bought some land a few towns over and was running a private construction business. I gave him a call. Clarence speaking. "Hey, this is Mitchell Anderson, Frank and Valerie's son." There was a pause, then a low chuckle. "Well, I'll be. Mitchell? Haven't heard your name in a long time. Thought you dropped off the map." "Yeah, well, long story. I bet. What can I do for you, son?" "I'm trying to understand what's going on with my parents," I said. "I got pulled into this estate meeting out of nowhere, and it doesn't sit right. I figured you've known them a long time. Maybe you could help me fill in the gaps." Clarence was quiet for a second. Then he said, "I probably shouldn't be saying this, but you're not the first one they blindsided." I sat up straighter. "What do you mean?" "Frank's been moving money around for a while now. He sold his stake in the company we started together, cashed out big, then turned around and started buying up rental properties, little fixer-uppers around the county. Did most of it under an LLC. Valerie's name isn't even on half of it. Real hush-hush stuff. How much are we talking?" "At least 2 mil. Maybe more." I stared at the wall. "They never told me," I muttered. "Didn't tell anyone," Clarence said. "Not even Darren. Not until recently. Frank came to me a few months back asking if I knew a good tax shelter strategy. I thought he was prepping for retirement, but now," he trailed off. "But now what?" "I heard he's planning to put most of it in Leah's name." My blood went cold. "Wait, Leah." "She and her husband just opened a joint account with a trust fund advisor," Clarence said. "Same guy Frank used for the LLC paperwork. You don't do that unless you're expecting a windfall." I thanked Clarence and hung up. Then I sat there in silence, heart pounding. So that was it. They were funneling everything, all of it, to Leah. Not even Darren. Just the golden child. And I was being invited to the table to sign something. Maybe a waiver. Maybe a fake agreement. Something that looked clean on paper so they could tie up loose ends and pretend I'd been consulted. But here's the thing about people who think they're smarter than you. They never expect you to read the fine print. So I made another call. This time to Ava's cousin, Jeremy. He was a corporate lawyer. A bit of a know-it-all, but brilliant. I told him I needed a favor. Something small, unofficial. I just wanted him to sit in on the estate meeting with me. Not as a lawyer, just as a friend. Someone to take notes. Watch the room. Ask smart questions. He agreed. You think they're pulling a fast one? I know they are. And then I made my final move. I emailed Linwood and Company. Hi Patricia. Thank you for the update. I will be attending the meeting on Tuesday. I'll be bringing a friend along, Jeremy Katz. Just an observer, no legal representation involved, for now. Let me know if that's an issue. Regards. Mitchell Anderson. The "for now" was deliberate. Just enough to rattle the cage. By the time Tuesday rolled around, I had a fresh haircut, a clean blazer, and a folder in my hand labeled Trust Agreement Draft. It was empty. Just for show. The Linwood offices were polished and sterile. Glass walls, marble floors, fake smiles. I spotted Darren in the waiting area, scrolling on his phone. He looked up, saw me, and gave a nod like we were old friends catching up after a long lunch break. Leah wasn't there. Figures. Jeremy arrived 10 minutes later, dressed in sharp navy and carrying a leather folio. He looked like he belonged there. I introduced him as my advisor, and the receptionist didn't blink. We were escorted into a boardroom with a massive oak table. My parents were already seated at the far end. Mom smiled tight. Dad just nodded. Mitchell, she said, we're so glad you could make it. I smiled back. Wouldn't miss it for the world. As the meeting began, I took mental snapshots. The language, the posture, the subtle glances. They were expecting me to agree to something. I could feel it. A document sat in front of each of us, bound and labeled. I didn't open mine yet. I let them talk. Let the lawyer drone on about asset transfers, tax efficiency, shared liability. Jeremy took notes, occasionally asking questions that made Patricia shift in her seat. When it was finally my turn to speak, I leaned forward. Just so I understand, I said, you're creating a trust. Yes, Mom said. For the family. For the grandchild, mostly. I nodded. And the trustee is? Leah, she said quickly. Of course. And the funding source? Dad glanced at Patricia. The LLC, she answered. And several liquidated accounts. Jeremy looked up. Are those accounts detailed in the appendix? Patricia hesitated. Some of them. But not all, he said. No. I smiled. Then, finally, I opened the document and started reading. Page by page. Line by line. The silence grew louder with every turn. Because they hadn't expected me to actually read it. And they definitely hadn't expected me to find what I found on page 19. A clause. One sentence, buried in legalese. Party C, hereafter referred to as Mitchell Anderson, waives any and all future claim to the aforementioned trust assets, properties, or revenues in perpetuity. My throat went dry. They weren't just ignoring me. They were writing me out. Formally. Legally. Forever. And all they needed was my signature. I looked up, slowly, and met my mother's eyes. She didn't blink, but her smile slipped, just for a second. And I knew. The trap had been set. Only this time, I wasn't the one walking into it. I was the one holding the wire cutters. And they had no idea what was coming next. I didn't sign the paper. Didn't react. Didn't raise my voice. Didn't throw it back in their faces, even though every muscle in my body screamed to stand up and flip the table. I just closed the folder, slid it across the glossy oak surface, and said, I'll have to think about it. My father blinked like someone had unplugged his circuit board. My mother's mouth tightened into a little pink line, the same one she used to make when I didn't eat all my vegetables. Patricia, the estate lawyer, just nodded politely and jotted something in her notes, but I could see the tension in her shoulders. This was not how they expected this to go. And that was the moment I knew. The trap had sprung, but not on me. I let them finish their legal mumbo-jumbo, thanked Patricia for her time, shook hands with Jeremy like he was just a friendly tag-along, and walked out of the Linwood building without looking back. But the moment I got into the car, I started planning. Not out of anger. Out of principle. They didn't just try to erase me. They tried to use me. As a formality. As a signature. As a rubber stamp on the story they'd been telling for the last 9 years. That I didn't exist. That I had never mattered. And that now, with retirement looming and money to move, they could press me back into the mold of a son, just long enough to cut me out with a smile. And I was done pretending I didn't care. I wanted them to feel it. Not vengeance like a firework, fast and loud and forgotten. No, I wanted the kind that seeps in like rot. Quiet, undeniable, irreversible. So I made a plan. Step 1, find the cracks. I started digging again, but this time, I had help. Jeremy agreed to look into the LLCs my dad had created. Because while Clarence had given me a heads up, I needed the paper trail. And what a trail it was. Frank Anderson, my dear old dad, had funneled money from his construction firm into a series of shell companies that were used to purchase over a dozen properties across 2 counties. Most were rentals, single-family homes, a few duplexes, but a handful were just sitting vacant. Holding assets, hiding them from taxes. The LLCs were registered under variations of names like FV Management and Blue Creek Holdings, and none of them included my mother's name, or Darren's, or even Leah's. But they did include something interesting. Paperwork showing that 2 of the homes had been purchased using co-signed collateral. Specifically, co-signers with shared family address history. Guess who that included? Me. That was step 2. Discover leverage they didn't know I had. See, when I was 17, my dad had asked me to sign a college savings account form to make me an adult participant. What I didn't know then, but confirmed now, was that he'd used my signature as a placeholder co-signer on a property that would later be transferred to one of his LLCs. That property? A duplex in Oak Ridge that was currently valued at over $400,000. That meant one very important thing. Legally, I had a partial claim. And if I wanted to, I could contest the entire trust transfer under grounds of fraudulent misrepresentation and concealment. But I didn't go straight to court. No. I had something better in mind. Step 3. Cut the brakes. Not the car. The illusion. I booked a call with Patricia Linwood. She was calm, polite, and utterly unreadable at first. "Mitchell," she said smoothly. "How can I help?" "I've reviewed the trust paperwork," I said, "and I have concerns. Specifically with Clause 19 and the co-signed properties." She paused. "I wasn't aware you had access to the property history." "I didn't," I said. "Not until this week." Another pause. Then a soft sigh. "Look, Mitchell, your parents were trying to avoid complications. They were advised, wrongly, in my opinion, not to include you directly to minimize liability issues. It wasn't personal." "I disagree," I said. "It was entirely personal. And now I have a choice to make. Which is, I can either contest the trust in probate and freeze every asset transfer for the next 18 months, minimum, or I can let it go." "And what would it take for you to let it go?" she asked carefully. "Transparency," I said. "And control." I laid it out, calmly and clearly. If they wanted my silence, they were going to pay for it. Not in money, but in equity. I wanted 3 things. Full financial disclosure of all existing LLCs, properties, and asset transfers. A controlling vote in any major financial decisions made by the trust for the next 5 years. An official amendment to the trust documents, removing Clause 19, naming me as a co-trustee, and giving me power to audit any transactions. In short, I wanted a seat at the table, and not the fold-out one in the kids' corner. Patricia didn't agree right away. She said she'd need to consult with my parents. I told her I'd give her a week. I gave her 5 days. In the meantime, I made one more call. To Leah. She answered on the second ring. "Mitchell," she said flatly. "Hi, Leah." A beat of silence. "Did you get what you wanted?" she asked. "Not yet," I said. "But I will." Another pause. "Why are you doing this?" she finally asked. "Because I spent 9 years pretending I didn't matter," I said. "And now I know that's exactly how you wanted it." She scoffed. "You think this is revenge?" "No," I said. "This is balance." And then I hung up. Because step 4 was the most important of all. Don't flinch. The next day, I got the email from Patricia. "Mitchell, I've discussed your terms with your parents. While there was initial resistance, they've agreed to amend the trust under your conditions, provided all parties sign a revised agreement. Please let me know when you're available to review. Regards, Patricia Linwood." I stared at it for a long time. Then I smiled. But I wasn't done yet. Step 5. Pull the curtain. I scheduled a private meeting, not with my parents, but with Darren. We met at a diner off Route 14. Middle of the day, booth by the window. I slid a manila envelope across the table. "What's this?" he asked. "Your wake-up call." He opened it and started flipping through the documents. Property transfers, account statements, trust revisions. The LLC breakdown Jeremy helped me draft, and a highlighted line showing how Leah was previously the sole trustee and how he was never included. Darren went pale. They told me I was in the will. "You were," I said, "until you weren't." He looked up, blinking hard. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because I'm done being erased," I said. "And because you should know who you're really loyal to." He didn't respond. Didn't follow me out, either. But I knew I'd planted the seed. Step 6. Let it unravel. The fallout came slowly. Not dramatic. Just a steady series of cracks in the perfect picture. First, Leah posted a passive-aggressive Facebook status about people who show up just to take. It got a dozen likes, mostly from people with shared last names. I didn't reply. Then Darren stopped showing up to family dinners. I knew because Clarence texted me. Then Ava told me my parents tried to reach out. Sent a letter. Said they wanted to clear the air. I didn't open it. Because the truth was, I didn't need anything else from them. I'd already taken back what mattered most. My voice. My place. My story. And I didn't have to scream to be heard. I just had to stop playing dead. A few months later, I bought a house. Not with their money. With mine. Hard-earned. Fully mine. On move-in day, Ava handed me a gift, a framed print of something I said once during one of those long late-night talks after the baby shower fallout. It read, "You don't have to set yourself on fire to keep people warm." It hangs above my fireplace now, the final piece of the puzzle, because they left me once. But I came back on my terms. And I didn't just survive. I thrived. Let them have their awkward family dinners, their uncomfortable silences, their rewritten histories. I built something real, something they can't touch, something they'll never understand. And that was the real revenge. I became the son they never deserved. My name's Trevor, I'm 27, and until recently, I thought I had a decently functional family. Not perfect, no one's is, but the kind you roll your eyes at during reunions, not the kind that makes you question your entire sense of belonging. I'm the middle child of 3. My older sister Rachel, 31, has always been the loud one, the center of attention at every party, every holiday, every dinner. And my younger brother Liam, 24, is the golden retriever type, goofy, lovable, never really involved in drama. Me? I've always been quieter, more reserved, a little more private, I guess. I was the one who read books in corners while everyone else played charades. The one who helped clean up after dinners without being asked. The one who never quite felt heard. I didn't mind it, not at first. I liked my space, my journals, my quiet little routines. I kept to myself, and for a long time, that seemed like enough. Growing up, Rachel had this habit of teasing me, not in the playful sibling way, but the cutting kind, the kind that makes people laugh and then go, "Oh, come on, lighten up," when it clearly stings. She'd point out how I talked to myself while doing homework, mock the way I'd rehearse conversations in the mirror before a date. Once, she printed out a poem I wrote in high school, something cringy but heartfelt, and taped it to the fridge just to see how red my face would get when our cousins came over. My parents never stepped in. "She's just joking," Mom would say with a shrug, like I was the problem for being sensitive. And maybe I was. Maybe I still am. But I kept my boundaries tight. I learned to lock my door, to write in my journal at night when no one was around, to keep the parts of myself I cared about tucked away in metaphorical boxes, where no one could reach in and twist them into a punchline. Writing's always been my outlet, a way to unload the static in my head, the insecurities I didn't feel comfortable saying out loud. And yeah, I wrote about everything, my awkward crushes, the self-doubt, the things I wish I'd said during arguments but didn't. I even wrote letters to future versions of myself, trying to remind myself to keep going, that I was enough, even when it didn't feel like it, especially then. So when I came home for Christmas this past year, I brought my journal with me, not for attention or drama, but because I'd gotten in the habit of writing before bed. It helped with the anxiety that always flared up during family events. My childhood room was still mostly intact. Rachel had moved out years ago and Liam was staying in the guest room, so I figured it'd be fine. I tucked the journal in the back of a drawer before we headed downstairs for dinner. We'd made it through the awkward small talk, the passive-aggressive jabs about why I was still single, and even Dad's yearly tradition of listing every reason the turkey was overcooked. It was actually going okay. For once, I thought maybe the holidays wouldn't feel like emotional landmines. Then, just as dessert hit the table, my mom's famous peppermint bark, which I normally loved, Rachel cleared her throat. I noticed the smirk on her face first, then the worn, black notebook in her hands. My notebook. My stomach dropped like a stone, but for a split second, I told myself she wouldn't. That even Rachel wouldn't go that far. She did. I found something very entertaining in Trevor's room, she said, holding it up like a trophy. Apparently, our little introvert has been keeping secrets. Everyone laughed. I didn't. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. I was frozen in place, trying to process how she'd found it, how she'd thought this was okay, how no one had stopped her yet. Then she flipped it open and started reading, word for word, out loud, in her loud, theatrical voice, like she was doing a dramatic monologue on stage. December 2nd, she began, already snickering. Saw Hannah at the bookstore again. I think she smiled at me. Probably nothing, but it made my day. I wish I had the courage to ask her out, but I don't even know if she remembers my name. I feel like such an idiot. There was laughter, not just from Rachel, from Liam, too, though his was more nervous, from Uncle Mark, from even my dad, who chuckled and shook his head like I was 12 again. My mom swatted at Rachel half-heartedly, muttering, "That's enough," but she was smiling. No one stopped her. She kept going, reading entries about how I felt like I was always the background character in my own life, about how I was struggling at work, doubting if I was good enough, about the time I cried in my car after a job interview that went nowhere. She read a letter I wrote to myself after a panic attack, the one where I promised to keep trying, even when it felt hopeless. I don't even remember getting up. I just remember the heat in my face, the sound of my pulse in my ears, and the crushing, overwhelming sense of humiliation. I walked over, grabbed the journal from her hands, her nail polish still chipped from the stupid Christmas nail art she'd posted on Instagram, and walked straight out the door without saying a word. They didn't follow. They didn't even call until 2 days later. Rachel left a voicemail that said, "Come on, it was just a joke." My mom texted a half-hearted apology and said Rachel didn't mean anything by it. Liam sent me a meme about being too soft. I didn't reply. I couldn't. That was 3 months ago. I haven't seen them since. Haven't responded to calls, texts, or the birthday card that arrived late with a "hope you're not still mad" smiley face scribbled inside. According to Liam, who still messages me from time to time, they're all confused about why I've been so distant. They think I'm being dramatic, that I can't take a joke, that I should just get over it already. But something broke that night, and they don't even see it. They think it was about a crush confession or a few embarrassing words. But it wasn't. It was about trust, about dignity, about the fact that I've spent my whole life trying to keep the most fragile parts of myself safe. And in one night, the people who were supposed to protect me turned those parts into party entertainment. And now, months later, I've stopped asking myself if I was overreacting. I've started asking something else. What do you do when the people who claim to love you can't be trusted with even the smallest pieces of who you are? Because if they don't understand that, then maybe they never really saw me at all. And maybe it's time they do. I didn't block them right away. I wish I had. But for some reason, I kept the lines open. Maybe part of me hoped one of them would really get it. That someone, anyone, would call and say something like, "Trevor, I'm sorry. That was cruel. You didn't deserve that." But those words never came. Instead, the messages came in waves. Rachel was the first. "It's not like I read everything, geez. I thought it was funny. You're so sensitive." Then Liam, who tried to be the peacemaker. "Come on, man." She crossed a line, but she didn't mean harm. "Just come by next weekend. We miss you." Even Mom chimed in with, "You know how your sister is." She was just trying to get a laugh. Don't let this ruin the family. But it had ruined something. Not in an explosive way, but in a quiet, irreversible shift I felt every time I glanced at my phone and saw their names pop up. There was a hollow feeling in my chest, like someone had reached inside and untethered the cords that had kept me connected to them all these years. I felt like a guest in my own family, like I'd been invited to laugh at my own humiliation and told it was a privilege to be included. I stopped responding. I stopped hoping. But I kept watching. Rachel's social media was still public. The photos from Christmas were still up, the dinner table glowing under warm lights, everyone smiling, glasses raised. I wasn't in a single one of them. Not that I expected to be. But then I saw it. A video clip, shaky and only a few seconds long, of Rachel reading from something and the whole table cracking up. You couldn't hear the words clearly, but you could hear my name. And the caption? When your brother writes a rom-com in his diary and you find it. It had over 1,000 views. People had commented things like, OMG savage, and your poor brother LOL, and this is next-level sibling energy. One person said, he'll laugh about it eventually, and Rachel had replied, he's still pouting in his room somewhere. Classic Trev. My hands were shaking. I remember that clearly. Not with rage, but with something deeper, something more brittle. It was the feeling of being laughed at and erased at the same time. Like my pain had been converted into content, and the people I trusted had turned my lowest thoughts into punchlines for internet clout. I reported the video. It didn't get taken down. That night, I called my friend Jordan, one of the few people who actually knew how much writing meant to me. We talked for hours. He didn't offer any platitudes. He just listened, and then said, you know this isn't about the journal, right? It's about who they've always been. He was right. Once I started looking, I realized it had been building for years. Rachel had always found a way to make me the joke. She was the kind of person who'd borrow my clothes and then post a selfie calling them nerd chic. The kind who once found an old photo of me in braces and made it her phone background for laughs. At family events, she'd bring up awkward stories from middle school like they were treasured memories. Remember when Trevor cried because his turtle died and made us do a funeral in the backyard? Cue the laughter. Every single time. And everyone else just let her. Even when it wasn't funny anymore. Even when it was cruel. But this time was different. This time, she didn't just embarrass me. She violated something sacred. She invaded the one space I had left, the one thing I hadn't shared with anyone. Not because I was ashamed, but because it was mine. And she took it, twisted it, and passed it around like a party favor. And they let her. I started therapy 2 weeks after Christmas. I didn't tell anyone in the family. I'd been thinking about it for a while, but the journal incident was the final push. The therapist, a calm woman named Diane with soft gray curls and a voice like smooth stone, listened to my story and said, that wasn't a joke. That was emotional abuse masked as humor. Hearing it put like that felt like the first honest sentence I'd heard in months. The sessions became a lifeline. I talked about more than just Rachel. I talked about how small I'd felt growing up, how invisible I'd been, how often I'd laughed along with jokes about me just so I wouldn't feel left out. Diane helped me unpack it, piece by piece, until I started to see a pattern I'd never noticed before. The way my parents had always excused Rachel's behavior because she was spirited or just teasing. The way Liam had coasted through it all by staying neutral, which somehow always aligned with whoever was loudest. The way I'd taught myself to shrink, to make room for everyone else's personalities, to avoid being the target by never standing out. But something shifted after that night. I stopped shrinking. I began to set boundaries, even if they were quiet ones. I unfollowed all of them on social media. I didn't announce it. I just did it. I turned off message previews on my phone. I started writing again, not in a journal, but in documents with passwords. I started working out. I started cooking for myself instead of ordering in. None of it was drastic, but it felt like reclaiming space. Like breathing again. The family noticed. Of course they did. Rachel left another voicemail around Valentine's Day. This one was more clipped, a little annoyed. Okay, Trevor, this is getting ridiculous. Are you seriously not talking to anyone over a journal? Grow up. You're being dramatic. I said I was sorry. What else do you want? She hadn't actually said she was sorry. Not once, not directly. But apparently, her pretending to be confused counted. Then came Mom. She left a message saying the whole family was worried about me and that my absence from Liam's birthday dinner had hurt his feelings. When I didn't respond, she sent a long email. It was polite on the surface, but between the lines, it was guilt-trippy as hell. She said I was choosing to hold on to bitterness, and that we all make mistakes, but family forgives. Except no one had asked me for forgiveness. No one had acknowledged what they did was wrong. Then, a few weeks later, something happened that flipped the entire situation on its head. I got a wedding invitation. Rachel was engaged. To a guy named Matt. Someone she'd only been dating for 6 months. The kind of fast, flashy engagement that gets plastered all over Instagram with captions like, when you know, and hashtags about finding your forever. The invitation was a thick, expensive card wrapped in gold-trimmed vellum, like it had come straight from a royal scroll. It had calligraphy, a custom wax seal, a note inside that said, "Hope to see you there, little bro. XO, Rachel and Matt." I almost laughed. After everything, she still expected me to show up, to clap and cheer and pose for photos like nothing had happened. Like I wasn't the joke she'd used to entertain a room full of relatives. Like I hadn't spent the last 3 months piecing myself back together after she'd torn through me like I was nothing more than a page in a script she didn't like. But then I noticed something else. The RSVP card had a line that said special instructions or dietary restrictions, and a blank space beneath it. I stared at it for a long time, pen in hand, and something clicked. It wasn't just about the wedding. It was about the pattern, the cycle, the way Rachel, and by extension, the whole family, had always controlled the narrative. The way I was always expected to forgive, to laugh along, to be the peacekeeper. But I wasn't a punchline anymore. I didn't send the RSVP back. Instead, I started making a plan. And what Rachel didn't know, what none of them knew, was that this time, I wasn't just going to disappear quietly. This time, they were going to feel what it's like to be exposed, to have the mirror turned, to be reminded that some jokes have consequences. And I already knew exactly where to start. I didn't feel powerful right away. That came later. At first, there was just a quiet, almost empty ache, like the aftermath of a storm where everything's still standing, but the air feels thinner. The silence after the wedding invitation hit me harder than I expected. I'd made up my mind not to go, but the truth was, I still stared at the envelope for days, left it sitting on my kitchen table like some ancient artifact. I even caught myself wondering what would happen if I showed up. If I dressed sharp, stayed silent, made Rachel squirm just by existing. But then I pictured her giving that smug speech about how important family is and how glad she was to see everyone come together, while I sat there invisible in the back row, and I knew I couldn't do it. I was done pretending. So I let the RSVP deadline pass. Quietly. No reply. No message. Nothing. And that silence was its own kind of declaration. But around the same time, life outside the family was starting to fray too. The truth is, the journal incident hadn't just rattled me emotionally. It had made everything feel unstable. I was behind on projects at work. I kept missing meetings, zoning out during calls. My boss, Jeremy, pulled me aside one day and asked if everything was okay. I lied, of course. Said I was just feeling burned out. Said I'd get back on track. He nodded, but I could tell he didn't really believe me. Then came the warning email. Missed deadline. Client unhappy. This isn't like you, Trevor. Please let me know how we can support you in getting back on track. It was kind, but it stung. Because for the first time in my adult life, I didn't recognize myself either. I felt like I was treading water in clothes that didn't fit anymore. Rock bottom didn't look like some dramatic crash. It looked like waking up one morning, opening my laptop, and staring at the blinking cursor on a blank document for 2 hours before quietly closing it again and going back to bed. That was the moment I realized I was slipping and no one was coming to catch me. Not my family. Not even me. But maybe that's where the shift really started. Because once I admitted to myself that I was at the bottom, I also realized I didn't want to stay there. So I started small. Tiny, invisible victories. I made my bed every morning, no matter how pointless it felt. I deleted Rachel's number from my phone. Not blocked, not archived. Deleted. Like it never belonged there. I went back to therapy, even when I didn't feel like talking. Some days I just sat in silence across from Diane and listened to the hum of the white noise machine in her office. And slowly, piece by piece, I started building something again. The first real turning point came from a stranger, oddly enough. I'd been frequenting this local coffee shop a few blocks from my apartment. Quiet place. Soft jazz. Baristas who didn't try to make conversation beyond room for cream. It was perfect. I'd started bringing my laptop there again, not to work, just to sit with it, to remind myself what it felt like to want to create. One day, I noticed a woman sitting across from me, probably in her mid-30s, frowning at her screen like it had personally betrayed her. After a few minutes, she sighed, rubbed her temples, and muttered just loud enough for me to hear, "I swear this grant application is going to kill me." I smiled without meaning to. I said that about a grocery list yesterday. She laughed. Just a short, surprised laugh. Then she said, "You a writer too?" I hesitated. It had been months since I'd thought of myself that way. But I nodded. Her name was Becca. She worked for a small nonprofit and wrote grant proposals and funding letters and marketing blurbs. We talked for a few minutes. Nothing deep, just enough to remember what real conversation felt like. She wasn't prying. She wasn't performative. She was just kind. We ended up exchanging emails. I offered to look at her draft. She offered to buy the next round of coffee. It was nothing romantic, just a brief and genuine connection between two tired creatives trying to stay afloat. That night, I reread some of my old writing. Not the journal, the real stuff. Short stories, blog drafts, unfinished essays. I found a piece I'd started a year earlier, something raw and confessional about emotional invisibility and growing up in the shadow of louder siblings. I'd abandoned it halfway through because it felt too personal, too vulnerable. But now it felt like the one thing I actually wanted to say. So I finished it. It took a week, a dozen revisions, and more coffee than any human should legally consume. But when I was done, I submitted it anonymously to a small digital magazine I'd always admired but never had the courage to pitch. I didn't tell anyone, not even Becca. I just hit submit and went on with my week, trying not to obsess over it. A month later, they published it. I woke up to an email with the subject line, "We loved your piece and would be honored to feature it in our March issue." I read it 3 times before it sank in. And then the comments started rolling in. People shared it, commented things like, "This hit too close to home," and "I thought I was the only one who grew up like this." One person wrote, "It felt like you crawled into my head and said the things I've been too scared to admit out loud." That one made me cry, not because it was sad, but because it was the first time in months, maybe years, that I felt seen. Not mocked, not laughed at. Seen. The success was small, quiet. No one in my family even knew about it. But that made it better, somehow. It was mine. No one could twist it into a joke or turn it into a viral video. It was a version of me I didn't have to shrink or apologize for. And once I tasted that feeling, I couldn't stop. I started writing every day again. Essays, reflections, even fiction. I opened a Substack and posted weekly. Within 2 months, I had a few hundred subscribers. Then 1,000. People began commenting, emailing me, asking questions, sharing their own stories. I'd struck a nerve I didn't even know I was aiming for. It wasn't therapy, but it was something close. At work, things started stabilizing too. I got back on top of my projects. Landed a new client. My boss noticed. He didn't say much, just sent a one-line message during a team meeting. Glad to have the old Trevor back. I wasn't the old Trevor, though. The old me would have gone to that wedding out of obligation. Laughed at the jokes. Pretended it didn't hurt. The old me would have played nice, kept the peace, and swallowed the discomfort for the sake of family unity. But the new me? He was still quiet, still kind, but no longer soft in the way that lets people carve their names into your back and call it a compliment. The new me had boundaries. Not walls, but firm lines. He no longer apologized for needing respect. He didn't explain why some jokes weren't funny. He didn't ask for permission to be treated like a person. A few weeks before the wedding, Becca texted me a screenshot. Someone had posted a link to my essay in a Facebook group for adult children of narcissistic families. It had nearly 1,000 likes and shares. "This guy gets it," one of the comments said. "Wish I had the guts to walk away like he did." And that's when it hit me. I hadn't just walked away. I'd walked toward something. Toward healing. Toward self-respect. Toward the version of myself I'd always kept hidden in the pages of that journal. The one who dared to feel deeply, to speak honestly, to exist without asking for permission. And as the wedding day crept closer, I didn't feel guilt. I felt ready. Not for revenge. Not yet. But for the clarity that comes when you stop waiting for someone else to hand you your dignity. Because I'd already reclaimed it. And I was just getting started. By the time spring rolled around and wedding season was in full swing, I was no longer checking my phone for updates from Rachel or the rest of my family. The silence wasn't bitter anymore. It was intentional, peaceful. I wasn't waiting for an apology that would never come, and I wasn't interested in giving them the satisfaction of knowing I was hurting. Because the truth was, I wasn't anymore. Not in the way I had been. But healing doesn't mean forgetting. And forgiveness? That has to be earned. Rachel's wedding was scheduled for mid-June, a flashy countryside venue with white columns, an open bar, and the kind of rustic charm she probably saw on Pinterest and decided was her entire personality now. I only knew this because Liam texted me a photo from one of the venue visits. He still messaged sometimes, trying to stay neutral, to play Switzerland, but I kept my responses short, cordial, but distant. He was the one person I hadn't fully cut out, though I no longer trusted him the way I used to. A week after that photo, he asked, "You really not coming to the wedding?" I stared at the message for a while. Then I typed back, "No." He replied a minute later, "That sucks, man. I was hoping to see you. You doing okay?" I didn't answer. But I wasn't just okay. I was preparing. Because while they were planning a picture-perfect wedding with gold foil invitations and signature cocktails, I was crafting something else entirely. Not something loud or dramatic. Not the kind of revenge that would make me look petty or vindictive. No, this had to be clean, precise, poetic, and personal. My first step was gathering information, not from Rachel directly, but through the breadcrumbs she and the rest of the family had been leaving online for months. My mom posted updates constantly. The cake tasting, the dress fittings, the seating charts. Every post was tagged, every vendor praised in the captions, every stylist and florist mentioned by name. I made a folder. I saved screenshots, dates, locations, schedules. I knew exactly where the wedding would be, when the bridal party would arrive, and even what songs were going to be played during the ceremony. But I wasn't interested in ruining the wedding day. That would have been too easy, too messy. Besides, causing a scene at someone's wedding is a one-night revenge at best, and I wasn't after one night. I wanted something that would linger. So I turned back to the thing they all underestimated about me, my writing. The essay I'd published anonymously had gained traction, enough that a few editors had reached out asking if I had more pieces to share. One of them, a woman named Erin who ran a fairly large personal essay and memoir site, offered me a guest column for the summer. She said my voice had a quiet power, and that my story had touched a nerve with a surprising number of readers. I hadn't planned on writing anything directly about my family again, but when I read her email, the idea clicked. This wasn't just about me anymore. This was about all the people who had journals read aloud. All the people who were mocked for being soft, for being quiet, for being the target of jokes told by people who swore they meant well. So I started writing. Not a takedown piece, not a hit job on Rachel, but a carefully worded, brutally honest essay titled, "The Day My Sister Read My Private Journal at Christmas." It wasn't angry. It was factual. It was thoughtful. It told the story as it happened, my perspective, my pain, and most importantly, the aftermath, the betrayal, the denial, the way the family twisted it into my failure to take a joke. I wrote about growing up with someone who always needed to be the center of attention and how everyone else learned to orbit her just to keep the peace. I wrote about the impact of public humiliation, especially when it's dismissed as harmless. I wrote about the difference between teasing and cruelty, about boundaries, about silence, and about walking away, not out of spite, but out of necessity. I didn't use names, no locations, no specifics that could directly trace it back to them. But I included enough emotional truth that anyone who did know the context, anyone who'd been at that table on Christmas, would instantly recognize themselves in the story. I sent it to Erin on a Tuesday. It went live the following Monday, and within 48 hours, it exploded. People shared it like wildfire. Therapists reposted it. Reddit threads picked it up. One even titled it, "Finally, someone said what we've all felt at family dinners." I had strangers messaging me through my Substack, thanking me for articulating things they hadn't even realized they were holding inside. People cried. People raged. Some even asked for advice on how to go no contact with their own toxic siblings. The best part? Rachel still had no idea. Because again, I hadn't used her name. I hadn't tagged her. I hadn't pointed fingers. I'd done something she never could. I told a story without needing to make it about me. But it wasn't just cathartic. It was strategic. Because a few weeks later, something strange started happening. A cousin I hadn't heard from in years messaged me out of the blue. "Hey, I just read your piece, and wow. Was that about what happened at Christmas?" I was there. "I didn't realize it hit you that hard. I'm sorry." Then another cousin. Then an old family friend. Then a colleague of my mom's who followed my writing blog. The cracks were forming, and Rachel didn't even know it yet. But the final piece, the move that would tie it all together, came by accident. Liam messaged again, this time with a photo. It was a picture of the wedding seating chart. My name was still on it. Guess they're hoping you show, he wrote. I stared at it, and then I zoomed in. That's when I saw it, table 9, right between Aunt Marie and Cousin Jenna. And suddenly, I knew exactly what to do. I replied, hey, do me a favor? Can you get a clearer photo of the whole chart? He sent it without hesitation. Every name, every table. Who was sitting where? It wasn't just helpful, it was a gift. Because what I was planning next wasn't dramatic. It wasn't destructive. It was surgical. I opened a new document and started drafting letters. Polite ones. Formal. Tailored to a very specific group of people. The vendors. The caterer. The venue. The officiant. The DJ. The florist. I wasn't trying to sabotage their contracts or cancel anything. That wasn't the point. I just had questions. Friendly, curious questions. I posed as someone organizing a future wedding and said I'd recently attended an event where I'd seen their work. I mentioned the upcoming venue, the date. I asked about rates, service details, packages. I wanted to understand the experience they offered, the kind of clients they worked with, and if they were open to featuring past weddings in their promotional materials. Most of them replied. And just like that, I had everything I needed. A full list of services, the names of stylists, the price of Rachel's wedding down to the freaking chair rental. But more importantly, I had stories. Stories from vendors who gossiped too much. One DJ casually mentioned that the bride had insisted on controlling the playlist down to the second and had thrown a tantrum when he asked if the best man could give a speech longer than 3 minutes. The florist said Rachel demanded more peonies or I'll post a bad Yelp review. The photographer joked in passing that he had a whole folder of Bridezilla quotes from her and that this wedding was going in his do not recommend book. I recorded the calls. I saved the emails. And I wasn't going to use them, not directly. But I had them, just in case. Because now, Rachel wasn't just vulnerable in my memory, she was vulnerable in hers. The mask she wore for the world, the curated perfection, the social media smiles, the I'm the fun sibling persona was wearing thin. And I was the only one who knew where the cracks were. Still, I didn't send anything. I didn't publish a follow-up piece. I didn't forward the vendor gossip to anyone. Instead, I waited. And a few days before the wedding, I finally broke my silence. I texted Rachel. It was the first message she'd gotten from me since Christmas. It said, hey, just wanted to say I won't be coming to the wedding. I'll be watching from afar. And for what it's worth, I hope you've learned that some stories aren't yours to tell. She didn't respond, but I know she read it. Because that night, she deleted the Christmas video from her Instagram. Not because she felt guilty, but because she was starting to realize she wasn't in control of the narrative anymore. And for someone like Rachel, that's the beginning of the end. The day of Rachel's wedding arrived with a kind of eerie calm. It was sunny, almost offensively perfect, blue skies, birds chirping, a breeze gentle enough to make the trees sway like they'd been hired for ambience. But I didn't feel bitter. I wasn't stewing. I wasn't even angry. I felt still. Because everything was in motion. The final move had been set into place 3 days earlier. See, while Rachel was busy organizing wedding hashtags and micromanaging centerpieces, she still hadn't realized what I'd done. She hadn't read the essay. She hadn't seen the threads. And if she had, she didn't recognize herself in it. That was the beauty of it. I hadn't written it for her. I'd written it for everyone but her. But the people around her? That was different. The night before the wedding, I posted a follow-up piece on my Substack. Subtle. Titled, When the Joke Isn't Funny Anymore. It wasn't a retelling, it was a reflection. A rumination on accountability. On silence. On the myth that forgiveness should be unconditional, especially when no one's asked for it. I didn't say wedding. I didn't say sister. But I wrote about what it feels like to be expected to show up for someone who never showed up for you. About how walking away isn't always petty. Sometimes it's the healthiest choice a person can make. It went live at 7 a.m. By noon, it was trending. That was the first crack. The second came at 2 p.m. when the photographer, yes, that photographer, sent me a message. Hey man, saw your piece. Just realized who you were. Wish I'd known before. I never would have taken the job. That family was insane. Also, you weren't kidding about the journal thing? That's horrifying. I didn't reply. I didn't have to. But I screenshotted the message and archived it. Just for me. Now here's where things get interesting. At exactly 3:17 p.m., during the cocktail hour, I later found out Rachel's wedding planner received a series of phone calls. Not from me, from vendors. Apparently, someone had forwarded my 2 essays to the venue staff. Not anonymously. Multiple people. Readers who had figured out exactly who I was writing about based on the details. Turns out, a few of them were mutuals with people at the venue. One was a friend of the caterer's assistant. Another had previously worked a wedding with the florist. I hadn't orchestrated any of it, but I didn't stop it either. The vendors, now aware they were part of a public story gaining traction online, were understandably concerned, especially because they had reputations to protect. And suddenly, the image of a well-behaved, Instagrammable bride was being overshadowed by rumors of someone who weaponized a private journal for laughs. Rachel's wedding planner, caught between crisis control and damage limitation, had to spend the hour before the ceremony calming down a DJ who now feared being included in an expose and a florist who was furious about being lied to about credit. Someone whispered something to a bridesmaid, who whispered it to another, and by the time Rachel made it to the altar, half her bridal party knew that someone had written about her online. She didn't know how much, but she knew it was enough. According to Liam, who I spoke with later, after everything fell apart, Rachel spent the first 30 minutes of her reception asking everyone, "Do you think it's about me?" And the problem is, once you have to ask that question, you already know the answer. But that wasn't the fallout. That was just the tremor. The real collapse happened over the next 2 weeks. After the wedding photos were posted, a few readers, some of whom had pieced things together, started commenting vague, ominous things under Rachel's pictures. Guess jokes aren't always harmless, huh? Wild how some people treat family. Nothing aggressive. Nothing that could get reported. Just enough to make her squirm. She started scrubbing comments. Then archiving photos. Then, finally, taking her Instagram account private. The TikTok version of the wedding video? Gone. The registry link? Deactivated. But the damage was already done. A few people from her job, she worked in event marketing, had seen the posts before she could delete them. One coworker, who followed my Substack, recognized the story immediately, and she brought it to HR. Because here's the thing. When your entire job is branding and public image, and someone finds out you once humiliated your own sibling for laughs in front of a dozen people and then bragged about it online, that reflects poorly. Especially when your brother ends up writing essays about abuse and healing that go semi-viral and get reposted by therapists and advocacy groups. She wasn't fired, but she was reassigned. Off the client-facing team. Internal only now. No more events. No more front page. Her job title didn't change, but her visibility did. And for someone like Rachel, that was worse. But the final blow, the one that broke the image for good, came from within the family. Because while I stayed quiet publicly, I did something else in private. I sent a copy of both essays to our parents. Printed. In an envelope. No return address. I didn't expect much. I figured they'd skim it, maybe roll their eyes, maybe call me dramatic again. But a week later, my mom sent me an email. Not a voicemail. Not a forwarded meme. Not a text with a guilt-trippy emoji. An actual email. Subject line, "I read what you wrote." It was 3 paragraphs long. The first paragraph was defensive, about how we didn't know you felt so strongly, and we thought it was just sibling teasing. The second paragraph tried to justify things, how Rachel never meant real harm, and how you know how she is. But the third? That was different. The third paragraph said, "I'm sorry we didn't protect you. I'm sorry we didn't listen. And I'm sorry I laughed when you looked like you wanted to disappear. You didn't deserve that. It wasn't everything. It wasn't perfect. But it was a beginning. And for the first time in months, I cried. Not because I was hurt, but because I finally felt like someone saw me." Rachel never reached out. Not directly. But she posted a cryptic Instagram story one day. Just a black screen with the words, "Be careful who you make the villain in your story. They might be writing the book." It disappeared 24 hours later. I took a screenshot. Because maybe one day, when I finish that book, it'll be the epigraph. Now, months later, I'm still writing. Still sharing. My Substack passed 10,000 subscribers last week. I've done podcast interviews. Even signed a deal to compile my essays into a book about emotional boundaries, silence, and walking away from toxic family dynamics. People still ask, did she ever apologize? And the answer is no. But I don't need her to anymore. Because revenge doesn't have to be loud. Sometimes, it's just living in peace while the people who once mocked you slowly realize You were never the joke. You were the story, and they'll never get to rewrite it again. I don't need to burn bridges when I've already learned how to build better roads. My name's Caleb, I'm 22, and I grew up in what I like to call the golden child household. My parents adored my younger brother, Mason, like he was some kind of royalty, while I was more or less treated like the family handyman. We weren't poor. My dad's an accountant, my mom works in real estate, but you'd never know it by how differently they treated us. Mason always got the best of everything. New clothes every season, the latest gaming consoles, even private sports lessons. Meanwhile, I got whatever was left over, or worse, got told to make do. I always thought that if I just worked hard, kept my head down, and didn't cause trouble, they'd eventually see me as an equal. Spoiler, they didn't. Every family dinner turned into some lecture about how I wasn't pulling my weight, or how Mason had so much potential compared to me. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that once I turned 18, I'd carve my own path. And for a while, I really did. I got a part-time job while going to college, paid for my own phone, and even bought a beat-up used car with my own savings. I thought I was finally earning their respect. Then came Mason's 18th birthday, the day that ripped away whatever hope I had that things would ever change. My parents threw him a massive backyard party, the kind they never bothered to throw for me. There was a rented tent, balloons, even a cake from that expensive bakery downtown. I came home from work halfway through, sweaty and exhausted from a double shift, but I put on a smile and joined in. Everyone was gathered around when Dad pulled Mason aside with a huge grin. "Close your eyes," he said, dangling something shiny. When Mason opened his eyes, he was holding a set of car keys. My parents had bought him a brand new car, a shiny, red sedan sitting in the driveway with a bow on top. Everyone cheered. Mason looked like he'd just won the lottery, and Dad clapped him on the back saying, "You've earned this." I tried to stay calm, telling myself maybe they had something for me too, some little sign that they were proud of me. When it was my turn to get a gift, Mom handed me a box. I opened it and felt my stomach drop. It was filled with cleaning supplies, sponges, a broom, a bottle of multipurpose cleaner. Mom smirked and said, "Now you can start pulling your weight around here." Mason laughed so hard he nearly dropped his new car keys. The guests chuckled awkwardly, and someone even said, "That's practical, I guess." My face was burning, but I forced a small smile. "Thanks," I said quietly, though inside I felt something snap. That night, I lay awake in my room, staring at the ceiling while Mason revved his new car outside just to show off. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my head. The look on Mom's face, the way Dad beamed with pride at Mason, the sound of their laughter at my expense. It wasn't just about the car. It was about years of being treated like an afterthought. By midnight, I'd made up my mind. I packed a duffel bag with my clothes, grabbed the small lockbox of cash I'd been saving from work, and slipped out the front door. I didn't leave a note. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. The next morning, my phone buzzed with a text from Mom. "When are you coming back?" No apology. No explanation. Just the assumption that I'd eventually crawl back like always. I stared at the screen for a long time before putting my phone on silent. For the first time in my life, I felt a strange sense of calm. But I also knew this was just the beginning. I didn't go far at first, just crashed on a friend's couch for a few nights while I figured out my next move. My friend Alex was the kind of guy who could make even the worst situations feel manageable. When I showed up at his door with my duffel bag, he didn't ask questions. He just handed me a blanket and said, "Guest room's yours. We'll talk in the morning." For a few days, I felt like I could breathe again. I picked up extra shifts at work, started saving even more aggressively, and stayed busy enough not to think about home. But my parents weren't about to let me have peace for long. On the fourth day, I woke up to a flood of texts from Mom. "Where are you? You can't just leave like that. We have chores that need doing. Mason's been swamped with schoolwork, and you're putting all the burden on us. Your brother needs the car for practice, but now he has to clean the garage himself? Unbelievable." I almost laughed. They were really upset because Mason had to clean the garage once, the same garage I'd been expected to clean every month since I was 13. When I didn't respond, the texts kept coming, turning from guilt trips to passive-aggressive jabs. "I guess you don't care about this family. Running away solves nothing. You're acting like a child." Dad finally called me that night. His tone was calm at first, like he was trying to be reasonable. "Caleb, you've made your point. You were upset. We get it. Now come home. Mason's birthday week isn't the time for drama. I took a slow breath, staring at the wall. This isn't about drama, Dad. It's about how you treat me. You bought Mason a car and gave me cleaning supplies. You humiliated me in front of everyone. There was a pause, then Dad sighed. You're overreacting. We just thought it would be funny. And besides, Mason has worked really hard. I've worked hard too. I snapped before I could stop myself. I've been paying my own bills since I was 17, working double shifts just to stay afloat. But you only ever praise him. You don't see me. Dad's voice went cold. If you want to be treated like an adult, then act like one. Adults don't run away when they don't get what they want. The conversation ended with me hanging up. My hands were shaking, but for once, I didn't feel guilty. A few days later, I got a picture from Mason. He was standing next to his new car, flashing a thumbs up, with the caption, "You should have stayed. Just washed it, looks amazing." It felt like a slap in the face. 2 weeks passed, and the silence from me must have gotten to them, because Mom finally showed up at my work. I was wiping down tables when she walked in, arms crossed, that tight-lipped smile on her face. "Caleb," she said, loud enough for my coworkers to hear. "This has gone on long enough. You're embarrassing us. People are asking why you aren't home." I put the rag down slowly. "I'm not coming home." Her smile dropped. "Excuse me. I'm done being the family doormat," I said, my voice steady even though my chest was pounding. "I'm not going back just so you can keep treating me like a second-class citizen." Her nostrils flared. "We've given you everything, Caleb. A roof over your head, food, clothes." I actually laughed at that. "You gave Mason everything. You gave me the bare minimum and expected me to be grateful for it. I'm done." She didn't yell, but her voice turned icy. "Fine, but don't come crawling back when you realize the world is a lot harsher without us." Then she turned and walked out, leaving me standing there with every eye in the restaurant on me. That night, Alex and I sat on the balcony drinking cheap soda while I tried to make sense of everything. "You know," Alex said, "maybe this is what you needed. A clean break. Build your own life." I nodded slowly, but deep down, something sharper was forming. I wasn't just going to build my own life. I was going to make it so good, so undeniably successful, that they'd regret ever laughing at me with that box of cleaning supplies. And soon, they'd get their first taste of just how serious I was. 2 weeks later, just when I thought the storm was finally dying down, I got blindsided. It was a Friday afternoon, and I had just clocked out of work, exhausted but feeling good because I had managed to pick up enough shifts to cover rent for the next month. I grabbed my phone and saw a string of new notifications, texts, missed calls, and one voicemail from my bank. My stomach dropped. When I called back, the woman on the line sounded apologetic but firm. "Hi, Caleb. We just wanted to confirm you authorized the $1,200 withdrawal from your savings account this morning." I felt my throat tighten. "What withdrawal? I didn't authorize anything." After a pause, she said, "It was done in person. The person had your account number and matching ID." Matching ID. I knew instantly who it was. I drove straight to the bank, my hands gripping the wheel so hard they hurt. The teller confirmed it. Someone had come in with my old spare debit card, the one I kept in my desk drawer, and used a photocopy of my license to access my savings. The security footage showed Mason. I sat there, staring at the grainy, still image of my brother smiling at the teller like it was just another errand. "What did he say it was for?" I asked. The teller hesitated. "He said you told him to take it out for a family emergency." My chest burned. A family emergency. I didn't go home that night. Not to Alex's, not anywhere. I just sat in my car at an empty gas station parking lot until almost 2 a.m., trying to wrap my head around it. Mason hadn't just taken my money. He had pretended to be me. And my parents had clearly helped him. There was no way he had a copy of my license without their involvement. When I finally turned my phone back on, there were new messages waiting for me. From Mom. "We used some of your savings to pay Mason's insurance and registration. You weren't using it anyway." From Dad. "Be grateful we didn't touch the rest. This is what family does. We help each other out." I couldn't breathe. "Be grateful?" I typed and deleted half a dozen replies before finally sending. "That money was for school. You had no right." Mom responded almost immediately. "Don't be dramatic. You're living rent-free with friends, aren't you? Stop acting like a victim. Mason needs that car to get to practice." That was the moment something inside me truly broke. This wasn't just favoritism anymore. This was theft, dressed up as family helping family. They didn't just see me as less important. They saw me as a resource to be used whenever they pleased. The next morning, Mason sent me a selfie with his car, this time with a brand new set of custom rims. "Thanks, bro," the caption read, followed by 3 laughing emojis. My hands shook as I stared at the screen. There it was, the final confirmation that they didn't take me seriously, that they thought they could keep crossing lines without consequences. I didn't reply. Instead, I started researching how to freeze my account, change my banking information, and make sure not a single cent of mine could ever be touched without my permission again. But as much as I tried to stay calm and rational, I couldn't shake the image of Mason walking into the bank with my ID, grinning as he drained my savings like it was nothing. That image played on a loop in my head, fueling something new: resolve. I wasn't just going to cut them off. I was going to make sure they understood what it felt like to be powerless, to have something important taken away from you, and to know there was nothing you could do to get it back. And for the first time, I started to think not just about leaving them behind, but about revenge. After the bank incident, everything felt heavier: my shifts at work, my mornings, even simple conversations with Alex. I had enough money left to keep myself afloat, but watching my savings disappear overnight cut deeper than I expected. That money was my safety net, my one step toward independence, and now it was gone because my parents and brother decided Mason's new rims were more important than my future. I started running on fumes. I'd lie awake at night staring at the ceiling of Alex's guest room, doing mental math over and over, wondering how I was going to keep up with tuition next semester. Every time I'd start to drift off, I'd see Mason's smug selfie again, those 3 laughing emojis flashing like neon signs in my brain. At work, I was quieter. My manager even pulled me aside one night. "You doing okay, man? You look tired." I forced a small smile and lied. "Just a lot going on." The truth was, I felt like I was sinking. My parents weren't just ignoring me anymore. They were actively making my life harder. I got a notice from my health insurance company saying my coverage was suspended because the primary policyholder hadn't paid the premium. Turns out my dad had removed me from the family plan without warning. When I called him, his response was cold. "You wanted to be independent, so pay for your own insurance. Adults do that." I didn't argue. I just stared at my phone for a long time after the call ended, feeling my chest tighten until it almost hurt. That weekend, I went back to my childhood home for the first time since leaving. Not to talk, just to get my stuff. Alex came with me, mostly for backup, and we drove there in silence. When we pulled up, Mason's car was front and center in the driveway, gleaming like a trophy. I walked past it without a word, but I couldn't stop my jaw from tightening when I saw the shiny new rims. Mom met us at the door, arms crossed. "So you finally decided to show your face." I didn't answer. I went straight to my room and started packing everything I owned into boxes: clothes, books, a few keepsakes. Mason leaned in the doorway, munching on a bag of chips, grinning. "Relax, bro," he said. "It's not like we stole all your money. You should have seen Dad. He argued with the bank about them charging a fee. Total win." I didn't even look at him. "Get out of my room." He laughed. "You can't kick me out. This is still my house." Alex stepped forward then, his voice low but sharp. He said, "Get out." Mason muttered something under his breath and left, but the smirk on his face stayed burned in my mind. By the time I was done, my room looked empty, almost foreign. Mom stood at the bottom of the stairs as I carried out the last box. "You're making a big mistake, Caleb," she said, shaking her head. "Family is all you have in this world." I stopped just long enough to meet her eyes. "Then maybe I'd rather have nothing." The words hung in the air for a long moment before I turned and walked out. That night, back at Alex's place, we stacked the boxes in the corner of the room, and I sat on the floor staring at them. It hit me all at once. This was it. There was no going back now. I had burned my last bridge. But in the quiet of that night, something shifted. I stopped thinking about what I had lost, the money, the safety net, even the family I wished I had, and started thinking about what I could build. I opened my laptop and began applying for better jobs. I searched for scholarships, grants, anything that could help me finish school without relying on my parents. I even started watching videos on budgeting and personal finance, scribbling notes in a worn notebook Alex gave me. For the first time, my anger wasn't just an open wound. It was fuel. I didn't want to just escape my family's control. I wanted to become someone they couldn't ignore. Someone whose success would make them realize too late, that they had thrown away the best thing they had. I wasn't there yet. I was still broke, still sleeping in a borrowed room, still figuring out how to rebuild from nothing. But in that moment, I made myself a promise. One day, I'd make them regret ever handing me that box of cleaning supplies. The first few months after leaving home were brutal, but slowly, things started to shift. I landed a better job at a local logistics company after a manager saw my work ethic at the restaurant and offered to recommend me. It paid more than minimum wage, and the hours were consistent enough that I could finally breathe a little. I moved from Alex's guest room into a tiny studio apartment, barely bigger than my old bedroom, but it was mine. No one could barge in without knocking, no one could tell me what to do with my space, and no one could touch my money. I kept my head down, saved aggressively, and took every extra shift I could. At night, when I wasn't working, I was learning. Budgeting, investing, basic car maintenance, things I'd never had the chance to really focus on before. My notebook filled with plans and goals. I even got into online freelancing, taking on small projects to bring in extra cash. And bit by bit, I started to feel like I was in control of my life. Months passed, and while I didn't hear much from my parents, the few times they did text me were telling. From Mom, "You still haven't come home? Mason could really use your help around the house." From Dad, "We're disappointed, Caleb. You're letting pride ruin this family." I didn't reply. Then one evening, after a particularly long shift, I got a message from an old professor. He told me about a scholarship I qualified for and urged me to apply. I stayed up all night writing the essay, and when I got the acceptance email 2 weeks later, I nearly shouted out loud in my apartment. The scholarship covered almost all of my tuition. For the first time since leaving home, I felt free. With my savings growing and school covered, I allowed myself one small splurge, a used car. Nothing fancy, but it ran well, and it was mine. The day I drove it home, I sat in the driver's seat for a long moment before getting out, just smiling to myself. That night, Mason texted me out of the blue. "Saw you got a car. Finally catching up, huh?" I ignored him, but deep down, I knew he was keeping tabs on me, and that my progress bothered him more than he'd ever admit. A few months later, I got promoted at work. The logistics company recognized my reliability and gave me a supervisor role. It wasn't glamorous, but it meant better pay, better hours, and more respect. I could feel the distance between me and my family growing, not just emotionally, but financially, professionally, even mentally. The Caleb they used to control, the one they could guilt, manipulate, or drain whenever it suited them, was gone. But then, just as things were finally starting to look stable, they reached out again, this time with something bigger than guilt trips or demands for chores. Mom called me one evening. I almost didn't answer, but something in me wanted to know what she could possibly want after so long. "Caleb," she said, her voice sugary sweet, "we were thinking of having a family dinner next weekend. It's been too long. Mason would love to see you." I hesitated. "What's the catch?" "There's no catch," she insisted. "We just miss you." But I could hear something in her tone, that faint edge of calculation I'd grown up with. Whatever this was, it wasn't just about dinner. I hung up with a polite, non-committal answer, but my mind was already racing. They wanted something. They always did. And for the first time, instead of dreading it, I found myself almost looking forward to finding out what game they were playing. Because now, I had something I'd never had before: leverage. The family dinner was set for Saturday evening, and though every part of me wanted to ignore it, curiosity won. I needed to know what they were planning. I arrived early enough to watch from the street for a minute before going in. Mason's car was in the driveway, now with even more upgrades: tinted windows, a flashy new spoiler, and a vanity plate that literally said MVP. I almost laughed out loud. When I finally knocked, Mom opened the door like we were best friends. "Caleb," she said brightly, pulling me into a hug that felt rehearsed. "Look at you. You've been working out." I hadn't, really, but I could tell she was laying it on thick. Dad came over and clapped me on the back. "Son, good to see you." We sat down to dinner, and for a while, they pretended everything was normal. Mason bragged about his car mods, his weekend trips with friends, and some new internship Dad had helped him land. I listened quietly, focusing on my plate, until I noticed Dad exchanging a look with Mom. Finally, Dad cleared his throat. "So, Caleb, we wanted to talk to you about something important." I set my fork down slowly. I figured. He leaned forward, folding his hands like he was about to offer me a business deal. We're in a bit of a financial bind right now. Your mom's real estate commissions have been down this quarter, and there's an upcoming payment for Mason's school and car insurance. We thought, since you're doing well for yourself now, you could pitch in. I stared at him, stunned. You want me to pay for Mason's car? Mom jumped in quickly. Not all of it. Just a few months of coverage until things settle down. You know how important that car is for him. He's got practices, interviews. I laughed. I actually laughed at the table, and the sound made Mason glare at me. So let me get this straight, I said. You stole from me to pay for his insurance once, and now you're asking me to willingly do it again. Dad's face hardened. This isn't about the past. This is about helping the family. Something in me clicked in that moment. Not anger, not hurt, but clarity. They hadn't changed. They weren't going to change. And here they were, practically handing me the perfect setup. I smiled calmly. I'll think about it, I said, my tone deliberately even. Mom's face softened with relief. We knew you'd come around. But as I drove away that night, I wasn't thinking about helping them. I was thinking about every late night I'd worked, every lecture I'd sat through about how I wasn't doing enough, every time they'd chosen Mason over me. And I realized something important. I finally had the power to choose how this played out. I had a stable job, a growing savings account, and a level of independence they couldn't touch. I knew people now, co-workers, professors, friends, who respected me, who saw my value without conditions. If my parents wanted my help, they were going to have to see me differently. They were going to have to understand what it felt like to need me. So, over the next few weeks, I started to plan. Quietly, carefully. I looked into exactly how much debt they might be in. You'd be surprised what you can find when you know which public records to check. I learned that my parents had refinanced the house recently, pulling equity to cover Mason's car purchase and other expenses. They were stretched thin. I also started working extra hours again, not because I needed to, but because I had a very specific goal now: to build a financial cushion big enough to ensure that whatever move I made next, I wouldn't have to hold back. And the more I learned, the clearer my plan became. I wasn't just going to say no to their request. I was going to make sure they felt the weight of every single choice they had made. I didn't rush it. The beauty of revenge, I realized, is in the patience. Over the next few months, I made myself scarce. I responded to my parents' texts with vague, polite answers. Nothing they could accuse me of being rude about, but nothing that committed me to helping them either. Meanwhile, I kept building my war chest. My savings grew steadily, and I even picked up a side gig doing remote work for a small tech startup that paid surprisingly well. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just staying afloat, I was ahead. Then, one afternoon, I got a voicemail from Mom that sounded different. Her voice was tighter, strained. "Caleb, we really need to talk. It's important. Please call us back." I didn't call right away. Instead, I waited a day, then texted, "I'm free this weekend. Dinner." When I arrived, the atmosphere was different from the last time. Gone was the smugness, the forced cheerfulness. Dad looked tired, Mom was fidgeting, and Mason, for once, wasn't smirking. "We're behind on payments," Dad admitted after a long pause. "The bank is threatening to repossess Mason's car if we can't make up what we owe." I let out a low whistle, as though I were just another sympathetic bystander. "That's rough." Mom leaned forward, her tone desperate now. "Caleb, if you could just help us get through this month, we'd pay you back as soon as we can." This was the moment I had been waiting for. I smiled slowly, calmly, like I was weighing it over. "I could help," I said carefully, "but it would have to be on my terms." Dad narrowed his eyes. "What terms?" I leaned back in my chair, taking my time. "I want everything in writing. Every dollar I give you, I want a signed agreement that it's a loan. With interest. I'm not just handing money over to be used and forgotten again." Mason bristled. "That's ridiculous. We're family." I turned to him and said evenly, "Family doesn't empty your bank account without asking. Family doesn't laugh while you're humiliated in front of guests. So either we do this my way, or I walk out that door and you can figure it out yourselves." The room went dead silent. Finally, Dad exhaled slowly. "Fine. We'll do it your way." Over the next few days, I drafted a proper contract. Nothing over the top, just a legally binding agreement that spelled out exactly how much I was lending them and the timeline for repayment. I even had a lawyer friend look it over. When I brought it back for them to sign, I made sure to meet their eyes as they each put pen to paper. The power shift was palpable. For once, I wasn't the one being lectured, guilt-tripped, or manipulated. I was in control. When the transfer was done, Mason muttered something about me being dramatic, but he didn't look nearly as confident as he had months ago when he was grinning at me from the bank's security footage. And I wasn't done yet. Because as soon as I walked out of their house, I called a cousin who I knew was always looking for work and offered to connect him with an opening at my company. If he got hired, and I knew he would, he'd be making more than Mason within 6 months. Not because I needed to win, but because I wanted my parents to have a front row seat to what happens when you bet on the wrong horse. And the best part? I still hadn't cashed the check I was going to use to cover their payment. If they missed even one installment of the repayment plan, I had a perfectly legal route to escalate. One that would force them to confront, in black and white, just how far they had pushed me away. As I drove home that night, I realized something. Revenge didn't have to be loud. It didn't have to be explosive. Sometimes the most satisfying revenge is quiet, controlled, and undeniable, the kind that leaves no doubt in anyone's mind about who really holds the power now. And my parents were just starting to realize it. The first month passed, and to my surprise, they made the payment on time. For a brief moment, I wondered if maybe this experience would actually teach them something, that they'd finally treat me with the respect I'd been asking for my whole life. But by the second month, the payments came late. By the third, they stopped altogether. I didn't even get a text this time, just silence, as if they thought ignoring me would make me back down. So I followed through. I sent them a formal letter, attaching a copy of the contract they'd signed. I gave them a 14-day grace period to make the payment, or I'd pursue legal action. It wasn't a bluff. I had the contract, the proof of transfer, and a lawyer willing to back me up. The response came 2 days later in the form of a furious call from Dad. "You would really drag your own family to court over money?" I stayed calm. "It's not just money. It's respect. You signed an agreement. You don't get to pick and choose when it matters." He sputtered, cursed under his breath, and hung up on me. But a week later, the payment came through, along with the late fee I'd added per the contract terms. Word started spreading through the family after that. My aunt called me one evening, whispering, "I heard you made your parents sign a loan agreement. Is that true?" "Yep," I said without hesitation. There was a pause, then a chuckle. "Good for you." Someone needed to stand up to them. Mason, on the other hand, didn't take it so well. He showed up at my apartment one night, pounding on the door until I opened it. "You've ruined everything," he shouted. "Do you know how embarrassed I am having to tell my friends my car's barely being paid off?" I crossed my arms. "Good. Maybe you'll learn what it feels like when someone else's decisions control your life." His face went red, but he didn't say another word. He just stormed off, slamming the stairwell door hard enough to rattle the frame. By the time the final payment came through, my savings were higher than they'd ever been. I had finished school, earned another promotion at work, and was in the process of moving into a better apartment in a nicer part of town. I decided to return the favor. I invited my parents and Mason to my new place, not as a peace offering, but as closure. When they walked in, their eyes widened. Floor-to-ceiling windows, city view, sleek furniture, everything I had built without them. Mom tried to smile. "Wow, you've done well for yourself." I met her gaze and nodded. "I have." Dad cleared his throat. "So, does this mean things can go back to normal?" I laughed quietly. "No, it means I don't need you anymore." Then I turned to Mason, who looked like he wanted to sink into the floor, and said calmly, "Congratulations on the car. Hope it was worth it." I walked them to the door, opened it, and stepped aside. "Thanks for coming. We're done here." Mom hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but I just held her gaze until she finally stepped out into the hall. When the door clicked shut behind them, the apartment was silent, but not empty. It felt full of everything I'd built, everything I'd fought for, everything they thought I'd never have without them. I poured myself a glass of water, sat on the couch, and let out a slow breath. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like I was proving anything to anyone. I had won, and I knew they finally understood it, too. My name's Daniel, I'm 27, and I've always been the responsible one in my family. The guy who pays his bills on time, keeps his head down at work, and avoids drama whenever possible. My younger brother, Ryan, is the exact opposite. He's 23, impulsive, reckless, and somehow always manages to get himself into situations that require bailing out. Our parents, especially my mom, have this strange habit of brushing off his behavior as if it's just youthful mistakes. The problem is, those mistakes tend to cost everyone around him a lot more than they cost him. Growing up, Ryan could wreck a bicycle that wasn't his, forget to return something he borrowed, or even blow through a month's worth of allowance in a day, and Mom would still defend him with, "He's young. Give him a break." I learned early on that confronting him about anything was pointless. If I complained, I was overreacting or trying to start fights. So, I stopped bothering. I kept my distance, managed my own finances, and avoided getting tangled up in whatever mess Ryan had going on. That is, until a few weeks ago. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up to the faint sound of my bedroom door creaking. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but my eyes adjusted to the dim light from the hallway, and I caught a glimpse of a shadow slipping inside. My heart jumped, but when I saw it was Ryan, my fear turned into confusion and then anger. He didn't notice I was awake, or maybe he didn't care. I watched, frozen in disbelief, as he tiptoed toward the desk in the corner of my room. My wallet was right there, and before I could even open my mouth, he slid my debit card out and walked out as if it were the most normal thing in the world. I sat there, half expecting him to come back and explain himself, but he didn't. My first thought was to get up and stop him, but then a strange calm settled over me. I wanted to see just how far he was going to take this. If I stopped him now, it would just be another family argument swept under the rug. If I let him dig his own hole, maybe there'd finally be no way for Mom to pretend this wasn't real. By morning, the hole was a crater. I logged into my account and nearly fell out of my chair. $15,000 gone. Not just transferred, but drained through multiple transactions, a high-end jewelry store, first-class plane tickets, a massive charge from a Vegas hotel, and what looked like a small mountain of restaurant and bar receipts. It didn't take a detective to figure out what happened. Ryan had taken my card, gone on a spree with his friends, and blown through more money in a week than most people make in months. I called him, straight to voicemail. I texted, no reply. He'd blocked me on social media. That's when it hit me. He had planned this. He wasn't some desperate kid making a dumb decision in the middle of the night. He'd thought it through, right down to cutting off contact so he could enjoy his trip without drama. I felt this slow, burning anger start in my chest and spread through my whole body. When he finally came back a week later, I was waiting in the living room. My mom had called earlier that day to let me know, "Ryan's finally back, so don't start anything." The tone in her voice made it sound like I was the one who had done something wrong. I didn't even respond. I wanted to hear it from him directly. He strolled in like he'd just come back from running errands, wearing a designer hoodie and a smug grin. "Hey," he said casually, like nothing had happened. Before I could speak, Mom stepped between us. "Daniel, I've already talked to him. You're making a big deal out of nothing. He said he didn't touch your money." I turned to her, stunned. "Mom," I watched him take my card. "There's $15,000 missing from my account." That's when she delivered the line that made me realize just how deep this denial ran. "Stop lying. He'd never steal from you." I just stared at her, my mouth slightly open. She wasn't defending him because she thought he was innocent. She was defending him because, in her mind, admitting what he did would mean admitting she'd raised someone capable of doing it. Ryan smirked behind her like a kid who just got away with stealing cookies from the jar. And in that moment, I felt something shift. The anger was still there, but it wasn't the chaotic, boiling kind anymore. It was quiet, deliberate. I didn't argue. I didn't try to convince her. I just smiled, because Ryan had no idea the account he used. I didn't say another word that night. Mom looked relieved that I dropped it, which told me everything I needed to know. She wasn't interested in truth, just in avoiding a fight. Ryan, on the other hand, looked like he was itching to push further, like a kid who had just figured out the boundaries weren't actually there. The next few days were a bizarre exercise in self-control. I'd come downstairs in the morning to find Ryan lounging on the couch, his new luxury watch glinting under the sunlight streaming in through the window. He'd rotate his wrist just enough to make sure I saw it. Mom would be in the kitchen making him pancakes, like he'd just come back from serving the country instead of spending a week in Vegas burning through my money. "Daniel, you've been so tense lately," she'd say over her shoulder. "You should get out more, do something fun. Be more like Ryan. He knows how to live." I'd bite my tongue so hard I was surprised it didn't bleed. The irony of her telling me to be more like Ryan, with my own stolen money funding his good time, was almost too much to stomach. Then came the passive-aggressive comments. If I didn't respond to Ryan's little digs, Mom would chime in, "Don't ignore your brother. That's rude." If I excused myself from the room when they were laughing about his trip, I'd hear her mutter, "Some people just can't be happy for others." She'd say it just loud enough for me to hear. The final straw that week came on Saturday morning. I'd been quietly making coffee when Ryan waltzed in, wearing yet another designer hoodie, this one with a price tag that made my stomach turn. He poured himself a glass of orange juice and leaned against the counter, smirking. "Hey, Dan, I'm thinking about doing another Vegas trip next month. You should come. Maybe we can use your card again," he said, the smirk spreading into a full grin. I locked eyes with him. "You think this is funny?" I asked, my voice low. "Lighten up," he said, laughing. "You've got money, I've got style. It works out." Before I could respond, Mom came in from the hallway and actually laughed with him. "Oh, Ryan, stop teasing your brother," she said, patting his shoulder. "Daniel's always been so serious." Then, looking at me, she added, "If you don't want people borrowing from you, maybe don't flaunt what you have." Borrowing. She actually called what he did borrowing. $15,000, gone, and in her mind, it was no different than lending someone $20 for gas. I realized then that it wasn't just denial. She genuinely believed Ryan was entitled to whatever I had, because family shares. The rest of the day, they kept making these little jokes at my expense. Ryan would pretend to reach into my pockets. Mom would laugh and say, "Careful, Daniel might charge interest." It wasn't just disrespect anymore. It was humiliation, right there in my own home. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, the glow from my phone screen casting shadows across the room. I replayed the moment I saw him take my card. I replayed Mom's voice saying, "He'd never steal from you." And then I thought about the account he'd used, the one detail neither of them had even considered. A detail that, if I handled it right, could turn this whole situation upside down. But before I could put anything into motion, Ryan decided to test just how far Mom's favoritism would stretch. It happened the following Friday. I'd just gotten home from a long day at work, my mind running through deadlines and meetings for the next week. The house was unusually quiet, which I initially took as a blessing. No snide remarks from Ryan, no harmless digs from Mom. I thought maybe they'd gone out for dinner. But when I stepped into the kitchen, I froze. My laptop, the one I used for work, was gone. At first, I thought maybe I'd left it upstairs, but then I noticed the drawer under the counter where I kept important documents was open, papers scattered like someone had rifled through them in a hurry. I was still processing this when I heard the front door open. Ryan's voice drifted in, cheerful and casual, followed by the sound of plastic bags rustling. He stepped into the kitchen wearing that same cocky grin. In one hand, he carried a few takeout containers, and in the other, my laptop bag. "Hey, man, relax," he said before I could even ask. "I needed it for something." I walked toward him slowly. "Where did you take my laptop?" He shrugged, setting the bag on the counter like he owned it. "Pawn shop. I'll get it back, don't freak out." I felt my jaw tighten. "You sold my work laptop?" "Not sold," he said quickly, as if that made it better. "Just used it as collateral. I needed some cash for tonight." Before I could respond, Mom emerged from the hallway. "Daniel, don't start. He told me he was going to borrow it." I stared at her in disbelief. "Borrow? From a pawn shop?" "He said he'd get it back," she insisted, folding her arms. "You don't need to overreact every time your brother needs help." I turned back to Ryan, my voice low. "You had no right." "Relax," he interrupted, leaning back against the counter like he was talking to a buddy at a bar. "It's not like you can't afford a new one." And that's when it hit me. This wasn't desperation. This wasn't even about the money. It was about power. He knew Mom would side with him. He knew I'd never get an apology. And worst of all, he knew he could keep taking, and I'd be painted as the villain if I tried to stop him. Still, the real gut punch came an hour later. I went to check my email on my phone, only to find multiple account recovery notifications from my bank, my credit card company, even my work email. My stomach dropped. I checked my accounts. Sure enough, there were failed login attempts on all of them. When I confronted him, Ryan didn't even try to deny it. "I was just curious how much you had sitting around," he said with a laugh. "Do you hear yourself?" I snapped. "That's theft. That's fraud." Mom stepped in again, her voice sharp. "Daniel, don't talk to your brother like that. He's family. He's not going to hurt you." But he already had. That was the moment something inside me clicked. This wasn't just him being irresponsible anymore. This was malicious. He'd crossed a line I didn't even think he'd cross, and Mom was still treating it like a sibling spat. My trust in both of them wasn't just damaged, it was gone completely. I didn't say much after that. I just nodded slowly, like I'd finally understood something that had been staring me in the face for years. Ryan smirked, thinking he'd won whatever unspoken battle we'd been playing. Mom seemed satisfied that the tension was over. But in reality, all they'd done was remove the last ounce of hesitation I had. The account he'd used was already a loaded weapon. Now, I knew exactly how I was going to use it. And then, just when I thought he couldn't push further, he did something the very next day that made everything spiral even faster. The very next morning, I woke to the sound of voices drifting up from the kitchen. At first, I thought it was just Mom and Ryan bickering over breakfast, but then I heard my name. Not just my name, my entire financial situation being dissected like I wasn't even in the house. I got out of bed quietly, listening from the top of the stairs. Ryan was telling Mom about all the money I had, exaggerating numbers like it was some kind of bragging session. He's just sitting on it, Ryan said. Doesn't spend it, doesn't share it. What's the point of having it if you're not going to help your family? Mom sighed, her voice laced with something that made my chest tighten. I know. Honestly, I don't understand why he's so selfish. We've always supported him, and now he's acting like a stranger. Supported me? That was rich. My entire adult life, I'd been paying my own way. Rent, bills, groceries. I never asked for a cent. Meanwhile, Ryan was still living at home rent-free, draining money from anyone who would let him. Then I heard the sound of my desk chair scraping against the floor downstairs. My stomach dropped. Ryan was in my office. By the time I got down there, he was casually flipping through some folders. What are you doing? I asked sharply. He didn't even flinch. Looking for some paperwork. I figured I might as well make it easier for you and transfer that extra cash to an account where I can access it. You know, just in case something comes up. I felt the heat rise to my face. That's not your money, Ryan. And you don't get to decide what I do with it. He smirked. Relax. You act like I'm robbing you. I'm your brother. Mom appeared in the doorway, arms crossed. Daniel, stop being dramatic. If you can't help your own family, who will you help? It wasn't just infuriating anymore. It was suffocating. Every word felt like another brick being stacked on my chest. And the worst part? I realized nothing I said would ever change their minds. I could pull out bank statements, video footage, witnesses. It wouldn't matter. Mom had built this bubble around Ryan where reality didn't exist. That afternoon, I went for a long drive just to get out of the house. I parked at a quiet overlook and sat there for hours, staring at the city below. It felt like I'd hit the lowest point I'd been in years. Not because of the money could be replaced, but because I finally accepted that my family didn't see me as a person with boundaries or rights. To them, I was a resource, a bank account, a safety net. But that low point came with clarity. If they wouldn't see me as a brother or a son, then I had no reason to play the role they'd assigned me. I wasn't going to argue with them anymore, or plead, or try to make them see reason. I was done. That night, I started quietly moving things into motion. I contacted my bank, shifted funds, closed certain accounts, and set up a few safeguards. I didn't announce it. I didn't warn anyone. I just began creating a wall they wouldn't even see until it was too late. When I came back home, they didn't notice a change in me. Ryan was too busy bragging about some new trip idea. Mom was too busy planning a family dinner that didn't feel like family at all. But deep down, I'd already stepped away from them, emotionally and strategically. Still, before I could put my plan into full effect, Ryan made one last move that accelerated everything far faster than I expected. Ryan's one last move happened a week later, and honestly, it was almost laughable. I had been quietly untangling my finances from anything connected to the family, moving accounts, changing passwords, setting up two-factor authentication, when I noticed a strange transaction on one of my older, barely used accounts. It wasn't much, maybe a couple $100s, but it was the principle that mattered. He was still trying, still fishing for any way to get his hands on something of mine. I didn't confront him this time. I didn't confront Mom either. Instead, I doubled down on my plan. First, I opened a brand new account at an entirely different bank, one no one in my family even knew existed. That account became my primary hub for savings, investments, and my actual day-to-day expenses. The old accounts? I left them as decoys, with tiny amounts sitting in them, enough to seem active, but not enough to hurt me if Ryan managed to slip through again. Then I made a move I should have made years ago. I found a new apartment. Not just any place, a top-floor corner unit in a secure building with a 24-hour concierge and keycard-only access. Ryan couldn't drop by. Mom couldn't stop in unannounced. It was my space, my rules. Signing that lease felt like stepping out of a cage I didn't even realize I'd been living in. Around the same time, work took a turn for the better. I'd been grinding on a big project for months, and it finally paid off. Not only did I get a significant bonus, but my boss also offered me a promotion. Higher pay, more control over my schedule, and the kind of authority that made me a lot harder to push around. It was strange. The more I pulled away from my family's toxic bubble, the more everything else in my life seemed to improve. My stress levels dropped. I started sleeping better. I had the time and energy to focus on things I'd been neglecting, going to the gym, meeting up with old friends, even picking up a hobby I'd abandoned years ago. And the best part? Ryan and Mom had no idea. To them, I was still Daniel who works too much and has no life. They didn't know about the new apartment, the promotion, or the fact that every cent of my real money was somewhere they could never touch. But I didn't just want to protect myself. I wanted leverage. And that's when I remembered the account Ryan had used to fund his Vegas trip. I hadn't touched it yet, but I'd been quietly gathering information. The statements, the timelines, the connections, all of it was sitting in a neat little folder, growing thicker by the day. By the time I was fully moved into my new place, I had two things I'd never had before: distance from their constant interference, and the kind of financial and professional stability that gave me options. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was in a position to choose my moment. And then, just as I was settling into my new rhythm, an unexpected phone call gave me exactly the opportunity I'd been waiting for. The call came on a Tuesday afternoon while I was at my new place, halfway through answering work emails. I didn't recognize the number, but it was local, so I picked up. "Hello, this is Sarah from Midtown Jewelers," the voice on the other end said. "I'm trying to reach Ryan Miller about an unpaid balance on a custom order." For a second, I almost laughed. I didn't know whether to be more surprised that Ryan had given my number as his contact, or that he had the nerve to start another big purchase so soon after Vegas. I leaned back in my chair, keeping my voice calm. "What exactly is this about?" She explained that Ryan had placed an order for a second luxury watch, even more expensive than the first, and had made only a partial payment. The remaining balance? A cool $8,700. He had promised to pay it off last week, but when they tried calling him, they got no answer. And then she said the magic words. When he opened the account with us, he provided this number and listed you as his financial reference. I nearly smiled right there. A financial reference. That meant I could ask questions under the pretense of verifying something, and they'd likely answer. So I played along, telling her I was concerned and wanted to make sure nothing shady was going on. Sure enough, she confirmed every purchase, every date, and, most importantly, the exact payment method he'd used. And there it was again, the same account he had used for his Vegas trip. The account tied to my name, but one I'd intentionally left connected to a monitoring system, which meant every single transaction he'd made from it since that night was documented, time-stamped, and sitting in my records. This was no longer just "my brother stole from me." This was a clear, traceable trail of unauthorized charges, some of which could easily tip into the territory of fraud and identity theft. In other words, I had him, and by extension, Mom, who had defended him at every step, cornered. Over the next 2 weeks, I kept building my file. I cross-referenced statements, printed receipts, even saved screenshots of his social media posts showing off the exact items and trips the charges matched. And just for good measure, I pulled together every text and voicemail from Mom dismissing my concerns, because if this went public or legal, I wanted the full picture on display. But here's the thing. I didn't want to just catch him. That would end in a family screaming match and maybe a slap on the wrist. No, I wanted to make it so that when the truth came out, it couldn't be spun, minimized, or swept under the rug. I wanted Ryan to feel the ground fall out from under him while Mom realized she'd helped dig the hole. And then, as if the universe was timing it for me, I got an email from my boss inviting me to a company gala, black tie, big names, lots of press. It was the kind of event that would be splashed across local business magazines. The kind of event where I could invite family and have them see me, not as the quiet, serious Daniel they could push around, but as someone untouchable, someone they couldn't humiliate anymore. I decided I'd extend an invitation, not because I wanted them there, but because I knew the moment would be perfect for what I had planned. And when Ryan RSVP'd, sure, free drinks, why not? I knew I had him exactly where I wanted him. The night of the gala arrived crisp and cold, the kind of weather that made everything feel sharper, more deliberate. I'd chosen my suit carefully, dark navy, tailored to perfection, and for the first time in years, I didn't feel like the quiet shadow in the room. I felt in control. Ryan showed up 20 minutes late, of course, wearing a rented tux and the smug look of someone who thought he was about to network his way into free opportunities. Mom came with him, dressed elegantly but clearly more interested in scoping out the wealthy guests than celebrating my accomplishments. "Wow, Danny, fancy place," Ryan said, giving me a mock punch in the arm. "Hope you're picking up the tab for drinks tonight." I smiled, not the fake, tight-lipped smile I usually gave him, but the kind that comes from knowing you're holding every card in the deck. "Don't worry, Ryan. Tonight's all taken care of." The event was bustling with business owners, local politicians, and media representatives. Between speeches and photo ops, I made sure to introduce Ryan and Mom to just the right people, but not for networking. No, I was carefully guiding them towards certain conversations, dropping just enough information to let them know I was doing exceptionally well. I could see the gears turning in Ryan's head. More money means more for me to take. Then came the perfect moment. During a lull in the evening, the host asked if anyone wanted to contribute to the charity auction that was about to start. I stepped forward, microphone in hand, and casually said, "Actually, I'd like to make a donation," in a rather unique way. I gestured toward the large projector screen behind me, where my donation appeared. A carefully curated slideshow of luxury purchases and trips, the very ones Ryan had made using the stolen account. The images were pulled from his own social media, matched with the corresponding transaction receipts I'd been collecting for weeks. Each slide had a small note. "Purchased with funds from unauthorized use of account number ending in hashtag 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 hashtag." Gasps rippled through the room. The final slide? The $8,700 balance from Midtown Jewelers, complete with a screenshot of the store's email confirming his partial payment and my name listed as the financial reference. I kept my tone calm, even light. All of these charges have been resolved through the proper channels, but I thought it fitting to turn this rather unfortunate series of events into something positive. So, for tonight, I've matched the total amount, $23,450, as a donation to the Children's Scholarship Fund. Applause erupted. People saw me as generous, composed, and in control. Ryan, on the other hand, was pale, his jaw tight. Mom's face had gone completely still, a frozen mask that couldn't decide between outrage and panic. Ryan tried to pull me aside, but I brushed past him with a polite, "We'll talk later." Cameras flashed. Guests congratulated me. And the best part? Everyone in that room now knew the truth, in a way that couldn't be spun or hidden. But the night wasn't over. I still had one final move to make, the one that would ensure this was more than just public embarrassment. And when I made it, Ryan and Mom wouldn't just be shocked, they'd be cornered. As soon as the auction ended and the crowd began mingling again, Ryan made a beeline for me, his face flushed with rage. "What was that?" he hissed, trying to keep his voice low. "You just embarrassed me in front of everyone." I didn't flinch. "No, Ryan. You embarrassed yourself the moment you took my card at 2 a.m. I just made sure the right people knew who you really are." Mom rushed over, eyes darting nervously to the guests who were still glancing in our direction. "Daniel, how could you do this to your brother? You could have just talked to us privately." I looked at her, my voice even. "I tried. You call me a liar. You defended him while he stole from me, more than once. Tonight wasn't about talking. Tonight was about accountability." Before either of them could respond, a man in a dark suit stepped up beside me. "Mr. Miller," he said, nodding at me. "I'm Detective Alvarez. We spoke on the phone." Ryan's head snapped toward me. "You called the cops?" I didn't answer directly. Instead, I turned to the detective. "Everything you need is in the file I gave you. Bank statements, receipts, social media posts, the works." Alvarez gave a tight nod. That's more than enough for us to proceed. He looked at Ryan. We'll need you to come with us to answer some questions about these unauthorized transactions. The color drained from Ryan's face. You can't be serious. Mom stepped between them. There's no need for this. He's family. The detective's tone didn't change. Ma'am, family doesn't make theft any less of a crime. A small crowd had formed, watching the scene unfold. Whispers filled the air. I caught phrases like embezzlement, fraud, and identity theft. Ryan's shoulders slumped as the detective guided him toward the exit. Mom turned back to me, her voice trembling with anger. You've destroyed this family, Daniel. I held her gaze, feeling nothing but clarity. No, you destroyed it the moment you decided protecting him was more important than protecting what's right. She didn't have a response. She just stood there, watching her golden child being led out in handcuffs, while the applause from my donation still echoed faintly in the background. A few weeks later, I learned Ryan had taken a plea deal, probation, mandatory repayment, and a record that would follow him for years. Mom stopped calling entirely. The silence was almost peaceful. Standing on my apartment balcony one evening, looking out over the city lights, I realized something. I hadn't just gotten my money back. I'd taken back my power. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like the responsible one they could walk all over. I just felt free. I raised my glass slightly toward the skyline and said to no one in particular, "That's the last thing you'll ever take from me." I've always believed that family should be the one group of people you never have to second guess. I grew up thinking that no matter how life shifted, blood would be thicker than water. That was the line my mom used every time someone in the family did something awful, and we were all expected to just move on. But let me tell you something. Blood might be thicker, but I've come to learn that respect is what actually holds things together. And once that's gone, well, let's just say things unravel fast. My name's Grayson. I'm 29 years old, and for most of my adult life, I've worked in tech, freelancing, consulting, and building up a pretty decent savings cushion. I'm not flashy, but I'm solid. I don't take vacations every other month. I don't lease brand new cars to show off, and I definitely don't post rich guy quotes on Instagram. I've always tried to be the kind of person others can rely on, especially my family. I'm the oldest of three. My younger sister, Charlotte, just turned 30 this past summer. The milestone birthday. The one she had been talking about since she was 25. No exaggeration. She'd bring it up in group chats, family dinners, even random calls with me while I was in the middle of debugging some horrible back-end system at work. Gray, when I turn 30, it's going to be iconic. I don't want boring food or some sad little dinner at mom's. I want a rooftop. I want neon signs. I want a full-on experience. And every time, I'd just smile and say something like, "Well, you've got time to plan." Because at the end of the day, it wasn't really my thing. Here's the thing though. Charlotte is the baby of the family. And not in a cute, coddled way. More like golden child energy, turned up to 10. My parents, especially my mom, have always put her on this pedestal like she's this fragile little gemstone we all have to protect. Growing up, if Charlotte forgot to do her chores, it was because she's artistic. If I forgot, I was lazy. When she got a B-, it was because school just doesn't appreciate creativity. If I got an A-, it was what happened to the plus. She's always had a flair for the dramatic, lavish birthday parties, emotional main character speeches, new hobbies every 3 months, and relationships that turn into Instagram reels and breakup rants overnight. But despite all that, I never really held it against her. Because I figured, hey, people change, right? Spoiler alert, some people don't. Earlier this year, Charlotte called me out of the blue one night. I had just finished a long day of consulting and was eating cold pad thai in front of my laptop when she FaceTimed me. No, hey, how are you? Just straight into, I need your help. Turns out, she had found the perfect venue for her 30th. Rooftop, skyline view, cocktail bar, custom lighting. But she was short on the deposit. And it wasn't a small amount, either. For $1,000 up front, with the full payment landing somewhere around $9,800 total. I remember blinking at the number and saying something like, "That's more than some weddings, Charlotte." She laughed. I know, but like, it's my 30th. It only happens once, and this is my year. You know how rough last year was. I just want this to be perfect. For context, last year's rough patch was that she broke up with her boyfriend of 3 months and didn't get the influencer deal she wanted with some activewear brand. Meanwhile, I was quietly pulling 80-hour weeks trying to land long-term clients and managing back-end nightmares without a team. Still, I felt for her. I always have. Even when she's exhausting. Even when she's self-absorbed. Even when she forgets to say thank you. And I told myself, what's 10 grand if it makes her happy? So I sent her $10,000. No strings attached. No, you'll pay me back later deal. I figured, family, right? A week later, she texted me a massive thank you message, filled with heart emojis, dramatic gifs, and "You're the best big brother ever." I even got a phone call from our mom saying how sweet and generous I was, and that I always show up when it counts. I won't lie, that felt nice. But here's where things start to get strange. The invites rolled out a few months later. They weren't printed or emailed. She made this whole Instagram-style announcement on her stories with a glitter filter and a 2000s remix in the background. It was a VIP-only kind of vibe. Just her closest friends, a few cousins, and apparently a few influencers she'd been DMing. And when I watched it, I realized something. I wasn't mentioned. At all. I figured maybe it was just for flair. I mean, I was the one who funded the thing. Surely I'd be invited, right? I waited a couple of days. Then a week. No text. No call. Nothing in the mail. Not even a casual "you coming, right?" So I texted her. Hey, just checking. Am I missing something, or was the invite lost in the mail? She replied 2 hours later with a laughing emoji. Then, OMG Gray, I meant to tell you. I was thinking about the vibe of the party, and it's kind of this like sexy, modern, young crowd. I just didn't want you to feel out of place or bored LOL. I figured we could do a dinner sometime instead. Just us. I stared at the screen. Then I stared at it again. I read it maybe 4 more times before I realized. She wasn't joking. She really didn't invite me to a party I paid for, because I didn't fit the vibe. I didn't respond right away. In fact, I didn't respond at all that night. I just sat there, in this weird combination of disbelief and anger. I wasn't expecting a parade, but I wasn't expecting to be completely left out like some unwanted cousin, either. The next few days were a blur of texts flying around the family group chat, photos of decorations being set up, her dress fittings, questions about the cake. My name didn't come up once. Not even from my parents. I kept waiting for someone, anyone, to ask why I wasn't on the guest list. No one did. That was the moment something shifted in me. I'd always chalked up the favoritism to the usual family dynamics. But this was blatant. And I'd had enough. I didn't lash out. I didn't confront her. I didn't send an angry voice note or demand my money back. I just started quietly looking into things. Things I had the power to do. Things I had signed my name on. And then, about a week before the big night, I made a few phone calls. The day of her party, just 1 hour before guests were supposed to arrive, the venue manager called her personally. Not me. Her. And that's when everything began to unravel. I wish I could say that call from the venue was my plan all along. That I had some Machiavellian scheme laid out from the second she told me I didn't fit the vibe. But the truth is, it took me a while to reach that point. Because at first, I was just hurt. Not furious. Not scheming. Just sitting there in my apartment with the blinds half closed and my inbox full of unread client emails, trying to process how my little sister, who I'd covered for, paid for, defended, and always looked out for, had managed to slice me out of her big moment without blinking. I kept replaying her text over and over. That LOL at the end. That smug, casual tone like I was some weird uncle who might embarrass her in front of her influencer friends. And the worst part? No one said anything. My parents knew. I could tell. My mom kept sending photos in the group chat, centerpiece samples, lighting tests, some fancy-looking charcuterie board she was putting together just like Pinterest. Not a single word about the guest list. Not even a little white lie like, "We'll miss you there." Just silence. I didn't know if they were pretending not to notice, or if they genuinely thought it made sense that I wasn't going to the $10,000 party I paid for. I started keeping my responses short. Thumbs up emoji. Looks great. Nice. It's funny how fast a family chat can go cold when you stop playing your part. But things really broke open about 4 days before the party. Charlotte posted a TikTok. Now, she's not famous or anything, but she is the kind of person who treats her 6,000 followers like she's accepting a Grammy. This particular video was her doing one of those lip-sync trends to some pop song, showing off the venue space while workers were setting things up behind her. She twirled, laughed, then added captions like, "Hard work pays off," and "When you finally book your dream rooftop without daddy's money." And that's when something in me snapped. Because I knew that caption wasn't random. It was pointed. It was a dig. Our dad didn't help her pay for this. I did. She knew that. We all did. And suddenly, I was invisible again, scrubbed out of the story because it didn't match her aesthetic. That night, I got a call from my cousin Layla. She's one of the few people in the family I still trust completely. Early 30s, brutally honest, and allergic to fake people. We hadn't talked in a while, so I was surprised to see her name flash on my phone. "Hey," she said, almost cautiously. "Are you going to Charlotte's thing?" I sighed. Apparently, I don't fit the vibe. She was quiet for a second. Then, "Are you serious?" "Dead serious." Layla cursed under her breath. "Grayson, you paid for that venue." "I know." "No. Like, you literally paid for it. The whole thing." "Yup." There was a pause. Then she asked the question I'd been avoiding. "So what are you gonna do?" And that was when I told her the truth. I didn't know yet. It wasn't until the next morning that the idea hit me. I was drinking my second cup of coffee, scrolling through my emails, and one message caught my eye. It was from the event space. A generic confirmation email sent to me months ago, reminding me of the original booking, complete with my name as the primary contact, my email listed for all correspondence, and a little button at the bottom that read, "Need to make changes to your reservation?" My heart rate kicked up. I clicked it. And there it was, my dashboard, my name, my control. And suddenly, all those months of being quiet and agreeable and reliable boiled up into something sharper. I wasn't trying to ruin anything. Not yet. But I wanted to remind Charlotte, remind all of them, who had made that night possible. So I called the venue. Not to cancel. Not yet. Just to make a few inquiries. I introduced myself, confirmed I was the one who paid the deposit, and asked if there were any final invoices or changes pending. The manager, this incredibly professional woman named Tamara, was helpful and polite. She told me everything was on track. Then, almost as an afterthought, she said, "By the way, we've been trying to get final approval on the lighting setup and open bar package. Your sister said she wasn't authorized to sign off. Is that still the case?" I almost laughed. "Yeah," I said. "That's correct. She's not the one who booked it." I didn't make any changes that day, but I left a little note on the dashboard. "Please direct all final communication to Grayson, last name, only. No other person is authorized to modify or approve changes." 2 hours later, Charlotte called me. Not texted, not FaceTimed. She called. "Hey," she said, stretching the word out like a thin smile. "Quick question. Tamara from the venue just called me. Something about final approvals." I kept my voice calm. "Yeah. I let them know I'm the primary contact. Since I paid for it and all." There was a pause. A weird, twitchy silence. "Oh, right. Yeah, of course. I just didn't realize they'd, need your input for the final stuff. You didn't realize the person who funded the entire thing might need to sign off." Another pause. Then, with the fakest laugh I've ever heard. "Well, I just didn't want to bother you. You're always busy." I didn't say anything. "Anyway," she went on, "I was wondering if we could just switch the open bar to full top shelf and add an extra hour to the rooftop access. The photographer says golden hour's gonna hit right in that window." I took a breath. "Sure. Just Venmo me the difference. Looks like it'll be about $1,800 extra." Dead silence. I thought maybe you'd just. "Nope," I said, cutting her off. "You said I didn't fit the vibe, remember?" She tried to walk it back. "Grayson, come on. I was just trying to make sure you wouldn't feel out of place. You don't even like these kinds of events." "That's funny," I said, "because apparently I like them enough to fund them." She got quiet, then huffed. "So what? You're gonna make this about you now?" I let out the softest chuckle. "No, Charlotte. I'm just making sure I'm not invisible in the story you're telling." We didn't talk again after that. Until the day of the party. That call from the venue? It came 1 hour before guests were supposed to arrive. And whatever Tamara said to her, whatever I had set in motion with that one final request, changed everything. But before we get there, you need to know what happened in the 48 hours leading up to it. Because that's when my parents got involved. That's when things got ugly. And that's when I realized this wasn't just about a party. It was about years of pretending everything was fine when it never really was. I'll be honest, after that phone call with Charlotte, I half expected the party to be called off. Or for her to rage post about toxic energy and jealous relatives the way she used to after fights with old roommates. But nothing happened. At least not immediately. Instead, I got silence. Radio silence from Charlotte. No follow-up texts. No apology. No attempt at a peace offering. Just nothing. And that silence echoed across the rest of the family too. The group chat quieted down. No more centerpiece pics or excited countdowns. My mom stopped sending emojis. My dad, who rarely says much anyway, was even more absent. The energy shifted, and I could feel it, like I'd done something wrong just by asking for basic respect. But the weirdest part? Even though I was the one who had been disrespected, I started questioning myself. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe I should have just gone along with it, kept my mouth shut, and let her have her moment. Maybe, just maybe, this was my fault. That's what years of being the reliable one does to you. You start carrying everyone else's emotional weight and calling it balance. You clean up messes, smooth over drama, write the checks. And when someone cuts you out, you convince yourself they had a reason. But that guilt didn't last long. Because 2 days before the party, my mom called. Not to check in on me. Not to ask how I was feeling. She called because Charlotte was stressed. And apparently I was the reason. Grayson, she started, in that overly calm, therapist-y voice she always used when she was about to manipulate me. I think there's been a big misunderstanding. Charlotte's really overwhelmed, and she said you're trying to make things difficult for her. I blinked. She told me I wasn't invited. That's not what she meant. She literally said I didn't fit the vibe. She meant you'd be uncomfortable. You know how her friends are. She didn't want you to feel left out. She made me feel left out by excluding me from a party I paid for. A pause. Then, you know how much this means to her, Grayson. She's been through a lot this year. There it was again. The Charlotte defense shield. She's been through a lot. She's emotional. She's artistic. She's just expressing herself. She can go through a lot, I said evenly. But not on my dime. Mom's voice got tighter. What do you want from her? Do you want her to grovel? Say thank you. You're her brother. I want basic respect. Another pause. Longer this time. Then, in a colder tone. You've always been so rigid. You can't just let people have things. You have to control every situation. That one stung more than I expected. Because it wasn't true. If I wanted control, I would have canceled the whole thing. I would have shut it down weeks ago. But I didn't. I let her have her party. I just didn't let her erase me from it. Still, the words stuck in my chest like thorns. You know what, Mom? I said, trying to stay calm. Let's just stop pretending. I know how you see me. I've known for a while. She didn't respond. So I ended the call. And that night, I hit a low I didn't expect. It wasn't about the money. I've worked hard. I'm okay. It wasn't even about the party. It was the realization that I didn't really have a place in my own family. Not one that wasn't transactional. I was the helper, the fixer, the emergency contact when things fell apart. But when it came time to celebrate, I wasn't someone they wanted around. I was useful, not loved. I spent the next day on autopilot. Didn't answer texts. Didn't check socials. Just worked, walked, sat, thought. And late that night, I found myself standing in my tiny kitchen, staring at the same old cabinets I'd meant to repaint for 3 years, wondering why I'd kept putting myself last. And I cracked. Not loud. Not dramatic. I didn't throw anything. I didn't cry. I just cracked. I made a list. It sounds ridiculous, I know. But that list saved me. It was a stupid, simple Google Doc titled Things That Are Mine. And on it, I started writing everything I'd accomplished without my family. The clients I'd landed on my own. The apartment I'd saved for. The nights I stayed up rebuilding entire systems while Charlotte posted Ugh Monday vibes selfies in bed. The times I held my own hand when no one else offered theirs. I wrote down every small win. Every choice I'd made for me. And then I made a second list. Things I owe no one for. And the first line? My kindness. That was the moment something shifted. I didn't suddenly become invincible. But I stopped feeling like the victim. I realized that I'd been operating from this place of trying to earn my family's love by being useful. But that kind of love has an expiration date. The second you stop being useful, the love runs dry. So I made a decision. From that day on, I would stop giving to people who didn't respect me. And I meant it. But that didn't mean I'd start cutting people off left and right. No, I was done being the emotional janitor. I was going to rebuild me. The next morning, I woke up early. Took a long walk. Bought fresh groceries. cooked a real breakfast instead of eating cold leftovers at my desk. I reorganized my schedule, canceled a few client calls that weren't aligned with what I wanted. I even reached out to a contact in Seattle who had been asking me for months to consult on a startup project, something I'd been putting off because I didn't want to be too distant from family. That project turned out to be one of the most fulfilling things I've done this year. Within a week, I was sleeping better. Within a month, I'd picked up a new routine: gym, meditation, even journaling, which I used to roll my eyes at. But through it all, there was this quiet thread of anger that I hadn't quite let go of. Not because I was plotting revenge, but because I knew something big was coming. The party was now just one day away, and I'd left one small note on the venue dashboard, just a tiny change. Something I didn't think Charlotte even knew about. I hadn't canceled anything, hadn't sabotaged her event, but I'd rerouted all final notifications, delivery instructions, and billing concerns back to me. And that meant when the rental company called, when they realized the final balance on the upgraded decor package hadn't been cleared yet, they called me, not her. And I told them the truth. I hadn't authorized it. They asked if I wanted to cancel that portion of the setup. I paused, then said, "Not yet, but hold tight. She might call you soon." And that brings us back to the phone call. 1 hour before the party. The moment when the whole thing cracked wide open. But before that final domino fell, something else happened. Something none of them saw coming. Something I didn't even expect to do. And it started with a single text to the one person I didn't think would respond. I didn't expect Layla to reply so fast. I'd texted her on a whim that morning, still half in pajamas, sipping burnt coffee, and going through my calendar. I just wrote, "Hey, I think I'm going to make a move tonight. You in?" A minute later, define move. Then I called her, and 5 minutes after I explained what had gone down, she let out this long, slow whistle and said, "Grayson, I've waited years for you to finally grow a spine with them. I'm beyond in. What do you need me to do?" That was the first time I laughed in days. You have to understand, Layla has always been the black sheep of the family in the best way. She doesn't do fake. She moved out of state at 18, refused to let our grandparents pressure her into law school, and started a tiny custom gift box business out of her garage that blew up on Etsy during the pandemic. She's the only person in our family who's told Charlotte no and lived to tell the tale. And she's been watching the same dynamic I have for years. Charlotte doing whatever she wants, our mom covering for her, and me picking up the slack. This party, I told her, is just the tip of it. It's like symbolic. I paid for the fantasy, and she tried to erase me from the story. It's not even about being at the party anymore. It's about reminding her that she doesn't get to do that. Layla said, "You're preaching to the choir, Grayson. So tell me, do you want chaos or do you want class?" "Both," I said. She laughed. "Perfect. Let's give her a memory she'll never forget." And so we got to work. Step 1, find the cracks. I spent the next few hours combing through everything I still had access to: the venue dashboard, the catering contracts, the floral delivery times. Charlotte had gone behind my back and upgraded nearly everything: gold-rimmed champagne glasses, floral installations on every table, and even a 5-piece jazz band for cocktail hour. Total cost of all those changes? An extra $3,200, none of which she'd cleared with me. Tamara at the venue had flagged this in her last update, but I told her to hold off on charging my card. I didn't cancel anything. Not yet. I just wanted Charlotte to feel the heat. I also discovered something else interesting. The final balance for the band hadn't been paid yet. Only the deposit had. And per the contract, if payment wasn't made by noon on the day of the event, the band had the right to pull out without a refund. Guess who was still listed as the point of contact? Step 2, control the narrative. Layla helped me here. She still had access to Charlotte's close friends story list on Instagram, even though Charlotte had clearly removed me from it. Apparently, Charlotte had been posting all week about how this was her dream night, how she'd worked so hard to pull it together, how it was all manifestation and alignment. Classic Charlotte. So Layla made a few calls to a couple of our cousins and a couple of Charlotte's friends who had quietly fallen out with her over the years. She has a tendency to use people like props in her life and then ghost them. Turns out, most of them didn't even know I had paid for the party. Oh, she told everyone it was her savings, Layla said after one call, that she'd been hustling and finally made it happen on her own. I felt my jaw clench. So she didn't just leave me out. She rewrote the whole story. Yup, Layla paused. You sure you're okay with what we're about to do? I've never been more sure. Step 3. Pick the perfect time. I didn't want to crash the party. That's not my style. I didn't want a dramatic confrontation in front of guests or a drink thrown in anyone's face. I didn't want to become that story. I wanted her to feel it quietly, behind the scenes, like a string being pulled from the seams until the whole image started to come apart. So I made a few strategic calls that morning. I called Tamara and told her, politely, to hold the floral upgrade and champagne delivery until she heard back from me directly. I explained there had been a payment issue and I didn't want any surprise charges on my card. She agreed. I then called the band's manager and asked if they had received final payment yet. They hadn't. I reminded them, again politely, that I was still the listed contact and that unless that payment was settled by noon, I'd assumed the performance was canceled. He was professional and respectful, said he understood, said he'd follow the terms. Finally, I called the catering company. They were already set, but I let them know that all communication about dietary preferences or guest count changes should be verified with me. And then I waited. It took until 2 p.m. for Charlotte to realize what was happening. First came the frantic text. Why are vendors calling you? What did you say to them? Then the call. I let it go to voicemail. Then another call. Then a string of angry messages. You're seriously ruining everything. Why are you doing this to me? You said you weren't going to make it about you, and now you're punishing me? It was incredible, honestly, how quickly her tone shifted from smug to self-pitying. That afternoon, while she scrambled to fix what she could, beg my mom to cover costs I'd frozen, I sent one more text. To my dad. We hadn't talked much lately. He's not really involved emotionally, kind of the stoic type. But growing up, he was the only one who ever pulled Charlotte aside and told her to cut the theatrics, which meant something. So I wrote, just so you know, Dad, I paid for her party. She excluded me, lied about who funded it, and now she's mad that the truth is catching up. I'm not asking you to take sides. I'm just done pretending this is normal. He didn't reply, but later, Layla told me he called her. Is it true, he'd asked. All of it, she said. And then, apparently, he sighed and said, I should have seen this coming. Step 4. Be there, just not where she expects. I didn't show up at the venue. I didn't call. I didn't text. But I was in the city that night. Layla and I grabbed dinner across the street from the rooftop, at a quiet Italian place with a perfect view of the building. We sat by the window, sipping wine, watching the chaos unfold from a distance. Around 7:15 p.m., 15 minutes after the party was supposed to start, 2 florists arrived with half the original order. Layla nudged me and grinned. She probably thinks they just messed up. Then at 7:30, a guy in a suit stepped out onto the rooftop, looked around, and made a call. That's the band leader, I said. 5 minutes later, they were gone. Gone. Charlotte had tried to cover the remaining fee herself, but her card didn't go through. The bank flagged it for suspicious activity because she hadn't warned them about a large payment, and she didn't have a backup. Then, at 8 p.m., Tamara stepped outside, looking tense, phone to her ear. A few guests started showing up. Confused faces. No music. No fancy champagne. And Charlotte? Charlotte came rushing out about 10 minutes later, in a bright gold dress, holding her phone like it was a ticking bomb. From across the street, we watched her throw her hands in the air and argue with Tamara. Layla leaned in. This is better than Netflix. I couldn't help but agree. But that wasn't the real payoff. The real moment came when the waiter brought us the check, and inside it was a little envelope Layla had printed earlier that day. She'd written Charlotte a letter, and had it delivered by courier, right to the venue. I didn't know exactly what it said, but Layla smirked when I asked. Nothing cruel, she said. Just a reminder that the story she tells about being self-made isn't real, and that you're done playing background character in a life you built for her. I sat back, watching the city lights shimmer on the rooftop across the street. I didn't need to see her read it. I didn't need to watch the tears, or the outrage, or the denial. All I needed was that silence afterward. Because sometimes the quietest moments are the loudest. But that wasn't the end. Because when the party finally limped into motion, someone else showed up. Someone I hadn't spoken to in a long, long time. And he had a story to tell, too. Charlotte didn't see him arrive. Not at first. She was too busy pacing the rooftop in those ridiculously tall gold heels, clutching her phone in one hand and a champagne flute in the other. Filled, I assume, with the cheapest sparkling wine she could find after the venue told her the premium bottle she'd ordered had been pulled last minute due to billing complications. The jazz band she'd hyped up for weeks was nowhere in sight. The table centerpieces were smaller than expected, and a few guests, those who weren't already awkwardly checking their watches, were whispering that something felt off. From across the street, I watched it all unfold from a dim corner booth of the restaurant with Layla, who'd ordered dessert out of pure pettiness. "She's trying so hard to look like she's in control," she murmured, poking at a tiramisu with unnecessary precision. But her eyes twitching. Classic Charlotte panic mode. I didn't say anything, because that's when he showed up. My dad. He wasn't dressed up. Just a navy button-down and slacks. The kind of outfit that said, "I'm not staying long." He walked in alone. No mom. No smile. Charlotte didn't notice until she heard someone call his name, and when she turned and saw him, the entire tension in her body shifted. She lit up like a sparkler, rushing over, arms out, trying to save the night. "Dad, you made it." "I didn't think. I'm not here for the party," he said, loud enough that two people at the appetizer table turned. I couldn't hear every word, but Layla could read lips. "Oh," she whispered. "He's about to drop a nuke." Charlotte faltered. She tried to say something, probably some version of, "But it's my night." But he cut her off. My dad reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small envelope. Plain. White. No glitter. No gold foil. Just regular paper. He handed it to her, said something short, 3 or 4 words, and then turned around and left. She didn't open it right away. She just stood there, staring at the envelope like it had teeth. Layla leaned toward the window. "I bet he told her." "Told her what?" I asked, though I already knew. "That he's done." Because, as I learned later, the letter wasn't from me. It was from him. Apparently, after I texted him 2 days earlier, he'd done something I never thought he would. He went back through old financial records, photos, and emails. Looked through years of moments where I stepped up, where Charlotte crossed the line, where my mom covered for her. And he finally saw the pattern. He told Layla that watching Charlotte melt down over the party, over vendors pulling out and champagne disappearing, was the moment he realized she'd become exactly what our family had let her be all along. Someone who believed love meant obedience, and that money from others was just owed to her. That night, his envelope didn't contain threats. It didn't contain an apology on my behalf. It contained something better. A single check. For $10,000. Made out to me. With a sticky note attached that just said, "You were right to walk away." Dad. I didn't find that out until 2 days later when I checked my mailbox and saw the letter he'd mailed me separately, typed, signed, old-fashioned. He wrote, "Grayson, I should have spoken up years ago. I've been complicit in the way your mother let Charlotte rule the house, and I let it slide because it was easier than facing the fallout. That stops now. I've told your mother I won't enable this anymore. The money is a gesture. It won't make up for the years, but it's yours. No strings. You're not invisible, son. I see you now. I hope it's not too late." It was the first time in my adult life that I cried because I felt seen. Not hurt. Not disappointed. Just seen. As for Charlotte, the fallout came fast and loud. The day after the party, I woke up to a dozen notifications. Instagram stories deleted, posts wiped, comments turned off. Apparently, more than a few people at the party had started putting the pieces together. Layla had helped spread the truth, not maliciously, but clearly. One of Charlotte's old friends, who happened to be there and not in the inner circle anymore, posted a blurry photo of the rooftop with the caption, "Wild how you can throw a $10,000 party and forget to invite the person who paid for it. Manifestation energy, right?" That post got shared, then screenshotted, then discussed in a private Facebook group where most of Charlotte's old high school circles still followed each other. By that afternoon, she was damage controlling like crazy. She called me twice. Texted 5 times. Everything from "Can we please talk?" to "I didn't mean to hurt you," to "You could have just told me you were upset instead of ruining my night." But I didn't respond. Because here's the thing about revenge. It doesn't always have to be loud. It doesn't have to be about screaming or public takedowns or exposing someone in front of a crowd. Sometimes, the most devastating revenge is showing someone exactly what life looks like when you remove yourself. The person who held them up, covered for their flaws, and gave without asking for credit. I didn't burn a bridge. I just walked off it. And when Charlotte looked back, she realized she was standing on that bridge alone. A week later, I got a call from Tamara at the venue. She told me, somewhat awkwardly, that Charlotte had tried to rebook the space for a smaller, rebranded birthday dinner, but her payment didn't go through. She asked if I wanted to approve it again under my name. I politely declined. Then she said, "By the way, that was a wild night. I've worked in events for years, and I've never seen someone so ungrateful to the person who made the whole thing possible." I laughed softly. "You're not the only one." As for me, I took that $10,000 check and donated part of it to a local mentorship program for kids going into tech. The rest I used to upgrade my work setup, new monitors, ergonomic chair, and a few pieces of art for my blank apartment walls. Stuff that made my space feel like mine again. And Layla? She framed the courier letter she sent Charlotte and put it on the wall of her home office. I asked why. She said, "Because it reminds me not to forget who I am, and that sometimes the best stories are the ones where the quiet guy wins." I don't know what Charlotte's telling people now. Maybe she's spinning a new story. Maybe I'm still the villain in her version of events. Maybe Mom's still covering, pretending everything's fine. But I've stopped caring. Because the truth isn't a version. It's what actually happened. And in the end, I didn't need revenge. I just needed them to know I wasn't the background character in a party I paid for. I was the one holding the lights, the roof, the stage, and the moment I stepped away, it all came crashing down. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is walk away quietly, so they can hear the silence you leave behind. I used to think my family was dysfunctional in that charming, sitcom kind of way. You know, awkward dinners, passive-aggressive comments over the mashed potatoes, that one uncle who drinks too much wine and starts rambling about government conspiracies. But there was still a sense of belonging, or so I told myself for 25 years. My name's Jake. I'm 28 now, and I'm finally ready to talk about what really happened at my grandmother's while reading. The day my entire world cracked open like a rotten egg, and the stench of who my family really was finally hit me in the face. Grandma Eleanor was the matriarch. Not just in name or age, she was the figurehead, the gravity that kept our bizarre constellation of relatives in orbit. Every major family holiday happened at her lake house. Every argument was settled by her word. Every one of us, from my lawyer uncle with 3 ex-wives to my weird cousin Danny who still lived in her basement, treated her like some royal figure. She'd raised 5 children, buried 1, and survived 2 strokes. And through it all, she managed to write me a birthday letter every year, never missing a single one since I was old enough to read. They were short, sweet, always signed in the same slightly shaky cursive. So when she passed, I believed, that I, of all people, would be remembered. My mom, her eldest daughter, used to tell me I was Grandma's sweet little Jake. Even well into my teenage years. We used to sit on the porch swing together at the lake, sipping sweet tea while everyone else was inside fighting over who overcooked the ham. She'd tell me stories, real ones, raw ones, about growing up during the war, about love letters she never sent, about the time she almost ran away to New York to become a stage actress. I thought she shared those things with me because I was the only one who truly listened. Turns out, maybe I was just the only one available. When she passed away, I was one of the few who didn't break down. Don't get me wrong. I was crushed, hollowed out in a way I hadn't expected, but I held it in. At the funeral, my cousins cried into embroidered tissues, my aunts clung to each other, and my uncle gave some weirdly tone-deaf speech about estate taxes. I sat in the back of the chapel alone, clutching the last letter she ever sent me. "We'll talk soon." It ended. She died 2 days later. The reading of the will happened a month later in a stuffy conference room that smelled like old books and stale air. The lawyer, Mr. Hardwick, had been in our family's life since before I was born. He was the kind of man who wore glasses on a chain and used words like provisions and executor, like he was reading from a Dickens novel. My mom sat next to me, her hand occasionally squeezing mine, like she could already feel the weight of the inheritance she assumed was coming. They all assumed, actually. You could see it in the way they sat, shoulders pulled back, eyes gleaming like crows circling something dead. Aunt Meredith had even worn a navy blue blazer, as if dressing like a businesswoman might earn her an extra slice of the pie. Cousin Rachel had her fiancé with her, some real estate guy with a jaw like a shovel, who whispered things into her ear and nodded, like they were at an auction previewing their lot. Nobody really looked at me. Mr. Hardwick began with a long preamble, legal this and legal that, then started reading out the allocations. To my Uncle Gregory, her vintage coin collection, the one he used to brag about stealing from when he was 16. To Aunt Meredith, the lake house, of course. Rachel got her diamond wedding ring, even though Rachel had only ever shown up to Christmas for Instagram stories. My mom got a hefty portion of stocks. Even my cousin Danny got her car, which was hilarious since he doesn't even drive. And then Mr. Hardwick paused, cleared his throat. To my grandson Jake, he read, and my heart actually skipped. Everyone turned to look at me for the first time in an hour. My mom gave me this warm, knowing smile like, "See, I told you." Mr. Hardwick reached into a folder and pulled out a small, sealed envelope. "She instructed that this be handed to you directly," he said, holding it out. I took it slowly, feeling everyone's eyes on me. The envelope was cream-colored, thick, with my name written across the front in that familiar cursive. I hesitated for a moment, then tore it open. 2 words. That was it. Written neatly, underlined once. "Not you." That's it. No context. No explanation. Just those 2 words. I blinked, genuinely confused, thinking maybe there was more. Maybe a hidden note folded inside. A second page? But no, that was it. I looked back up at the lawyer, then at the room. No one said a word. No one laughed, or gasped, or offered any sort of explanation. And then someone did laugh. Aunt Meredith. It was this short, sharp snort she tried to cover with her hand, but I saw it. My cousin Rachel smirked. Even Danny muttered, "Yikes." I felt the blood drain from my face. My mom put her hand on my arm, but I pulled away. I stood up slowly, tucked the note back into the envelope, and walked out without saying a word. No one followed me. That was the last time I saw any of them. I didn't answer calls. I didn't respond to texts. I missed Christmas, Easter, even my mom's birthday. I moved across the state and started over. No explanations. Just silence. I figured they didn't deserve one. And then, last week, I got a message from my cousin Rachel. It was short, sharp, and entitled, "Are you seriously not coming to Grandma's one-year memorial? Everyone else is going. You're being selfish." That one message, it dug up everything I'd buried. All the confusion, the pain, the shame, the questions, but mostly the anger. Because now I need to know, why did she write that? Why did the woman I thought loved me leave me with nothing but those words? And if there's one thing my grandmother taught me, it's that if you want answers in this family, you have to dig for them yourself. So that's exactly what I've started doing. And what I've already found might just explain everything and ruin them all. I didn't respond to Rachel's message. Not at first. I stared at it on my phone, my thumb hovering over the keyboard while 100 replies swirled in my head. Some cutting, some sarcastic, some flat-out mean. But in the end, I just locked the screen and tossed the phone across the couch. I wasn't ready. Not for her, not for any of them. But something about that text, it planted a seed. Because after a year of silence, after a full year of trying to bury that day in the deepest part of my mind, all it took was one smug accusation to bring it roaring back. I hadn't told anyone what was in the envelope. Not my friends, not even my therapist. I just let them assume it was something private and emotional. I never showed them the words, "Not you." I didn't know how. How do you explain that the woman who used to tuck you in with a soft smile and call you her gentle boy decided, in the final summation of her life, that you didn't even deserve a sentence? Not even a reason. But after that message, I started needing to know why. I needed answers. And more than that, I needed to understand who in that room knew. Because someone did. Maybe multiple someones. That kind of cruelty doesn't happen in a vacuum. I started small. I went back through old photos, old letters. I pulled out every birthday card Grandma had ever sent me. There were 23 of them in a shoebox in my closet, and read them in order like chapters in a book. They were sweet, always thoughtful, always loving. Until I got to the last few. The tone didn't change dramatically, but something was missing. They got shorter, less personal. By my 25th birthday, it was just, "Happy birthday, Jake. Hope it's a great one. Love, Grandma." And that was it. No mention of our porch chats, no inside jokes, no miss you. At the time I hadn't noticed, because I figured, well, people age. She was tired. But now I saw it for what it was, distance. I kept digging. I remembered something from the will reading. How Rachel had smirked when I opened the envelope. It hadn't been surprise. It was recognition. She knew. So I started there. I created a burner account. Yeah, I know it's a little stalkerish, but I didn't care. I followed Rachel on Instagram, Facebook, even LinkedIn, just to see what she'd been posting around the time of Grandma's passing. Buried between wedding dress fittings and hashtag blessed posts, I found a picture she'd posted 6 weeks before the funeral. She and her fiancé were at the lake house, grinning beside my grandmother, who looked tired and thinner than I remembered. The caption was, "Nothing like a weekend at the lake with our favorite lady. Thank you for everything, Nana." I zoomed in on the photo. In her lap, barely visible, was a manila folder. I don't know if that was the folder, the one with the will, but my gut told me it mattered. Grandma had been making decisions, and Rachel had been there, alone. The next day, I went to see my mom. It had been almost a year since we last spoke. I hadn't even told her I was moving, but I drove back to my hometown, pulled into her driveway, and knocked on the door like a stranger. She answered with a surprised gasp and tears in her eyes. "Jake," she whispered. "Oh my God." She pulled me into a hug before I could even say anything. I let her. She smelled the same, like lavender and faint cigarette smoke, even though she quit 5 years ago. When she finally let go, she was blinking rapidly, trying to compose herself. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again," she said. "You didn't come to Christmas. Or the service." "I know," I said. "Can we talk?" We sat in the kitchen. She made tea, because that's what she does when something big is happening. The table still had the same chipped corner from when I was 12 and tried to open a soda bottle with a wrench. The whole house felt frozen in time, like nothing had moved in the year I'd been gone, except me. "I want to ask you something," I said, once we were both seated. "About Grandma." Her eyes dropped instantly. "She left you something, didn't she?" I asked, carefully watching her face. She nodded. "She left me some stocks. And the locket. The one with her parents' picture in it. And you were surprised?" My mom hesitated. "Not really. I knew she was planning to leave most of it to Meredith. You know how she was. She always favored the flashy ones." "But not me," I said flatly. She winced. "Jake." I pulled the envelope out of my coat pocket. I had started carrying it again, like a reminder. "I never told you what she left me," I said, laying it gently on the table. "Open it." My mom looked at it like it was a bomb. She reached out slowly, slid the letter out, and read it. Her face didn't change. No shock, no confusion, just a quiet, resigned sadness. "So you knew?" I said. "No," she said quickly. "Not the note. I didn't know that. But I knew she was angry with you." "For what?" She looked at me, and I saw it then, something between guilt and fear. "She thought you were lying to her," she said. "About what?" My mom took a deep breath. "About money. About your job. About who you were dating." "I don't know." Rachel and Meredith filled her head with all these things. "They said you were only visiting her to get in the will, that you were manipulating her." My jaw clenched. "And you let them?" "I didn't believe them," she said, a little too quickly. "But your visits did get less frequent. You stopped coming to the lake. You didn't return her calls for a while. I was working 2 jobs, Mom. I was trying to pay off debt. You knew that." She nodded slowly. "I told her that. But she got paranoid. You know how she was when she got something in her head." I stared at her, heart pounding. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I thought it would blow over," she said, her voice breaking. "I didn't want to pit you against her. Honestly, I thought there'd still be time." There wasn't. I left not long after that. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't yell. But I walked out of that house feeling colder than I had in months. Because I realized my mom had known something was wrong. And she'd chosen to wait. To hope it would fix itself. And in the meantime, her sisters had been poisoning the well. The next day, I made a decision. I was going to the memorial. Not to make peace. Not to mourn. But to confront them. I didn't RSVP. I didn't tell anyone I was coming. I just showed up, dressed in black, envelope in hand. It was being held at the lake house. Of course it was. I hadn't been there since the funeral. It looked the same. White shutters, red door, the porch swing still hanging slightly crooked. There were cars parked on the grass. People standing in clusters with champagne flutes. It looked less like a memorial and more like a garden party. I slipped inside quietly. No one noticed me at first. I moved through the hallway, into the living room, and there they were, Rachel, Meredith, Uncle Greg, and a few others. All smiles. All warmth. Like nothing had ever happened. Rachel spotted me first. Her face dropped. "Jake." Conversation stopped. Heads turned. I walked forward calmly and pulled the envelope from my coat. "Nice party," I said. Celebrating the woman who told me I didn't exist? Rachel blinked. What are you talking about? I held up the envelope. This is what I got. While you all walked away with property and jewelry and stocks, I got this. Everyone stared. A few looked uncomfortable. Meredith actually smiled. She had her reasons, she said smoothly. Maybe if you'd been around more. Don't, I said. Don't you dare make this about me. I was the one who visited her every month for 3 years while the rest of you were busy climbing ladders and throwing parties. I was the one who sat with her during her second stroke. I held her hand in the hospital. Where were you? Meredith shrugged. Busy. We all were. Rachel stepped forward. Jake, maybe now isn't the time. No, I said. Now is exactly the time. Because I know you were here. I saw the photo. You were here before she changed the will. You were whispering in her ear. You and Meredith. Rachel's face turned red. You don't know what you're talking about. I think I do, I said, stepping closer. And if you're smart, you'll tell me everything. Because if you don't, I didn't finish the sentence. I didn't have to. Because that's when I noticed something strange. In the corner of the room, near the fireplace, was Grandma's old chest. It had been there for decades. Locked always. She used to call it her time capsule. Said it held her memories. And suddenly, I knew. I felt that whatever answers I was looking for might be in there. But before I could move toward it, someone said something behind me that made my blood run cold. You shouldn't have come back. I turned. It was Uncle Greg. His arms were crossed, his expression unreadable. And from the way the others suddenly fell silent, I realized something chilling. They were all in on it. I didn't say anything. Not right away. I just looked at Uncle Greg. This man I used to call my favorite uncle when I was a kid. The one who let me ride on his shoulders at 4th of July cookouts. And I waited for him to laugh, to smirk, to blink. But he didn't. He just stared back at me with this cold, detached expression like he was looking through me, not at me. You shouldn't have come back, he said again, a little softer now, like it wasn't a threat. Like it was advice. A warning. A truth I was supposed to accept. But I'd had enough of people telling me where I belonged. Enough of reading between the lines. Enough of swallowing silence and pretending I wasn't furious. So I did the one thing no one in my family ever seemed to expect me to do. I stayed. I walked past him, slowly, deliberately, and over to Grandma's chest near the fireplace. It looked exactly the same as it did when I was a kid. Deep mahogany wood, tarnished brass hinges, a heavy latch with a small keyhole. She used to tell me it was full of things not meant for children, which only made me more curious, of course. Once, when I was about 12, I tried to pick the lock with a hairpin. I got caught and grounded, but Grandma had smiled a little. That kind of curiosity will either make you great, she'd said, or get you killed. Now, I reached for the latch, not even knowing what I was hoping to find. Don't, Meredith said sharply. I looked over my shoulder. Why? It's private, she said, stepping closer. It's not for you. Like the letter? I asked. She didn't answer. She didn't have to. Rachel crossed the room, grabbed my arm, not hard, but firm. Jake, please. You've made your point. Don't turn this into some kind of scene. I looked down at her hand, then back up at her. You already did. And then I left. I didn't slam the door. I didn't yell. I didn't cry until I got to my car and sat behind the wheel for 20 straight minutes, just trying to breathe. Because in that moment, the final puzzle pieces clicked into place, and the picture was uglier than I'd imagined. They didn't just let Grandma believe lies about me. They built them, watered them, watched them grow like weeds through her mind until whatever love she once had for me was choked out. And somehow, I'd become the villain in a story I didn't even know was being told. That night, I hit bottom. It wasn't some dramatic spiral. I didn't go on a bender or make any reckless decisions. I just shut down. I went back to my apartment, closed the curtains, and laid on my couch in the dark for hours. My phone buzzed once, probably my mom, but I didn't check it. I didn't want sympathy. I didn't want apologies. I didn't even want revenge, not yet. I just wanted to feel like me again, and I didn't know how. The next day, I called in sick to work. And the day after that, and the day after that, I stopped answering texts from my friends. I stopped replying to emails. I didn't even eat much, just nibbled on crackers and drank water like my body was something I didn't recognize anymore. I spent hours pacing around my apartment, picking things up and putting them down. I kept rereading that envelope like maybe, somehow, the words would change. Like maybe they'd rearrange themselves into something softer. But they never did. Not you. Not you. And that's when the anger came back. Not loud. Not sharp. It was slow, like a fuse burning through wet rope. I didn't scream or punch walls. I just stood in the middle of my living room and whispered to myself, okay, fine. You want me out? You got it. But I wasn't going to disappear. Not anymore. That was the moment I decided I'd take it all back. Not the inheritance. I didn't even want the money anymore. I wanted something bigger. I wanted my name back. My dignity. My sense of worth. I wanted to become the kind of person they couldn't lie about without looking ridiculous. So I made a list. It wasn't long, but it was clear. Fix my life. Find the truth. Make them see me again, but on my terms. The first step was the hardest. Fixing my life meant facing the things I'd been ignoring since Grandma's death. I was drowning in quiet. I hadn't really worked out in years. My freelance gigs were inconsistent, and I hadn't done anything creative for myself in forever. So I started small. I made my bed. I opened the windows. I answered a friend's text. Just one. It was my college roommate, Mason, who'd messaged me weeks ago. You still alive, man? I replied, barely. Want to grab coffee? That coffee turned into a weekly habit. Mason didn't push me to talk, but he did get me to laugh again. He told me stories about his terrible boss, his failed attempts at sourdough baking, his new girlfriend who loved conspiracy podcasts and believed every single one. And eventually, I found myself talking too. About Grandma. About the envelope. About how angry and stupid and ashamed I still felt. Mason just nodded. You're not crazy, he said one day. They gaslit you. Classic family politics. He said it so casually, but it felt like permission. Like maybe I wasn't crazy. I started going on runs again. Just 20 minutes at first, then 30. The first week nearly broke my legs, but by the third week, I was sleeping better. I stopped waking up at 3 a.m. with the taste of shame in my mouth. I even started eating real food again. Eggs, rice, grilled chicken, vegetables. I didn't feel amazing, but I felt alive. And then I took the next step, finding the truth. I remembered something Grandma once said to me when we were sitting on that porch swing. I'd asked her if she ever kept secrets from her kids. She laughed and said, of course I did. Every parent does. But the real secrets? The ones that matter? I write those down, just in case. So I started looking. I called Mr. Hardwick, the family lawyer. I told him I wanted to schedule an appointment, not as a family member, but as a private client. When I showed up at his office, he looked startled but didn't try to shoo me away. He invited me in and offered coffee. I declined. I want to ask you something, I said. About the will. He adjusted his glasses. I'm not sure I'm allowed to. I don't want the contents, I said. I just want to know if there were changes. Last minute ones. He paused. Jake, he said quietly, your grandmother made several adjustments in the last 6 months of her life. None of them were contested. But yes, the envelope was added very late. How late? 3 weeks before she passed. And who was with her? He hesitated again. Legally, I can't tell you who was present unless you obtain permission. From who? The executor. I already knew who that was. Aunt Meredith. Of course. I left his office more frustrated than ever, but also more certain. They'd changed something. Maybe not forged, but influenced. Warped. But if there was one thing I knew about Grandma Eleanor, it was that she never just wrote things down. She recorded them too. She loved journals. Notebooks. Tapes. She used to joke about writing her memoirs one day. That night, I had an idea. I drove 3 hours back to the lake house. Not during the day. At night. Late. The kind of late where the road feels like it belongs to ghosts. I parked 2 blocks away and walked the rest. The house was dark. No one was there. I didn't break in. I didn't need to. Because I knew exactly where the spare key was, under the 3rd brick on the garden path. Same place it had always been. I let myself in quietly. The smell hit me first. Old wood, lavender, dust. It didn't smell like her anymore. That part made me pause. For a second, I just stood there in the foyer, remembering summers spent playing cards on the porch, late-night Coco, the way she used to hum old jazz tunes when she thought no one was listening. Then I got to work. I didn't touch the chest, too risky. But I went upstairs to the attic. That was her real vault. The attic door creaked. I flicked on the overhead light. Dust danced in the air like memory fragments. The room was filled with boxes, hundreds of them, labeled in her handwriting, photos, recipes, letters, receipts, keepsakes. But then I saw one box in the corner. It was newer than the others, still sealed with packing tape. Label, recordings. I pulled it down, heart pounding. Inside were tapes. Dozens. Cassettes, labeled in black marker. Most were dated. Some had names: Gregory, January; Meredith, March; Jake, May. Me. I didn't wait. I grabbed as many as I could, tucked them into my backpack, locked the house behind me, and drove. All the way home, I could barely breathe. Because I knew, finally, I might be holding the truth in my hands. And whatever was on those tapes was going to change everything. I didn't sleep that night. By the time I got home, the sun was already bleeding into the horizon, and my apartment felt too quiet, too still, like the world was holding its breath with me. I dropped my backpack on the coffee table and just stared at it. I knew what was inside, and I knew the moment I played one of those tapes, my life might split into a before and after. But I also knew I'd come too far to stop now. I dug out my old cassette player from the closet. It was dusty, buried under a stack of comic books and forgotten tech. The battery compartment was corroded, but thankfully, the power cord still worked. I plugged it in, sat on the floor like I was 12 again, and pulled out the first tape labeled in Grandma's unmistakable cursive. Jake, May. That was me. The month I'd visited her for her birthday 2 years ago. I remember that weekend like it was yesterday. How she looked thinner, but insisted on making her famous lemon cake anyway. How we sat on the dock in silence for an hour because she said words just made moments smaller. I hadn't thought it was a recording day. I slid the tape into the player and hit play. There was a soft whirring, then a faint click. And then, her voice. This is Eleanor Mayfield. Recording number 27. May 18th. Jake came by today. My heart almost stopped. I told him I didn't want to fuss, but he brought me tea and flowers anyway. He looks tired. I didn't say it, but I see the weight in his eyes. I think he's working too much. He asked about the old porch swing. Said it creaks louder now. I told him things creak more when you love them. She laughed, soft, warm, the way I remembered. Sometimes I worry he feels like he has to prove something to me. That he thinks I'm keeping score. I'm not. I just want him to know I see him. I see him. I paused the tape, my throat suddenly tight. I had to sit still for a minute and just breathe. This wasn't a woman who hated me. This wasn't someone who'd write, "Not you," without coercion. This was love. This was clarity. I played the rest. It was short. Mostly reflections. She mentioned Mom. Asked herself aloud if Meredith ever really forgave her for giving Greg the coin collection. And then, as if talking to someone sitting across from her, she said, "I hope when I'm gone, they don't turn everything into a circus." She had no idea. The next few tapes were older, scratchier, but each one gave me something new. Gregory, January. Greg thinks I don't know about the second mortgage. But I do. He's always been slippery when it comes to money. Rachel, March. She brought that fiancé again. I still don't trust him. Too slick. Said something strange when I left the room. Something about getting things in order before the new will. Meredith, April. She asked if I'd reconsider the lake house. She was polite, but insistent. Almost like she'd already decided it was hers. Funny thing, she called Jake ungrateful twice, even though I hadn't mentioned him at all. I think she's trying to turn me. And then came the one that changed everything. Will revision, June. Greg and Meredith are here. They've brought Mr. Hardwick. They say it's time to finalize things. I feel rushed. I don't know if I'm thinking clearly. They've been persistent. There was a long pause. I heard papers rustling. Then, in a low voice, they told me Jake didn't come to my last appointment. That he forgot. But I remember. He was the one who drove me. He held my bag. He waited outside for 2 hours. Another pause. They said he only wants what I can give him. But I think I've made a mistake. I'm so tired. The tape ended there. I just sat there in stunned silence, the static buzzing like wasps in my ears. She'd known. She'd been manipulated. And more importantly, she recorded it. I had proof. Maybe not courtroom level, but enough. Enough to show the family, to show the world, what really happened. But I didn't rush. This wasn't going to be a scream in their faces kind of revenge. This was going to be slow, patient, surgical. I spent the next few days cleaning up my life. No more hiding under blankets. No more ignoring calls. I got a haircut. I started organizing my files. I even reached out to a few clients to get my freelance projects back on track. I wanted stability before I moved forward. Then I made a second list. This one specific, targeted. Step 1. Secure the recordings. I digitized the tapes. All of them. Made backup copies. Uploaded them to 3 cloud storage accounts and saved them on 2 separate flash drives. I hid one drive in my desk and mailed the other to Mason with no label, just instructions to open it only if something happened to me. Paranoid? Maybe. But I wasn't taking chances. Step 2. Legal advice. I wasn't naive enough to think I could sue my family and win. But I needed to know my options. So I met with a lawyer, Maria Jennings, a sharp, no-nonsense estate law attorney I found through a friend of a friend. I didn't tell her everything at first, just gave her the gist. Elderly woman, late-stage changes to a will, family pressure, audio evidence suggesting coercion. She leaned forward, interested. You'd be surprised how often I hear this, she said. What kind of evidence? I pulled out a transcript I'd typed up from the most damning tape. She read it twice, eyebrows rising. This could absolutely be challenged, she said. It won't be easy, and the fact that it's posthumous makes it harder. But if you want to pursue it, I'd start gathering more emails, texts, anything that shows motive or manipulation. That gave me an idea. Step 3. Bait the snakes. I logged back into my burner account and messaged Rachel. Hey, I want to talk. I think I might have overreacted at the memorial. Maybe we could meet for coffee. She replied in under 10 minutes. Sure. I'm glad. It's been too long. We met at a cozy cafe downtown. She wore oversized sunglasses and hugged me like we were cousins on good terms. I'm really glad you reached out, she said, sipping a macchiato she didn't pay for. I think Grandma's passing just brought out a lot of emotions in everyone. I nodded. Yeah, and I've been doing some thinking. About the will. Her smile froze for a second. I don't know if she really meant to exclude me, I said. But if you say she did, I believe you. There. A test. She took the bait. She definitely did, Rachel said quickly. I was there. She said she didn't want anything going to someone who wasn't family-oriented. Her words, not mine. Liar. She said that. I asked, pretending to be hurt. She did, Rachel said, looking at me over the rim of her cup. She was getting sharper toward the end. Less tolerant of certain behaviors. Like what? Loyalty? Truth? I leaned back and gave her a sad smile. Thanks for being honest. That night, I transcribed the conversation and saved the audio recording from my phone. It wasn't a smoking gun, but it was more proof that she knew Grandma's intentions were changed and that she was willing to lie to maintain the story. Step 4. Control the narrative. I created a website. Simple, clean, anonymous. Just a homepage with a title. The Truth About Eleanor Mayfield's Will. I didn't make it public yet, but I uploaded the digitized tapes, the transcripts, and a carefully written letter explaining what happened. Names redacted for now, just enough to outline the betrayal. My goal wasn't to destroy reputations, yet. My goal was leverage. Step 5. Find allies. I called my cousin Daniel. Yeah, that cousin, the one who lived in the basement. The oddball. He and I weren't close, but he was Grandma's actual favorite. He just didn't know it. She always gave him the biggest slices of pie, remembered his comic book release dates, even took him to therapy when his mom refused to go. When he picked up the phone, I said, hey, want to hear something weird about Grandma? He met me that weekend. I showed him the recordings. He listened to 3 tapes in complete silence, then looked up with wide eyes. They lied, he said. They all lied. I nodded. I need your help. He didn't even hesitate. And just like that, I had my first ally. We made a plan. A good one. And it starts next week. They think they've buried the past. They have no idea what's about to come crawling out of the dirt. The funny thing about revenge is that people expect it to be loud, explosive, a scream in a quiet room. But the best kind? The kind that really hurts? It's quiet, cold, methodical, like water dripping on stone until it cracks down the middle. I didn't want fireworks. I wanted consequences. So Daniel and I set everything into motion with the same patience Grandma used to teach me how to bake. Slow, precise, careful. He helped me cross-reference timelines, build backups, dig through old emails, and compile a clean, chronological report. I never expected him to be such a detail freak, but apparently years of staying quiet in the background gave him a front-row seat to every family lie, and he remembered everything. Turns out, he'd been keeping receipts of his own. The final trigger came in the form of a letter. A typed, formal document I mailed anonymously to Hardwick and Company, the law firm that had executed Grandma's will. Inside it, I included two things. A notarized affidavit claiming I had reason to believe Eleanor Mayfield's will had been altered under coercion and misinformation. A private URL leading to my hidden website. I knew Mr. Hardwick well enough to know he was old school. He wouldn't ignore that. 3 days later, I got an email from my attorney, Maria Jennings. They've reached out, asking to discuss matters privately, which is code for "we know you're right, but let's clean this up quietly." She smiled when we met in her office. "You played this smart, Jake. No empty threats, no public tantrums. Just evidence." "Thanks," I said. "But I'm not done. Because I didn't just want to reverse the will. I wanted them to feel what I felt, publicly. That sick feeling in your gut when you realize everyone's looking at you and no one's clapping. The memorial rededication was my chance. After I leaked the site to Mr. Hardwick, I sent the link to exactly one more person. Pastor Lyle, the man officiating the planned one-year memorial remembrance service that Meredith and Rachel were organizing at Grandma's old church. The same church where she'd been married, baptized her kids, and taught Sunday school for 30 years. Pastor Lyle had known me since I was 7. He once caught me trying to sneak Oreos from the church kitchen and let me off with a wink. When he saw the tapes, the transcripts, and the full timeline, he called me directly. "Jake," he said, "I'm heartbroken. I always suspected something was wrong with how things were handled, but I never imagined this." He paused. "I'd like to say a few words during the memorial. Is that all right?" I gave him permission, and then I made the final move. The family newsletter. Meredith had this habit. Every quarter, she'd send out a massive family email with updates, reflections, prayer requests, and lots of thinly veiled self-congratulations. She CC'd everyone, always forgot to be CC, and loved to add, "Feel free to forward this to any relatives I missed." So Daniel and I did just that. Only this time, we were the ones who hit send. Subject line: Eleanor Mayfield's truth. Please read. The body of the email was short and calm. After careful review and legal consultation, we've come into possession of recordings and documents that suggest Eleanor Mayfield's final will was influenced under false pretenses. We believe she was intentionally misled about key family relationships by certain individuals who stood to benefit financially. To honor her memory, we are making this information available to all relatives. We encourage you to listen to her own words. With respect, Jake and Daniel Mayfield. Then we sat back and waited. The next 48 hours were glorious. It started with the phone calls. I got 13 the first day. Not from Rachel, not from Meredith, not from Greg, but from cousins, second cousins, in-laws. People I hadn't spoken to in years. People I barely remembered. One message stuck with me. "Jake, I just listened to the tapes. I'm so sorry. I never knew. I wish I had." That was from Aunt Judith, Grandma's youngest sister. She cried on the voicemail. She said she always thought something was off, but didn't want to stir up drama. She thanked me for having the guts. The best part? Rachel cracked first. I found out through Daniel. He'd been quietly watching her social media. One night, her fiancé posted a story from a bar with the caption, "Some people will throw you under the bus and still expect you to drive them home." The next day, Rachel deleted every single photo that had anything to do with Grandma. A week later, she posted a vague quote on Instagram. "Accountability isn't cruelty." Her comments were flooded. "Is this about Jake? Girl, we heard the tapes. You owe someone an apology." She turned her account private the same day. Then came Meredith. That took longer. She ignored everything at first. She tried to spin it. Claimed the recordings were edited, that Grandma was confused in her final months. But it didn't stick. Too many people had heard her calm, steady voice. Too many heard her remember that I'd driven her to appointments. Too many heard her question Meredith's sudden push for legal changes. The worst part for Meredith? Hardwick and Company dropped her. They released a formal statement saying they were reviewing new information and that they had no further comment. I heard from Maria that the firm was considering voiding the amendment to the will altogether. If they did, everything Grandma had originally intended, including my portion, would be reinstated. Not because I fought for money, but because I fought for truth. And that leads me to the final piece. The memorial. I almost didn't go. I didn't want to cause a scene. But Pastor Lyle convinced me. So I went. Sat quietly in the back row, dressed in a dark suit, envelope in my coat pocket. Not the "not you" one. I'd burn that. This one held the full transcription of Grandma's kindest tape. The one where she said, "I see him. I just want him to know I see him." The service was short, beautiful, filled with hymns, soft piano, old stories. And then Pastor Lal stood and cleared his throat. "Before we close today," he said, "I'd like to read something. Not my own words. Eleanor's." The room went silent. And he read it, word for word. Her voice, her truth. No accusations, no names, just the facts. Her love for me, her doubts, her slow realization that she might have been misled. The air grew heavy. People shifted uncomfortably. Some cried. Some stared straight ahead. When it was over, he folded the paper and placed it on the pulpit. "She left this not just for Jake," he said softly, "but for all of us. To remember her not just by what we got from her, but by what she gave. Her stories, her trust, her honesty." And then, without saying a word, Meredith stood up and left. No one followed. Afterward, people came up to me. Some hugged me. Some apologized. Some just looked away. I didn't need their approval. I didn't need validation. Because I'd already won. Not with rage. Not with a lawsuit. With the truth. And now, every time I go back to the lake house, because yes, the will is being amended, and the house will be mine once probate clears, I sit on the old porch swing and listen to the breeze. Sometimes, I play her recordings like she's still here, sipping sweet tea beside me. And every time I hear her say, "I see him," I smile. Because now, the whole world does too. I wasn't written out. I was just waiting for the right moment to write myself back in. I've been lurking here for a while, and I never thought I'd have a story worth sharing. But after years of dealing with my family's entitlement, I think it's finally time to put it all out there. This is the story of how my parents made me work 2 jobs as a teenager while my brother, their golden child, got to live at home rent-free, do nothing, and still be treated like royalty. And how, years later, when they needed my help, they tried to manipulate me one last time. So let's rewind to when I was 16. My parents were the kind of people who believed in tough love, but only for me. My younger brother, who we'll call Jason, was special. Not in any actual way, he was just the youngest, and for some reason, that meant he was treated like a prince while I was treated like an unpaid servant. When I turned 16, my parents sat me down and gave me a whole speech about learning responsibility. Basically, that meant they weren't going to pay for anything anymore, not my clothes, not my phone, not even food if I wanted snacks outside of the 3 sad meals they made. If I wanted anything at all, I had to get a job. So I did. Actually, I got 2 jobs because one minimum wage job wasn't enough to cover everything. I went to school during the day, worked evenings at a fast food place, and then did weekend shifts at a retail store. It sucked, but I did what I had to do. Meanwhile, Jason, he got to sit on his ass all day, play video games, and complain when dinner wasn't exactly what he wanted. He never had to lift a finger. I brought it up once, just once. I asked my parents why Jason didn't have to get a job, why he wasn't expected to help around the house, why he got free spending money when I had to break my back working. And their response? He deserves to be taken care of. Like I didn't? Like I wasn't also their kid? That was the moment I realized exactly where I stood in the family hierarchy, below Jason, below their expectations, and definitely below their interest in fairness. Fast forward a few years. The moment I turned 18, I moved out. I had been saving every penny I could, and I managed to get a tiny, run-down apartment with a roommate. It wasn't much, but it was mine. My parents barely reacted when I left. They didn't help, didn't offer support, didn't even seem to care. And Jason? He just shrugged and kept living his consequence-free life. I went no contact for a while, just trying to build my own life without their nonsense. I worked my ass off, climbed my way up in my job, and eventually got to a place where I was financially stable. I wasn't rolling in money, but I was doing well. Meanwhile, Jason was still at home, still jobless, still mooching off my parents, and apparently still deserving to be taken care of. Then, out of nowhere, my parents reached out. I hadn't heard from them in years, but suddenly, they were calling, texting, leaving voicemails. It started with, "Hey, how have you been?" but quickly turned into, "We need to talk." When I finally answered, I was hit with the most dramatic, over-the-top sob story I had ever heard. They told me that my dad had lost his job, my mom was struggling with serious health issues, and they were barely making ends meet. They needed help. Financial help. Urgently. They made it sound like they were on the verge of losing the house, like they were barely scraping by, like my mother was on her deathbed. At first, I almost felt bad. Almost. But then, I started asking questions. What exactly was wrong with my mom? What specifically happened with my dad's job? What had they tried before reaching out to me? And, most importantly, was Jason working now? Silence. Awkward fumbling. A few weak excuses. And then, the truth started slipping through the cracks. My dad had lost his job, but he was on unemployment and just didn't feel like getting another one. My mom had some health problems, but nothing life-threatening, just normal aging stuff that they exaggerated to make it sound dire. And Jason? Of course, he still wasn't working. He was now in his mid-20s and still mooching. They didn't need my help because they were desperate. They needed it because they wanted to keep living the same way they always had, without responsibility, without consequences, and without Jason having to lift a damn finger. That was the moment everything clicked. They didn't care about me. They didn't care about all the years I struggled. They didn't even care about trying to make things fair. They just saw that I was doing well and thought, oh, perfect. Our other kid can bankroll us now. And that was when I made my decision. So there I was, holding my phone, listening to my parents' sob story, and the more they talked, the more disgusted I became. They didn't even try to hide their manipulation. It was clear as day. They were trying to guilt-trip me into giving them money so they could keep living the same entitled, lazy life they'd always lived. They didn't care about me. They didn't care about the sacrifices I made. It was just about getting what they could from me. When I stayed silent for a moment, they started to get desperate. We don't know what we're going to do, honey. My mom's voice cracked. We might lose the house. You know how much we've sacrificed for you. You owe us. Owe them? The audacity. I was the one who sacrificed everything for them. I worked 2 jobs in high school while Jason sat there and lived rent-free, playing games all day. I sacrificed my childhood to support them, and this was how they saw it? I couldn't help myself. I scoffed. Oh, you. There was a long pause. Well, yes, my mom continued, her voice a little more firm now. You've been on your own for so long, and we've always supported you in our own way. But you know, with everything that's happened lately, we really need some help. I stayed calm, even though my blood was boiling. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears. I'm not sending you money, I said flatly. You've had plenty of time to prepare. You didn't care when I was working my ass off just to get by. You didn't care when I was struggling, and you still made me pay for everything. But now that you need something, you think I owe you. Silence. I could hear them in the background talking quietly to each other, probably trying to figure out what to say next. I wasn't giving in. But then, just when I thought they might back off, Jason's voice came through the line. Hey, what's up, sis? The nerve. I tried to keep my tone neutral. Not much. Just telling mom and dad that I'm not sending money. Jason chuckled. Come on, it's not like they're asking for much. Just a little help, right? I could feel my frustration building, but I stayed cool. Yeah, and last time I checked, you're an adult too, Jason. Maybe you should step up and help them out. Jason's laugh faded. Oh, come on. I'm the baby of the family. You know they've always taken care of me. Why are you so upset? Because you're 26 years old and still living at home, doing absolutely nothing. It's time to grow up, I snapped. There was a long pause on the other end, then Jason muttered, whatever. You're just being selfish. It wasn't even about me being selfish. It was about me finally standing up for myself. But of course, Jason didn't get that. Yeah, I guess I'm just selfish for not wanting to keep paying for their laziness, I said, feeling the sarcasm drip from my words. That's when my mom jumped back into the conversation. It's not like that, sweetie. We just need a little help, okay? You don't have to give us everything, just a little something. Please. We're your family. That family card. Again. No, Mom. You're right. I don't have to give you anything, I said, my voice getting a little colder now. But you know what? I'm going to make this easy for you. Since you've always been so generous with Jason, I think you'll have no problem continuing to support him. Let him take care of you for once. There was a moment of stunned silence. I could practically hear the gears turning in their heads as they realized I wasn't budging. Finally, my mom's voice cracked again. Sweetie, you're being unreasonable. You can't just abandon us like this. We've always been there for you. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. You were never there for me. You never supported me. I've been taking care of myself for years, and I'm done being the one to pick up the pieces every time you mess up. So no, I'm not sending money. And I'm not going to be your backup plan anymore. You'll have to figure it out. Just like I did. There was a long pause. I could hear Jason in the background arguing with him. My mom was trying to reason with me, but I wasn't hearing it. Please, don't do this, my mom pleaded. We're your parents. We took care of you when you were younger. Can't you help us now? I sighed. I was done. Done with the manipulation. Done with the guilt trips. No. You had your chance, I said, my voice firm. You've made your choices. Now you get to live with them. There was silence on the other end for what felt like forever. Then Jason started whining. What is wrong with you? Why are you acting like this? Your family, and you're just going to leave us high and dry. I didn't even reply. I just hung up. That was the last straw. The next day, I checked my bank account. There was a small, barely noticeable charge from my parents' bank account, a charge I never authorized. It wasn't a huge amount, just a couple $100, but it was my money. The audacity. I called them. Again, no answer. So I emailed them, asking them to explain the charge. The email I got back was classic, a lame excuse about a misunderstanding and how they didn't realize they were using the wrong account. Of course, it was all a lie. They had taken the money thinking I wouldn't notice. At that point, I knew I had to take things further. I wasn't going to let them get away with it. But what could I do to really make them feel what they'd done? To make them understand that I wasn't just some bank account to dip into whenever it was convenient for them? So there I was, staring at my phone, reading that email from my parents, which was just the kind of low-ball excuse I had expected. Misunderstanding my ass. They knew exactly what they were doing. I could barely contain my rage when I saw it, the small charge, a couple $100, that had somehow ended up in my parents' account. At first, I couldn't figure out how they'd gotten to my money, because I'd been super careful with my banking. Then it hit me. Here's how it went down. A couple of years ago, during one of those rare family bonding moments, my mom had asked if I could link my card to their account in case of emergencies. You know, the kind of emergency where they could borrow money and then forget to pay it back. I had been naive, agreeing to it because I trusted them. It was supposed to be for emergencies only. But let's be real, nothing ever stays an emergency in their world. I should have known better. Over the years, I had kept my card linked to their account, mainly for situations like when I needed to pay for something that wasn't accessible through my own funds, like a last-minute flight or an urgent repair. But I'd made it clear from the start that it wasn't to be used for their personal spending. Except, as I looked at that charge, it became clear that's exactly what they'd done. They had found some loophole in their account system where they could pull money from my linked account, using their own login credentials to withdraw from my balance. They had been doing this for months. I didn't catch it earlier because I wasn't paying enough attention, but now that I saw it, I realized how deep they'd gone into my finances. It was a small charge at first, probably to see if I'd notice. And of course, I had. But then I thought about how many other times they dipped into my account without my knowledge. I felt violated. And stupid. I sat there for a long time, staring at that charge. My blood was boiling. They had crossed a line, one that I wasn't going to let them get away with. I decided to call them, but not to give them a chance to lie their way out of it. I was done with the soft approach. It was time to turn the tables. Ring, ring. My mom picked up the phone, and before she could even say hello, I shot right to the point. Mom, I said, my voice shaking but controlled, I noticed a charge on my account. I need you to explain it. There was a pause. I could hear the rustling of papers on the other end as she scrambled to think of an excuse. I don't know what you mean, honey. What charge? I clicked the email open, pulling up the exact details. The one where you took $250 from my account. I know what you did. Oh. My mom's voice instantly got defensive. That was just a mistake. We didn't mean to. It was for the house repairs, remember? We needed help paying for it, and we thought, no, you didn't. You didn't ask me for permission. You just took it. I cut her off, refusing to let her weasel her way out of it. You've been using my account without my knowledge. How long has this been going on? My mom started stuttering, and I could hear her trying to shift the blame. Well, it's not like you need all that money anyway. You're doing fine. And Jason has been struggling. He's the one who needed the money. We didn't know who else to turn to. Wait, Jason? She was trying to tell me she'd taken money from my account because he was struggling? The same Jason who sat on his ass all day, playing video games and avoiding work? The one who didn't lift a finger to help with anything? My hands clenched into fists. You took my money to help Jason? I couldn't believe it. Jason, the guy who still lives in your house rent-free, while I've been working 2 jobs for years just to get by. That's who you're taking money from me for. My mom's voice dropped to almost a whisper. Please, don't make a scene. No, don't tell me not to make a scene, I said, cutting her off. You're taking my money without my permission. You're lying to me. And you expect me to just roll over and accept it? What kind of parent does that to their child? There was a heavy silence on the other end. And then at Jason's voice. Dude, why are you being so dramatic? Just let it go. I was done. I hung up the phone without another word, my heart pounding in my chest. They didn't care. They didn't even understand what they'd done. At that point, I knew it was over. I was no longer going to play their game. I couldn't change them, but I could make them feel the weight of their actions. And that's when the idea hit me. I wasn't going to just sit back and watch them keep taking from me. No, I was going to make sure they never did this again. The next day, I reached out to my bank. I told them what happened, and I made sure they'd freeze the linked account. No more access. No more automatic withdrawals. I wasn't going to let my parents or Jason steal from me anymore. I made it clear to them that I was serious. I filed a complaint with the bank, explaining how they had violated my trust. And then I did something I'd never done before. I went no contact. No more phone calls. No more texts. No more running to their rescue. If they wanted to keep playing this game, I wasn't going to be their pawn anymore. But what I didn't know at the time was that things were about to escalate even further. I'd soon discover just how far they'd go to keep taking from me, and how far I was willing to go to make them face the consequences. It had been days since I'd gone no contact with my parents, and I'd never felt more at peace. No more guilt trips, no more manipulation, no more pretending to be okay with how they treated me. They had crossed a line, and for the first time, I wasn't running back to fix it. I thought I'd be able to relax, but of course, that wasn't going to happen. My phone rang that morning, blocked number. I groaned. I knew it was one of them. I didn't pick up. The message left was from Mom. I don't understand what's happening with you. You've always been so strong for us. Why are you shutting us out now? Jason needs you, and you're just abandoning your family. I know things have been tough, but you've always been the one to fix things. Please, I need you to fix this. Don't let this be the end of us. I listened to the message and felt nothing. No guilt. No urge to call her back. I was done. I blocked her number immediately, but I knew that wasn't going to stop them. It was only a matter of time before they escalated things. Sure enough, 2 hours later, my phone buzzed again. Another voicemail, this time from Dad. I braced myself. This has gone too far. I don't know who you're listening to, but you're making a huge mistake. Jason's having a hard time, okay? You think he doesn't deserve help? I'm not going to beg you, but we need you. This isn't how a family works. You're abandoning us, and I can't let you do that. It was the same old routine. The guilt, the drama, the manipulation. They had always been good at making me feel like I owed them something. And here they were, trying to twist everything into my fault. But I wasn't buying it anymore. I knew what this was. They were trying to make me feel bad about my decision, make me question myself. They wanted me to break and go back to being their emotional and financial support. I wasn't going to be their punching bag anymore. It was just after dinner when I got another message, this time from Jason. I could almost feel the eye roll forming as I opened it. Hey, you've really messed this up. Mom and Dad are upset, and now you're just going to ignore us? You've always been the one to fix things, and now you're just walking away. I don't know why you're doing this, but you're hurting the family. Don't you think you should step up? You've always helped before. What's changed? I stared at the message for a long time. He was really trying to guilt me into helping, just like Dad had. I felt a flash of anger, but quickly squashed it down. They had no right to ask for anything from me after everything they'd put me through. I decided to text back, not because I owed him an explanation, but because I was tired of them thinking they could manipulate me. Jason, this isn't about you anymore. It's about how I've been treated for years. You've always taken, never given. I've supported everyone else while I was struggling. I'm not your safety net anymore. I sent the message, and I knew it was probably going to make him angry. But honestly, I didn't care. I needed to stand my ground. I sat back, feeling a sense of peace for a moment. It was quiet again, but that peace was short-lived. 2 days later, my phone buzzed with an email. It was from Dad again. The subject line read, "We need to talk." I opened it, not expecting much, but still feeling a twinge of dread in my chest. I don't know what you're doing, but this can't go on. We've done everything for you. We gave you everything you needed. And now, you're treating us like this? We're your parents. We deserve better than this. The words stung, but not for the reasons they thought they would. They didn't deserve better than this. They needed to face the consequences of their actions. I started typing a response, but stopped. No more explanations. No more guilt. I wasn't going to fall into the trap again. Instead, I forwarded the email to a friend and added a simple message. Just a reminder, don't let anyone tell you that you owe them. Ever. I could feel my blood boiling, but I held firm. Just as I was about to shut my phone off for the night, I received a call from Mom. I didn't answer. It kept ringing and ringing. I stared at the screen, feeling a mix of anger and exhaustion. They weren't going to stop. But this time, I was ready. I waited for the voicemail. When it finally came through, it was worse than I expected. You've pushed us too far now. You're really going to leave us to deal with everything on our own? Jason's been crying about this, and now your father is upset too. We've been nothing but good to you. This is what happens when you turn your back on your family. How could you do this? You're going to regret this one day. I felt the familiar twinge of guilt creeping in, but I shut it down quickly. I didn't owe them any explanations. They were playing the same game again, trying to make me feel responsible for everything. But I wasn't going to be manipulated again. I didn't respond. Instead, I blocked her number. Again. But I wasn't prepared for what came next. A few hours later, I received a message not from them, but from a friend of mine. They'd seen something online. It was a GoFundMe link claiming my parents were in financial trouble. According to the description, they'd had some sort of medical emergency and were asking for money again. The message read, "Is this true? I thought you were done with them." I opened the link and felt my stomach drop. The story was a blatant lie. It claimed my parents had been involved in a car accident and that they were in dire need of funds for hospital bills. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. They were using the same tactics they had tried on me, but now they were trying to get strangers involved. They were once again playing the victim to get money. It made me sick. They hadn't even learned from the last time they tried to manipulate me. Now, they were using people. I didn't know what to do. But I knew one thing. I wasn't going to let them win again. And that's when it hit me. This wasn't just about me anymore. This was about making sure they faced the consequences of what they had done to me and to everyone else. I stared at my phone, the GoFundMe page still open in front of me. The story was so exaggerated, so full of holes, that I couldn't believe anyone was buying it. But that's when it clicked. I needed to expose them for what they really were. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, and I knew I'd probably lose any chance of reconciliation. But what they had done was too far. They had crossed a line, not just with me, but with everyone they were trying to manipulate. I took a deep breath and began typing. Hello, everyone. These people are my parents. The story about the car accident is completely fabricated. My parents are not in any medical emergency. They are not in any financial trouble. This is just another attempt to scam people into giving them money under false pretenses. I can't stand by and let them keep doing this to others. They've spent years taking advantage of me, making me feel guilty for their mistakes, while my brother was allowed to live rent-free and treated like the golden child. They've played the victim for so long that I've had enough. I'm cutting contact with them for good. Please don't donate to this page. Instead, take this as a reminder that not everyone who asks for help is being honest. I've been the one who's had to work 2 jobs to support myself, while they sat back and took advantage. It's time to stop letting people like them get away with this. I paused before clicking the send button. I thought about the consequences. I thought about how they would react. But I didn't hesitate. It was time for the world to know the truth. I posted it. Immediately, the notifications flooded in. Comments, messages, shares. People were starting to see through the facade. The GoFundMe page was bombarded with negative comments, calling out my parents for their lies. Donations stopped pouring in, and within hours, the page was taken down for violating platform policies. I couldn't help but feel a small sense of relief. For once, I wasn't the one carrying the weight of their lies. The next morning, I woke up to a barrage of messages. Most of them were from friends, some offering support, others just shocked that I had exposed everything so publicly. But then there were the messages from them, my parents. Why did you do this? We raised you better than this. Do you have any idea what you've done? You're ruining everything. Jason even got involved, calling me up, furious. Why are you doing this? Mom and Dad are in trouble, and you're just making it worse. They've always been there for you. You're tearing the family apart. I didn't even respond to their messages. I didn't need to. I'd already made my choice. For the first time in my life, I felt like I had control over my own story. I wasn't going to let them dictate my happiness anymore. I wasn't going to be their emotional punching bag, their scapegoat. I had done the right thing, and now it was time to move on with my life. It didn't happen overnight, but slowly, things started to fall into place. I was finally free. I focused on my career, spent time with friends who genuinely cared about me, and started living life the way I wanted to. As for my parents, they never reached out again. They probably never thought I'd have the guts to stand up to them, let alone expose them for what they really were. But I did. And honestly, I didn't care if I ever heard from them again. I had my peace. And that was all that mattered. What do you all think? Was I wrong for exposing them? Or did I finally take control of my own life? Let me know your thoughts. I'm Mark, 52, and if you had told me 10 years ago that I'd be sitting here writing about my own son shutting me out of one of the biggest milestones of his life, I'd have laughed in your face. I always thought we had a good relationship, not perfect, but good enough that when the day came, I'd be there in the front row, teary-eyed, watching him start a new chapter. Instead, here I am, still trying to process what happened. It started 2 weeks ago on a random Tuesday night. I was watching a rerun of some old sitcom, half asleep on the couch, when I remembered I still hadn't heard anything about their wedding date. My son, Liam, had proposed to his girlfriend, Jenna, last year, and I'd been quietly looking forward to the big day. So I sent him a quick text. Any updates on the date? Need to know so I can book time off work. A couple of minutes later, Jenna called me, not Liam, her, with that chipper tone that always felt just a little too polished. Oh, we already had the ceremony, she said, almost like she was sharing a piece of gossip. Just close friends were invited. It was very intimate. I remember just sitting there, phone in hand, blinking at the wall for a solid 5 seconds. I asked her to repeat it, thinking maybe I misheard. Nope. They'd gotten married quietly the weekend before, and apparently close friends did not include me, his only living parent. I asked if there was a reception planned, maybe something for family, and she just laughed and said, "Oh, we might throw a casual party later, but honestly we wanted it to be small, you know? Less drama. Less drama." That one stung. I hung up politely, but inside, I was fuming. Not because I missed some fancy dinner or a chance to dance awkwardly in a suit, but because of what it meant. This wasn't just about a wedding. This was them telling me, loud and clear, that I wasn't part of their inner circle. And that hurt more than I wanted to admit. I didn't call Liam right away, partly because I didn't trust myself not to yell, partly because I wanted to cool off before saying something I couldn't take back. For the next few days, I kept turning it over in my head. Was I really such a bad dad? Did I say something that pushed him away? I was there when he graduated, when he bought his first car, when he needed someone to co-sign the lease on their apartment. I thought I'd been supportive without being overbearing, but maybe I missed something. Every time I thought about calling, I'd get that sour taste in my mouth and decide against it. Then, a week later, Jenna called again. This time her voice wasn't chipper, it was tight, like she'd been crying. She told me their rent was overdue and asked if I could transfer some money to help them out just this once. And I swear, something inside me just clicked. Because in that moment, all I could think was, you had no problem leaving me out when it mattered to you, but suddenly I'm supposed to swoop in like a superhero when you need a bailout? I bit my tongue, kept my voice even, and just said, "Funny, I save that for people who invite me to things." She went quiet, really quiet. Then she muttered something about me being petty and hung up. I sat there staring at my phone long after the call ended, my heart pounding, because that was the first time I'd ever said no to them. And I wasn't even sure if I felt guilty or liberated. Maybe both. But that one decision, that one refusal, set off a chain reaction I wasn't ready for. The texts started coming in the next day, first from Jenna, then from Liam, then from a couple of her friends I barely know. Some were polite, some not so much. One of them flat out told me I should be grateful to even have a daughter-in-law, because some dads don't even get to see their kids get married. That one almost made me laugh out loud, like that was my choice. I didn't reply to any of them. Instead, I started digging through my old emails and bank records, looking at every transfer I'd ever made to help them out. And let me tell you, there were a lot. First month's rent, security deposit, a couple of emergency car repairs, even a loan for a vacation they just had to take because they were so stressed. The more I looked, the more I realized this wasn't just about a wedding. This was about a pattern. And for the first time in a long time, I started thinking about what I wanted, not just what they needed. The days after that call felt like living in some weird alternate universe where I had become the villain in my own kid's story. At first, there was just silence, no messages, no calls. I figured they were stewing, maybe expecting me to cave first. But instead of things cooling down, it all started to snowball in ways I never saw coming. It began with a group text that I wasn't supposed to be in. At least, that's what I think happened. Someone must have added me by mistake because all of a sudden, my phone pinged with a flurry of messages from Jenna and her friends, complaining about how selfish I was being. I just sat there reading in stunned silence while they went back and forth about how parents these days don't understand boundaries, and how, if he cared about Liam, he'd help without conditions. One of them even said, "He's probably bitter about not being invited to the wedding." Like, grow up, dude. It was our day. Our day. Right. I didn't reply, just quietly left the group chat, but not before taking screenshots. I wasn't even sure why I did it at the time, but something about being called bitter by a girl who's known my son for 5 minutes lit a fire in me. Then, 2 days later, I got a call from Liam himself. I almost didn't answer, but part of me still hoped this was the moment he'd say, "Hey, Dad, let's talk." Instead, the first words out of his mouth were, "You really hurt Jenna's feelings." I had to sit down for that one. I reminded him that I was the one who didn't even know about his wedding until after the fact, but he brushed it off with a casual, "It was last minute. We didn't want drama." When I asked what drama he meant, he went quiet for a beat before saying, "You know how you get sometimes. You're intense. Jenna was worried you'd make it about you." That hit me like a punch to the gut. I've always been passionate, sure, but intense? Make it about me? I've spent years stepping back, letting him make his own choices, even when I disagreed. I reminded him of all the times I supported them financially, and he just sighed like I was bringing up ancient history. "You said it was a gift," he said flatly. "Gifts don't come with strings." And that was when I realized what was really going on. They didn't just want money for rent. They wanted me to keep funding their life, no questions asked. I told him I wasn't comfortable doing that anymore, not after being excluded from something as big as his wedding. He accused me of trying to punish them and hung up before I could respond. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, wondering if maybe I really was punishing them. But then I'd think about Jenna's smug laugh when she told me I wasn't invited, about the group chat, about the dismissive tone in Liam's voice. And the more I thought about it, the more it felt like I wasn't punishing them. I was finally setting a boundary they weren't used to. The next weekend, I went to a family barbecue at my cousin's place, something I almost skipped because I wasn't in the mood for small talk. And that's where things got worse. Apparently, Jenna had been busy telling her side of the story to anyone who would listen, because within 5 minutes of walking in, my aunt pulled me aside and asked why I was withholding rent money from the kids. I had to laugh at the way she said kids, like they were 16 and grounded for breaking curfew. I explained, as calmly as I could, that Liam and Jenna were both adults, both working, and that I'd already helped them plenty. She frowned and said, "Well, Jenna said you're being spiteful because you weren't invited to their wedding." I swear, I could feel the vein in my temple throbbing. I wanted to yell, to tell everyone the whole story, but I just smiled tightly and said, "Funny, I didn't realize setting boundaries was considered spiteful now." Then I grabbed a plate of food and tried to avoid everyone for the rest of the afternoon. But it didn't stop there. Over the next few days, I started getting passive-aggressive messages from other relatives, little digs like, "Family is supposed to help each other," and "You can't take it with you when you're gone." Someone even sent me a link to an article about estranged parents and how they regret not making amends before it's too late. It was like a slow drip of guilt tripping every single day. And yet, with every message, something strange happened. I got calmer. Not because I didn't care, but because I was starting to see the bigger picture. For years, I'd been quietly paying, quietly showing up, quietly helping. And somewhere along the line, they stopped seeing it as kindness and started seeing it as an obligation. Then came the final straw. Last Thursday, Jenna posted a picture on social media of a brand new set of patio furniture, with a caption about how sometimes you just have to treat yourself. And there, in the background of the photo, was a stack of unopened bills on their kitchen counter. The comments were full of people complimenting the furniture, calling it a great investment. And all I could think was, "So you have money for that, but you're calling me for rent?" That's when I decided I was done playing the bad guy in their version of this story. If they wanted to paint me as the villain, fine, but I wasn't going to sit back and let them control the narrative. I pulled out every bank statement, every receipt, every transfer I'd ever made to them, and started putting together a neat little folder. not to throw in their faces, but to remind myself, and maybe them, that I had been there, that I wasn't some absentee dad they could spin into a scapegoat when it was convenient. And as I looked at that growing pile of papers, I felt something I hadn't felt in weeks: clarity. Because now, this wasn't just about a wedding or even rent money. This was about respect. And I was done letting them take mine for granted. I thought things had hit rock bottom after that barbecue, but I was wrong. The real blow came about a week later, and it was the kind of betrayal you don't just shake off with a good night's sleep. It was a quiet Sunday morning. I was sipping coffee at my kitchen table, staring at the folder I'd assembled, all those receipts, bank statements, and transfers that told the story of years of support. Part of me was still debating whether I should share it with Liam as a way of saying, "Look, I've been in your corner this whole time." I was halfway through that thought when my phone buzzed with a notification from my bank. At first, I assumed it was just another balance update, but the subject line made my stomach drop. Transfer pending, $1,200. My heart started hammering as I opened the app. Sure enough, someone had initiated a transfer from my account, my joint emergency fund, the one I'd set up years ago so Liam could access it in case of a real crisis. It was an account I'd honestly forgotten about because it had never been touched. And now, there it was, a pending transfer to Liam's checking account. I sat there frozen for a few seconds, half convinced it was a mistake. I called the bank immediately, and the representative confirmed that the transfer was initiated online using the joint account login, the one Liam still had. I canceled the transfer on the spot, but I could feel my hands shaking as I set the phone down. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This wasn't Jenna crying about hurt feelings. This was my own son reaching into an account I had trusted him with and trying to pull money without so much as a text. I didn't even wait. I called him right then, my voice sharper than I intended. "Why are you trying to take money from the emergency fund?" There was a long pause, then a casual, almost annoyed sounding. "Because we needed it. You weren't helping, so I figured you wouldn't mind." "It's for rent." "You figured I wouldn't mind?" I repeated, incredulous. "Liam, that account is for emergencies, for both of us. You didn't even ask." "We're about to get kicked out of our apartment," he snapped back. "If that's not an emergency, I don't know what is. You left me no choice." And there it was, the words that cut deeper than anything Jenna had ever said. "You left me no choice." Like I was the one forcing him to cross a line, like I was somehow to blame for his decision to go behind my back. I told him I had canceled the transfer and that the account was no longer joint. His voice went cold. "So that's it? You're just going to watch us get evicted?" "No," I said quietly. "I'm going to watch you figure it out like an adult. That account was about trust, Liam, and you just broke it." He hung up without another word. I sat at my kitchen table for a long time after that, staring at my coffee gone cold, trying to reconcile the boy I raised with the man who had just tried to sneak money out of my account. My mind kept going back to all those moments, teaching him how to ride a bike, staying up late to help him with science projects, working overtime so he could go on that senior class trip. I'd done all of it because I loved him, not because I expected anything in return. But this felt like a slap in the face. And then, just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, Jenna called. I didn't want to answer, but curiosity got the better of me. The moment I picked up, she launched into a tirade about how cruel I was being, how I was jeopardizing their future. She said I should be ashamed of myself for letting pride get in the way of helping my son. I tried to stay calm, but when I told her what Liam had done, the attempted transfer, she didn't even sound surprised. "Well, what did you expect?" she said matter-of-factly. "You know we're struggling, and you've been sitting on money this whole time. If you won't step up, we have to do what we can." That was the moment something inside me just shifted. Not anger, not sadness, just a kind of quiet, icy resolve. "Jenna," I said slowly, "if you think it's okay to take what isn't yours just because you feel entitled to it, then maybe you and I don't have anything else to talk about." She scoffed, said something about me being dramatic, and hung up. I spent the rest of the day in a fog, replaying every conversation of the past month in my head. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became. This wasn't about one wedding or one argument, or even one account. This was about respect, trust, and the fact that somewhere along the line, Liam and Jenna had decided I was just a wallet with a pulse. That night, I poured myself a drink and sat down with the folder I'd assembled. But instead of feeling proud of all I'd done for them, I felt something else entirely. Betrayed, yes, but also strangely free. Because now I knew exactly where I stood. And if they thought I was just going to roll over and keep funding their life after this, they were about to find out just how wrong they were. And that's when I started planning what I would do next, not out of spite, but out of a need to finally draw a line so bold, so undeniable, that they could never pretend not to see it. The days after that phone call were some of the loneliest I can remember. It wasn't just that Liam had crossed a line, it was the silence that followed. For almost a week, there were no calls, no texts, nothing. My phone sat on the counter like a dead weight, and every time it buzzed, my chest would tighten, only to see it was just a work email or some random spam message. I didn't tell anyone what happened at first. Part of me was embarrassed. What parent wants to admit that their own child tried to take money behind their back? The other part of me still hoped, maybe foolishly, that Liam would call and apologize, or at least try to talk things through. But that call never came. Instead, I started hearing things from other people. A cousin texted me, asking if it was true that I'd cut Liam off completely. A neighbor mentioned that Jenna had posted something cryptic online about toxic family members who care more about control than love. And then one night, while scrolling on my phone, I saw a post from Jenna herself, a selfie of the two of them sitting on the floor of what looked like a half-empty apartment, captioned, "Starting over from scratch." Sometimes family isn't blood. The comments section was full of sympathy, people offering to help them move, others calling them brave for walking away from negative influences. I must have stared at that post for 10 minutes straight, my hands clenching tighter with every comment. I wasn't tagged, of course, but I knew exactly who she was talking about. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake replaying everything, wondering how we had gotten here. I kept thinking back to when Liam was little, how I used to carry him on my shoulders, how proud I was when he got into his first choice college. I thought about the night he called me after proposing to Jenna, how excited he sounded, how I could hear the happiness in his voice. And now? Now I was the villain in their story, the bad guy who had abandoned them. The guilt was crushing. Even though I knew, rationally, that I had every right to draw a line, my brain kept whispering, what if you pushed too hard? What if you could have handled it differently? I threw myself into work to keep from thinking about it too much, staying late at the office, volunteering for projects no one else wanted. But no matter how busy I kept myself, there was always this heavy, hollow feeling in my chest when I came home to an empty house. Then came the eviction notice. Not for me, for them. A mutual friend sent me a picture of the notice taped to their apartment door. Seeing it in writing made everything feel 10 times heavier. I knew they were going to blame me. And sure enough, the next day, I got a single text from Liam. "We're officially out. Hope you're happy." "No, Dad. No, we need to talk." Just that. I didn't reply. Not because I didn't have anything to say, but because at that point, I didn't trust myself not to say something I couldn't take back. I put my phone down, walked outside, and just kept walking until I found myself at the park a few blocks away. I sat on a bench for over an hour, just breathing, watching kids run around the playground. Somewhere in that quiet, I realized I was done waiting for an apology. I was done hoping they'd see things from my side. If Liam and Jenna wanted to rewrite me as the antagonist in their story, I wasn't going to keep fighting to be the hero. But that didn't mean I was just going to roll over, either. Over the next week, I started quietly taking stock of everything: my finances, my will, even my emergency contacts. I made an appointment with my lawyer, something I'd been putting off for months. When we sat down together, I told him I wanted to review my estate plan. "Thinking of making changes?" he asked casually. "Yes," I said, my voice steady. "Big ones." We went through everything: the house, the accounts, the retirement funds. I asked him what my options were if I wanted to make sure certain people wouldn't be able to access anything without my explicit consent, both now and in the future. He gave me a list of suggestions: trusts, beneficiary changes, clauses that could be added to the will, and I took notes on every single one. Walking out of that office, I felt something shift inside me. Not anger, not bitterness, just clarity. For the first time in weeks, I felt like I had a plan, like I was no longer reacting to whatever Jenna or Liam threw at me. But there was still this ache, this quiet grief I couldn't shake. On the drive home, I found myself pulling over when I passed the little burger place Liam and I used to go to after his soccer games. I sat there in the parking lot for a long time, Remembering the way he'd ramble about plays and strategies, how he'd laugh with his whole chest when he was happy. It hit me then that maybe I wasn't just mourning the betrayal. I was mourning the relationship we used to have, the one that might never come back. That night, I took the folder of receipts and bank transfers I'd put together and tucked it away in my desk drawer. Not to forget about it, but as a reminder, I'd done my part. Whatever happened next, it was no longer about proving anything to them. It was about protecting myself, my peace, and what I'd built. And somewhere in that quiet, hollow space, an idea started to take shape. Not revenge, not yet, but something close. Because if they were going to treat me like the villain, I might as well write my own ending to this story. After that night in the parking lot, something in me shifted for good. The guilt started to loosen its grip. I still missed my son, of course. That ache wasn't going anywhere overnight, but it no longer felt like it was running my life. It was as if I'd finally stepped off the stage of a play I didn't sign up for, and for the first time in months, I could think about myself without feeling selfish. I threw myself into work with a new kind of energy. I'd been coasting for years, taking just enough projects to keep the bills paid, but now, I started saying yes to everything that interested me, not just what was safe. I pitched ideas in meetings, volunteered to take lead on a big client rollout, and before long, I started getting noticed. My boss called me into his office one Friday and told me he wanted me to head a new division launching in the fall. It would come with a raise and a bigger office. And just like that, my career had momentum again. And it wasn't just work. With my evenings freed from the constant emotional tug-of-war, I started rediscovering hobbies I hadn't touched in years. I dusted off my guitar and started playing again. I joined a hiking group that met every Saturday, and even though the first hike left me sore for 3 days, I kept going back. There was something grounding about being out in the woods, breathing fresh air, feeling small in the best possible way. I also started fixing up the house. At first it was just little things, a new coat of paint in the hallway, replacing the squeaky hinges on the back door, but soon I found myself planning bigger projects. I hired a contractor to redo the kitchen, something I'd been putting off forever. Standing in that brand new space, with gleaming counters and cabinets that actually matched, I felt something I hadn't felt in months: pride. It was around this time that I made a decision that would end up changing everything. I met with my lawyer again and finalized the changes to my estate plan. I set up a living trust, moved the house and my accounts into it, and updated my will to include very specific clauses about who would receive what and under what conditions. I didn't disinherit Liam. I wasn't ready to go that far, but I added a provision that tied any inheritance to clear benchmarks, like steady employment and responsible financial management. The lawyer nodded when we were done, clearly approving of the decision. This way, he said, you're not cutting him out of your life. You're just making sure he grows up before he benefits from what you've built. That line stuck with me, grows up, because that was what I wanted for him, more than anything. Meanwhile, Jenna and Liam's situation seemed to be unraveling. I didn't go out of my way to keep tabs on them, but word had a way of getting back to me. A mutual friend mentioned that they'd moved in with one of Jenna's cousins, and another said they were fighting constantly about money. It wasn't that I took pleasure in their struggle. Okay, maybe a small, guilty part of me did, but mostly, it confirmed what I'd known deep down. I couldn't keep saving them. They had to save themselves. And slowly, the narrative started to shift. People who had once sent me passive-aggressive texts stopped bringing it up. At the next family barbecue, my aunt, the same one who'd accused me of being spiteful, quietly admitted that she might have misjudged the situation. Apparently, Jenna had been venting online so much that even people who had initially taken her side were starting to see the full picture. One night, I came home from work to find a letter in my mailbox, an actual handwritten letter from my sister, who lives 3 states away. She told me she'd heard about everything that had happened and wanted me to know she thought I did the right thing. Sometimes, she wrote, loving your kid means letting them fail so they can learn. I sat at my kitchen table and read that letter 3 times, feeling the weight of it settle over me. For the first time since this whole thing began, I didn't feel completely alone. And maybe because of that letter, maybe because of the progress I'd been making in my own life, I started to feel less angry and more patient. I didn't reach out to Liam. I still wasn't ready, but I stopped flinching every time I saw his name pop up on social media. I even found myself smiling at an old photo that popped up in my memories. Liam at 12, holding a fishing rod twice his size, grinning proudly at the tiny fish on the hook. It reminded me of something my dad used to say. You can't hold the line forever. Sooner or later, you've got to reel it in. And that was what I was doing now, reeling in the line. By the end of the summer, my life looked completely different. I'd been promoted, I'd gotten into the best shape I'd been in for years thanks to the hiking group, and my house was finally a place I loved coming home to. Friends who hadn't seen me in months commented on how much lighter I seemed, how much more at peace I looked. And the truth was, they were right. I felt stronger, more grounded, more in control than I had in a long time. But even as things improved, there was a quiet resolve building in me, a sense that this story wasn't over yet. Because sooner or later, Liam and Jenna were going to come back around, whether out of necessity or remorse. And when they did, I was going to be ready, on my terms this time. Fall rolled around, and with it came a string of changes that would put me in a position I never expected to be in, a position that, frankly, I hadn't even thought about before all of this started. The new division at work launched without a hitch, and the client rollout I led turned out to be one of the most successful projects the company had that quarter. Suddenly, I wasn't just the guy who had been quietly doing his job for years. I was being invited to executive lunches, asked to sit in on meetings I'd never been part of before. My name started coming up in conversations about promotions, about bonuses, about things I'd never seriously thought were within reach for me. I won't lie, it felt good. After months of feeling powerless, after watching my relationship with my son unravel, I was finally in a place where I had control again. And that confidence started bleeding into other areas of my life. One afternoon, while organizing some old files, I came across the paperwork for the apartment lease I had co-signed for Liam and Jenna. I'd honestly forgotten that my name was still on it. My first instinct was to shred it, clean slate, no reminders, but something told me to read through it carefully. And that's when I noticed something, a clause buried in the fine print that made me, as co-signer, not just financially responsible, but also a point of contact for the landlord. Which meant that even though they'd moved out, the landlord was still sending me copies of every statement, every late payment notice. I called the landlord's office that day, partly out of curiosity, partly because I wanted to make sure my credit wasn't being quietly destroyed by unpaid rent. The property manager told me they'd settled their outstanding balance just before moving out, but then she lowered her voice and said, "Off the record, I think you should know they weren't exactly model tenants." There were multiple complaints from neighbors about noise and one incident with property damage. I thanked her for the information, and after I hung up, I sat there thinking. It wasn't about the property damage itself. That wasn't my problem anymore. But the realization that Liam and Jenna's situation had been even more chaotic than I'd known. And that's when the pieces started clicking together. I still had that folder of receipts and transfers, now neatly organized with tabs and dates. I had legal documentation that tied me to their financial history, at least partially. And I had a growing network of influence at work and in the community, people who respected me, who listened when I spoke. For the first time, I realized that if I wanted to, I could shape the narrative. I didn't mean running around gossiping about them, but if push came to shove, if they tried to paint me as the villain again, I had the ability to set the record straight in a way that couldn't be ignored. Then came the phone call that changed everything. It was from my financial advisor, reminding me about the annual review of my portfolio. I almost postponed the meeting. Work had been busy, but something told me to keep it. During the review, we went over my accounts, my investments, my retirement plan. And that's when he pointed out that I had more liquidity than I realized, enough to make some major moves if I wanted to. You could buy property, he said casually. Interest rates are favorable right now. Or you could look into setting up a trust, something that generates passive income and stays in your name until you designate otherwise. Property, trusts, income streams. I left that meeting with my head buzzing. For years, I'd just been focused on keeping things stable, paying bills, setting aside a little for the future, but now I saw an opportunity to build something lasting, something that could secure my future on my terms. Within a month, I put an offer down on a small rental property across town. Nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom duplex in a quiet neighborhood, and closed on it. I hired a property manager to handle the day-to-day, and within weeks, the place was generating steady rent. It wasn't about the money, not really. It was about what it represented. Independence, security, proof that I could thrive even after being written off. Meanwhile, Liam and Jenna's situation continued to spiral. A friend of a friend mentioned that they'd tried to apply for a new apartment and had been denied because of their spotty payment history. Another said they were talking about starting some kind of online fundraiser to get back on their feet. And then, out of the blue, I got an email. It was from Liam. Just one line. "Dad, can we talk?" I stared at it for a long time, my cursor hovering over the reply button. A few months ago, I would have answered immediately. But now I was in a different place, stronger, calmer, less willing to bend just to keep the peace. So instead of replying right away, I took my time. I went for a walk, I thought about what I wanted, and by the time I came back, I knew exactly what I was going to say when the time came. Because if we were going to have this conversation, it wasn't going to be a shouting match or a guilt trip. It was going to be on my terms, with every card I had laid neatly on the table. And whether they were ready for it or not, that conversation was going to change everything. I didn't reply to Liam's email right away. Instead, I sat with it for a few days, letting the weight of his words settle. I wanted to be sure, absolutely sure, that when I finally sat down with him, I wouldn't let emotion cloud my judgment. I'd spent months building my life back, putting up boundaries, and gaining back my confidence. This conversation wasn't going to undo all of that. When I finally wrote back, I kept it simple. "Yes, let's meet in person. My house, Saturday at 3. No long explanations, no softening the edges. Just clear and direct." Saturday came, and for the first time in months, I found myself pacing my living room, feeling a strange mix of calm and anticipation. I'd set everything out neatly on the table, the folder with every bank transfer and receipt, copies of the co-signed lease, even the revised estate plan, not as a weapon, but as evidence. At exactly 3:05, I saw Liam's car pull up. He came alone. That surprised me a little. Part of me expected Jenna to be with him, ready to jump in the moment things got uncomfortable. But maybe that was a good sign. He looked tired when he walked in. Not just physically tired, but worn down, like the last few months had aged him. For a second, a small, quiet part of me wanted to just hug him and pretend none of this had happened. But then I remembered the attempted bank transfer, the late-night calls accusing me of abandoning them, the social media posts. We sat across from each other at the kitchen table. The silence stretched for a long moment before he finally spoke. "Dad, He trailed off, running a hand through his hair. "Things have been rough. We're staying with Jenna's cousin right now. It's not great. I just wanted to say." I held up a hand. "Before you say anything, I need you to listen." He blinked, clearly not used to me taking control of the conversation. "I'm not going to yell, and I'm not here to punish you," I said slowly. "But you need to understand what the last few months have looked like from my side." I slid the folder toward him and watched as he opened it. "This," I said, tapping the first page, "is every transfer I've ever made to help you. First month's rent, deposits, repairs, even that vacation fund you swore you'd pay back and never did. This," I pointed to another tab, "is the lease I co-signed. I kept my credit on the line so you could have a roof over your head." He flipped through the pages, his expression shifting from confusion to guilt. "And this," I said finally, sliding over the last document, "is the account you tried to pull money from without asking. The account that was supposed to be for emergencies, real emergencies. You didn't ask, Liam. You just took. And that broke something between us." He swallowed hard and didn't say anything for a long moment. Finally, he whispered, "I didn't know what else to do." "That's the problem," I replied quietly. "You went to the money before you came to me. You turned me into a bank before you tried to talk to me as your father." He put the folder down, his hands trembling slightly. "I get it. I messed up." For a moment, the kitchen was completely silent except for the faint hum of the fridge. Then I took a deep breath and leaned back in my chair. "I'm not cutting you out of my life," I said, "but things are going to be different from now on. I've set up a trust, one that you can access once you've shown you can hold a steady job for a year and maintain a basic savings account. Not because I want to control you, but because I need to know you can stand on your own 2 feet before I help you again." He stared at me like he wasn't sure whether to be angry or relieved. "So this is what? A test?" "No," I said calmly. "This is a boundary. You want my help? You earn it. You show me you can handle it. Otherwise, we're just going to end up back here again in a few months." For the first time since he'd walked in, I saw something shift in his expression. Not anger, not defiance, but something closer to respect. That's fair, he said finally, his voice quiet. We sat there a while longer, talking, really talking, for the first time in what felt like years. He admitted things had been harder than he let on, that Jenna's cousin was getting tired of them being there, that he was scared of failing. I didn't sugarcoat my responses, but I did tell him I believed he could turn things around if he really wanted to. When he finally stood to leave, he looked at me like he wanted to say something else, but all he managed was, "Thanks for hearing me out." I watched him drive away, feeling a strange mix of exhaustion and relief. This wasn't the dramatic showdown I'd once imagined, with shouting and slammed doors, but it was something better. It was the first real step toward putting us back on equal footing. And as I stood there in the doorway, watching the sun set over the street, I realized that this, calmly, firmly taking back control of the situation, was the revenge I'd been looking for all along. It wasn't about humiliating him. It was about making sure he understood that I wasn't going to be used, that I was someone he had to respect if he wanted me in his life. And now, finally, he knew. But deep down, I also knew this was just the beginning. Because if Liam could change, if he could really grow from this, then maybe, just maybe, we still had a future worth rebuilding. The weeks that followed that conversation were strangely quiet. Not the cold, heavy silence that had hung between us before, but something different. It felt like the air had been cleared. Liam didn't call right away, and I didn't chase after him. I think we both needed time to process what had been said that day at my kitchen table. Then, about 3 weeks later, I got a text. Started a new job today. First paycheck in 2 weeks. Thought you should know. I stared at the screen for a long time, a small smile creeping across my face. It wasn't a plea for money. It wasn't an argument. It was just information, sent voluntarily, like he wanted me to be part of the progress he was making. That became the rhythm for a while. Short updates, small signs that he was turning things around. He told me when he and Jenna found a small apartment they could afford without help, sent me a picture of the key when they signed the lease. There was pride in his messages now, not the defensive kind, but the real kind, the kind that comes from doing something on your own. I didn't respond with money or offers of help. I responded with encouragement, simple and steady. Good job. I'm proud of you. Keep going. It was around this time that Jenna reached out for the first time since the whole fallout began. She called me one evening, her voice softer than I'd ever heard it. I just wanted to say, I didn't handle things right, she said. I was angry, and I said things I shouldn't have. I see now how much you did for us, and I shouldn't have expected you to keep bailing us out. I didn't rush to reassure her or sweep it under the rug. Instead, I let the words hang in the air for a moment before replying. Thank you for saying that, I said finally. I'm willing to move forward, but things have to be different this time. She agreed, and for the first time, I believed she meant it. By spring, Liam had held his job for 6 months. He'd paid down a good chunk of his debt and even sent me a picture of his growing savings account balance like a kid showing off a good report card. And I realized something. This was exactly what I'd hoped for when I set that boundary, not just to protect myself, but to push him to grow. One Sunday afternoon, I invited them both over for dinner. It was the first time they'd been back in my house since everything happened. I could tell they were nervous. Jenna kept smoothing her hair. Liam kept glancing at the folder on the counter where I'd left the trust paperwork. After dinner, I poured us each a cup of coffee and said, I think it's time we revisit that trust. Their shoulders tensed, like they were bracing for bad news. Instead, I slid a new document across the table, an amendment my lawyer had helped me draft. This releases the first portion, I explained. Enough for you to have a cushion, not to spend recklessly, but to give you some breathing room. Liam's eyes widened. You mean it? Yes, I said simply. Because you earned it. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Jenna reached across the table, resting her hand on mine. Thank you, she said softly. And I could tell she meant that, too. Not just for the money, but for giving them a chance to start over the right way. The next few months were different. They stopped calling me for every little problem and started telling me about their wins instead. They invited me over to their new place for dinner. Nothing fancy, just pasta and garlic bread, and it was one of the best nights I'd had in years. No tension, no unspoken resentment, just laughter and conversation. And here's the thing, that revenge I'd once thought I wanted, the dramatic moment where they'd finally see I'd been right all along, it didn't come in a single explosive scene. It came slowly, quietly, Through every little moment of growth, every message from Liam saying he'd hit a new milestone, every smile that didn't carry guilt behind it anymore. The fallout, in the end, wasn't about me watching them crash. It was about watching them rebuild, piece by piece, into something stronger. And somehow, that felt better than any dramatic takedown ever could have. The final moment came one warm summer evening. We were sitting on their little balcony, sharing a couple of beers, watching the sun go down. Liam turned to me suddenly, serious. "Dad," he said quietly, "I know we can't undo what happened, but I want you to know. I get it now. I get why you said no. And I'm glad you did." I felt a lump rise in my throat, but I managed to nod. "Good," I said, my voice steady. "Because I wasn't just saying no to punish you. I was saying no because I knew you could do better." He smiled, a little sad but mostly proud. And we did. As the last bit of sun dipped below the horizon, I felt something settle in my chest, a sense of closure, of peace. Not because everything was perfect, but because we'd finally come out the other side. And as I stood to leave, I clapped him on the shoulder and said the words I'd been holding on to since that day months ago when I canceled that transfer and set this whole chain of events in motion. "You're standing on your own now, Liam." And that's all I ever wanted. He didn't say anything right away, just nodded, his jaw tight, his eyes shining. And for the first time since this whole mess began, I walked away knowing that the story wasn't just over. It had ended exactly the way it needed to. My name's Owen, I'm 27, and 3 weeks ago, I watched my estranged parents stroll into my grandfather's memorial in matching black suits like they were attending the reading of their inheritance, not the funeral of the man they hadn't spoken to in years. The same man who helped raise me when they kicked me out of the house at 18, told me I was a disgrace, and then ghosted me like I never existed. Let me back up a bit. Growing up, my parents always made it clear that I was the family disappointment. I was the art kid in a household of overachievers. My dad, a strict military vet turned insurance executive, believed emotions were weaknesses. My mom, a former beauty queen who traded in her crown for wine tastings and charity luncheons, only ever cared about appearances. My younger sister Ava, she was their golden child. Picture-perfect GPA, homecoming queen, cheer captain, early admission to Stanford, the whole glossy catalog. Meanwhile, I was the weird one sketching dragons in my notebooks and skipping pep rallies to finish comic books in the library. At first, they thought my creativity was a phase. Then they thought it was rebellion. By the time I told them I wanted to go to art school and that I wasn't going to pretend to be straight just to make their friends comfortable, they made it clear I was on my own. "Don't bother coming back once you walk out that door," my dad said the night I left. His voice was ice. "We're done coddling failure." I left with a duffel bag and $300 in my bank account. I didn't even get to keep my childhood dog, Rufus. But there was one person who didn't turn his back on me, Grandpa Ray. He'd always been the quiet presence in the background. My mom's father, a retired mechanic with a crooked smile and grease-stained hands. He lived in a modest, 2-story house just outside of town, the same one my mom grew up in before she started pretending she was above it. When I had nowhere else to go, Grandpa Ray cleared out his garage studio and said, "It ain't much, but it's yours if you want it." That man saved me. He let me crash at his place rent-free until I got on my feet. Fed me. Encouraged me to pursue illustration when no one else did. I got my first freelance gig while sitting on his back porch sketching portraits of Rufus from memory. He even helped me set up a tiny Etsy shop. Over the next few years, I built up a small but steady career doing comic art and character design. Nothing glamorous, but it was mine. And every step of the way, Grandpa Ray was there, with his thermos of black coffee, his gruff advice, and his endless support. We grew close, closer than I ever was with my actual parents. And slowly, he started opening up. Turns out, Grandpa Ray wasn't as modest as he let on. Behind that worn-down pickup and oil-stained overalls was a man who'd made some smart, and I mean smart, investments back in the day. Classic cars. Industrial real estate. A few stocks he forgot about in the 90s that exploded over time. He wasn't flashy about it. Kept things simple. But one evening, when we were sitting by the fire pit and he handed me a thick binder labeled estate, he just said, "I've got more than enough for a rainy day. And I want to make sure you're the one who benefits. Not your mother. Not your father. You." I laughed. Thought he was being sentimental. I mean, he was 84 and still fixing his own sink. But he looked me dead in the eyes and said, "I need you to promise me something, Owen. When the time comes, don't let them snake their way back in." I promised. Then, a few months ago, he got sick. It came fast. One week he was cracking jokes about my millennial art friends, drinking mushroom coffee, and the next he was in the hospital, lungs failing, kidneys shot. I visited him every day, talked to doctors, managed the hospice care. My parents? Not a single call, not even a sympathy card. And yet, when Grandpa Ray passed and the memorial was announced, guess who suddenly remembered he existed? Yup, Margaret and Henry, Mr. and Mrs. DeSaunier's son, showed up at the church wearing designer sunglasses and smug expressions, like they were walking onto a movie set. Ava came too, but she hung back, looking unsure. I hadn't spoken to her in years either. Last I heard, she was working some high-powered finance job in New York and dating a guy named Carter who owned a boat. I didn't even approach them. I just stood near the casket and let them do their little performance, hugging people they hadn't seen in a decade, dabbing their eyes at the perfect angle for sympathy, even cornering the pastor afterward with stories about Grandpa Ray fixing up their bikes as kids. It was disgusting. But the real insult came at the post-funeral reception. There was this awkward little gathering at the community hall, catered by a local bakery Grandpa used to love. I was making rounds, thanking people for coming, when I saw my parents at a corner table, already discussing the house. As in, Grandpa Ray's home. The one he let me live in for the past 9 years. I caught just a fragment of the conversation as I walked past. "We'll probably gut the kitchen first," my mom was saying, swirling her wine like she was on House Hunters. "Make it more modern. That old stove's a fire hazard." My dad nodded. "Shouldn't take long to get a valuation. Market's hot right now. If we offload the place before Q3, we can push it into a trust and minimize tax liability." That's when I stopped. "Excuse me." They both turned. My mom offered a smile, so fake it should have come with a barcode. "Owen, I was just saying how much potential the house has. Don't worry, we'll handle everything. You've done enough." I stared at her, then at my dad. "I live in that house." He gave a tight, patronizing chuckle. "Yes, and we appreciate you keeping it in decent shape. But it's time for the family to make real decisions now." I couldn't believe it. The audacity. These people hadn't spoken to me in almost a decade. They hadn't cared when I was couch surfing, job hunting, or caring for the man they ignored in his final months. And now, suddenly, they were entitled to everything? I didn't argue. Not yet. I just walked away. But I made one stop before leaving. To Grandpa Ray's lawyer, Mr. Hamilton, a stoic, gray-haired man who'd known Grandpa for over 40 years. He was sipping decaf and nodding along to some condolences from another guest. When he saw me, he set down his cup. "Is everything all right, Owen?" I leaned in, lowering my voice. "They're already planning renovations. For the house." He gave me a long look. "They'll be disappointed. But don't worry. Your grandfather's final instructions were very clear. The will's reading is in a few days. Just be there." And oh, I was going to be there. They were in for a surprise. They just didn't know it yet. But first came the call, and what they said on that call. That was when things really started unraveling. 3 days after the funeral, I got a call from Mr. Hamilton's office confirming the reading of the will. Thursday morning, 10 a.m. sharp. Formal attire. He said those last 2 words like they meant something. I didn't sleep much the night before. My brain kept rewinding to that reception, the way my parents had spoken about Grandpa's house like it was already theirs. The way my mom had touched my arm like we were old friends. The way my dad had looked right through me, like I was still 18 and too soft to matter. I kept wondering if I was overthinking it. If I'd misheard. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding, a tone taken the wrong way. But then, at 11:42 p.m., my phone lit up. It was Ava. Just seeing her name gave me a strange jolt. We hadn't talked properly since I left home. She sent me a couple of birthday texts over the years, vague and safe. "Hope you're doing well. Thinking of you." I never responded. Not because I hated her, far from it, but because I didn't know which version of Ava I'd be getting. The sister who used to bring me orange slices after gym class, or the one who called me a drama queen the night our parents kicked me out. Still, I answered. Some part of me was curious. "Hey," she said, her voice quiet. "I know it's late." "It is." A pause. Then, "I wanted to give you a heads up." I sat up in bed. "About what?" "They think they're getting everything," she said, barely above a whisper. Dad's been on the phone with some realtor in Scottsdale. And Mom's already going through Grandpa's furniture catalog. She keeps talking about how quaint it all is. I didn't respond. I could feel something cold settling in my chest. They think you'll hand over the keys after the will's read. Ava continued. They said you'd do the right thing. Did you tell them the right thing is letting me grieve in the house I lived in for nearly a decade? No, she said. I didn't say anything. Of course she didn't. Ava never did. Always stayed out of the line of fire. Switzerland in our family war. Why are you calling me, Ava? Another pause. Because I'm not sure if they're right or not. About the will. About you. I let out a breath, exasperated. You don't trust Grandpa? I don't know what to trust anymore. She sounded so tired, like a balloon that had been slowly leaking air for years. I remembered that look on her face when she was a teenager, back when she'd lock herself in her room after dinner and cry silently into her pillow. We'd never talked about it, but I'd heard her. Well, I said finally, you'll find out tomorrow. The line went silent. Then she hung up. I stared at the screen for a long time, feeling this weird mix of sadness and fury knotting up in my chest. That call wasn't about warning me. It was about measuring me, seeing if I'd bent. But I'd already bent once, and it nearly broke me. The office was sleek and cold. Polished wood floors, glass walls, chairs that looked expensive but felt like sitting on guilt. My parents arrived 10 minutes early, all business, holding lattes and wearing designer black like they were prepping for a photo shoot. My dad shook Mr. Hamilton's hand with the kind of confidence that made my skin crawl. My mom gave me a small nod, then sat down and pulled out her phone, already scrolling through Zillow listings. Ava walked in just before 10. She looked different than I remembered. Sharper, maybe. Her hair was shorter, cut into a blunt bob, and her heels clicked across the floor like punctuation. She didn't sit next to me. She didn't sit next to them either. She chose the empty chair across the table, like she was watching a chess match unfold. Mr. Hamilton entered last, holding a thick manila folder that looked older than half the people in the room. He sat, cleared his throat, and said, "Let's begin." What followed was surreal. He started with the formalities, Grandpa Ray's full name, date of death, legal standing, etc. Then he began reading the will. There were small bequests, a few sentimental items to old friends, a donation to his favorite animal shelter, a letter to his old mechanic buddy in Arizona. Then he paused, turned a page, and looked at me. "Owen," he said, "your grandfather left the entirety of his liquid assets, properties, and investments, totaling an estimated $10.3 million at time of evaluation, to you." Silence. Complete. Deafening. Stomach-churning silence. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. My dad scoffed. "Excuse me." My mom let out a soft, almost comical laugh. That can't be right." Mr. Hamilton didn't flinch. "It's correct. As per the revised and notarized will, updated 7 months ago." "You mean to tell me," my father said, his voice rising, "that this entire estate, everything, is going to him? The boy who walked out on this family. He was disowned," I muttered. My dad snapped toward me. "Don't play the victim, Owen. You told me to leave, Dad. You said I was dead to you. You made it pretty clear." My mom blinked like she was waking up from a dream. No. There has to be some mistake. We're his children. We're supposed to be the beneficiaries. Per Mr. Raymond Hutchins's final request, Mr. Hamilton said, flipping to the next page, he has included a statement to be read aloud. He pulled out a single sheet of paper and began reading. "To Margaret and Henry, you both stopped being my children the moment you turned your back on my grandson. Blood may be thicker than water, but love is thicker than either. I raised Owen not because I had to, but because you didn't. And I won't reward neglect with inheritance. You get nothing. And before you call it cruel, remember who made the first cut." My mom's hand shot to her mouth. My dad's jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might crack. Mr. Hamilton folded the letter and placed it gently on the table. "That concludes the will." They didn't speak. They didn't even look at me. Ava did, though. She didn't look angry or shocked. She just looked hollow, like someone who had seen this coming and still wasn't prepared. They stood up, slowly, stiffly. My father muttered something under his breath that I didn't catch. My mother gathered her purse like it was the last scrap of dignity she had left. And then they left. I should have felt victorious. I should have felt like I'd won. But all I felt was numb. That should have been the end of it. A clean break. A quiet line in the sand. But of course, That's not how my family works. The next day, I found my tires slashed. All four. I was parked right outside the house. My house. The same one my parents had tried to gut for resale. I stood there, staring at the shredded rubber, and knew it wasn't random. This wasn't some drunk teenager with a grudge. This was personal. Then came the texts. Blocked numbers. No names. Hope you enjoy your blood money. Funny how fast people change when they get a little cash. Grandpa must be rolling in his grave. I didn't respond, but it kept coming. My social media blew up with fake accounts calling me selfish. I got tagged in posts accusing me of elder manipulation. One of them even posted an old photo of me at 17, braces, oversized hoodie, holding up a drawing of a robot. The caption read, "This is who stole our family legacy." Then Ava showed up, unannounced, at my front door. She looked even more exhausted than before. Her eyes had this watery glassiness, like she hadn't slept in days. "I need to talk to you," she said. I let her in. She paced the living room for a solid minute before saying anything. Then she dropped onto the couch and exhaled. "They're spiraling," she said. "Dad thinks you somehow tricked Grandpa into changing the will. Mom's already calling lawyers. They're saying you manipulated him when he was sick." I leaned against the kitchen counter, arms folded. "So what? Now I'm the villain." "I'm not saying it's true. I'm just telling you what they're saying." "Why are you really here, Ava?" She looked up at me, and for the first time, I saw it, the guilt. Raw and heavy, because I think they're planning something. Something worse than slashing tires or sending threats. My stomach tightened. "Like what?" She hesitated. "I don't know, but Dad said something last night. He said, if Owen wants to act like this is war, then fine. He'll find out how far we're willing to go." I stared at her. "And you just let him say that? What was I supposed to do? I'm barely holding on as it is. They're dragging me into all of this like I had a say in any of it." "You do have a say, Ava. You always did. You just never said anything." That shut her up. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Then she stood. "I just wanted you to know. Be careful." She left without another word. And for the first time since the funeral, I locked every door in the house. Because something was coming. Something bigger. And I had no idea how far they'd go. For the next 2 weeks, I barely left the house. I kept the blinds half closed, the doors locked, and a crowbar by the bed. It wasn't exactly rational. My parents weren't the type to break in at 2 a.m. like cartoon villains, but that didn't matter. Rationality had gone out the window the day they sat at Grandpa's funeral and talked about renovations like I didn't exist. The neighborhood was quiet. Too quiet. Every sound, a car slowing down, a footstep on gravel, made my heart leap into my throat. And that's when I realized something awful. I wasn't just scared of them. I was scared of becoming the kid they always said I was. Fragile, directionless, soft. I hadn't drawn in days. My sketchpad sat untouched on the kitchen counter. The same sketchpad I used to carry with me everywhere. The same one Grandpa once picked up off the porch and flipped through, whistling under his breath and saying, "You know, this stuff's real talent, Owen. You keep this up, and the world's gonna notice." But now, I couldn't even pick up a pencil. Every time I tried, my hands shook. It was like they'd taken not just the money, not just my peace, but the one part of me that felt like mine. And then came the letter. It arrived in a plain white envelope, hand-delivered. No return address. No stamp. Just my name, Owen Hutchins. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Thick, formal, the kind you'd use for invitations or lawsuits. It read, "Notice of contest. Pursuant to Arizona Revised Statute Section 14 to 3701. Henry and Margaret Hutchins hereby contest the validity of the last will and testament of Raymond Hutchins, dated March 14th, 20XX. Grounds for contest include undue influence, diminished capacity, and fraudulent inducement. The estate will be placed under temporary injunction pending further review." I read it 3 times. Then I sat down, placed the paper on the table, and stared at the ceiling. It felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. They were suing me. Not just trying to intimidate. Not just sending threats or planting rumors. They were formally, legally challenging the one thing Grandpa had left me, his final wishes. The house, the assets, everything. Frozen. Just like that. The next few days were a blur of calls and consultations. Mr. Hamilton connected me with a probate attorney named Sheila Jameson. Tough, sharp, mid-50s, with silver-streaked hair and a voice that could cut glass. She didn't sugarcoat things. They're throwing every tactic in the book at you, she said during our first meeting. And it's not about winning. It's about dragging you through mud, hoping you give up or settle. I'm not settling, I said. She gave a tight smile. Good, because it's going to get worse before it gets better. And it did. They subpoenaed Grandpa's medical records, looking for anything that could suggest cognitive decline. Every doctor's note, every prescription, every scribbled post-it on the fridge, they wanted it all. They claimed he was easily manipulated in his final months, and that I'd inserted myself to cut them out. They accused me of exploiting a vulnerable elderly man for financial gain. They were trying to rewrite history. And the worst part? Ava went silent. I texted her once. Are you helping them with this? She read it. No reply. For the first time since the will reading, I felt truly alone. The fall came slowly, like watching a leak in the roof turn into a flood. My accounts were frozen under the injunction, which meant my freelance clients started pulling back. I missed deadlines, lost commissions, and ended up having to shut down my Etsy shop just to stop the flood of refund requests. People thought I'd gone off the grid. I almost did. The house started to feel like a trap. Every creaking floorboard reminded me of Grandpa. Every photo on the wall made my chest ache. I couldn't even walk past the garage without picturing him in his coveralls, leaning over the hood of some ancient Buick, grumbling about fuel lines. And through it all, the rumors kept spreading. Someone posted in the neighborhood Facebook group that I was hoarding an estate that was meant for the whole family. Someone else said I'd forced Grandpa to rewrite the will behind everyone's back. I started getting weird looks at the grocery store, at the gas station, even at the vet when I brought in the stray cat Grandpa used to feed behind the shed. Everyone had an opinion, and most of them weren't good. I hit bottom on a Tuesday. I remember the day because it rained, rare in Arizona, and the leak in the ceiling finally gave out. Water splashed onto my sketch pad, warping the pages. I didn't even try to save it. I just sat there, staring at the mess, feeling utterly hollow. That night, I curled up on Grandpa's old recliner, pulled a quilt over my shoulders, and broke down. Not just tears, full body, chest-heaving sobs. For everything. For the betrayal. For the silence. For the years of being unwanted. For the man who gave me everything and wasn't here to tell me what to do. I cried until I fell asleep. And the next morning, I got up and made coffee. Not just for caffeine. For him. It was what he would have done. That morning, I opened the garage. It smelled like oil, with dust and old leather. His tools were still on the pegboard. His red shop towel was still hanging off the side of the workbench. I walked inside like I was stepping into church. And that's when I saw it, the old file cabinet near the back wall. I remembered it vaguely. Grandpa used to say, "That's where I keep my treasures." I always thought he meant old receipts and expired fishing licenses. But something nudged me to look. I opened the bottom drawer. Inside was a thick accordion folder labeled Ideas. I sat cross-legged on the concrete floor and started flipping through it. Blueprints, sketches, designs for modified car parts, innovations, weird hybrids, handwritten notes with titles like Cooling Pipe Redesign for 327 V8 and Hutchins Custom Manifold Concept. All of it, drawings, measurements, parts lists. And then I found a letter, handwritten, folded, yellowed with time. It was addressed to me. Owen, if you're reading this, it means things didn't go the way I planned. First thing, I'm sorry. Second thing, don't let them take this from you. Not just the money. Not just the house. You're more than the kid they kicked out. You're more than the tears and the doubt and the nights you wondered if you mattered. You matter. Build something. Anything. Doesn't have to be a business. Doesn't have to make you rich. Just make it yours. They took enough from both of us. Now take something back. I read it 3 times. And when I was done, I stood up, grabbed the file, and got to work. It started small. I reopened my Etsy shop, but instead of portraits, I posted mock-ups of custom garage signs. Hutchins Customs. Built, not bought. Tools, grit, and grease. Cheesy maybe, but it sold. People liked the retro designs. They liked the story. I shared a bit about Grandpa. Just enough to be real. Sales started trickling in. Then I dusted off my old tablet and started sketching again. Not for clients. Not for likes. For me. I illustrated a comic strip based on my life with Grandpa. Nothing fancy, just short stories. Like the time he taught me how to change a tire with nothing but a wrench and a milk crate. Or the time he let me eat ice cream at 9 a.m. because some rules are dumb, kid. I posted them to a small art page I hadn't used in years. And somehow they took off. One got shared, then another. Then someone messaged me asking if they could turn the comic into a short film. Another offered to license the designs for a found family merch line. I didn't jump on anything yet, but the messages kept coming. I felt something shift. Not big, not loud, but real. I was building again. Not for revenge, not for validation. For him, for me. Then, just as I started feeling whole again, Ava came back. This time, she wasn't quiet. She was crying. And what she told me, what she handed me, it blew the entire case wide open. I heard the knocking before I saw the headlights. It was almost midnight, and I'd just finished uploading a new sketch to my comic series, a simple black and white panel of Grandpa and me sitting on the tailgate of his truck, eating sandwiches, no words needed. It had barely been live for 5 minutes before someone started banging on my front door like the place was on fire. I froze. After everything, the threats, the lawsuit, the slashed tires, my mind immediately went to the worst-case scenario. I grabbed the crowbar from beside the fridge, inched toward the door, and peeked through the side window. It was Ava. She looked like she'd run the entire way from Phoenix. Her makeup was smudged, her hair pinned back hastily, and her eyes were red, puffy, and wet. She was breathing hard and holding a crumpled envelope like it was made of glass. I opened the door, still gripping the crowbar. She blinked at it. You expecting zombies, or just Mom and Dad? Hard to tell the difference lately, I muttered. She didn't smile. Instead, she stepped inside, shaking. I can't do this anymore. I shouldn't have waited this long, Owen. I'm sorry. I closed the door behind her. Okay, what happened? She didn't answer right away. She just handed me the envelope. It was one of those cheap manila types from an office supply store, with a single word scribbled on the front in Sharpie, copy. Inside were 3 pages. The first was a printed email from an account labeled private.familyfirm@gmail.com. The subject line read, Project Inheritance Contingency Plan. The second was an invoice from a private investigator named Troy M. something. Most of it was redacted with a black marker, but I could make out the words surveillance, target, Owen Hutchins, and duration, 90 days. The third page was a typed letter from my father, signed and dated, addressed to a man named Julian Harland. It was marked confidential. Julian, I appreciate your discretion in this matter. My son has proven to be more problematic than expected. He's leveraging the will for public sympathy, and I suspect he may attempt to monetize it. If we can establish a pattern of erratic behavior or possible manipulation of Raymond's mental state, we can win this. Do whatever it takes. Discreetly, I sat down slowly. My chest was pounding. My ears rang like I'd been hit with a flashbang. They hired someone to follow me. I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Ava nodded, eyes brimming. It started right after the will was read. Dad said they needed insurance in case the legal route didn't work. The PI's been watching you for weeks, taking photos, digging into your accounts. He even tried contacting some of your old clients. I stared at the letter again, while rising in my throat. And Mom, she knew. She said it was necessary. Said you were using your sob story to play the victim. I didn't know about the PI until a few days ago. But this, she pointed at the email. This is when I realized they've gone too far. She sat down on Grandpa's recliner and started crying again, quietly this time, like she was ashamed of the sound. I should have stopped them sooner, she said. I didn't know how. I thought if I stayed out of it, I wasn't part of it. But that's not true. I let them lie about you. I let them watch you. Something in me snapped. Not in a loud, explosive way. In a cold, clear way, like the exact second ice turns to glass. They crossed the line, I said. Ava looked up. What are you going to do? I didn't answer right away, because I didn't know yet. But I knew who to call. The next morning, I met with Sheila, my attorney, at her office. I brought the documents. She brought the fire. They hired a PI to dig up dirt on you while you were being sued by them, she said, practically vibrating with rage. That's textbook harassment. Possibly even a violation of the injunction terms if they used any of this to influence the case. And they tried to use it to frame me, I added. She nodded, scanning the documents again. We can use this. I want to do more than use it. I want to end this. She sat back in her chair, studying me. I don't just want to win the case, I continued. I want to expose them. Everything. The manipulation. The surveillance. The lies. All of it. Sheila smiled, a small, approving curve of her lips. Well then, she said, let's set the stage. Step 1 was securing the evidence. We got a subpoena for the PI's business records, using the email and invoice as grounds. Turns out he wasn't very good at covering his tracks. Sheila uncovered billing logs, GPS tags, and a series of dated surveillance photos that included, I kid you not, one of me asleep in my own backyard hammock. Creepy didn't even begin to cover it. Step 2 was turning public perception. I didn't want a media circus, but I did want to control the narrative. So I posted a new entry on my art page. It was simple, a single comic strip. Grandpa and me again, this time seated at a table labeled Last Wishes. Behind us, faceless figures in suits loomed in the background, hands reaching for stacks of paper. The final panel showed Grandpa passing me a note that said, "Make it count." No names, no accusations, just the truth in pictures. The post exploded. Thousands of likes, shares, comments. Other people came forward, sharing stories of contested wills, greedy relatives, betrayals. I wasn't alone. And more importantly, I wasn't the villain in their eyes. Step 3 was preparing Ava. She agreed to testify. It wasn't easy. The night before her statement, she sat at my kitchen table drinking tea with trembling hands, reading her own typed words over and over like she was bracing for execution. "They're going to disown me," she whispered. "They disowned me too," I said. "And I survived." She looked at me like she was seeing me for the first time. "I used to be jealous of you," she admitted. "You left. You built a life. You had Grandpa." I looked down. "Yeah, but you had them. At least, I thought you did." "I didn't," she said, and there was no sadness in her voice, just clarity. "They only loved the version of me that obeyed." That night, we watched a rerun of some cooking show Grandpa used to love and didn't talk about the trial. We didn't need to. Step 4 was the wild card. The garage. I'd been slowly cataloging Grandpa's design folder, scanning each blueprint, writing short blurbs about his concepts, his notes, his ideas. I turned it into a digital archive, the Hutchins collection. Then I reached out to a vintage car restoration company in Los Angeles. I explained who I was, shared a few sample designs, and asked if they'd be interested in reviewing his work for potential licensing. They responded in 2 hours. "Yes, absolutely. Let's talk." By the end of the week, we had a preliminary agreement in writing, a design licensing deal that could turn his hand-drawn concepts into a retro accessory line. Decals, custom parts, limited edition builds. It wasn't a fortune yet, but it was proof that Grandpa's legacy had value beyond the will. That I wasn't squatting on an inheritance, I was stewarding it. And that made the timing of the final hearing even more perfect. Because now, I had a narrative, a witness, proof of harassment, and a brand new contract in my hands. All I had to do was wait. The day of the hearing, I wore one of Grandpa's flannel shirts under my blazer, tucked, clean, professional, but unmistakably me. I walked into the courtroom with Ava by my side. Sheila had her game face on, and I had a folder labeled Legacy. My parents were already there. They looked different, not smug, not confident, nervous. My father's hands were clasped too tightly. My mother's lipstick was too red, too fresh, like she'd reapplied it 3 times already. And when they saw Ava walk in with me, my mother's face cracked. The judge entered. The proceedings began. I won't bore you with legal jargon, but here's what mattered. Ava testified about the PI, the threats, and the internal conversations about the will. Sheila presented the subpoenaed documents. And I, calmly, clearly, shared what Grandpa had told me in his final months. I didn't manipulate him, I said. I took care of him. I made him laugh. I held his hand when he was in pain. I wasn't trying to win anything. I just didn't want him to die alone. And then I handed the judge a copy of the licensing agreement. "His ideas are going to live on," I said. "I'm making sure of that." The courtroom was silent. And then, right before the judge called a recess, Sheila leaned in and whispered, "They're cracking. You can see it." I nodded, breathing steady, because I wasn't scared anymore. I wasn't the art kid with nowhere to go. I was the heir to a legacy, and they were about to lose everything they tried to steal. The final day of the hearing didn't feel like a war. It felt like a quiet demolition, controlled, methodical. Each piece of their case, every shaky accusation, every manufactured insult, every whispered smear campaign, was dismantled one by one until all that remained was dust. Sheila called it surgical. I just called it justice. The judge returned from recess looking particularly grim. He shuffled through our files again, our evidence, the licensing contract, Ava's written testimony, and took a deep breath before speaking. In matters of contested wills, the burden of proof lies with those who allege undue influence or fraud. The evidence presented by the petitioners, he glanced over at my parents, fails to meet that standard. My mother stiffened. My father didn't move at all. The judge continued. Furthermore, the court finds compelling evidence that the decedent, Mr. Raymond Hutchins, made his final wishes clear, consistent, and free from coercion. The will dated March 14th stands as valid. The injunction is lifted. Full estate control reverts immediately to Owen Hutchins. The sound that left my mother's mouth was halfway between a gasp and a choke. And just like that, it was over. Well, legally. But the real fallout? That came after. They didn't storm out. That would have required a shred of dignity. Instead, my father stood with the stiffness of a man watching a lifetime of power slip through his fingers. He turned to Ava, his own daughter, and said through clenched teeth, "I hope you're proud of yourself." Ava didn't flinch. "I am," she said. He blinked, like he hadn't prepared for that. Then my mother, who'd spent most of the hearing scribbling passive-aggressive notes to their lawyer, tried one last performance. She stood, smoothed her dress, and said in a loud, pointed voice, "You manipulated him. He was old. He wasn't in his right mind. That money was never meant for. I don't care what you think anymore," I said, standing up, my voice calm but clear. "You already told me I wasn't part of this family. 10 years ago, remember?" She stared at me like I'd slapped her. And then Ava spoke. "No, Mom," she said. "What you really meant was that Owen didn't serve your image anymore. He didn't fit your Christmas card. And now that he's not struggling, now that he actually has something, you want to take it back." My mother turned pale. "And just so you know," Ava added, her voice icy, "I'm done playing the daughter you want." The silence was nuclear. Then my parents left, wordless, stiff-backed and tight-jawed, like royalty who'd just been politely exiled. They didn't look back. 3 days later, I received a message from my dad. Not a call, not even a voicemail, just a single text. "You'll regret this." I stared at it for a long time, and then I blocked the number. Life didn't change overnight. There was no victory parade, no fanfare, just peace. The house felt different now, like it had been scrubbed clean of shadows. I spent the next week clearing out the garage and turning Grandpa's old workspace into something new, something mine. I ordered new lighting, updated the ventilation, even built a small digital station with my tablet, scanner, and a vintage radio. I kept one corner untouched. The stool, the workbench, the pegboard of tools he arranged by size like soldiers on parade. That was his space, and it stayed sacred. The licensing deal went through within the month. We did a small soft launch, a limited set of blueprints, a few merch items, a heritage series of custom badges for muscle cars. The response was bigger than I expected. Word spread through online car communities. Restoration shops started calling. Collectors wanted prints. The best part? I didn't do it alone. Ava helped with the branding. Turns out, her finance background had a creative streak buried deep beneath the spreadsheets. She designed a sleek logo, an old wrench wrapped in a comic-style ribbon, with the words Hutchins built in Grandpa's handwriting. We started working together more often, awkward at first, then easy, like siblings relearning a language they forgot they shared. She moved back to Phoenix and cut off contact with our parents. I didn't ask what they said. I didn't need to know, because we were building something better. The final piece of the revenge wasn't public. It wasn't loud. It came in the form of a single certified envelope I had Sheila send to their lawyer. Inside was a cease and desist letter, not just regarding the PI harassment, but a formal warning that if either of them attempted to use Grandpa's name, likeness, or work in any financial capacity, we'd sue them into oblivion. Attached to the letter was a list of every brand that had now legally licensed Grandpa's intellectual property. I didn't want their money. I just wanted them to know, you lost. Permanently. According to Ava, my father threw a chair across his office when he saw the letter. My mother posted a cryptic, "You can love someone and still be deeply disappointed" status on Facebook, which got exactly one like, from someone named Denise who sells essential oils. Months passed. The house stayed quiet. I kept sketching. The comics evolved, not just about Grandpa now, but about healing, family, rebuilding. I told stories about the garage, the garden, the long Arizona sunsets he and I used to sit through without speaking. And one day, I got an email from a publisher. They wanted to turn the comic into a graphic novel. They said it had heart, that it mattered. And as I sat on the back porch, coffee in hand, flipping through the original sketchbook, the one that got soaked in the rain, now dried and wrinkled, I realized something. They were right. It did matter. All of it. Every broken moment. Every betrayal. Every quiet night spent wondering if I was worth loving. Because in the end, I found something stronger than revenge. I found purpose. Last week, I visited Grandpa's grave. I hadn't been back since the funeral. Not because I was avoiding it, but because I didn't know what to say. Now I did. I sat on the grass beside the stone. A simple one, with just his name, his birth date, and the words he built things carved into it. And I told him everything. About the trial, the comics, the licensing deal, Ava, the novel. And when I was done, I placed a folded copy of the graphic novel's cover beside his headstone, a sketch of him, toolbox in hand, smiling with his crooked grin, and said, "They couldn't tear it down, Grandpa. I built something, just like you told me to." A warm breeze passed through the trees, rustling the grass like applause. I sat there for a while, and when I finally stood up, I felt taller than I had in years. Stronger, free. And as I walked back to the truck, I realized something else. They didn't lose the inheritance. They lost me. And I'm the most valuable thing they never appreciated. That's the legacy they'll have to live with. And that. My name is Mason Hartwell, and I'm 32 years old. I don't usually go to family weddings anymore. I learned my lesson after the last one. The one where I caught my cousin Alicia making fun of the suit I wore, loudly, in front of her bridesmaids. That time, I just smiled and swallowed it. But this time I shouldn't have even gone. The wedding was for my younger cousin Chloe, the golden child of the Hartwell family. Everything about her was picture perfect. The career, the fiancé, the house her parents helped her buy, the social media accounts where her life looked like it had been edited by a movie director. I don't hold any of that against her. What I did hold against her, and the rest of my extended family, was how easily they dismissed me the second my life didn't look like theirs. I work in wine distribution, or more recently, I was working in it. A few months ago, I left my job to pursue something a little more ambitious, buying my own vineyard. I know, it sounds like a fantasy. Everyone made sure to tell me that too. Be realistic, Mason, my Aunt Janine said at Thanksgiving. You don't just buy a vineyard. They laughed over their wine glasses, not realizing I'd spent the last 2 years quietly saving every extra penny I made. I lived small. No new clothes. No vacations. No nights out. I was careful, disciplined, and absolutely no one noticed. So when I showed up at Chloe's wedding, wearing the same navy suit I'd worn to 4 other family functions, I could feel the whispers already. The only reason I even showed up was because my mother, sweet and endlessly optimistic, had asked me to come for her sake. She knew how hard I'd been working. She believed in me, the only one who really did. The wedding was held at some high-end venue just outside the city. One of those places with white walls, chandeliers, and a garden that looked like it had been grown from a Pinterest board. Everyone looked like a walking ad for a luxury magazine. I walked in feeling like a sales rep who'd wandered into a billionaire's gala. I didn't even make it to my seat before the first passive-aggressive jab hit. "Oh, Mason," Chloe's fiancé said, barely hiding a smirk. "Didn't recognize you. That the same suit from Melissa's wedding?" I smiled. "Yep, still fits." He blinked, clearly not expecting that. Then he just laughed and patted me on the back like I was a lovable fool. The ceremony passed in a blur, and I managed to stay out of everyone's way during the photos. At the reception, I got seated at the overflow table, the one with 2 distant cousins, a great uncle who kept falling asleep, and a random friend of the bride who didn't know anyone. I didn't mind. It was quiet, peaceful, until Alicia came over. "Mason," she said, her voice sugary sweet. "Come on, you can't just hide here. At least come say hi to the family." I should have said no, but something about her tone, that mocking, performative concern, made me follow her. She led me straight to the main table, where Chloe and her bridesmaids were sipping champagne and gossiping like they were filming a reality show. And that's when it happened. One of Chloe's friends, someone I didn't know, looked me up and down and said, "Oh, you must be the cousin from, What was it? The budget vineyard project? They all laughed. Then Alicia chimed in. Don't talk to him. He's the one who couldn't even afford a tux for the wedding. The laughter this time was louder. A couple of people tried to hide it. Most didn't bother. I just stood there, hands in my pockets, the cheap stitching on my jacket suddenly feeling like a spotlight. I looked at Chloe. She didn't say anything, just sipped her drink and turned away. I muttered, "Excuse me," and walked back to my table. I didn't cry. I didn't get angry. I just sat down and stared at my half-empty glass of water, trying not to let the sting of humiliation creep too deep into my chest. But inside, I was burning. They didn't know. They didn't know that I was already in the final stages of bidding for a vineyard out in Sonoma. That after dozens of failed meetings, rejected loan applications, and nights spent crunching numbers until 3 a.m., a small, struggling estate had finally agreed to consider my offer. I'd flown out there twice, walked the soil, tasted the grapes, talked with the current owner about legacy, about family. But to them, I was still just Mason, the poor cousin, the dreamer, the guy who wore the same suit twice. The reception carried on. Speeches, toasts, and an over-the-top cake that looked more like a sculpture than dessert. I kept my head down, texting my mom occasionally just to have someone to talk to. She was sitting with her old friends on the other side of the hall, blissfully unaware of the earlier humiliation. I didn't want to ruin her night. Then it happened. Just as they were cutting the cake, a long, sleek black car pulled up in front of the venue. You could see it through the giant glass windows that overlooked the driveway. A few people glanced over, curious. I didn't think much of it. Maybe someone important had arrived late. The driver stepped out first. Tall, suit pressed within an inch of its life. Then the back door opened. A man stepped out. Older, silver hair, commanding presence. He walked with purpose. He looked like someone who didn't get ignored at parties. He stepped into the hall, scanned the room, and said in a loud, clear voice, "Sorry to interrupt. Is Mr. Hartwell here?" Every head turned. I blinked. I slowly stood up. He walked directly to me, pulled a sleek leather folder from his briefcase, and handed it to me with both hands. "They accepted your bid," he whispered, with a small smile. "The vineyard, it's yours." There was a moment of silence. Then my Aunt Janine dropped her fork. And that was just the beginning. The moment the words left his mouth, it was like time cracked in half. I stood there, folder in hand, with 24 eyes boring into me. The man, his name was Mr. Caldwell, the estate lawyer I'd been working with for weeks, gave me a firm nod and stepped back. As he turned to leave, the hush that had swallowed the room began to break apart. "Wait, what vineyard?" someone near the front whispered. "Did he say accepted his bid?" said another. But the voice that finally shattered the silence came from my cousin Alicia. "Oh, come on," she scoffed, laughing like it was some elaborate prank. "This is a joke, right? Mason, you hired someone to crash the wedding and pretend you're some vineyard owner? That's honestly kind of sad." I didn't say anything, just opened the folder. Inside were the finalized documents. Legal signatures. A confirmation of the wire transfer that had cleared an hour ago. The vineyard, Woodmere Hill, a 56-acre estate with Pinot Noir and Chardonnay vines stretching across gentle slopes, was now under my name. I looked up at Alicia, then Chloe, then my Aunt Janine, who still hadn't picked up her fork. "No joke," I said quietly. "I just didn't think this was the right time to bring it up." The silence that followed wasn't stunned anymore. It was uneasy, embarrassed. People glanced at each other, unsure of how to process what just happened. A few faces, the ones who had laughed the loudest earlier, were now frozen mid-chew. And then, from the other side of the room, I heard my mom's voice. "Mason." She pushed through the crowd, looking concerned. I raised the folder gently in her direction. "Mom, it's done. I got it." She blinked. "You mean?" "Woodmere. It's mine." I'll never forget the way her face changed. From confusion, to dawning realization, to absolute pride. She wrapped her arms around me without hesitation. "I knew you'd do it," she whispered. "I knew you would." I don't know what felt better, the hug, or the look of utter confusion spreading across Chloe's face. "But wait," she said slowly, walking toward us with her champagne still in hand. "You actually bought a vineyard? Like a real one?" "Yep," I said simply. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" she asked, but there was no curiosity in her tone. Just frustration. Like she'd been robbed of a piece of gossip she now desperately wanted. I shrugged. Didn't seem like anyone cared. Behind her, Her fiancé was shifting uncomfortably. Alicia was silent. My uncle, Janine's husband, muttered something about checking the valet. And Janine herself, always the loudest critic of my delusions, was now suddenly very interested in the flower arrangement in front of her. Then came the pivot, that sudden shift you always see in people like them. When the story flips and they try to rewrite it as if they were always on your side. "Oh, Mason," Janine finally spoke, forcing a brittle smile. "That's wonderful news. You know, I always told your mother you had a good head on your shoulders." I met her gaze. "You told her I was wasting my life on a fantasy." She let out a dry chuckle. "Oh, don't be so sensitive. You know we all tease each other. It's family." "Sure," I said, folding the folder shut. "Family." I turned back to my mom and whispered, "Want to get out of here?" But before she could answer, Chloe stepped closer again, eyes a little too wide now. "Wait, is it that vineyard near the river? The one with the rose garden?" I nodded. "That's the one." "No way," she breathed. "That's stunning. I saw photos on Instagram. It's like full-on fairy tale vibes. You could host weddings there." There it was. The moment the gears clicked in her mind. And before I could even process that, she leaned forward just a bit and asked, voice syrupy sweet, "Would you ever consider, letting us do the reception there? For the photos?" I looked at her, at the girl who hadn't defended me once today, who sat silently while her friends and cousins mocked me, who had just hours ago laughed at my suit and my dreams. And I smiled. "I don't think so." The words weren't angry. They weren't spiteful. They were calm, clean, honest. And it was that calm that hit her the hardest. She blinked. "What?" I shrugged. "It's not available. Especially not for people who thought I was a punchline 5 minutes ago." You could almost hear the temperature in the room drop. My mom gently took my arm. "Mason, let's go." I nodded. But before I turned, I looked around one last time. At the faces now quietly chewing their cake with shame or discomfort. At the cousins who'd laughed behind their glasses. At the aunt who had once told me I was too soft to survive in business. I didn't gloat. I didn't shout. I just said, "Enjoy the wedding." And we walked out the door, past the marble columns and the valet, toward the same car Mr. Caldwell had arrived in. The driver opened the door for us, and I slid inside. As we pulled away, I glanced back once, just in time to see Alicia standing at the window, watching the car disappear into the evening. And I couldn't help but smile. The ride back to the hotel was quiet at first. My mom kept glancing at me like she was still trying to piece everything together, like she wasn't sure if she'd imagined the whole thing. Then finally, she spoke. "You didn't tell me it was Woodmere." "I didn't want to jinx it," I said, still staring out the window. "We've been through so many maybes over the years. I thought if I talked about it too soon, it'd slip through my fingers." She reached over and took my hand. "I'm proud of you, Mason. I always have been. But tonight, that was something else." I didn't say anything right away. I just nodded. There was a strange stillness in my chest. Not joy, not relief. Just calm. For the first time in years, I felt like I'd finally stepped out from under someone else's shadow. When we got back to the hotel, I opened my laptop. The Vineyard team had already emailed to congratulate me and schedule the official handover tour. I skimmed through the message and noticed something at the bottom. An invitation to attend the annual Vintners Gala, a sort of private gathering for estate owners and major distributors. It was being held in 2 weeks. I clicked RSVP. Then I sat back and thought about the reception. How Chloe's eyes had shifted the second she realized what Woodmere meant. How Janine had gone from scoffing at me to smiling like we'd always been close. How Alicia hadn't said a single word after I walked away. But it wasn't over. Not really. Because 3 days later, the text started. First it was Alicia. "Hey, Mason. Crazy night, huh? Just wanted to say I hope we didn't come off too strong. We were just joking around. You know how weddings get." Then my uncle. "Heard about the vineyard. That's impressive, son. We should talk sometime. I might have a few investor friends you'd want to meet." Then Chloe. "Hey, can we talk? I feel like there's a weird vibe between us after the wedding, and I'd really hate for this to affect our relationship going forward." I didn't reply, because I wasn't ready to talk yet. Not because I was angry, but because I needed time to figure out what kind of person I wanted to be now that I had the upper hand. But I did show the text to my mom, who just raised her eyebrows and said, "Well, look who's remembering they have a cousin." That weekend, I drove up to Woodmere Hill for the first time as its owner. It wasn't a glamorous arrival, no ribbon-cutting ceremony or welcome parade. Just me, in an old car, with a packed lunch and a notepad full of plans. The air smelled like sun-warmed grapes and dry soil. A few of the vines were already heavy with early fruit. The tasting room was modest, but charming. The old owner, Mr. Lavoie, met me by the barn and handed over the keys with a long, firm handshake. "You got big dreams, Hartwell?" he asked. "I do." "Good. Dreams keep these vines alive. Just remember, it's not about the wine. It's about the people who drink it. Treat them right." I thought about that as I walked through the fields that evening, watching the lights stretch long over the hills. I thought about how I wanted Woodmere to be something real. Not a status symbol, not a way to rub success in anyone's face, just something honest and beautiful that I'd built with my own hands. But of course, nothing stays quiet for long. Because the next morning, I woke up to see that Chloe had tagged me in an Instagram story. A slideshow from the wedding. Glittering lights. The cake. Her and her husband dancing. And then a photo of me, standing at the edge of the room, folder in hand, with the caption, "When your cousin shows up in a thrift store suit but low-key owns a vineyard," skull emoji. I stared at the screen, my stomach knotting. Not because she'd exposed me. I wasn't hiding anything. But because even now, even after everything, she still didn't get it. Still didn't understand what it meant to work in silence. To chase something no one believed in. To be mocked and dismissed and still keep going. I didn't reply, but I did post a photo that afternoon, my first real post in months. It was a wide shot of the vineyard, golden lights spilling across the hills, rows of vines curving into the horizon. Just a simple caption underneath. Started small, still growing. Within minutes, my DMs lit up. Chloe again. Alicia. Even the groom. They wanted to talk. Reconnect. Grab lunch sometime. And then came the final twist. A call from Janine. I almost didn't pick up, but curiosity won. "Hello. Mason, hi." Her voice was bright, rehearsed. "I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time." "What's up?" "Oh, I just wanted to say how proud we all are of you. And also, I had an idea. Chloe and I were thinking, we'd love to do a small family brunch at your vineyard. Nothing big, just a few close relatives. We thought it could be a lovely way to reconnect." I paused. Reconnect? Yes. And it would really help Chloe. The venue they originally booked for her post-wedding photo shoot fell through, and Woodmere is just, well, it's so photogenic. Perfect lighting. That rose garden. Right. There was a silence on her end, like she was waiting for the yes. But instead I said, "I'll think about it." "Oh," she said, clearly not expecting that. "Well, we'd need to know by next week, of course, since her photographer." I said I'll think about it. And I ended the call. But I wasn't thinking about it. I was thinking about something else entirely, something that had been growing slowly in my mind since the day of the wedding, when I walked out with the folder in my hand, and every single one of them stared at me like I was a stranger. Something bigger. Something they weren't ready for. I gave them 2 weeks. 2 weeks to see if any of them would follow up with something real, not a photo op request or a fake brunch invite, but an actual apology. Something honest. Something I could believe in. It never came. What had come were more posts. More tags. Chloe uploaded an entire carousel of wedding photos, including that shot of me with the folder again, this time cropped tighter, captioned, "When your cousin turns out to be a secret wine King Crown grapes, still waiting for our tour, at Mason Hartwell." The comments were full of mutuals I didn't know, dropping things like, "OMG, you didn't tell us you were related to that vineyard," and "free wine hookup," and "that's a flex." It was all aesthetic. All shallow. That's when I made my decision. I emailed my assistant. Yes, I'd hired one. Her name was Jody, sharp as a razor and twice as quick, and told her to clear the calendar for the last weekend of the month. I had something special in mind for the grand reopening of the vineyard under new ownership. Something unforgettable. Jody helped me put together a private invitation list. Old friends. A few loyal mentors. People I respected from the industry. A handful of former co-workers who'd been there for me when I was dead broke and eating ramen 4 nights a week. And, almost as an afterthought, I sent out a separate invitation to my extended family. The email was formal, polite, professional. Woodmere Hill is officially reopening under new ownership. We would be honored to have you join us for a private reception and tour. Dress code is formal. RSVP required. I didn't expect many of them to come. I was wrong. The morning of the event, they showed up in droves. Chloe came first, dressed in an off-white dress that might as well have been a second wedding gown. Her husband trailed behind, taking selfies and whispering to her about where the good angles were. Then came Janine and her husband, both in expensive but loud outfits that screamed new money. Alicia showed up late, of course, in heels too tall for the gravel path, already complaining about the lack of valet service. I greeted them with a smile, professional and distant. Mason, Janine air-kissed the air near my cheek. This place is stunning. You've really outdone yourself. Thanks, I said flatly. You found it okay? Oh yes, Chloe sent us the pin. We're just so excited to see everything. We were actually talking on the way up. Wouldn't it be fun to host a family reunion here next year? Chloe chimed in, looping her arm through mine like we were suddenly best friends. It would be perfect. And those rolling hills, God, they'd look so dreamy in my bridal portfolio. We just have to do a shoot here. I nodded. Let's take a walk first. I led them through the vineyard, down a path lined with lanterns and trimmed rose bushes. The rest of the guests, the real guests, were already gathered near the tasting room, sipping wine, laughing, chatting. People who'd known me back when I was sleeping on an air mattress and mapping out vineyard ownership on napkins. I brought the family group to a private side terrace with a view overlooking the valley. A long table was set there, covered in local produce, cheeses, and wine bottles labeled with the new Woodmere logo, a simple H etched into a grapevine. Alicia picked up a bottle. This is you? Mason, this is gorgeous. You could totally get into Whole Foods with this branding. I already did, I said. She blinked. Wait, seriously? I nodded. The deal closes next month. And Nordstrom's Wine Club is picking up our rose line. There was a pause. Janine cleared her throat. Well, isn't that something? You really turned this all around, didn't you? And there it was again. That same shift. That same tone. The rewritten history. We always knew you had it in you, she added quickly. Chloe nodded. Totally. We were just teasing at the wedding. You know that, right? That's when I reached into my jacket and pulled out a small folder. Familiar shape. Different contents. I actually brought something for you all, I said. I handed each of them an envelope with their names printed in gold. They opened them slowly. Inside, gift certificates. But not for wine. Not for brunch. For nothing. Instead, the letter read, Asterisk, this is not a gift. It's a reminder. That silence is louder than mockery. That real support shows up when no one's watching. That I remember everything you said and everything you didn't. You're standing here today not because you believed in me, but because now you want to be seen believing. Woodmere Hill is closed to you. There will be no reunion here. No bridal shoot. No influencer brunch. You may tour the grounds today. You may even take your selfies. But when the sun sets, you will leave. And you will not be invited back. Asterisk. Mason Hartwell. The silence that followed was heavier than anything I'd felt at that wedding. Chloe's face went white. Alicia muttered, What is this? Janine, for once, was speechless. I gave you a chance, I said quietly. You didn't take it. I turned and walked back toward the main terrace, where laughter and music floated through the air like freedom. They didn't follow. Later that evening, as the sun dropped below the hills and the lanterns flickered to life, I stood at the top of the vineyard and looked out over the rows of vines. The people who mattered were here. Jody, my mom, my old friend Leo, who used to split sandwiches with me back when we were interns. Mr. Lavoie, the former owner, who raised a glass to me from across the lawn. We toasted under the stars. And I realized I wasn't angry anymore. Not even a little. Because revenge doesn't always come in the form of rage. Sometimes it's just a quiet table set without them. A business that thrives without their name on it. A legacy that belongs to you, and you alone. As the final guests said their goodbyes, I walked my mother to her car. She looked up at me and smiled. You know, I think your grandfather would have been proud. Yeah. He always used to say, the best grapes grow in rocky soil. You proved him right. I hugged her tightly. Then I watched her drive away, headlights fading down the winding road. I stood alone in the vineyard for a moment longer, letting the cool air settle around me. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't just Mason Hartwell. I was the man who'd made the soil bloom. And I didn't need their approval anymore. I'd already outgrown it. I was never the kind of person who needed to be the center of attention. Growing up, I learned early that silence was often safer. In a house where volume and vanity got you noticed, I became very good at keeping my head down and finding peace in quieter pursuits. My name's Brooks, I'm 34 now, and I teach high school English at a public school a few towns over. It's not glamorous, it doesn't pay six figures, and there are days the kids drive me to the brink of madness, but I genuinely love it. I love the books, the conversations, the moment you see a student's eyes light up because something finally clicks. I've always thought success didn't have to look like loud applause or gold watches. But apparently, not everyone in my family shares that view. Especially not my older sister, Veronica. If you met her for 5 seconds, you'd know exactly what I mean. Veronica's always had this way of making every room about her. She doesn't enter, she arrives. Hair perfectly curled, designer bag slung just so over her arm, wedding ring catching the light with every exaggerated hand gesture. She's 2 years older than me, and she's the kind of woman who talks about manifesting wealth and vibrational frequency, but has never held a job longer than a few months. Her real claim to fame is her husband, Greg, a mid-level executive at some real estate development firm with a name like Sterling Hawk and Partners. Rich enough that Veronica doesn't need to work, but not so rich that she can actually justify the way she throws his money around like she married into royalty. My parents, especially my dad, have always tiptoed around Veronica. She was the delicate one, the one who needed a little more support. It started in high school when she would cry over B+ and blame her teachers for not liking her vibe, and it only escalated from there. She failed out of her first college, blamed the toxic dorm energy, and took a semester off to find herself in Bali, aka party with Australian backpackers on my parents' dime. Meanwhile, I was working 2 jobs, commuting to school, and trying to stretch my meal plan so I could afford books. But despite all that, or maybe because of it, I kept my distance. I figured if I just stayed in my own lane, kept doing what I loved, eventually they'd see the value in it. Or at the very least, leave me alone about it. They didn't. Still, I'd learned to tolerate the jabs over the years. The passive-aggressive comments during holidays. The way Veronica would joke about how I must love being surrounded by hormonal teenagers all day. Or how admirable it was that I didn't need material things to be happy. I got good at brushing it off. Nodding. Smiling. Changing the subject. I thought if I didn't give it oxygen, it would burn itself out. Then came Dad's retirement party. It was supposed to be a small gathering, just family and a few of his closest colleagues from the city. He'd spent nearly 4 decades working as an engineer, the kind of man who showed up early, stayed late, and never complained. He didn't care for big shows, so the idea was to keep it simple. My mom rented out a private room at a restaurant he liked, and I volunteered to make a slideshow of his old photos and work projects. I even got a few of his former team members to send in some video messages. It was supposed to be about him. But the moment Veronica walked in, 5 minutes late, of course, wearing a backless emerald dress like she was attending the Met Gala, I knew it wouldn't be. She floated into the room, air-kissing everyone, dragging poor Greg behind her like a human credit card. "I'm so sorry we're late," she said to no one in particular. Traffic was insane. We had to reroute the Tesla through some back roads. Greg, didn't the GPS glitch or something? Greg, who always looks like he's on the verge of blinking "help me" in Morse code, nodded mutely. Veronica turned to our dad and gave him a dramatic hug. "Daddy, you look amazing. Retirement is so chic on you." He chuckled awkwardly. "Thanks, pumpkin." I stayed seated, sipping my ginger ale and waiting for the evening to settle back into something resembling normal. But as soon as appetizers were served, Veronica began holding court at the table like it was her own farewell tour. "Greg's firm is launching this new complex out in the Hamptons," she said, swirling her wine. "It's going to be, like, revolutionary. You know, real, eco-modern luxury." Honestly, I told him he should hire an influencer to promote it on TikTok. But these corporate types are so behind the curve. I nodded politely. "Sounds high-end." "Oh, totally," she said, turning to one of my dad's coworkers. "And you know, it's funny, people always ask me how I landed such a successful man. I tell them, manifesting, darling. I always knew I'd end up with someone powerful. I could never be with someone who just, teaches or something." I felt my face flush, but I didn't say anything. "Not yet." "Oh. No offense, Brooks," she added quickly, touching my arm like that would somehow make it better. "You know I admire what you do. It's just not scalable." "Scalable?" I repeated. "Yeah, growth potential. Income ceilings. Like, you can't really build wealth that way. I forced a laugh. I'm not trying to build an empire, Veronica. I just like my job. She gave me that pitying smile, the one she's probably practiced in the mirror. Of course you do. That's what makes you so grounded. It might have ended there, if not for the woman sitting across from us. Her name was Sharon, one of Dad's former project leads, and she'd been quietly observing the whole exchange with the kind of patience only someone who's worked in male-dominated fields for 40 years can muster. I actually read Brooke's short story collection last month, she said suddenly. Really impressive work. Veronica's head turned so fast I thought her neck might snap. You right? She asked. I nodded, suddenly self-conscious. Yeah, I've been working on a manuscript in my spare time. It's, kind of a passion project. Well, passion's great, Veronica said, barely masking her smirk. But, is it published? It's actually being published this fall, I said, a little more firmly. Got the offer a couple months ago. Sharon chimed in again. It's a solid advance, too. I saw the announcement in the industry newsletter, 6 figures, right? I didn't even have time to nod before Veronica reached across the table, grabbed my phone off the placemat, and started tapping into it like she had a right to do that. Excuse me, I said, reaching for it. Relax, she said, waving me off. I just want to see the proof. Everyone exaggerates these things. I mean, if you really got a book deal, there should be. Oh. Her voice stopped. Dead. She'd opened the email from my agent, the one with the signed contract and payment breakdown. Her eyes scanned the numbers, and her smug little half-smile disappeared like it had been slapped off her face. She blinked, then blinked again, then slowly, carefully, set my phone down like it was made of glass. The color drained from her face. For the first time in years, maybe ever, Veronica had absolutely nothing to say. And in that frozen silence, with everyone at the table watching, something inside me shifted. She tried to laugh it off. That's the thing about Veronica. She's like one of those inflatable clowns that pop back up no matter how hard you punch them. It's never the full fall, not right away. She reached for her wine glass with a shaky hand, still plastering on that brittle, artificial smile. Well, I guess even teachers get lucky sometimes, she said, her voice just slightly off-pitch. Must have been some kind of niche market thing, right? Like a self-help for students. No, I replied calmly. It's a novel. Literary fiction, Sharon added. It's actually being talked about for a few awards. Early buzz is strong. Veronica went quiet again. For the first time that evening, she seemed out of her element, like someone had pulled the rug out from under her, and she didn't know where to plant her heels. But her silence didn't last long. It never did. Greg leaned in, clearly trying to diffuse the tension. Well, that's really great, Brooks. Congratulations, man. That's huge. Thanks, Greg, I said. And I meant it. Greg's not a bad guy. Just terminally married to the wrong woman. Dinner carried on with awkward energy, like a balloon just waiting for someone to press too hard and pop it. Veronica stayed mostly quiet until dessert, but the gears in her head were clearly turning. She kept looking at me like she was trying to solve a math problem she'd failed before. Something didn't compute, and it bothered her deeply. We moved into the presentation I'd made for Dad. The slideshow went over beautifully. Photos from the 80s, videos from his final week on the job, even a short clip of his old college friends roasting him for turning soft in retirement. The whole room laughed. Dad teared up. I could see he was touched, and Mom squeezed his hand. I glanced over and caught Veronica rolling her eyes. Really? She muttered, just loud enough for me to hear. Sorry, I asked. She smiled thinly. Nothing. It's just, slideshows are so expected. You know? Like a Hallmark card. It's what Dad wanted. She shrugged. Sure. Nostalgia's your thing. It fits. And there it was. The backhanded remark. The tone. I took a breath. Let it go. After the slideshow, people started mingling again. The room had thinned a bit. Some coworkers had left. A few relatives were lingering near the dessert table. I stepped outside for some air, mostly to avoid saying something I couldn't take back. That's when I saw her on the patio, phone pressed to her ear, pacing in circles in those ridiculous stiletto heels. He said 6 figures, but that has to be before taxes. And publishing contracts are never paid out all at once. It's not like he's suddenly rich. He's still just a teacher with a fluke book deal. Calm down, Mom. I'm not worried. I mean, it's not like he's actually going to make it. She paused, listening. Then, lower. Even if he does, What does that mean? I'm still the one who married into a good family. I don't need a book to prove my worth. He's just trying to feel important. I stepped back inside quietly, my stomach turning. There's something so uniquely painful about hearing the people who share your blood root against you in real time. Not to your face. Not honestly. But in whispers and sideways glances and assumptions made behind closed doors. Later that night, we said our goodbyes. Veronica didn't hug me, just waved and smiled like we were co-workers who barely knew each other. I told my parents I'd call them next week, and I meant it. I wasn't angry. Not yet. Just tired. Drained in that invisible way only family can make you feel. The weeks that followed were strange. At first, there was silence. No texts from Veronica. No calls from Mom. But then the group chat lit up one morning with a message from my mother. Mom, Brooks, I saw the advance amount on your book. That's quite a surprise. Veronica told me. She said you're handling it responsibly, though. That's good. Me? How did Veronica see the contract? Mom. Oh, she mentioned it slipped out when you showed her something on your phone. Don't be upset. It's just family. I stared at the screen. Something clicked. She hadn't just peeked at my phone during dinner. She'd gone back and later, into my email, into my files. Because there's no way my mom would know the exact number unless someone fed it to her. I called her. Veronica told you the exact contract details? I asked. Well, she said she saw them. Honey, you should be proud. That kind of money. Mom, I said, keeping my voice level. She read a private email. She opened documents that weren't hers. You think that's okay? There was a pause. She was just curious. It's not like she's going to do anything with it. I hung up, and that's when the real trouble started. 2 days later, I started getting emails from strangers. LinkedIn DMs. A few congrats from people I hadn't spoken to in years. One even asked if I was hiring an assistant now that I was making it big. I was confused until I found the post. Veronica had gone on Facebook, her sacred social soapbox, and written a long, syrupy update about how proud she was of her little brother Brooks, who just landed a massive 6-figure book deal. The post continued. We always knew he was talented, but this just confirms it. From classrooms to book tours, what a glow up. Don't forget us little people when you're famous. We're already taking bets on whether Oprah calls first. Attached was a screenshot of the contract summary. Redacted, yes, but not well enough. You could still make out the structure, the bullet points, and the total amount before taxes. She'd cropped my email header, but forgot to remove the Gmail tab in the screenshot. I stared at the post, nauseated. She made my private career milestone into her moment. Like she was the proud parent, the mentor, the reason I'd succeeded. I texted her immediately. Me. Take it down. No response. I called. Voicemail. So I left a comment. Me. This wasn't yours to share. Please take it down. It got 30 likes in 5 minutes and a dozen responses like, wait, did she post this without asking? And yikes. An hour later, the post vanished. She finally called that evening. Her voice was icy. You embarrassed me in front of my friends. You invaded my privacy. I was celebrating you. You posted a contract screenshot and didn't even ask me. She exhaled dramatically. You've always been so ungrateful. You finally do something noteworthy, and instead of thanking me for helping boost your platform, you shame me publicly. I almost laughed. Helping? You were using it. I'm your sister, Brooks. That means something. Family means you don't humiliate each other over something petty. I hung up again. I didn't trust myself to say anything else. I thought that would be the end of it. She got called out, she backed off. But Veronica never retreats. She regroups. 3 weeks later, my parents invited us both over for dinner. Neutral ground. No drama, they said. Just a simple meal to celebrate Dad's retirement again. Quietly this time, just us four. I almost said no. But part of me wanted to believe it could be normal again. I should have known better. The moment I walked in, I saw the change. A subtle rearrangement of energy. Mom had set the table with the good plates. Veronica was already seated, sipping wine. Greg was missing, apparently tied up at work. Brooks, Mom said with forced cheerfulness. So glad you made it. Hey, I said, glancing toward the kitchen. Something smells good. Veronica stood and came over, arms wide like we were best friends. Truce, she asked, with a faux innocent smile. Let's just enjoy tonight. No tension. Sure, I said, but my gut twisted. We sat. We ate. The small talk flowed like cheap wine, awkward, overfilled, and slightly bitter. Halfway through dessert, Veronica clinked her glass. "So," she said, smiling too brightly. "We were talking about Brooke's book, and I had an idea." Dad looked confused. "An idea?" She turned to me. "You've got a platform now. Buzz. Visibility. And you're still young. But what you don't have is a long-term strategy." "Strategy for what?" I asked, already bracing. "Branding. Expansion. Leveraging the moment. You should be thinking about the next 3 books. Speaking engagements. Online courses. Workshops. Monetization." I blinked. "That's not really where I'm at right now." She waved me off. "That's the problem. You're not thinking big enough. But I can help. We could create something together. A platform. Maybe even a joint podcast. I've already reserved a domain. TheBrooksEffect.com. Clean, simple. People love teacher-to-entrepreneur arcs." My stomach dropped. "You what?" "I bought the domain. Just in case. And I mocked up a few logos. We could launch by summer. I'd handle PR, obviously." It wasn't even subtle anymore. She'd hijacked my career in her head and was now publicly claiming a stake in it. That was the moment something inside me broke. Not loudly, not violently, but with the kind of quiet certainty that only comes when a boundary has been crossed for the last time. I stood slowly. "Where are you going?" Mom asked. I looked directly at Veronica. "You bought a domain in my name, using my work, without asking?" I was trying to help. "You don't know how to scale success. You've been poor your whole life." Dad flinched. Mom gasped. I just stared at her and smiled, but not the kind she expected. Not the polite kind. The kind that says you just made the biggest mistake of your life. And I hadn't even begun my revenge yet. But I would. Soon. I didn't storm out of the house. That's what Veronica wanted. A dramatic scene. Something she could turn into a story where she was the gracious, misunderstood peacemaker and I was the unstable, sensitive artist who just couldn't handle success. No, I didn't give her that. I pushed my chair back calmly, dabbed my mouth with the napkin, and said to my parents, "Thanks for dinner." Then I looked straight at my sister and added, "You'll be hearing from my attorney soon." She laughed. Actually laughed. "Brooks," she said, voice laced with mock amusement, "are you seriously threatening legal action over a domain name?" I didn't answer. Just picked up my coat from the back of the chair and walked out. I didn't slam the door. I didn't turn back. But inside, something was burning. It wasn't just about the domain. It was about everything. Every dig, every undermining whisper, every condescending smile at family dinners. Every time I let her frame me as the failure so she could play the sparkling, successful sibling. This wasn't just some sibling rivalry. This was a pattern of erasure. A lifelong campaign to make me feel like less. And for a while, it worked. I'll be honest, that night wrecked me. I barely slept. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying her words. "You've been poor your whole life." Like success was just a paycheck. Like value was something you could swipe on a platinum Amex. For the next week, I went through the motions. I taught my classes. I graded essays. I showed up, but I wasn't really there. My students noticed. I caught one of them whispering, "He seems kinda off lately." I couldn't blame them. The book deal that had once felt like a personal victory now felt tainted. Instead of joy, I felt watched. Used. Like even the one thing I'd worked for outside the family's expectations was now something they believed they could take credit for. Or worse, control. Veronica had crossed a line, and my parents didn't even flinch. But I didn't spiral. Not this time. Because after the silence, after the ache and the shame and the confusion, something else arrived. Something quieter, stronger, more patient. Resolve. You see, I may not have grown up with the loudest voice in the house, but I paid attention. I listened. I learned. And one of the things I learned was that people like Veronica never think the quiet ones are capable of winning. They only pay attention to the drama, not the details. And I'd always been good with details. The first thing I did was call my friend Maya, a former classmate from grad school who now worked at a boutique intellectual property law firm. She answered on the second ring. "Hey stranger, don't tell me you're getting sued already." "Worse," I said. "My sister bought a domain name with my name in it and is trying to build a brand off my book deal." There was a pause. "Please tell me you trademarked your author name." I had. It was one of the first things my agent advised me to do after the deal went through. The paperwork had cleared 2 months ago. "Good," Maya said. "Send me the receipts. Let me take a look." 2 days later, she called me back, all business. So here's the deal. Legally, you've got solid footing. If she's monetizing anything using your registered name, or even attempting to, she's violating both your trademark and your publicity rights. She's claiming it's family, I said. That she's just trying to help. Maya snorted. That argument lasts exactly 30 seconds in a courtroom. Do you want me to send a formal cease and desist? Yes, I said. But not yet. Because I had an idea. Something bigger. But to pull it off, I needed to rebuild. Not just legally, but personally. For the first time in years, I started prioritizing myself. I turned my phone off for a few days. No social media. No family group chats. I took long walks after school, even when it was cold. I found a used bookstore near my apartment and wandered the aisles for hours. I rediscovered the kind of peace that came from not being in reaction mode all the time. I made a playlist. I meditated. I journaled, something I hadn't done since college. At first, it felt awkward, like I was pretending to be someone else. But slowly it helped. It made the thoughts less jumbled, the pain less sharp. Then I got back to work. I met with my publisher again and gave them my revised tour plan. I proposed adding a few workshops for young writers, especially in underfunded schools. They loved the idea, said it aligned perfectly with my story and voice. You're not just another debut novelist, my publicist said. You're a teacher and an author. That's a rare combo. We can build something real around that. I nodded. For the first time since the party, I felt excited again. I started preparing presentations. I built a small team, just 2 former students who were now in college, to help with content and logistics. I paid them fairly, gave them mentorship in return. They were sharp, passionate, ready. We launched a quiet blog. No hype, no big splash. Just thoughtful pieces about the writing process, classroom stories, advice for balancing creativity and burnout. Slowly, it picked up traction. By the time March rolled around, the pre-orders for the book had doubled. A few teacher TikTokers mentioned it. Then a librarian's post went semi-viral. Suddenly, I was getting emails from schools in 3 different states, asking if I'd consider speaking to their students. And through it all, I kept my head down. I didn't post passive-aggressive subtweets. I didn't feed the fire. I just kept building. But I wasn't ignoring Veronica. Oh no, I was watching. Because while I was rebuilding, she was spinning out. In that slow, unraveling way only narcissists do when they realize the narrative is slipping from their hands. She started posting vague statuses like, some people can't handle success and others. Sad. Then there were cryptic Instagram stories, filtered selfies with captions like, let them hate. Queens keep shining. But the best part? She tried to launch the website anyway. TheBrooksEffect.com. It went live on a Tuesday. It had a stock photo header, a pixelated logo, and a paragraph that read like a poorly written LinkedIn bio. Welcome to The Brooks Effect, your new favorite space for lifestyle inspiration, creative writing tips, and entrepreneurial motivation. Brought to you by the sibling team behind one of 2025's most anticipated debut novels. I almost choked on my coffee. She'd listed herself as brand director. She'd even put a fake contact email, brookscoaching@gmail.com, and a booking form. The audacity. The absolute gall. But I didn't react. Not publicly. I just forwarded the link to Maya. She replied within minutes. Maya, she really did it? Oh, this is going to be fun. Sending the cease and desist today. Want me to BCC you? Me? Yes. But give her 48 hours. I want to see what she does first. And that 48 hours, who boy? She started DMing people I'd worked with, bloggers, librarians, even my publishers in turn, asking if they'd like to be featured on her news site. One of them forwarded the message to me with a note. Did you approve this? I didn't respond. I just waited. Then came the cease and desist. It was a thing of beauty. Precise. Unemotional. Legal perfection. She didn't respond for 2 days. Then, finally, I got a text. Veronica, seriously? A cease and desist? Over a harmless website? You're acting like I stole your identity. I didn't answer. 10 minutes later, another one. Veronica, you're being dramatic. I was trying to support your brand. You're not exactly a PR genius, Brooks. Still, I stayed silent. Let her spiral. Let her show her true colors without interference. But I wasn't done. Because this wasn't just about stopping her. It was about reclaiming the space she tried to steal. 2 weeks later, I bought the domain brookshawthorne.com. Simple. Clean. My full name. I hired a designer, a student from one of my workshops, and we built a beautiful site. Professional photos, press kit, speaking request form, blog archives, upcoming tour dates, teacher resources. It went live the same week as my book launch. And on the homepage, in big, bold text, it read, "Built by a teacher, not a brand director." And that was just the beginning. I didn't grow up thinking I'd ever get revenge. That was always Veronica's domain, stealing the spotlight, getting the last word, spinning a narrative to suit her image. For most of my life, I'd been the one who left rooms quietly, who bit my tongue and let things slide. But something changed the day she claimed ownership of my story, then paraded it like it was hers to sell. I think some people mistake revenge for rage. But real revenge, the lasting kind, isn't loud. It's not violent or hasty. It's quiet. It's patient. It's a chess match where you don't flinch, even when the queen falls, because you know the king's next. And I had spent my entire life learning how to wait. By the time my website went live and the book tour kicked off, I had already mapped the entire plan. Not out of spite, not to be cruel, but because there comes a point where you stop protecting the people who keep cutting you, even if they share your last name, especially when they weaponize that name against you. The first step was to reclaim my identity, publicly. I leaned into the book's success, yes, but I also leaned into me. I gave interviews where I talked about teaching in underfunded schools, about the quiet kids who never got picked first, about how literature gave me a voice when I didn't have one. I wasn't flashy. I wasn't dramatic. I was real, and people responded. Articles started coming out with headlines like, "The teacher who turned his after-school scribbles into a book deal." Brooks Hawthorne is the introvert championing young writers everywhere. I didn't feed these stories. I didn't need to. I just kept showing up, quietly consistent. And in contrast to Veronica's social media hurricane of self-promotion, it made her look desperate. But my favorite moment came about a month into the tour, when an interviewer for a regional NPR affiliate asked, "There's been some online buzz around your sister's now-deleted website, The Brooks Effect. Care to comment?" I smiled into the microphone and said, "I think it's always fascinating when people try to attach themselves to a story they didn't write." There was a pause. Then the host chuckled and said, "Fair enough." The next step of the plan wasn't media, it was people. See, if Veronica's superpower was performance, mine had always been connection. I didn't need to impress strangers at dinner parties or wear $600 shoes to feel validated. I built relationships. I mentored. I listened. And now, that meant I had allies. Former students, librarians, fellow teachers, independent bookstore owners, people who had no interest in glitz or hype, but who respected hard work and authenticity. One of those people was Dr. Evelyn Tan, a professor I'd met at a teaching conference years ago. She ran a literacy initiative that brought authors into underserved schools for live readings and workshops. When she reached out and asked if I'd headline the program's spring event, I said yes without hesitation. It wasn't a huge media event. No press releases or flashing lights. Just a gym full of kids in folding chairs, half of them pretending not to care until they heard me read a passage that sounded like them. That was real. That was grounding. But I wasn't just doing good for the sake of it. This was still the setup. Because during one of those school visits, a girl came up to me afterward and said, "My sister's trying to copy me too. She takes credit for stuff I do, but no one believes me." And I looked at her and said, "Then you keep the receipts. One day, you'll show them exactly who you are." The next morning, I started working on a video. It wasn't a vlog. It wasn't clickbait. It was a quiet, beautifully shot short documentary, 5 minutes long. Just me, talking about the process of writing the book, teaching full-time while editing late into the night, and the moment I got the email from my agent. I included early drafts, rejection emails, photos from my classroom. I ended it by saying, "No one gets to write your story but you." We posted it on my site and shared it with a few teacher networks. It went viral within 2 days. And that's when I moved to the next phase, the paper trail. I'd been keeping everything. Every text, every screenshot, every voicemail, even the voice memo I'd secretly recorded during that infamous dinner at my parents' house. The one where Veronica admitted to reserving my domain and mocking my lack of scalability. My lawyer, Maya, helped me compile it into a single legal brief, neatly organized, time-stamped, and annotated. Then I sent it to my publisher. Not to sue Veronica. That wasn't the point. I sent it so they'd know the truth. that anything coming from her, under my name or adjacent to my image, was unauthorized. They were grateful. They'd been getting strange emails, pitches from someone claiming to be Brooke's branding consultant. They were starting to wonder if I was quietly hiring PR on the side. Nope, just Veronica. So they blocked her IP from the back end of the site. Then they sent her a formal notice. Cease and desist. Again, she didn't respond this time. I think she finally started to get it. But just in case she didn't, I took things one step further. I reached out to Greg. Now, Greg and I weren't close. We never had been. But I had something he wanted, stability. Veronica had been spending recklessly for months, throwing elaborate themed parties, ordering high-end photo shoots, claiming she was building an image. And Greg, well, he'd been covering those bills. I invited him to a quiet lunch. Neutral ground. A coffee shop, nothing fancy. He looked tired. I know why you called, he said before I even ordered. You do? She's out of control, he said, rubbing his temples. She won't listen to me anymore. She thinks she's, I don't know, a mogul. I nodded. I'm not here to cause drama. I just wanted to stop. All of it. The fake PR, the domain stuff, the branding claims. I want her to understand this is not her story to sell. He leaned back. You're not the first person she's done this to. That caught me off guard. What do you mean? She used to pretend she ran Greg Jr.'s school fundraiser. Took all the credit, even though I did most of the organizing. Same with the neighborhood charity gala. She kept saying if her name was attached, people would pay attention. I paused. So you know this isn't new? He nodded slowly. I'm staying with a friend right now, he admitted. Trying to figure out what to do. I didn't sign up for this kind of constant drama. I thought I was marrying someone ambitious, not someone obsessed with image theft. I didn't gloat. I didn't smile. I just said, if she contacts you asking for money for anything connected to my name, don't give it to her. Please. I'll handle it. He nodded. Then, just before we left, he added, your book, it's really good, man. I blinked. You read it? He shrugged. Veronica left a copy on the counter. I started reading it one night when I couldn't sleep. Couldn't put it down. The scene with the student and the locker note hit hard. Thanks, I said, genuinely moved. That means a lot. And it did. Because Greg had always been Veronica's silent shadow. But shadows have eyes. When I got home that night, I found an email waiting for me. It was from a producer. She worked with a well-known podcast that focused on family dynamics and personal transformations. She'd seen the viral short doc. She wanted to know if I'd be open to telling my story, not just the book, but the personal journey behind it. Normally, I would have hesitated, but I was done hiding. So I said yes. We recorded a 2-part episode, me sharing my experience growing up in Veronica's shadow, how the book was born out of that quiet pain, and how I finally decided to stop letting her define me. I didn't name her. I didn't have to. The truth doesn't need a spotlight. It glows all on its own. And when the episode dropped, I got dozens of messages. From former students. From teachers. From people I hadn't spoken to in years. But the most surprising? A DM from one of Veronica's old high school friends. She always did think she was the main character. Glad someone finally told the real story. That's when I knew the setup was complete. The stage was built. The audience was watching. And Veronica? She was standing right in the center of it, completely unaware of what was coming next. Because I hadn't just taken back my story. I'd built a platform so sturdy, so grounded in truth, that any lie she tried to climb on would crumble beneath her. And now? It was finally time. The final move. The revenge. And I was ready. Veronica never saw it coming. That was the most satisfying part. Not the media shift, not the rising sales, not the packed auditoriums full of students who saw me as more than just a teacher, though all of that helped. No, what made it truly perfect was the fact that when everything collapsed around her, she still didn't understand why. Because she'd spent her entire life underestimating me. The final move began quietly, like everything I'd done up to that point. No fanfare, no announcement, just a few well-placed pieces, slid into position with the care of someone who'd spent their entire life studying people like her. People who manipulate, who perform, who pretend to be your biggest supporter until they think you've outgrown your place. After the podcast aired and my book tour wrapped, I started receiving more invitations than I could accept. Speaking engagements, panels, book festivals. But one of the requests stood out. It came from a media production company that specialized in adapting real-life memoirs into limited series. They'd heard about my book and wanted to option the rights. At first, I hesitated. I didn't write the book expecting it to be anything more than a personal story with fictionalized elements. But then I saw the potential, not just for the story, but for what the telling of it could do. The message it could send. The mirror it could hold up to people like Veronica. I signed the deal. And I did it quietly. No big announcement. No public bragging. But I knew she'd hear about it. Because I wanted her to. Veronica had this habit. She checked Google alerts with our last name in them. Vanity searches were her hobby. So when the trades picked up the story, award-winning novel this side of quiet being developed for screen, I knew she'd see it within the hour. My phone buzzed exactly 45 minutes after the article dropped. Veronica, are you seriously making a show? You didn't even tell us. No, congrats. No, we're proud of you. Just a demand, like she was entitled to be looped into my life, into my success, as if my work was some group project she'd accidentally been assigned to. I didn't respond. She texted again. Veronica, I'm just saying, if the show is about the book and the book is about your life, then you need to talk to me. You know people will ask about the sister. That was the bait, and I let her sit on it. Because what she didn't know, what she never thought to ask, was that I'd already written her out. Not the character, not the story, but her. The role she thought was hers by default, reimagined. The toxic, performative sister who tried to sabotage the protagonist's independence. A composite character based on several real-life people. The writer's room and I were careful. No direct names, no exact quotes, and most importantly, nothing she could legally touch. And just to be safe, we added a disclaimer before the first page of every script. This story is a work of fiction inspired by true events. Any resemblance to real people is purely coincidental. But I wasn't done. That would have been satisfying enough for most people. But I'd spent too long in her shadow. I wanted a clean end. So I did something that would finally, irrevocably, cut the cord between us. It started with a quiet letter, delivered by certified mail to her condo. Inside was a formal declaration from my attorney, signed by me, and filed with the proper state records. A legal disassociation of name usage and likeness. Veronica was no longer permitted to use my name, branding, or intellectual property in any personal or professional capacity. No more fake websites. No proud sister posts riding the coattails of my work. No more backstage passes to the life she hadn't helped build. I included a small note, handwritten. I hope you find something of your own to be proud of someday. She didn't respond. But Greg did. He called a few days later. Hey, he said quietly. Just wanted to say thank you. For what? For doing what I couldn't. Drawing a line. It turns out Veronica had continued to spin, even as I was rising. The more traction I gained, the more desperate she became to stay relevant. But as her usual audience began to see through her, she grew volatile. Public tantrums, passive-aggressive posts. Eventually, even her influencer friends started pulling back. Greg filed for separation a month after that. Apparently, it wasn't just about me. It never is. People like Veronica always leave a trail. Meanwhile, my life was quieter than ever, and somehow fuller. The show went into pre-production. I was invited to sit in on casting sessions. I consulted on scripts. I started working on my second book, a more intimate story, set in the same universe as the first, but this time, with a clear sense of self. And my parents? At first, they were confused. Concerned. Don't you think you're being a bit harsh? My mom asked after the legal letter was delivered. Harsh. I replied. You told me it was just family when she read through my private emails. When she broadcasted my salary. When she tried to monetize me. Silence. I'm not asking you to pick sides, I added. But I'm done pretending this is normal. My dad, to his credit, was quiet for a long time. Then he said, you know, I used to think Veronica needed more support. That she was fragile. But I think I just didn't want to deal with her wrath. I'm sorry for letting that fall on you all those years. It wasn't everything. But it was something. We're not a Hallmark family. We don't do big, emotional reconciliations. But that conversation was the first time I felt like my father saw me. Not just the polite, quiet version I showed at dinners. Me. Eventually, Veronica moved cities. Someone said she was starting fresh in Austin or Miami, depending on which cousin you ask. The influencer phase fizzled. The branding attempt stopped. Her name, once so loud in every room, became a whisper. And mine? Well, it finally belonged to me. Every email, every headline, every introduction. Brooks Hawthorne, author. Not Veronica's brother. Not the teacher. Just me. One day, a former student, now in her first year at NYU, sent me a letter. She'd watched my school visit when she was 16 and told me that seeing someone like me succeed without selling out helped her believe there was room in the world for quiet voices, too. I kept that letter in my desk. Because that was the point, wasn't it? Not to be loud, not to be vindictive, but to live a life so real and full that the noise couldn't touch it anymore. And when the show premiered, streaming in 6 languages, adapted with care and depth and heart, I watched the credits roll with a smile. No backstage sabotage, no unwanted guests, no apologies, just the story I'd written, the one I had lived, the one no one else would ever own again. And for the first time in my life, the silence wasn't empty, it was mine.